It was raining relentlessly in Jiangcheng City that day. People with umbrellas stood outside a shopping mall with a state-of-the-art IMAX movie theater, waiting for the show. As luck would have it, Shu Qing hadn't brought an umbrella with him today, and the downpour caught him by surprise. He walked down the street for a while, ignoring the staccato rain. But after a while, the rain intensified, and the young man had to cover his head with his hand. Qing looked up at the sky, hoping that the clouds were about to clear. Shu realized that there was no hope for the rain to end so quickly and began to move faster, covering his head with both hands. Soon enough, even that didn't seem like enough for Qin. The young man decided he'd better run around a bit so he wouldn't get soaked to the skin. If he ran for a while, his clothes would be torn out. Soon the young man reached the entranceway and ducked under the awning with obvious relief. Qing slowly walked up the steps, so he was in no hurry to go anywhere. At one of the flights, the young man stopped and became wary. It seemed to him that there was someone from above. He decided to walk more carefully. Qing carefully stood on each step, trying to make as little noise as possible, but traitorous drops of water still dripped from his sneakers. Qing passed the span and walked on. The young man looked outside. There didn't seem to be any chase after him. He could move on. On the next span, Shu saw a light bulb burning on the ceiling of the entryway, and it confused him. Just then the young man saw something, and his blue eyes opened wide with growing fear. Drops of water ran down his hair and dripped onto the floor. There was a girl sitting right next to the stair railing, looking out the doorway. She was clutching the hilt of her sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other. It was obvious that she was ready to fight. The girl's name was Jiang He. She too had clearly come recently, with water still dripping down her hair. She looked at Qin with a determined gaze. Their faces drew closer together, and they stared at each other without blinking. It seemed that each of them considered the other an enemy, and was trying to avoid mortal danger. His eyes went wide with approaching panic. The young man didn't know what to expect from her. Qing instinctively jumped backwards from her, dropping the keychain, and shouted who she was. The young man didn't catch them, and the keys fell, bounced off his sneaker, and rattled on the cement of the stairwell. Now the girl was frightened and bounced backward, pressing her back into the corner of the wall. She was wearing a white dress with blue ribbons. Jiang looked at him furtively. She didn't trust the young man and watched his every move carefully. Qing bravely picked up the keys and thought that it wasn't all that scary. An ordinary cosplayer had managed to scare him about death. The young man straightened up and looked at Jiang intently. He wondered how skillfully her clothes were made. Qing took a closer look and was surprised. The clothes on the girl were really tailored. She could participate in the best exhibitions in the city. Qin liked the sword the most. He saw how much work was behind it. In addition, the girl hadn't forgotten about the straw shoes and had carefully copied them. The young man was surprised at such devotion to his work. But there was nothing more for him to do here, and he passed by, twirling the bunch of keys on his index finger. As the young man was about to approach his door, the girl called out to him and asked him to stop. Qing perplexedly turned around, holding the keys near the keyhole. He told the girl that this was his house. Shu didn't understand what the girl was so scared of. He hadn't done anything to her. Jiang backed up and backed into the corner again. Her evil eyes glittered, her hands clutching her sword at the ready. Qing was even more surprised by her behavior. The young man shrugged and decided to continue on his way. He turned his back to the girl and opened the front door of the apartment. Almost closing the door behind him, Qing turned around on the threshold to see what the girl was doing. He carefully peeked out through the gap between the door and the door riser. Jiang stood in the corner and looked straight at him. Or at the door of his apartment. The young man couldn't tell for sure. Qing still decided to leave the stranger alone and not touch her. He slammed the door behind him and entered the apartment. Qing was relieved to take off his wet clothes, tossed them into the laundry basket, and pulled off his soaked sneakers, replacing them with comfortable slippers. The young man's head was still wet, and rainwater continued to drip onto the wooden floor of the apartment. But that didn't bother him at all. He walked leisurely to the refrigerator and took out a drink in a tin can. After closing the refrigerator door, Qing rummaged around on the refrigerator and found the right box. He called Melon over to him. The cat showed no sign of presence, so Qing called out to it again. Melon didn't respond, so he shook the bag of cat food. Hearing the familiar rustle of the package, Melon immediately peeked out from around the corner and blinked her eyes innocently. After pouring the food into the cat's bowl, Qing decided that he could have some food himself. He pulled the ring of the can and opened it. Shu drank the contents of the jar with obvious enjoyment, savoring each sip. Now it could be said that the day was a success. Qing finished the contents and smiled to himself. Shu pulled his foot out of his slipper and scratched at his other foot. He told himself that there was nothing like a can of good beer after a bath. Melon was eating her food at the same time. The young man sat in the warm apartment and looked out the window as the rain poured down. Qing told himself that he didn't need more than that to be happy. After eating enough, Melon lay down here. Meanwhile, The rain outside the window continued to fall. It was evening, but there was no sign that the rain would ever end. The young man looked out the window at first with interest, but then he became bored. Nothing interesting was happening there. Shu rummaged through his closet, and after a short search, he found the item he needed. It was an umbrella, an essential item of clothing for this kind of weather. Holding the umbrella in his hands, the young man went to the door and listened. He wondered what the belligerent stranger was doing now. Ching looked through the door peephole and was a little surprised. There was no one outside the door, and the girl must have already gone somewhere. He couldn't believe she'd left, and he whirled his head back and forth at the peephole, trying to catch a glimpse from another angle. Finally, Ching carefully opened the door, still not believing his eyes that the girl had left. The young man looked out the door leaf. There seemed to be no one, so Shu opened the door. Immediately, Jiang came out from behind it. She just stood there silently looking at him. Ching told the girl that it was late in the evening, and the rain was still not stopping. He hinted to the girl that she had better go home if her house was not far away. In the same case, if hers is too far away, the girl can call her relatives to come get her. The young man assured her that he would help Jiang with security and drew her attention to how wet and cold she was. Shu said she should go home. For the first time ever, Jiang said a word and asked what this place was. Shu replied that it was his home in Beiwan district. The girl was staring straight ahead. It was obvious that she was tensely thinking about something. It was as if Ching was doubting whether she was doing the right thing. At last she raised her head and dared to ask the young man who he was. He looked at the girl with obvious bewilderment. Ching didn't know what to answer her. Of course, he could introduce himself as a kind-hearted neighbor or something else. Shu said that she could just think of him as someone. The young man handed Jiang an umbrella and asked if the girl needed it. Ching said he would take the umbrella if the girl didn't need it. Jiang stood there without saying a word. She was immersed in herself again and thinking about something of her own. The girl's thoughts were far away from here. She finally opened her mouth and told the young man that she used to be a member of the Yan gang. But then something happened to her, and Jiang doesn't know how she ended up here. Ching looked at her closely and thought that the girl might be sick. Immediately, the thought that Jiang was one of those girls who couldn't resist cosplaying crossed his mind. Shu realized that bickering with the girl and finding out her origins would take him a very long time. So he suggested that he just forget it. Ching opened the door to the apartment and said it would be easier for him to call the security guard. The law enforcement guard would come, and that way they would know what happened faster. Jiang was still standing on the landing, and the young man offered to come inside her apartment since it was quite chilly outside. Chin had a small but cozy apartment. He took out his phone and started calling the security guard. Jiang looked at the interior of the apartment with interest. The young man finally managed to get through, and through the crackling in the receiver, he asked if Uncle Cho could hear him. He told the caller that Shu Qing was bothering him. Meanwhile, Jiang walked around the apartment and looked at everything. A huge TV screen caught her attention. The TV screen was showing another commercial. Smiling and decently dressed young men in suits and ties flashed on the screen. One of them said he was looking for a job and didn't know where to go. Qing watched the girl anxiously. As it turned out, his fear was not in vain. Jiang lightning fast pulled out her sword and stabbed the TV through. It glistened resentfully. The girl just had a maddened look on her face, as if she was 100% sure she was fighting a hardened enemy. The guard called out to Qin and said he heard some noise in his apartment. Cho asked him what was going on. Shu turned his head toward the girl. She stood staring at him with her sword drawn. Jiang's eyes burned with a sinister hellfire. He realized it was best not to mess with her. In a voice trembling with fear, Qing assured the guard that he was perfectly fine and added that Cho had enough worries of his own. Qing stared in surprise at the results of the mayhem. The sword was still sticking out of the TV, and Jiang looked at him belligerently, ready to strike again. Shu began to panic. He was shaking. The young man thought that it had all happened too fast, and he had not had time to react properly. It took a few minutes before Shu recovered from the shock and was able to squeeze out a few words. He asked where Jiang was from. The girl did not react to his question. She continued to stare intensely into the faded TV screen and asked where those people had come from. From the outside, it seemed that Jiang herself was scared. She worriedly asked who it was that Qing was talking to just now. Qing couldn't figure out who this strange girl was. It didn't look like a girl from the Wu Chao acrobat troupe. They have different clothes. She pierced someone else's TV as easily as if it was her own. Qing held his hands up to calm the girl down and offered to put her weapon down for starters. Shu assured her that he was a good man, like the umbrella he had offered recently. The girl thought and began to pull the sword out of the TV screen with a groan. It continued to spark, small shards falling to the floor. Finally, Jiang drew the sword fully and swung the blade quickly. It cut through the air with such a whoosh that the young man now had no doubts about its authenticity. Ching started to panic a bit and asked the girl what her name was and where she was from. He was still holding the phone in his hands, with a towel around his neck. Holding the scabbard, Zhang put the sword into it with a typical clang. The girl revealed that her name was Zhang He. She is a disciple of the Salt Group. The young man replied that Jiang He was a beautiful name and he liked it. Ching asked what the Salt Grouping was and where it was located. The girl was very surprised that the young man had never heard of her, for it was one of the largest factions in the city. Ching again couldn't say a word and tried to tell Zhang that he could help her in her search. But she looked at him with suspicion, and the young man shifted his gaze to the girl's straw shoes. Ching let go a little, and he told Zhang that he could help her. Shu told the girl that he was willing to answer any questions she had. The girl pictured her homeland drenched in greenery and whispered that she just wanted to go home to the Salt Gang. Ching readily replied that they were now in the Yangkai district of Yangjiang City. Shu asked if this information said anything to the girl. Zhang was silent, and Ching said in his heart that she couldn't be a girl from the past, and decided to ask who was the emperor. This caused her to be surprised. She asked in amazement if the young man was referring to His Highness. Zhang's eyes opened wide in surprise. The young man realized that the question had been misunderstood, and after some hesitation, he asked the girl what His Highness's name was. Without waiting for an answer, Ching angrily answered his own question that was exactly what his name was, His Highness, and proceeded to ask what year it was. The girl actually looked surprised and said that he should know it himself. This is the 16th year of Kaiwan. Shu realized in a panic that she didn't look like she was joking. He asked for some time and immediately went on the internet to get the necessary information. Ching frantically opened the search box, typed in the information he wanted, and began to flip through the pages in search of the information he needed. Checking the search results, Shu was covered in sweat. This was simply unbelievable and seemed fantastic. The young man asked Zhang about Tang Xuanzhong. He had convinced himself that that was what he was called after his death. Zhang watched his manipulations incredulously. The young man asked the girl about Li Lunji. The girl didn't respond, and the young man concluded that it must be Li Bai, aka Li Tai Bai. He asked Jiang if she knew Qinliang Zushi. This time, Ching hit the mark. The girl immediately asked him excitedly if he knew Zushi and where that person was now. Ching hesitated for a moment. Someone's voice came from outside the door and said that they had delivered the food they had ordered. Jiang indignantly asked who it was and what that sound was. Without waiting for an answer, she rushed towards the door. The young man managed to get ahead of the girl. Ching said that it was just a nice person bringing food. He asked Jiang to calm down and step back a little so she wouldn't be seen. The girl hid her sword in its scabbard and asked if the man was a servant to him. Shu said it was just a food delivery, let the courier in and paid him for the order. Jiang was discouraged by his phrase. She couldn't understand what takeout meant. In addition, she twisted the phrase a bit and said, Naya takeout. Ching showed Jiang a fragrant-smelling bag of fresh food and asked if she was hungry. Shu invited the girl to join him in his meal. Jiang said she shouldn't do that. Nevertheless, she was very grateful to him for offering to eat together. Ching carried the package to the table. Jiang was still standing at the door. She asked the young man why they had all cut their hair and assumed it was a place for exiled people to be exiled. Shu had already placed the delivered food on the table. The question clearly stumped him, and Ching asked what the girl meant by everyone. Jiang was surprised and told him that she had looked around a bit when she arrived here an hour ago. Ching turned the time back an hour. He remembered that Jiang still had a habit of waving her sword left and right. Shu asked if she had seen anyone on her way here. Jiang replied that she had entered his house unnoticed. Ching put the hamburger to his mouth again and said that it was very good. He was happy with this answer. Less trouble to deal with. Just as he was about to sink his teeth into his food, John leaned over to him and reminded him that the young man still hadn't answered the question posed. Ching thought for a long time on how to explain it better to the girl, and finally told her that they just had such a local tradition. The young man handed her the shawarma, offered her a taste, and assured her that she had never eaten such a dish before. The pita was wrapped with a lot of greens, and something similar in appearance to carrots. In any case, it was the first time Jiang had seen such food in her life. She looked suspiciously at the offered food and sniffed. Apparently the result did not justify her trust, and the girl refused. Jiang stood at the young man's back and actively twirled her head in different directions, showing that the food wasn't good for her. Ching shrugged his shoulders and said that he would get more. Shu took out a closed glass with a drink and a straw inside. He suggested that the girl at least drink some water in that case. Ching assured the girl that the drink was sweet and tasty. Jiang immediately grabbed her sword and shouted that he despised her and had been acting like this since the beginning. After all, the young man had offered her food and didn't even explain what it was. Ching exclaimed that he didn't despise her at all, and explained that he was holding a hamburger in his hand. While staring at the girl, Shu accidentally touched a can of open Coke on the table. The jar fell off the table and rolled across the mat. The spilled dark-colored liquid immediately began to hiss aggressively. The girl looked at the young man questioningly and took the hilt of her sword meaningfully. Ching turned pale and tried to explain. He smiled and said that this drink was not poisoned at all. In fact, it was carbonated water, as it should be. Jiang immediately drew her sword over him, and the young man wailed in panic that she had gotten it all wrong, and in general let her put the sword back down. The girl continued to stand over him with a naked sword, and there was no sign of friendliness on her face. Ching looked at Jiang dejectedly. He pulled another can of Coke from the table, opened it and showed it to the girl, making sure she didn't question anything. Shu leisurely opened the jar and drank it in a gulp. Jiang watched him suspiciously, holding the hilt of her sword just in case. The young man finished the contents and looked at the girl. He had already realized that he could not make any sudden and suspicious movements in front of her. Ching showed the girl the empty can and explained that it contained the exact same drink that had been spilled under the table. All of this was clearly beyond Jiang's comprehension, and she began to impatiently shake her head in protest and disbelief at the young man. Shu asked her not to reach for her sword again without needing it. He was a good man himself, or he would have left her alone on the street. Ching turned his attention to his frightened cat Pumpkin and declared that Jiang had scared him. The big red cat looked at them reluctantly. Ching sat on the sofa and concluded that there were only 3 possible outcomes when dealing with such a cruel girl. The first option was to lure her outside and leave her to die of hunger and cold. In that case, she would be arrested or shot in a couple of days. The second option was to contact the police and let them decide what to do with this rare specimen. But the police would obviously not believe him. And if anything goes wrong, Jiang will definitely be asked if she knows Qin and offered to take her home. And in this case, bloodshed could not be avoided. The girl would shred all the strangers and people she was suspicious of into cabbages. Ching covered his eyes with his hands. After thinking for a bit, Shu opened one eye. The third option was normal surveillance, but that too had its downsides. He had an ancient sword girl with her own worldview in his house, and she was not to be released anywhere. Ching thought that she was always pulling out her sword for no reason at all. She's also from the past, so she can wield Qing Gong, a vertical leap. The young man was only firmly convinced that the police would take Jiang away if he let the girl go, or someone else might do it. Either way, Shu would regret it later. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to him, and he smiled. He was excited to think that he could recreate scenes from fantasy books at home. Jiang continued to stand beside the young man at a safe distance, and Ching held out the shawarma to her and asked her to taste the dish. He himself was drinking Coke through a straw from a cup. Jiang asked suspiciously what he was holding in his hand. Ching explained that it was food and offered to take the first bite to prove that there was no poison in it. Jiang happily agreed, as she was actually very hungry. Ching took a bite of some shawarma and chewed, while Jiang eyed him warily and thought she might try it. The young man quickly scrolled through the potential scheme of eating shawarma and suggested that Jiang might die after eating food that was unfamiliar to her. Shu said that the girl's stomach was hardly able to digest such food, so he'd better go and cook her plain rice. Ching calmly sent the rest of the hamburger into his mouth. Jiang watched him with obvious displeasure. The young man patted the couch beside him and suggested that she sit next to him. Then they could have a normal conversation. Squinting suspiciously at the young man, Jiang began to sit down on the couch. Shu was sitting on the other side of the couch, putting his leg over his foot and smirking. Jiang couldn't get used to the different surroundings and watched him suspiciously. Jiang also had a lot to think about. She didn't know anything about this time. However, the girl did know what an umbrella was. She remembered that the young man wanted to hand her the umbrella, and her eyes didn't look angry. Jiang thought about the fact that the young man's room itself was also very strange. Strangely dressed people could come out of the walls. He has a big, lazy cat that Ching nurtures and cherishes. In addition, Shu eats very strange and suspicious food, so she has to be very careful herself. Turning to the young man, the girl said that she wanted John Chen City. She realized that it was hard to explain, so she asked Qin if he knew Li Bai. Shu faltered and said he could explain, but asked to put the sword away first. He thought the girl would get it again once she knew the truth about herself and her time. Jiang held the sword in front of her on her outstretched arms. She wasn't going to let the weapon out of her hands under any circumstances. Jiang informed the young man that she wanted to get home, wherever she was now. The only thing she relented on was shifting her hand from the sword to the scabbard, but she still held it tenaciously. Shu looked at her sadly and thought about it. He had delayed this moment as long as he could, but now he would have to tell Jiang the truth. Ching sadly said that the girl will not be able to return home, most likely. After all, she's too far away from her ancestral home. Jiang's eyes widened with fright. She began to imagine distant countries and provinces that were difficult to get home from. Jiang excitedly asked the young man how far away her ancestral home was according to the preliminary data. Shu sat with his head bowed. After the question, he straightened up and sat in silence for a while, then said that her house was about 1,200 years away. Jiang completely misunderstood the answer and asked what Qing meant. Of course, she started to guess, but she didn't want to believe her observations. Shu said that it had been 1,200 years since her time. He listed the great people of that time. These were all people who had lived a long time ago, and they died 1,000 years ago. She immediately jumped up from the couch and started spewing curses at the young man. He calmly continued to sit on the couch as if nothing had happened. Shu said that Jiang would soon see for herself that he was right. The whole environment was unfamiliar to her, so she could consider herself in a new world. Qing quoted Li Bai's poem about the white jade capital in the sky, 12 stories and 5 cities. Jiang was indignant that he hadn't written anything like that. Qing said that Jiang is not a shallow girl after all, and she has her own judgments about what is going on. He added that the world outside was completely different from what she was used to. The young man said that everyone she knew had made history. Jiang shouted out that it was all a lie. She turned her head in his direction. Her lips were tightly pressed together, expressing intense aggression. Jiang drew her sword and pointed the tip of it at the young man. There was no longer any doubt about her unfavorability. The girl looked very hostile. Shu, as if he didn't see the sword, and calmly said that this world has its own rules to follow. For example, you can't swing a sword in the middle of the street. Without lowering her sword, Jiang assumed the young man was trying to help her get used to the new rules in a world hostile to her. A red kitten was sitting on the windowsill. The young man pointed to his pet and explained that he found this pumpkin abandoned by someone on the street and just took him into his home. Jiang asked in surprise what he was calling a pumpkin here. Shu took the cat in his arms and explained to her that that was what he called the ginger fatty. The girl calmed down a bit and put the sword back into its scabbard. But her fear of the new and unexplored world didn't go anywhere, and the girl wondered if Qing was mocking her. Jiang continued to be suspicious of the young man, but her level of distrust gradually decreased, and she removed her right hand from her sword and simply held a clenched fist. She saw that the young man didn't seem angry at first glance, regardless of whether Shu told the truth or mixed lies with reality. Jiang remembered her meeting him in the entryway, and how he was just a guy who was coming home and happened to bump into her. The girl did not forget his kindness. When it was already dark and the rain was still pouring down, Shu offered her an umbrella out of kindness. Jiang asked why Shu was helping her. The young man said that he was just very curious, because it wasn't every day that you meet someone after 1,000 years. The girl looked at him carefully and noted that he had the appearance of a man that only a gang boss could kill. The young man's imagination played out, and he immediately saw himself lying face down on the ground in a pool of blood. He did not like this end of his life. Shu frowned at the girl. Qing shouted at her that she couldn't just kill people. The current universe proclaims absolute peace. He desperately showed her the 2 fingers denoting peace. The young man wailed that he didn't know exactly how the girl found herself in his homeworld, and if she could find out the reason, perhaps she would return home. In any case, she needs to learn the rules of behavior in this universe. First of all, she is not allowed to hurt people under any circumstances. Qing pointed to the broken TV and said that she couldn't afford to break other people's property like that. The young man assured her that he wanted to help her in any way he could and offered to go outside. Shu warned her not to attack people on the street, as the guards were everywhere. Jiang stood at the window and pondered over his words. She couldn't admit that he was right, especially since Shu is the only guide in this world. The girl thought about the fact that she had absolutely nothing to wear. Her clothes were too different from the clothes she was used to wearing here. Jiang replied to the young man that she can't even go out of here. Especially even if she did get out, she wouldn't know where to go. Shu looked at the girl in surprise. The young man motioned for her to lower her sword. He would order food now and the delivery service would bring it. Shu added that he was taking a huge risk by leaving Jean at his place. After all, the danger for him was not only that someone would notice the belligerent girl, but that she could cut him in half at any moment. Jiang looked at him angrily and thought that things could be very different in this world, and Shu should know what he was doing. As much as she didn't want to do it, Jiang had to obey the young man in order to survive. So she simply threw the sword and scabbard on the floor, frowning. Qing asked what the girl usually ate. He said that their cuisine would be foreign to Jiang, but they could try to look for something similar, like a full moon omelet. However, the young man quickly abandoned this idea and said that he would rather order rice and buns for the girl. He thought that it was more acceptable food for the girl's body. Shu said she could take a shower while the food was being brought in. The young man asked if Jiang knew how to use the bathroom and dry clothes. All these words were unfamiliar to her. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked what a bathtub was and where it was. Ching smirked and opened the door to the small combined bathroom. Jiang squealed in fear. She had never seen such strange fixtures like a wash basin and toilet bowl anywhere before. Shu explained that this world was just full of amazing things, and she shouldn't be scared. At first, Jiang would constantly feel like someone was trying to hurt her. The young man turned to the girl and assured her that he was someone she could definitely trust. He wasn't going to harm Jiang. She looked at him thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Shu explained to her the principle of using cold and hot water and showed it to her. The girl looked at the miracle of technology with amazement. Ching stepped aside and suggested that she try it herself. Jiang hesitantly reached out her hand to the faucet, while the young man prepared to capture the historical chronicles on his phone. Shu pulled a bottle of shampoo from the shelf and explained that it was a hair wash. The young man also explained how to use the toilet and showed how to flush the water. Ching told the most basic things and left the girl alone with the new world of technology, and he sat down on the couch and waited for his new acquaintance. After sitting on the couch for a bit, he remembered that Jiang would need new clothes and went over to the clothes closet to pick out something suitable. Ching opened the closet door and after a brief look, he extracted a white t-shirt with a picture of a girl in a red bikini. He thought it was not a bad choice. The young man didn't stop there and picked out a couple more and then went to the bathroom door. He knocked on the door. To his surprise, the door opened. Jiang turned her head. She was still in her clothes and was learning how to use the faucet over the wash basin. The girl stood near the mirror and looked at Jiang questioningly. He realized that he had forgotten that Jiang didn't know how to close the door. Ching was holding a red t-shirt for a girl. He informed Jiang that he didn't have any girl's clothes right now, but he would go out and buy some tomorrow. Shu motioned for the girl to leave the bathroom and follow him. The young man will show her how to lock the door behind him. Jiang was surprised. After receiving some simple instruction on how to use the door lock, Jiang mastered the procedure and carefully closed the bathroom door behind her. Shu was very pleased that he hadn't caught the girl off guard by barging into the bathroom. Otherwise, it might have caused a nosebleed. The young man sat on the couch, comfortably spreading his legs and arms, and just closed his eyes, enjoying life. The wall behind the couch was hung with all sorts of pictures. Meanwhile, Jiang had soaped herself up and was happily lounging in the shower. Catching some foam in her palm, the girl studied it for a long time and decided to lick it. It tasted very disgusting. It was already dark in the apartment, and Shu turned on the desk lamp. He kept thinking about the fact that he had picked up a warrior girl from the past. It could very well have been a dream. Remembering the sword that was carelessly thrown on the floor, the young man immediately rushed to it and gently took the ancient artifact in his hands. Ching began to carefully and slowly pull the sword out of its sheath, exposing a blade that was perfectly polished to a mirror shine. Shu grimaced at the thought that this sword looked real. He would really like to take the blade to an antique appraiser and find out how ancient this weapon was. After a while, Jiang opened the bathroom door. She had already changed into the clothes provided to her. When the girl came into the room, she saw that Shu was writing something quickly. Jiang walked over to the young man, peeked over and wondered what he was writing now. The girl's hair was wet, and drops of water dripped down onto her t-shirt. Shu didn't answer her anything, and continued to write something further. Jiang was surprised that the young man left her question unanswered, and looked at him. Finally, the young man finished what he wanted to write and handed her a piece of paper. He said it was a list of things to buy and asked if Jiang could read it. The girl took the list and began to scrutinize the unfamiliar characters and tried to identify them with the familiar ones. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't make out a single word. Nevertheless, it was a very ordinary list, written in modern language, and included the purchase of primary hygiene products and clothing. Jiang groped the t-shirt she was wearing now in surprise, and said that these clothes looked very strange to her. Unable to hold back, the young man said that she was very pretty. Shu explained that they had a custom of complimenting people if they looked good, and smiled. After digesting the information, Jiang gave the young man a stern look and said that he better not flirt with her. Ching looked into her eyes and realized that it was better not to get involved. Lowering his head, the young man noticed her brown straw sandals, giving away the girl was not of this world. He tactfully told Jiang that she should hide her shoes. Ching would bring her new shoes tomorrow. Ching turned around and looked after her. Jiang seemed very nice to him now. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and an announcement that the delivery had arrived. The girl was frightened and instantly jumped away. Ching smiled and said that she shouldn't be so worried. It was just a food delivery. Jiang stood in the corner and warily looked at the door. Shu thought that she was very curious and cautious, and resembled stray cats in that way. Jiang reacts just as aggressively to the appearance of kindness. The young man began to arrange the delivered food from the bag on the table. Seeing that Jiang was watching his actions with interest, Shu wished the girl a pleasant appetite. As she sat down at the table and started eating, Jiang suddenly said that she'd been thinking about the deputy's words for a very long time. The girl had a focused look in her eyes. She spoke of her knowledge. Jiang had been taught that a person was a fraud most of the time if they were trying to do something good. After saying that, the girl smiled and her cheeks flushed. Her face clearly showed her feelings for her master. Jiang said she feels that Qing is good, and what he does comes from the heart and has nothing to do with deception and fraud. The rain outside the window continued to drum on the glass. Jiang enjoyed her meal while the young man sat half-turned toward her and admired his guest. Soon the girl had dispensed with all the food provided, left the wooden spoon in her plate, and just sat at the table without saying a word. Seeing that Jiang had finished her meal, Qing asked the girl if she had eaten enough, and finally offered to have a little talk. He clarified that Jiang had lived 1,200 years ago. A tear trickled down her cheek. She didn't want to believe that her whole past life had disappeared without a trace, and she would never see her friends or acquaintances again. Shu knew what Jiang was thinking, and warned that their entire future conversation would be based on just that, whether the girl accepted the truth or not. Qing said that the girl is perfectly safe in his house, and even if she killed him with her sword, she could hide here for a week as long as there was enough food. The young man drew her attention to the broken object and explained that the device was called a television set. It makes certain sounds and shows pictures. The young man took out his cell phone from his pants pocket. Qing turned on the audio application on his phone, and music immediately flowed out. He clarified a bit and said he meant it was perfectly safe. Shu offered to ask him questions if the girl didn't understand something. The girl sat fearfully on the chair, and Qing assured her that he wouldn't hurt her. Jiang looked at him and thought she wished she could believe the young man's words. The young man finished the story about his home and noted that outside his apartment things are much more complicated and certain rules of behavior must be followed. Shu reported that there, outside the window, was a world where everyone lived amicably and happily. The young man said that it was safe for him there, but Jiang would be in danger everywhere she went. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat and exclaimed indignantly at the danger she could be in. She saw herself as a warrior. The young man explained that Jiang came from nowhere and could harm others. For example, if she tried to sneak somewhere with a sword, she would end up in jail. Shu walked over to the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a small piece of paper from there after a short search. The young man explained that it was an identification card. Everyone here has one, and each citizen is assigned a unique number from birth. Qing added that there are many police officers on the streets checking for such a card, and if someone doesn't have one, they will be summoned to the police station for thorough questioning. The young man thought that the identification card was the most important thing in this case. If someone discovered the girl, it would become a world sensation, because she was an ancient warrior. Jiang began to realize what her new acquaintance was implying. She assumed that she looked like a refugee in the eyes of the current government. The young man said it was a little worse than that. He clarified that the girl looks more like an undocumented slave. As long as Jiang is in confinement, she is completely helpless. Qing hastily said that this was just an example. The young man looked at her that Jiang was in a very dangerous position in this world. He added that he was glad to meet a person who was born 1,200 years ago. Shu assured the girl that he wished to help her in any way he could. He wanted to help Jiang get to know the world and gradually get used to it. Jiang got flustered, bowed her head, and said she didn't know if she could trust the young man. All she needs to do is just go home. Qing told the girl that she could distrust him if she so desired. In that case, let Jiang just forget about what Shu had told her. The young man said that it would be very difficult for him to help the girl. She will instantly become an internet star once people find out her origin and there is nowhere for her to hide. The hands of the clock were approaching 9 o'clock. Shu stated that everything needed to be carefully planned. And if the girl didn't trust him, he wouldn't be able to help her. Jiang continued to sit dejectedly on the chair and pondered the situation she had gotten herself into. The young man stood right in front of her and waited for an answer. The girl thought for a moment longer and finally asked what she should do in such a case. Her eyes widened again with growing panic. The young man took her sword in his hands and asked her not to bear it from now on. He explained that in this world such actions were very frightening to people. Qing asked if the girl had any more questions. He said he would explain everything to her. Jiang turned away toward the bathroom door and thought for a moment. After a moment's thought, she turned to the boy. It was obvious that the girl had questions, but she didn't dare to voice them aloud. Finally, John dared and asked Qin where his wife was now. The young man was caught off guard by this question and was a little surprised and smiled. Shu thought it was in the instinct of all women to gossip. The girl was embarrassed and mumbled that she wasn't comfortable asking such questions. The young man informed the girl that he had been a lone wolf for over 20 years and was currently single. Jiang was very surprised by these words, and she immediately raised her head and looked at the young man incredulously. The girl looked into Qin's eyes for a while, checking to see if he was lying. It seemed impossible to Jiang. The young man wondered about the possible reason for her reaction, and what her question about her spouse was even about. He scratched his cheek. Shu assumed that Jiang didn't want to be alone with him in the same room. He assured her that the girl didn't need to be with her and said he had a spare room. Without waiting for Jiang's response, he motioned for her to follow him, turned his back to the girl and walked so she had no choice. Qing walked over to one of the rooms and said that he was using this room as a storage for his belongings. The girl, meanwhile, furtively grabbed her sword just in case and watched him. The young man opened the door and warned that no one had lived there for a long time, and it might be a little dirty inside. He assured me that he would clean it up later, and everything would be fine. The entire space inside the room was littered with packed crates and chests. They were standing chaotically all over the room and even on the bed. The young man began to put away all the boxes and drawers in the closet. He thought that the food could be delivered to him, but everything else would have to be done by himself. The girl was very surprised by the interior of the room. She thought she had come to a rather strange place. The owner is already at a mature age and is not married yet. Qing handed the girl a winter mattress and said that she could take it easy. This item is clean and has been used carefully. Shu made Jiang's bed and suggested that she get some rest. He said he perfectly understood her confusion and misunderstanding of the situation. The young man looked at the stars in the window and hoped that tomorrow morning he would wake up and find that this whole story was just a dream. After instructing the girl, Qing left the room and closed the door behind him. Jiang kept her hands behind her back the entire time, clutching her sword just in case. At the door, the young man turned around and said his name was Shu Qing. He winked at the girl and wished her good night. Jiang didn't know what to think. She looked at the new furnishings of the hostile world confusedly and decided to get used to it little by little. The doors behind the young man slammed shut, and Jiang felt somewhat safe. She watched the door for a moment, but Qing didn't think to disturb her. The girl walked to the door with her sword and listened. Jiang decided she could afford to relax a little and sat down on the bed. She wasn't thinking of falling asleep, at least not right now. Night came on and the moon rose over the city. From time to time, clouds swept past and covered it. The overcast sky loomed over Qin's apartment building. The young man sat on the couch under the window. He had not slept at all today. The moon shone through the barred window and illuminated Qin's face. He turned away from the window and put his elbow under his cheek, so that he was more comfortable. He lay with his eyes closed for a while, but even this measure did not help him to doze off. And then he remembered the events of the day with boredom. Shu thought he had fallen out of reality. The young man remembered that he had been looking for a job all day and hadn't even returned home when it rained. For Qin, it was just one of the usual bad days. The young man continued to twirl and rolled over onto his back this time, scrolling through the events of the day even further. The whole thing was unbelievable. Nevertheless, he managed to find a girl who pulls out a sword one too many times and claims to have come from ancient times and was born 1,000 years ago. Shu turned onto his back, but the moon was shining disgustingly directly into the young man's eyes, so he covered his eyes with his hands and tried to distract himself. Qing turned his back to the window again and insinuated to himself that all of this would wait until tomorrow. But tonight, it would be good to sleep. The moon rose higher and higher and shone disgustingly on the young man even from behind the clouds. He could not cope with it for a long time and twirled in different directions. It wasn't until the morning that Qing Yu managed to fall asleep soundly, and so even the direct sunlight didn't wake him up immediately. Zhu lazily opened one eye, looked out the window, and realized that the room was suspiciously bright for early morning. Without looking, the young man reached for the phone lying by the bedside table, fumbled for it, and pulled it toward him. Shu didn't mind lying in bed a little longer. As soon as he looked at the screen of the phone, he was stunned. It was already 10 in the morning. Shu had slept too much. Suddenly, the young man's eyes opened wide. Shu remembered yesterday, and a panicked fear of the guest from the past came over him. Qing quickly sat down on the bed and realized that he needed to visit the girl. It was necessary to find out if she had done anything else. The young man still hoped that this adventure had happened to him in a dream. He slowly swung his legs off the bed and stood up quietly. Qing barely looked towards the living room as his heart twitched. All of the young man's hopes were dashed in an instant. Jiang sat on the sofa in the center of the room, looking at her blade nonchalantly. It was clear that she never parted with it even in her sleep. Out of the corner of her eye, the girl noticed the young man peeking out from around the corner and even tried to remember the name he had called last night before he left. Shu realized that he had been declassified and was forced to leave his unpretentious hiding place. He came out into the room, smiled, and said that it wasn't a dream after all. The young man didn't know what else to say, so he smirked and pretended to cough. but the girl didn't pay any attention to him. Then Qing smiled kindly at the girl and raised his 5 fingers upwards in greeting. He told Zhang that she was up early. The girl surprisingly replied that it was almost noon. The young man closed his eyes. No tricks were working. He realized that there was no point in trying to continue the conversation. Shu smiled and exclaimed that Zhang must be sitting hungry. The girl sat on the sofa and replied that she was a little hungry. Zhang was thinking about something intensely and sat with her head tilted down. It seemed that mentally she was not in the room at all right now. The girl was doing some manipulations with her palms, clinging them to each other. Qingyu thought it was strange, and he stared at the girl's movements. Suddenly she asked the young man to wait for a while and ran out the door. Shu was left standing like a stumbling block. He didn't even have time to say anything to Zhang. The girl, however, immediately rushed back with the speed of the wind and stopped beside the young man. She bowed her head and stood for a moment. Zhang grabbed his hand and turned it palm upwards. Then she put something in it and said that it should be enough for a while. Shu opened his palm and looked. On the palm were 2 small pebbles that visually looked like gold. The young man was surprised. He asked the girl if it was really gold and regarded one of the pebbles in the light. Shu figured silver wasn't that expensive, but gold was always prized. Qing said he didn't know if he had enough dating money to get an ID card. Then the girl took off another pendant and said it was silver. The young man immediately asked the girl to stop and take her jewelry back. After all, he had only asked and could not take the girl with him. Shu said he would go and buy the girl some necessities. He reminded Jiang that she shouldn't go outside. It could be very dangerous. The young man brushed his teeth and told the girl that his clothes would be more modern than sackcloth and straw sandals. She would attract a lot of attention that way. Shu told Jiang that it was better to tie her hair up under her modern clothes. Then she could look like a typical girl and walk down the street. The young man added that there is a police station across the street here, so there are several teams of police officers patrolling the neighborhood. Shu summarized that the girl would be safe as long as she didn't start acting strange. He hoped that nothing bad would happen during his time away, so he jumped outside. Soon, Shu was at the clothing market. After walking around a bit, he picked out 2 outfits for Jiang. One of them was a pinkish shade, while the other was lemon-colored. While the goods were being wrapped, the young man noticed another row of hangers above. There was a dress hanging there that he found attractive. Shu asked to pack this white dress as well. After finishing with the market, the young man moved on, seeing if anything would get in the way. He found himself in a huge gallery with a gold-colored marble floor. The young man looked at the lingerie store and decided that he would have to neglect it for the time being. Shu frowned and decided he couldn't go in there alone. We need to work with Jiang some more and get her an ID card. An hour later, Qing walked out of the supermarket and sighed. He had heavy bags of groceries and things in his hands. In addition to carrying a large bag of personal hygiene products and cleaning supplies, the young man hung a second slightly smaller bag on his arm. Near the exit, he felt embarrassed. Qingyu felt a little uncomfortable having to buy goods for a girl. He noticed another of the stores nearby and decided that he should go there as well and purchase something. It was a bookstore. Shu walked around a bit and picked out 2 suitable copies. When he brought them to the checkout counter, the salesman said he would be charged 200 yuan. Qing thought for a while and brought another book to the counter. He wasn't sure if he needed it, but he took it just in case. The young man decided that it was time to go home, especially since it had already been quite a while. He was worried about Jiang. Shu was walking down the street and passed by a summer cafe. One of the police patrols was lounging there in the shade. They were keeping an eye on the street at the same time. One of the policemen looked lazily in the direction of the young man. He was an older man with gray hair. He recognized the boy and assumed he was shopping. Cho reminded the young man that he had called him yesterday. Shu said that he had accidentally dialed the wrong number and that everything was fine. He asked if the policeman had had breakfast. The man replied that he had eaten recently and asked him to close the windows and doors tightly. Mr. Lian told him that he had heard suspicious noises and suspected thieves. The young man thanked him for the information and was soon outside his house. When he opened the door, he told Zhang that he was back. The girl stood in the middle of the apartment in a fighting stance. She had already half-drawn her sword from its sheath and was ready to repel an attack if necessary. Shu rebuked Jiang, for he had said it was safe to stay in his apartment for the time being. The young man handed the girl a box and offered her some food. Taking the groceries out of the bag, Shu explained that he had bought the necessities for Jiang and offered to sort out the purchases after the meal. She thanked the young man. Qing looked at the girl in surprise and she noticed it. Jiang asked him what was wrong and why he was looking at her so strangely. Shu at this point was personifying at least a deity and so told Jiang that she should have thanked him and added at the end that he was a young warrior. Qing took the girl's hands and asked, a little embarrassed, if he was considered a young warrior, or perhaps a man, well, or something. Jiang was a bit puzzled by this behavior of the young man. However, it still didn't cost the girl anything, and she thanked the young man as he asked. Qing immediately slammed his fist into his palm, parodying ancient samurai traditions. He was inspired and entered into character. Shu exclaimed that this was a different matter. Jiang squinted her eyes. She found the actions of the landlord very strange. If she had lived in modern times, she would have known that the young man was just mocking her. Shu unpacked the food package and offered to eat while the food was still warm. The food looked quite appetizing, and Jiang took a seat at the table. The girl was so hungry that she paid no attention to the fact that the young man's plate was on the table. She brought her plate directly to her mouth and ate in this way. Shu said that's how they drink coffee. The girl didn't like that comparison. A little offended by the young man, he still put his plate on the table and ate like everyone else. Shu was now pleased with himself and enjoyed the food. He saw that the girl could be gradually accustomed to the accepted norms of behavior. A little time passed. Shu and Jiang lightly refreshed themselves and ate all the food they had brought. The guy decided it was time to move on to the next bag. He pulled out a bundle of clothes and told Jiang that he had bought her some clothes. He wasn't sure about the size, so he said that he had focused on the girl's height. Shu showed her the dress on the rack and offered to wear it if Jiang liked it. The young man also opened the shoebox and explained that it was much more comfortable than her straw sandals. A little shy, Qing took out another article of clothing from the bag and handed it to Jiang. The girl hadn't seen this before and was surprised. It was a bra, and Jiang clearly didn't understand what to do with it. The young man liked the way the girl held it with bewilderment. He came to love it. Qing handed the girl a bag and explained that he had purchased several sizes. If Jiang couldn't figure out the clothes herself, the young man would find suitable video instructions for her. He handed the girl the largest bag, burning with embarrassment. Shu explained that it contained everything for women. Since he didn't know much himself, she would have to study it herself. Jiang pulled out one of the packages that had the ABC inscription on it. She had no idea what was inside the box or what it was for. The final gift was books. Shu explained that one of them was on history, and the other was written in the genre of science fiction. The young man finally gave another book in Chinese. Qing said that it would still be better to teach her how to use the computer. That way, Jiang would understand the modern arrangement of the world much faster. The sheer volume of information made the girl a little tired and she began to yawn. Shu thought that she was very tired, and he himself hadn't slept much that night. The young man asked Jiang if she wanted to rest for a while. They could continue later. He offered to ask questions if there was anything the girl wanted to know. Jiang opened her eyes wide, thought for a moment, and asked with undisguised interest what status the young man had in this world. Shu explained that he was a graduate who would be a social worker. He tried to explain that it was something like an imperial exam but without the employment. The girl assumed that he had rich parents. Qing objected that he couldn't say that. There are so many professions in the world, but he doesn't want to be an official. Jiang still didn't believe him, and imagined a young man who gets all the benefits of civilization at the first call. She thought Qin's background came from a feudal family. Jiang opened one of the books she had brought and began flipping through the pages, trying to understand anything and gain new information. She stopped her attention at one of the book's spreads. The illustrations depicted the customs and life of a medieval civilization she knew well. Tears came to the girl's eyes when she saw the familiar clothes, even if only in a picture. It felt like yesterday to Jiang, and she wondered how she could go back. Qing asked the girl how she got to his world. Jiang recalled chasing a thief in the rain and getting lost in the forest. After wandering around, the girl saw a small house. Shu was surprised to note that there were no forests around. The young man said that in any case, the girl should first learn to survive here, and then think about returning home. Shu said that he had long wanted to ask the girl about her military rank and martial arts skills. Jiang said that she was considered the strongest in the Yan gang. The young man began to pester her with questions about what arts she possessed. He assumed that she could fly and asked how high she could safely jump down from. Jiang thought for a while and walked around the room, making the calculation she needed. She was wearing her house slippers. Finally, the girl pointed her finger out the window and said uncertainly that she could probably jump from there without risking her life or her body. Shu was very surprised. After all, the girl pointed to the 4-story building next door, and any mortal would simply kill himself by jumping from such a height. The young man was curious about everything, and he clarified about martial arts proficiency, as well as the longevity technique and the heavenly mystic technique. Jiang was unfamiliar with all these terms, and she couldn't understand what the young man was asking. She asked Jiang what he meant. Shu was already eager and excitedly asked the girl if she knew the art of kung fu. Qing asked Jiang if he could train. The girl assured the young man that he was too old for that. Even with a strong desire, he wouldn't be able to do it. Shu assured him that he didn't need much, only to learn. Jiang remained silent, and the young man sighed. He asked the girl how strict everything was in this martial discipline. He already saw himself as a warrior. Shu realized he had said the wrong thing and apologized. Jiang assured him that there were only a couple of moves and no skill in kung fu. The girl asked to watch her movements carefully and put her feet apart. The young man noticed that she did it quickly, almost imperceptible to the eye. After taking a stand, Jiang explained that the first martial arts training is about the waist. She added that the waist trains the stance, the power of the earth. Shu asked if this was the very beginning. The girl told him that he was quite old and training takes a very long time. It all depends on the speed of learning the skills. The young man pleaded and asked if he could skip the stage and not learn the stance. Jiang was indignant and exclaimed that martial arts were not learned without a stance. Shu began to suspect that this was too long and asked how long it took to learn the mastery of the rack. The girl said it took about 3 years to train. The young man could not believe his ears. He said that 3 years of standing was too much for him. If he wanted to stand, he would go into the active army. Shu asked if he could only learn sword fighting techniques. The girl explained that it wouldn't work. He was too slow and could only become a mediocre fighter. The young man was saddened. He realized that he would not be able to become an elite warrior and master martial arts sufficiently in a short period of time. Shu turned away and asked the girl to try the clothes on. If they didn't fit, he would exchange them at the store. If Jiang didn't get it right, the young man would find a way to explain it to her. The girl immediately retired to her room to try on new clothes and slammed the door loudly behind her. Seeing that the door had closed behind the girl, Shu decided to take the chance immediately. He watched the door with the corner of his eye. After making sure everything was quiet, the young man immediately rushed to the sword lying on the couch. This was the first time Jiang had left it unattended. Qing grabbed his sword and started swinging his sword, imitating the masters of Oriental martial arts. However, all his meager knowledge was limited to watching movies. His strength was not enough for long, and soon the exhausted young man fell to his knees beside the couch. Shu had to admit that the sword was too heavy for him. Jiang caught him in this pose. She came out of the room and said that she had already changed her clothes. Shu felt a little embarrassed at being caught in the act. Jiang now looked like a modern teenager. She was wearing tight blue jeans, a yellow sweater, and a light pink jacket. The girl walked up to Qin and said that she tried on all her clothes, and what she was wearing now fit best. Shu was glad that he was able to please her a little. The young man asked Jiang why she was just standing still and asked her to spin around a bit. The girl spun around in different directions in front of him. Shu remembered that he had forgotten to buy her hair rubber bands, and told the girl that her current string didn't match the look. He asked her to let her hair down for now. Jiang fumbled for the ribbon, tying her hair into a ponytail on her head, and pulled it. Then she shook her head a little to make it look like a hairstyle. In this slightly disheveled state, the girl turned to Qin and moved her hair out of her eyes. She asked the guy if he meant it. Shu said that she had nothing to fear as long as Jiang was here. He closed his eyes and thought about how else to improve the girl's adaptation to this world. The young man was very pleased that Jiang He was very intelligent and malleable. She only lacked knowledge of modern times. Shu promised that they would go for a walk in the evening. Evening came. The sunset and the storm clouds made the sky look indescribably beautiful. If you looked out the window, you could see all the different colors of the sky. Jiang quietly opened the door and peeked out. She was very curious about what the landlord was doing now. The girl was tired of studying books. Qing sat at his computer. The rays of light from the setting sun illuminated the space behind him through the window. The girl opened the door and left the room. She asked the young man what he was doing now. Shu sat with his headphones around his neck and didn't immediately realize what the girl wanted him to do. Shu turned to her. A news channel was broadcasting on the monitor screen, and Jiang asked interestedly what it was. Qing told me that this thing is called a computer. With it, you can see things that are very far away from here, and you can see what is going on. Shu inquired about her progress in reading the book, and Jiang replied that it was contentedly difficult, the girl reading it slowly. The young man assured her that she could take her time. After all, he wasn't sure he would have done better if Shu had been in the girl's shoes. Jiang opened her eyes wide. She was very pleased to hear this compliment for herself. The girl was slightly embarrassed by the praise. The girl watched Shu move the mouse on the computer mat. Everything new was very interesting and incomprehensible to her. The young man propped his head with his hand and wrote something lazily into a notepad from the computer screen. Jiang glanced over his shoulder. She asked Qin if he didn't have to work. The young man replied that he does work. In this world, you have to think in order to make money. Jiang didn't quite understand what he meant and assumed that Shu was a businessman. Ching said that wasn't quite true. Shu thought about it and said that you could say that, but she would understand more accurately when she got to know this world better. The young man explained that it would be better for her to start with the basics on history, as it would be difficult to understand recent events without it. So it was necessary to have at least a general idea. Ching minimized the news website and opened one of the video hosting sites. A video of some sort appeared on the screen, offering to watch it. Zhu turned to the girl and asked what her faction leader's martial arts skills were. Zhang exclaimed that he was very strong. Ching thought for a while about how strong her leader might be if the girl herself easily wielded a heavy sword. He hovered his mouse over the video file, expanded it to full screen, and started watching it. He was curious to see what this warrior was capable of. An image of a medieval wine with a sword in his hands immediately appeared on the screen. He was dressed in brown robes. His wrists were tightly bandaged to protect them from damage. The fighter flew from one tree to another with war cries. His movements could only be tracked by pausing the video. Jiang was very amazed. She knew perfectly every move of the man who was shown in the clip and could anticipate his next move. Ching tore her away from watching and coughed delicately, reminding her of his presence in the room. Jiang wondered how he had managed to do that. The young man was also glad that he had watched a small glimpse of the girl's former life. He was amazed that those warriors had such a powerful technique. Ching enthusiastically asked the girl how strong these warriors were. Jiang couldn't take her eyes off the monitor and quietly said that these technicians were godlike. At that moment, her thoughts were far away from here. The girl clearly pictured herself fighting the characters in the movie. She had dreamed of being a warrior like that since childhood. In the meantime, Shu turned on the next video movie to her and suggested that she watch it with him. On the screen, an aggressive man was attacking the hero of the movie. In the next shot, the hero turned his arm and struck the attacker with his palm. From the strong blow, he punched through the rock and fell down. Jiang was very amazed. She had never seen such a thing before. Ching smirked and asked how she liked the movie snippet. The young man explained that it was all fiction, edited with various devices. Jiang didn't believe it and asked him again if what was shown on the screen was true. Shu smiled and assured her that it wasn't true and tried to explain. The girl wanted to know for sure and asked if it was all real or not. Shu said that it wasn't true about martial arts, but the edited movie was quite real. The young man explained that the environment reflecting the ancient world was created first, and then the computer was used to create similar movies. Jiang didn't quite understand it. Shu closed his eyes and said that was expected. He assured the girl that it would be much easier for her to understand the cinematic arts once she was more familiar with the modern world. They watched the next segment, and the young man asked if her leader was as skilled in martial arts. Jiang replied that she was about that, and said that they had the wrong moves. Shu perplexedly asked what was wrong with their movements. The girl replied that they moved skillfully, but usually people only focused on one movement. She couldn't get the punch from the clip out of her head. Jiang thought that out of the gang, only the second miss was capable of such a thing. It was almost impossible to use such a divine hand strike. Jiang and Shu were silent for a while. The girl thought about the techniques shown in the video, and Ching thought about how strong Jiang was compared to the characters in the videos. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to the young man, and gambling lights appeared in his eyes. He couldn't let this opportunity pass him by. There was just the right image of what was needed on the screen. The art master made quick and discreet hand movements, and Shu asked if Jiang could repeat the technique. The young man was very fascinated by the events on the screen, and he wondered if it was possible to move his hands so fast that they blurred in his eyes with a cool sound. The girl hesitated for a moment. She wasn't sure she could accurately reproduce what they had just seen on the monitor screen. Jiang stood up from the table and mentally rehearsed her actions. She already knew exactly what she was going to do now. Shu watched her with interest. Jiang squinted her eyes and froze. In the same second, she lifted herself off the ground, bending one of her legs at the knee. At the same time, the girl quickly waved her hand, and her fingers curled up in an outburst. Shu was surprised. He squealed with joy like a small child at the sight of a new toy. Jiang was concentrating on performing the required arm and leg swings. Showing the curled fingers symbolizing the clawed paws of the beast, the girl asked Qin if this was the kind of technique he had in mind. The young man enthusiastically nodded his head. Picking up her sword from the couch, the girl walked towards her room. At the door, she stopped and told Shu to ask her when he wanted to learn these techniques. Shu fell to his knees. To him, the ordinary girl Zhang He in this world seemed at least a goddess capable of conquering half the world. The girl was heading into the room. She had an unusually sad look in her eyes. She was thinking about Qin. The young man at this time was almost dancing behind Zhang's back, excited about becoming a warrior. On the way, Zhang got a small rubber ball under her feet, and she kicked it hard. The ball bounced a few centimeters into the air and rolled away. Just then, the ball stopped after colliding with a red-headed pumpkin. He meowed happily, hoping to play with a member of the human race. But Jiang didn't care about him. She was full of her thoughts and completely immersed in herself. The girl went into the room and slammed the door. The cat didn't expect such a turn of events and meowed resentfully toward the door, secretly hoping that the girl would still come out to play with him. Jiang was now absolutely certain that there was no one in this world who didn't have ulterior motives. She rested her back against the door dejectedly. Now the girl did not believe in good-natured people who unselfishly help others. Jiang learned that the young man wanted to learn martial arts, and everything fell into place. Remembering the frames from the movies she had watched, the girl stood at the door of the room and thought about the fact that this world was too cruel and dangerous. After calming down a bit, Jiang began to look at the interior of the room as if she was seeing it for the first time, and looked up at the ceiling. She concluded that this room was quite spacious and would be perfect for practicing. The sun was already setting outside the window. She drew her sword from its sheath after a short thought, assumed a fighting stance, and began practicing with the sword in her hand. The curtains moved, as if in a strong wind. Qing was still sitting at the computer. Hearing suspicious sounds, the young man was surprised. He was sure that the girl had gone to her room to rest. Shu had been sitting at his computer late into the night. Now his display was showing the image of a flying saucer. The young man began to yawn and realized that he was also very tired. He made his way to his room and fell face down on the bed with relief, spreading his arms and legs apart. Shu lay on the bed and thought about how everything happening now seemed too unreal and fantastic. As he fell asleep and smiled to himself for the night, Qing remembered that in the next room, a girl who is a master of Oriental martial arts is sleeping. A sudden violent rumble made the young man wake up, and he started rubbing his eyes, trying to figure out what his new acquaintance was doing there. For a long time after waking up, Shu couldn't sleep. It was beginning to dawn outside the window, and he was only now able to doze off. Of course, Qing didn't sleep well today either. The young man barely forced himself to open at least one eye and pulled out his phone to see what time it was. The phone screen showed him that it was already 5 to 7. Shu was surprised that he'd slept long enough today too. He had expected to get up early. He got out of bed, opened the door and looked out. The girl was already sitting on the couch waiting for him. Shu thought it was time to take Jiang outside and start introducing her to the outside world. He suggested that she take a walk. The young man calmly waited for Jiang to get dressed and asked her not to talk unnecessarily. He would answer all her questions already at home. Like an annoying parent, Shu forbade her to run and jump outside, and then asked if it was all understandable. The young man pulled out his phone and activated the photo mode. He pointed the camera at Jiang. The girl looked at him sullenly. She didn't like this kind of walk anymore. Shu looked at the result of his efforts. His face was puzzled, and Jiang asked him what had happened. The young man asked her to smile and showed her how to do it. He did not like the girl's gloomy picture. Jiang tried to smile. She managed something similar to the grin of a beast before attacking its prey. Shu thought she looked too brutal even when she smiled, a true warrior from the Middle Ages. He said it didn't matter. She would scare everyone with her cold-bloodedness anyway. Shu asked her not to make any unnecessary movements outside. They would just walk around. The girl intended to take her sword with her and grabbed it with both hands, but the young man demanded to leave it at home. They would just walk around. Shu assured her that there were wimps like himself on the street, and in case of trouble, Jiang could easily deal with any attack. The girl didn't want to leave the house without her sword. It was her strong defense. Jiang frowned at the young man and turned away, clenching her fists. She said that she understood the young man. Shu decided at that moment to capture Jiang in a photo from a different angle and caught her in the lens. The girl frowned even more. Qin's mood lifted. He smiled and told the girl that they could go out now and asked her not to go too far away from him. Evening had come. The sun was sinking lower and lower, illuminating the windows of the nearby buildings. Even the clouds themselves had a golden hue. Shu and Jiang left the apartment and walked out of the entryway. The girl first hid behind a corner and looked out from there. She wanted to make sure she wasn't in danger. Jiang swiveled his head in all directions. The young man explained that all the space around is called a neighborhood. There are many families living in the apartment buildings. Shu continued to explain where the entrance to their house was and pointed to the road. He said that there were many stores along the road where you could buy all kinds of goods. A courier on a scooter passed by them. Shu thought that this could only happen to him. Only Qing could take a person born 1,200 years ago out for a ride. When they went around the building and walked a bit, the boy and the girl saw Cho, the guard, not far away. He was having a passionate conversation with a woman. The woman noticed them too and turned her head. Shu was surprised. From their astonished looks, the young man realized that the woman had seen Jiang before. The girl recognized her too and quickly turned her back. Shu politely said hello to the woman. She angrily said that his lady's face looked familiar. Cho smirked and assumed he was walking with his girlfriend. Jiang hid behind the young man's back. Shu replied that it wasn't like that, they were just friends. The neighbor finally remembered why the face seemed familiar. She had seen this girl in their entryway yesterday. She was standing with a sword in the corner. The guard was surprised and asked what kind of sword it was. The woman showed him the size of the sword. A saving thought occurred to the young man, and he squealed happily that it was just cosplay. He explained that it was a trend among the youth, and Cho wouldn't understand it. The woman suddenly smiled and revealed that she knew exactly what Shu was talking about. Her grandson had even taken pictures of himself dressed as a zombie. Shu delicately took the girl's hand and said that they would go on their way. He smiled at his neighbor and added that it was a good time to go home and make dinner. The man and the woman looked at the departing couple. Cho said that young people had fewer ways to have fun now than they had in their day. When the couple moved a safe distance away, Jiang snatched her hand away and lowered her head. This was too unusual for her. The girl stood against the wall frowning and folded her arms across her chest. Qing looked around and made sure that no one was watching them. The young man asked the girl if that woman had really seen Jiang in the entrance of their house yesterday. The girl didn't answer anything and just stared at him silently. The young man thought for a bit and decided that the neighbor had bumped into the girl and decided not to talk to her. She only glanced at Jiang as she passed by. Shu said that they were very lucky. If there had been a guard or someone with a good heart in the neighbor's place, things could have ended very sadly. They walked further down the sidewalk. A gray car passed by. The girl was very surprised that this creature was so fast and hard to catch up with. Shu explained that it's called a car. It has 4 wheels and a metal body. The young man said that the car moves as fast as a horse in a race. Jiang imagined a horse sticking out of the car and moving it. Such a comparison was not quite clear to her. Meanwhile, Shu showed her to one of the street cameras. He explained that it was an all-seeing eye, and all the movies she'd seen had been made with it. Qing told me that these same things are located everywhere. Someone very far away is now watching the boy and girl as they stand here. Jiang was frightened. Shu reassured her and told her that right now, no one was paying attention to them. But if she behaved suspiciously, the authorities would definitely notice it and rush here. Jiang suddenly turned around without listening to the young man and stepped aside. She knelt down beside the flower bed and began shoveling out medium-sized stones. The girl approached the young man. She had about 6 or 7 stones in the palm of her hand. Shu was surprised and asked why the girl wanted them. Qing finally realized what was going on and exclaimed what the girl was up to. He hoped secretly that the girl wasn't planning to destroy her and intercepted Jiang's hand. The girl immediately turned around and looked at the young man with incomprehension. Shu sighed tiredly and held his head with his hand. He asked the girl to put the stones back in place. The boy and the girl walked on and soon found themselves on an island surrounded by multicolored lights. The road around it was speckled with white stripes. Shu explained that this device is called a traffic light. A red signal means you have to stop, and a green signal means you can move on. Young said it is also a rule to follow so as not to endanger himself or motorists on the road. The girl looked at the flashing traffic signals with interest. At that moment, a green traffic light with a human figure on it came on. Qing pointed at it and said that the path was now safe and they could go. They walked along the zebra, and the girl looked cautiously towards the stopped iron monsters. After a while, the boy and girl reached the center of the city. A street lamp was burning right above them, and Jiang raised her head with interest, looking at it. They walked past the shopping rows, and the girl observed the clothes and habits of the modern inhabitants. It seemed to her that everyone was looking at her. The neighborhood was quite busy. New cars whizzed past them every now and then, and Jiang even saw a large bus a couple of times. Shu saw something interesting and rushed towards the street layout. The young man did not notice that his companion was getting acquainted with another kind of inhabitants of this world. It was a puppy on a leash. Qing turned to her and held out soft hairpins in the shape of snow-white balls. He asked if the girl liked these. Jiang looked at him perplexed. Shu pictured Jiang wearing a battle kimono and a sword at her side. Those decorations on her head would indeed look slightly out of place. Meanwhile, they were approaching another street stall, and the young man stopped beside it. The girl wondered what was in it, and she looked over Qin's shoulder. It was an arrangement of costume jewelry and women's wristwatches. All those rings, earrings, and bracelets glistened in different shades under the light of the street lamp. Jiang leaned closer to the display case. Along with costume jewelry, there were bows of different colors on display. They were the ones that caught the girl's attention. Jiang looked at the hair ornaments on display with the enthusiasm of a little girl. She couldn't take her eyes off them. Shu took one of the rubber bands that had azure-colored butterfly-shaped petals attached to it. He asked the girl how she liked this kind of jewelry. Zhang was sure that the rubber band should be hooked around her neck, so she tried unsuccessfully to stretch it to the right size. Shu said that's not how it's done at all. When he explained that it was a hairband, the girl put her hand into the band and stretched it slightly with the other. Then, at the boy's instruction, she tied her hair into a ponytail with the rubber band. Shu looked at the girl, evaluated the new piece of jewelry, and thought that such an elastic band for Zhang's hair fit much better than the one offered earlier. The guy and girl strolled further into the evening city and came to a small cafe. Shu decided it was time for a little snack. The young man ordered 2 servings of pancakes with an extra portion of chili. After thinking some more, Shu asked for more cucumber salad. The cafe employee assured him that everything would be at its best. The guy and girl walked past tables where couples were already sitting and chatting merrily. Shu explained that this was a place where they could find food. He told me that this is where her lunch and dinner were brought to her yesterday. He paid for the meal after the food was delivered. Shu said that the canteen was famous for large portions. It was profitable. The girl sat at the table opposite the young man and listened to him with interest. The plates around them were still empty. The order was due any minute. Jiang looked around and absorbed the new information like a sponge absorbs water. She was learning more and more about the world. The cafeteria lighting reflected whimsically in the girl's eyes. Zhang sat at a table by the window and gazed wistfully out the window. She thought about how the new world was so different from the one she was familiar with. Shu sat across from the girl and watched her. He was interested in watching the girl's reaction. Besides, he didn't mind taking a little walk himself. Qing watched Zhang carefully, and the setting sun was now reflected in his pupils as well, bouncing off the window. The girl thought hard, and when the cook brought the pancakes, she was confused by surprise and began to shake her head. Shu quickly brought the girl back to reality and offered her something to eat. All the dishes had already been served, and the young man handed Zhang the chopsticks. The girl thanked him in a low voice. Shu reached into the cup of chopsticks for another set for himself. The guy ate his portion and took a glass with a lemon drink. There were some ice chunks dangling at the bottom. He drank the drink and looked at Zhang. Shu admitted that it was a little more difficult to get the girl into the public eye than he had anticipated. When Zhang caught his gaze, she blushed. Qing decided to himself that he still had to do everything in order. He started the salad and was surprised to note that it was incredibly tasty. When he approached the counter, the young man asked the employee to show him the bill. He assured him that he would calculate everything and bring him a check. The boy and girl walked out of the cafeteria. Shu contentedly stroked his stomach and declared that he was full to the brim. Zhang just followed him. Shu turned to the girl and suggested that he now return home. It wasn't too bad for the first time, and he was even pleased. When they arrived home, the first thing they did was wash their hands. The girl sat pensively on the couch. Shu wondered how much Zhang trusted him now. The girl was looking in a completely different direction and kept thinking about something of her own. She remembered everything she had seen today. Zhang finally realized that she was not alone and turned to look at the young man. Her face was a little sad for her home. Shu told me that things weren't so bad. There are a lot of interesting things in this world, including pancakes, coke, and a computer. There is no ambush for the girl here, but caution is still in order. Qing sat down on the sofa next to the girl and said that she could still enjoy many things that were not in her time. Shu put his hands behind his head, looked dreamily at the ceiling, and said that this list included manual labor, which could be used to earn a carefree life. But nothing could change Zhang's mind. She frantically hooked her fingers into her blue pants and declared that she just wanted to get home. Shu replied that Zhang can't just go there. Her ancestral home is 1,200 years away from this world. The girl hesitantly asked how they could deal with how she had gotten into this dimension. Qing replied that he wasn't a scientist and couldn't say for sure, but promised that they would definitely find the reasons together and figure it all out. The young man added that the first thing they needed to do was to get used to the society to keep everything a secret. Shu assured the girl that he would help her with whatever she needed. Zhang blushed. She was very pleased that the young man was showing concern and worrying about her, even though she suspected him of personal gain. The girl gathered her wits and repeated his ritual from yesterday. Zhang slammed her fist against her palm and thanked him fervently, adding that he was a young hero. The young man blossomed before his eyes and joyfully performed the same operation with his hands in return. Melon sat quietly on his lap. Shu solemnly said that personality in that world was very important and nothing could be done without it. He wanted to recall yesterday as an example. His eyes reflected his fright. He suddenly remembered that he couldn't find yesterday's paper, and he didn't remember where he'd put it. Zhang saw everything and so easily replied that Shu just crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can that was near the couch. The young man sighed with evident relief. He was glad that the unfortunate piece of paper had been found. It had been too much work. Looking at the list, Zhang asked what would happen if they couldn't resolve the ID card issue. Shu replied that she would lose many of her civil rights. He explained that you need a card for any job. If you don't earn a living, it will be very difficult to survive. In addition, she will be homeless. She won't be able to rent an apartment or a hotel room. Even in a hostel, an ID card is required for registration. Shu said that the girl wouldn't be able to travel either. She wouldn't be allowed without tickets for a train or other mode of transportation. No one rides in carriages now. Qing added that Zhang won't be able to sue anyone either. He said that the state simply does not deal with those who are not registered. The girl understood his words in her own way and suggested that she could live without registration if she found a way to earn a living. Qing muttered that she should have entered this world at least 20 years earlier. Things would have been much easier then. Shu found a website offering help to undocumented citizens. On the one hand, it could help, but just as well, it could end in imprisonment. Zhang realized that the young man was hinting at a voluntary handover to the authorities, turned purple, and asked him about it, taking up the scabbard of his blade. Qing said that she should read history. When Zhang has her own judgment about the modern world, it will be much easier for her to judge everything. Shu continued to quickly type the query into the search bar on the computer, and the girl willy-nilly hesitated, watching the expression on his face. Zhang felt bad that an uninvited guest in this world could so quickly break all the familiar patterns and make her care more. Tilting her head, Zhang quietly asked if she was a burden to the young man. Without taking his eyes off the monitor, he replied that it would be fine if she stopped swinging her sword. At that moment, Melon appeared on the horizon. He ran up to his master and meowed pitifully. Qing immediately turned around to him. He had a sad look on his face. Shu happily grabbed the cat and placed it in front of him on the table. He apologized and told Melon that he forgot to feed it. Zhang watched this scene with sadness. Shu grabbed the cat and lifted it up, taking it by the armpits. The cat was so fat that Qing was surprised that Melon was so heavy. Turning to the girl, the young man honored Zhang with his attention and said that she could study for now. The poor girl felt like even the red-haired monster was looking at her gloatingly. Slouching and bowing her head, the girl accepted the situation and agreed. Zhang was ready to cry. She was very hurt. Shu didn't even notice how much he had hurt the girl's feelings and lay on the couch with his laptop looking for something appropriate. A new notification arrived on his phone, and the young man reached for it interestedly. Perhaps it was something interesting. The phone screen displayed contact information for the person who had left a written message for the young man. It was his best friend, Qin Hao. He had recently gotten a job with the police, and Shu wondered if he had passed his probationary period. Qing decided that he would first carefully find out the information from his friend and just ask him what was up. The young man immediately remembered the angry Jiang, who was ready to rush at him with a sword, and realized that it was impossible to even hint that he would turn her in to the authorities. Shu wrote back to Hao that they just hadn't seen each other in a while, and suggested going out to eat kebabs. Qing hoped Hao should know something as an official. After dealing with the phone, the young man stretched and decided it was time to take a shower and put away all the computer equipment. Shu went into the bathroom and took a contrasting shower. It helped him focus on what was important and think about the identification card. The bath had lifted the young man's spirits. He came out of the bathroom in a blissful state, girded with a towel. As he walked into the room, Shu glanced at the closed door to the girl's room and wondered if Jiang had showered. He decided that Jiang could do without a shower for the time being. Shu leaned over the cat's bowl and began to pour food into it. The young man caught himself thinking that he had forgotten to buy pajamas for the girl. Remembering the girl and the pajamas, Shu involuntarily started stroking his torso. He liked this slightly wild girl from the ancient world. At this moment, Jiang flew past him, almost knocking him down. He reproached himself for forgetting that there was a woman of the opposite sex in the house. Shu was glad the girl hadn't shown up earlier and caught him in the middle of nowhere. He rushed to his room by himself. Jiang looked out through the crack of the door. The doors to the young man's room were closed. There was no danger. Then the girl opened the doors further and stood behind them for a while, folding her arms across her chest. Everything was quiet in the apartment. Suddenly the door started to open, and Jiang was startled and covered the distance from the center of the living room to the bathroom in one leap. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening when the girl ducked into the bathroom and slammed the door shut tightly behind her, deciding to follow the young man's example. Shu was wrong to think so badly of Jiang. He had no idea that ancient people also maintained personal hygiene on a daily basis. Saturday morning came. Shu called the girl over to him and showed her another device from this world. He took out some black box and plugged it into the computer. The young man explained that it was a graphics tablet. It can be used to enter not only traditional Chinese characters, but also phonetic characters into the computer. Shu suggested the girl write something with the tablet and digital pen. Zhang sighed. Too much new information was tiring her at once. At that moment, a red-haired pet jumped onto the couch and slowly walked towards his master. Stopping nearby, Pumpkin meowed demandingly, drawing attention to himself. Zhang continued to sit as if nothing had happened. Shu asked her to practice with the tablet on her own, and he needed to feed Pumpkin. Zhang was a little offended, but she didn't show it. The boy poured some more food into Pumpkin's bowl, and he happily started crunching his feline delicacy. The girl asked in surprise what it was. Shu showed her the product wrapper and explained that it was cat food. Zhang was surprised and asked if they grow special food for cats. Shu said, "It's a little bit wrong. In fact, cat food is already processed food, and it's not grown at all." At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Shu cheerfully said that the delivery had arrived. He opened the door, paid, and took the food. He handed the girl a package from McDonald's and explained that it was her dinner, and he himself was on his way to meet a friend about her paperwork. Shu assured the girl that he would show her how to contact him through the computer network, and insistently asked her not to leave the house under any circumstances. Zhang became embarrassed and started chewing on her hamburger. She was pleased that Shu didn't forget about her, and was concerned about her adjustment to the new world. Just then, Pumpkin came running to her and started meowing. The girl had just taken a bite of the well-known product and was chewing it. The red cat sat down beside Zhang on the mat and started peering into her face and sniffing the hamburger bag. He meowed demandingly. Shu immediately grabbed the red-haired, insolent man in his arms and indignantly said that he had his own food. There was no point in grabbing someone else's. Zhang was surprised. She queried just in case, couldn't she feed Pumpkin with this food? Qing assured her that it couldn't be done. The young man stroked the cat's neck, and it froze with pleasure. Shu said that it was actually a very unhealthy food. Zhang turned white and was ready to cry. The hamburger almost fell out of her hands. She resented the young man for feeding her such unhealthy food. The girl sobbed. The hamburger wasn't as appealing to her now as it had been before, though you could have said that before. It was late evening. The moon came out from behind the clouds and illuminated the high-rise buildings of the neighborhood where Shu lived. Qing told the girl that he had created an account for her on the email-sending service QQ. He asked her to text him with her tablet if Zhang needed help. Zhang was a little surprised, and the young man informed her that he wasn't hiding in the computer at all. It was just a technique that could transmit information over a long distance. After instructing the girl once more and making sure Zhang understood and remembered everything, the young man left the apartment. After closing the door behind him, Shu stood on the landing for a while longer, scratching the back of his head. He wanted to believe that nothing bad would happen in his absence. The young man went outside, crossed a couple of blocks, and caught a trolleybus. After a few stops, he got off at the plaza. Hao was nowhere to be seen, and he looked at his watch, puzzled, looking for someone he knew. His friend should have arrived at the meeting place by now. On the opposite side of the street, a man called out, beckoning him to come over. He waved his hand, calling the young man by name. It was Qin Hao. Hao was sitting at a summer table nursing a bottle of beer. Shu apologized for not immediately noticing him in the dark and thanked him for his good service. The officer said he had had a difficult day today and offered to sit down and have a drink for company. Hao remembered that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Shu was surprised that police officers were allowed to drink alcoholic beverages. Hao laughed that he was off duty, so there was no reason not to. He pointed to his clothes and asked the young man to turn on his brain, for he was wearing civilian clothes. And so today Hao could do whatever he wanted. Shu suggested something to eat and ordered 20 beef and lamb kebabs, 10 onion kebabs, and 4 pork liver kebabs. Finally, the young man noted 2 servings of grilled eggplant and a bucket of beer on the menu. Qing Yu thought that was enough, so he gave the waiter his order. The friends wished each other success and clinked their beer glasses. They hadn't seen each other for ages, so there was a lot to discuss besides Zhang's question. Shu asked Hao what he thought of his job now, and whether his expectations had been shattered by the harsh reality. The officer replied that he had imagined things very differently. He took a sip of beer and stated that he originally saw his job as valiantly fighting crooks and being a hero by saving people. Wiping his mouth with his hand, Hao exclaimed that he doesn't do anything like that. He had to deal with such unremarkable tasks every day that it was hard to describe. Hao said that he has to break up fighting couples or settle disputes between neighbors on a daily basis, the same thing all the time. He complained that he still hasn't caught a single criminal. All he does is put up with everyone around him. Before, Hao didn't know that there were so many small problems. Qing smiled and said that it wasn't that bad. After all, it meant that people in general lived peacefully and did not break laws. The young man remembered that Qin Hao had dreamed of becoming a police officer since he was a child, but he was short in stature. only 1 meter and 60 centimeters. And Shu shattered his dream after learning that the minimum height for police officers was set at 1 meter 70 centimeters. Fortunately, Hao was lucky. Soon, one of the main selection criteria was the candidate's jumping ability. Qin Hao practiced hard every day and improved his performance. Shu took another bite of kebab and thought that finally Hao's dream had come true. After overcoming all the obstacles in his way, he became a local policeman. Hao admitted that he had been watching people while waiting for his friend, hoping that some armed criminal would show up. Then the officer would jump out from behind the desk and apprehend him. Shu remembered the guest with the sword and asked him not to even dream of such a thing. After all, the crime rate had dropped significantly recently. The young man turned his head, looking at the road and the opposite side of the street. Nothing unusual was happening there, just people going about their business in the evening. Shu apologized and remembered that he wanted to check with Hao about something, but wasn't sure if the officer had the right information. Hao reluctantly broke away from the kebab and asked what the matter was. The young man turned away and looked at the kebab maker. He couldn't look his friend in the eye and said that the option he had proposed existed only in theory. Shu nevertheless asked how to get the right papers if a vagrant had lost his memory and wanted to get a job but couldn't prove his identity. Hao immediately replied that it was impossible. After all, such a person would be considered an unregistered citizen and would not be able to obtain documents. Shu explained that this was the reason why an unregistered person needed papers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to mess around with all of this. Hao finally realized what the young man was getting at and frowned. The officer inquired about the young man's identity. He asked what Qin's friend's name was and where he was now. Shu smirked and said that he had been asked to inquire by the nephew of his uncle's neighbor's grandfather. According to that person, his friend had encountered such problems. Hao explained that until an unregistered person confirms his identity, his life will be difficult. But for a person with no family and tribe, this is simply impossible. Shu asked what would happen to a homeless person who caught their eye. Hao replied that they could just ask the right questions as long as the person seemed suspicious. Suddenly, the officer guessed that Shu was definitely hiding something and exclaimed that the young man was acting strangely. The young man thought that such suspiciousness was not characteristic of Hao. Shu replied that it's just that Hao is so engrossed in his work that everything around him seems strange. He said he's not covering for any prisoner. Hao doesn't have to worry about that. The officer calmed down a bit and explained that in that situation, they would have just asked the person a couple questions. They would get some basic information about the person. If it turned out that he had lost his memory, the police would open a case and run it through the missing persons and prisoner databases and check DNA samples. Shu wondered what they would do if there was no information there either. Hao couldn't answer the question and became very angry. He said it was time to stop asking him. Shu smiled, leisurely sipped some more beer, and assured Hao that he was just keeping the conversation going, because they had something to talk about. He said he wouldn't bother Hao anymore, because that way he might bring him into the picture too. Shu smirked and said he should try it sometime. After all, Hao's investigation might reveal that Shu is actually a missing child who was picked up on the street. Hao asked him to stop talking nonsense. The officer explained that the man would simply be released if there was nothing on him, as he had not done anything illegal. Shu asked Hao what to do about the documents then, and if they would help get new papers. The officer replied that no one would help with the documents. He got angry and told the young man that in case he had a knife in his hand and wanted to stab someone in the back with it, let it be someone else. Shu couldn't settle down and assumed that someone had stabbed someone and escaped by having plastic surgery, and then gets a new identity, claiming complete memory loss. Hao said that was impossible. If a person exists, his footprints must remain somewhere, because no person can appear out of nowhere. The officer cited the father of forensics, Edmund Locard, and quoted his golden rule that every contact leaves a trace. Shu reminded his friend that he was just a local policeman, and his job was to settle old ladies' disputes. Therefore, Hao might not dream of such crimes. The morning came. The friends spent quite a lot of time talking, and the battery of empty bottles was growing at a great speed. The kebabs were also successfully eaten. Hao could no longer sit upright and put his head on the table. He mumbled that he would definitely become a big detective, make history, and be on TV. The young man hinted that Hao had a lot more to do tomorrow, and the flushed officer asked the waiter to bring them the bill. Shu said he would pay the bill himself. They approached the counter, and the vendor informed them that it was 128 yuan. A cheerful Hao clung to the young man and tried to hug him, and Shu said he'd had enough. The man informed me that they were having a promotion today. Everyone who buys 100 yuan worth of kebabs gets them a gift for another half of that amount. Shu was interested in the offer. He immediately thought of Jiang and pictured the girl sinking her teeth into the fish kebab. Shu blushed. He couldn't think of her in peace. The young man ordered a couple of kebabs with fish tofu to go. Hao could barely stand on his feet and hiccuped constantly. Shu put him behind the wheel of the car and said goodbye. When Hao left, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. He stood outside with a large bag of food and thought about the fact that he had a lot to do. But at least it was something. The universe is set up in such a way that countless people and events simply dissolve into the sands of time without a trace. However, it was fate's will to rearrange events in such a way that one of these grains of sand fell on Shu Qin and changed his life. Shu finally reached home and cheerfully said he was back. From the clock on the wall, the young man realized that he had been away for more than 12 hours. The light in the living room was turned on. Jiang laid down here on the sofa and dozed peacefully. Shu looked at her with surprise. The girl snored serenely. On her lap lay an open laptop. Jiang held Pumpkin with her free hand. He liked it, and curled up comfortably. Shu became embarrassed and froze in the middle of the room. He was overcome with thoughts of how much Jiang meant to him. Shu blushed at the mere sight of the girl. Qing stood with a bag from the kebab shop near the couch and admired the sleeping girl. He didn't dare to wake up Jiang. She was sleeping sweetly. Shu had already started to imagine the girl as a cat. Suddenly, Jiang felt his presence and opened her eyes. She was happy to see the young man return. Shu showed Jiang the bag of kebabs and reminded her that she had had an early dinner yesterday, so he had brought her some food. The girl thanked him profusely. The young man said that a big thank you sounded very nice, but she didn't say who she was thanking. The girl didn't realize in her sleep that she was supposed to call him a young warrior. Remembering the procedure, Jiang blushed, faded and quietly thanked him again, calling him young hero Shu at the end. Joyful and pleased with himself, Qing immediately jumped up and started to guffaw that it was nothing. The girl looked at him in surprise. Sometimes she didn't understand what the young man wanted. Jiang noticed that the young man had come in tipsy and asked if he had drunk a lot of alcohol. Shu started to unwrap the bag and replied that it was only a couple of bottles. The young man took the yogurt out of the bag and showed me how to open it properly. He said to lick the lid before eating. Jiang watched the young man do it and blushed. She thought it was terribly indecent, because only animals did that. Meanwhile, Shu spread the yogurt on the lid of his package and motioned for Jiang to follow suit. The girl hesitantly licked the yogurt off the lid. The young man smiled and asked Jiang what she thought of this food. The girl was a little embarrassed and quietly replied that it was very tasty. Flushed with alcohol, Shu watched Jiang. Now that the girl was licking the yogurt lid with her tongue, she looked even more like a house cat. The young man got up from the couch and offered the girl to eat the kebabs while they were still warm. It had cost him a lot of work to bring them home. Shu walked to the door and turned to look at Jiang. There was a pumpkin nestled on the girl's lap. Qingyu liked the feeling of being welcomed home. It added a zest to life. After taking a shower, Shu felt as if he had been born again. He sighed with relief and walked out into the living room in his slippers. Qing saw that Jiang was still sitting at the laptop. The young man was pleased that the girl was gradually getting used to this world and didn't stop learning. Walking up to her, Shu said that the quality of life here was very high, and so Jiang could safely take a shower every day and not skimp on it. The young man clarified if the girl had managed to sort out the clothes he had bought her recently. Jiang turned around perplexed. She tried to understand what the young man meant. Because there was nothing complicated about putting on dresses and skirts, and the rest of the outfits were not very complicated. Suddenly it hit Jiang. The young man must be referring to an item of clothing that was unknown in her time. She remembered helplessly twirling the bra in her hands. This made Jiang completely confused, and she blushed. She didn't want to discuss such intimate matters with the young man. The girl's embarrassment gradually turned to anger. Jiang's fists clenched by themselves. The young man hurriedly changed the subject and offered to teach the girl how to use the hairdryer. Not even an hour after Qin arrived, the girl went into her room and closed the door tightly behind her. She decided to review her clothes. Remembering Qin's words about the clothes he brought, Jiang opened her eyes wide. The young man was interested in too many things, and she didn't like it. The girl pulled out of the closet a smart blue dress with many bows. She held it in her hands in front of her. Jiang's eyes spewed lightning bolts. The girl visualized herself in that dress and saw a little angelic girl in a beautiful dress with a big blue bow on her hair. This made Jiang very angry. She immediately threw the gift dress on the bed. The bra also went there. The girl was in a very bad mood. She was in a bad mood. After getting rid of the extra clothes, Jiang wandered into the shower. Jiang was in a good mood, and she was a little cheerful and relaxed. Finished with her shower, Jiang reached for a clean t-shirt, which she had thoughtfully placed in the basket. She directed a stream of hot air at herself, and thought that taking a shower every day was just fine. She was lucky to have met a young man who didn't rush her into a new world. After looking at her reflection in the mirror, Jiang came back to the harsh reality and thought that it was still impossible to rely only on Qin for everything. The girl came to the conclusion that one should not hurry and rush to conclusions. Everything should be done gradually. Jiang reached for the towel hanging on the wall hook by the door. The girl has decided for herself that she will move on to the next step only when she understands how this new world works. For now, she would have to learn how to survive. Jiang walked out of the bathroom. It was morning. The girl was still swinging her sword from side to side and slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. The curtains in the girl's room fluttered with the vibrations of space. Not yet fully awake, Chang appeared in the living room. She was still yawning and rubbing her eyes with her fists as she walked. Shu had gotten a good night's sleep, by the looks of it, and was sitting on the couch with his laptop. A graphics tablet lay on the folding table beside him. The young man turned to the girl and said hello. Jiang asked him if he was working on his laptop. Shu said he was just watching the news right now. The girl asked the young man if he worked for the government. Shu said that he would have dealt with the paperwork long ago if he worked for the government. He asked if the girl was hungry and offered to cook something. Shu asked if Jiang wanted to keep him company. The girl was just heading for the bathroom. She stopped at the ajar door, turned around and said she didn't want to help him. Shu got up from the couch and said that he would handle the cooking himself in the kitchen then, and Jiang could browse the news in the meantime. After finishing his chores, the young man went for a walk. He was in a good mood. On the way, Shu hummed one of his familiar tunes. Suddenly, someone called out to the young man, and Qing turned around fearfully. It was his familiar guard, Cho, and there was someone standing beside him. The young man approached the orderly. Standing beside him was Qin's neighbor with her husband, Chen. Shu cheerfully asked them what was wrong. They had a puzzled look on their faces. The neighbor turned to the young man. She squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the young man. The woman studied him sternly as if he had done something wrong. The neighbor asked the young man if he had heard any suspicious sounds that night. Shu didn't know what to say. He was sleeping peacefully. The young man looked around at all three of them in surprise. They were waiting for his answer. No, he hadn't heard anything suspicious or strange. Shu said that he had slept soundly tonight and hadn't heard anything. He asked why Auntie Chen was interested and assumed that there was indeed a thief in the neighborhood. Chen said he did not rule out the possibility that someone unauthorized was entering the building. The bald man was clearly disturbed by this night's incident. He added that this is the second night someone has been scaring his dog. He tucks his tail, hides under the bed, and barks like crazy. That's why Chen thinks something is wrong. Shu got a little flustered and asked custodian Zhao if he had seen anyone suspicious in their neighborhood. Zhao leisurely lit his cigarette and took a nervous drag. It was obvious that he was a little annoyed by the situation, because he had to stop all disturbances. Taking a couple more puffs, Zhao seemed to calm down a bit and pulled the cigarette out of his mouth, enjoying the nicotine properly. He stated that he had not personally seen anything, but the cameras had recorded everything. The guard invited everyone to see for themselves. They came all together to the surveillance room, and Zhao set up a video session from the nighttime CCTV images. All three of them were curious as to what was so strange Zhao had noticed, and they peered over his back at the computer monitor. Zhao made some simple mouse movements and displayed the image of one of the video cameras on the monitor. At first glance, nothing was happening there, just a house in the twilight. But just a few seconds later, a silhouette of some sort appeared between their house and the neighboring one. It was barely recognizable at this hour. Zhao paused the viewing mode and turned to look at the occupants of his house. He was curious to hear their opinions on what he had seen. Shu immediately guessed who it was. Neighbor Chen and his wife took a step back in surprise. Unknown to them meant paranormal phenomenon. Qing annoyedly thought that only Zhang was moving like this and should have asked her right away why she wasn't sleeping at night and scaring others instead. Chen was convinced it was a ghost. Mrs. Chen suggested that it was just a wild cat. Zhao countered that no cat could jump like that. Shu approached the guard and asked if this phenomenon had been observed this night as well. Zhao replied that he had not seen the silhouette last night. Shu smirked and offered a thought. He assumed that the ghost was just passing by. Chen exclaimed that ghosts don't just walk around. His wife seized on the idea and suggested that the ghost was just passing through on its way somewhere. Shu breathed a sigh of relief that the matter had resolved itself. He immediately rushed home and shouted at Zhang from the doorway that she was loitering in the middle of the night. The girl sat on the couch and looked at him in a huff. She admitted that she had indeed left the house at night. Zhang asked in surprise how the young man knew she was out walking at night, since she had quietly left the apartment through the room's window. Shu became angry. He squealed, how could a girl ask him that? Shu told him that Zhang had been seen by the cameras. The young man realized that it would be incomprehensible that way, and said that she had been seen by the all-seeing eye. Zhang sat on the sofa. She felt depressed. Setting herself and Chin up in this world was the last thing she wanted to do. Shu sat next to the girl on the couch. He had already calmed down a bit and asked Jiang what she was wearing. The girl almost roared. With a sob, Jiang replied that she was wearing black clothes. The girl wasn't herself with worry. She felt that she was guilty. Jiang said through tears that she moved like a shadow, and her face was safely covered. No one would be able to identify her. Finally, Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Since the girl's face was hidden, they were beyond suspicion. Qing thought that it was very difficult to educate an ancient person. The young man asked Jiang to tell him the next time she wanted to go out for a walk. Shu will accompany her, for Jiang is in a very dangerous position right now. The girl didn't want to cause trouble for anyone. Bowing her head, Jiang quietly asked if she had gotten into trouble because of the night out. Shu tried to explain to her that at the current moment, the entire neighborhood of the city did not suspect her and believed that the surveillance camera captured a ghost. Jiang didn't know anything about ghosts. The word was new to the girl, and she looked at the young man in surprise. She hoped he would explain it himself. Shu opened the internet on his phone and typed into the search bar a request for a movie that would show a man who had traveled to modern times and was shot by police officers. The young man decided that such a movie would definitely need to be shown to her, or else Jiang would once again be shot dead on the spot by the police. Shu thought that the ancient girl would definitely be finished then. Jiang herself was sitting on the sofa, nervously twiddling her thumbs, not even aware of her role in his action movie. The girl was so worried that she crumpled her t-shirt on herself and almost tore it. She quietly said that she could leave if Qin was in so much trouble because of her. The young man turned to her and peacefully said that the most important thing for Jiang right now was to just memorize quickly how this world worked. The girl's eyes opened wide. Shu said he would order her something to eat and asked her what she wanted more of. He started listing the food items, which included burgers, a chicken roll, and toast. The girl realized that the danger had passed and she was no longer in danger. Now Jiang could afford to smile. She asked the young man to order something healthy and thanked him in advance. Shu replied that Jiang should order cat food if she wanted healthy food. Shu picked up a large bucket filled to the top with dirty clothes and carried it to the bathroom. Jiang immediately turned in his direction with interest. The young man began to shake the clothes into the washing machine. Jiang watched his movements from around the corner with her eyes wide open. Shu turned around and started to tell her that this machine washes clothes. He added that a girl could throw her clothes inside if she needed to wash something. Jiang asked how well the machine does laundry. The young man replied that the machine washes much better than it does by hand and poured some laundry detergent. The girl was satisfied with the answer and asked her to wait. She immediately got out of her seat and ran to her room to get her clothes. Literally a minute later, Jiang came running in with a bundle of clothes. The girl didn't want to delay the young man, but at the same time she was curious to see the new technique in action. As if embarrassed, Jiang carefully lowered all her clothes into the vertical loading washing machine. Shu smiled at the girl. He asked Jiang if she had brought everything and told her to bring whatever she needed to wash. Suddenly, he noticed something strange among her clothes and asked what it was. Shu pulled out some oblong flap of cloth from her bundle. Jiang almost burned with shame. Her face reflected her horror at having her personal belongings scrutinized like that. Jiang couldn't be here anymore. Covering her face with her hands, she ran to her room with all her might. The girl ran away so fast that Shu didn't even have time to speak to her. He tried to catch her hand, but Jiang ran faster than the wind, and Qin's hand hung in the air. The young man thought that Jiang was so ashamed of her port bands, and asked how she managed to move around the walls with her feet bandaged. Shu closed the lid and turned on the washing machine. It began to vibrate quietly. The young man had about half an hour to do something else. But that rag was still on Qingyu's mind. He was sure that something was wrong here. It wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Shu remembered that the girl's legs were perfectly normal and without a flap of cloth when she took off her shoes. Even more so, she wouldn't have been able to practice martial arts. The only way out was to find the answer he needed on the web. The young man took his cell phone out of his pocket and started digging around in search of the information he needed. After wandering around the various sites for a bit, Shu began to become even more convinced of his initial misconception. Jiang sat in the living room on the mat, hugging her knees to herself. Her cheeks were still covered in blush. Qing asked the girl to show him her leg. She refused. Shu tried to squeeze out a few words that were supposed to mean he was interested in what happened in the bathroom. The girl remained silent, turning away from Qin. Suddenly, the young man guessed everything. Now he understood why the girl had run away from the shower room in such a hurry. It was only now that Shu realized why the girl hadn't tried on any underwear. Now he himself was blushing and holding his head. Qing only now realized that that flap of cloth was not for the legs at all. The young man looked at the angry expression on Jiang's face and realized that things were very bad. The girl was angry, and her eyes were wide open, just like when they first met in the entryway. The girl immediately jumped up from the mat and lunged at the young man with a war cry of Dung Tu Zi. Chin's heart twitched, and he mentally said goodbye to his life. After scaring the young man to death, Jiang made him sit on his knees, hid the sword in its scabbard, and withdrew with an angry expression. Shu mentally thanked every deity he could think of. There wasn't a single reason why the impulsive girl hadn't cut off his head. The young man coughed delicately, drawing his attention back to himself. Jiang turned around unhappily. She didn't feel like talking to Qin at all right now. Shu proclaimed that no one in the world can match the beauty of women from Chu province, but the most beautiful girl comes from Dunlin. She was the perfect height and so beautiful she didn't need makeup. Everything about her was perfect. The girl dazzled many with her incomparable smile. At the same time, Dan Tu Zi's wife was incredibly ugly. She was limp and hunched over. She also had different-sized ears and thin lips. However, Dan Tu Zi himself was crazy about his wife. This was evidenced by the fact that the couple had 5 children. Shu interrupted his story and leaned over the couch, showing Jiang his 5 fingers. He said that 5 children was simply unbelievable given the circumstances. The young man read further Tu Zi's story and said that he was a role model because he married such a woman and they had many children and grandchildren. Shu exclaimed that in that case, he was accepting a compliment from the young warrior. The young man declared that from this day forward, Jiang could consider him the embodiment of Dung Tu Zi. Shu walked around the couch, moved closer to the couch, and knelt down. Qing slammed his fist against his palm, making an oath. The young man thought for a moment, as if remembering something important. He reminded the girl of her former world and the concept of honor. In that time, an ugly man who needed to repay a debt was sworn to become his slave in the next life. Jiang turned away. Ushu recalled that it was a little different if the person was handsome. Then the debtor would say that he had nothing to offer but his body, heart, and soul. Jiang immediately turned purple with anger and said that he was just a lecher. There was no body in question. Shu sat back and said that he was just joking. To prevent the girl from having any bad intentions, the young man immediately grabbed the melon lying peacefully beside him and covered his face with it. Shu told Jiang that in any case, it was better for her to use the clothes that the modern world offered and forget about the old customs. The young man found her an instructional video. Shu said that this information should suit Jiang, sat her down at her laptop, and assured her that he would be back soon. 5 minutes later, the young man came in and asked the girl about her progress. Jiang sat at her laptop, studying the information given to her. She didn't even turn to face the young man and mumbled something to herself. The girl was very surprised that modern people live so promiscuously. A blush of shame for the new generation reappeared on her cheeks. Shu didn't understand where Jiang saw promiscuity at all. The young man explained that girls wear comfortable clothes, enjoy life, and it's normal. The girl tore herself away from the display and jumped up from her seat. She screamed that this was absolute shamelessness. Shu asked her to explain what she had seen that was so shameful. Jiang was shaking with indignation. Her thoughts were confused and she couldn't say a word. If it were up to her, the girl would have banned all this vulgarity. Qing explained to Jiang that it was just her stubbornness. After all, she had seen how people dressed on the street, and to bare arms and legs to some extent is their own choice. Shu told the girl that she was old-fashioned and stubborn. Jiang herself can dress as she likes, but you can't call everyone else shameless for nothing. The girl stood wide-eyed. Her face had turned a crimson hue. Jiang couldn't just accept the fact that girls dressed so shamelessly. Jiang couldn't stand it and shouted that this was simply unacceptable. Dressing like this was completely unacceptable. Shu realized that it was better to leave the topic of clothes for now. The young man offered to talk about something else if she didn't like this topic. Jiang turned away from him. She was annoyed that Shu didn't understand such simple things. The young man began to explain to the girl that a computer is considered a universal machine. It is used not only for work and study but also for entertainment, for example, for games. Shu added that 90% of people use a computer to play games. Jiang turned to him and said angrily that he himself was part of that 90%. Not paying any attention to the girl's remark, the young man turned on one of the games. The music played, and a video splash screen appeared, informing him that the game was called Super Mario. Shu clicked on the button offering to start the game and the girl just aghast. She hadn't expected to see such beauty in the world of computer entertainment. Jiang looked at the characters of the popular video game and the obstacles they had to face on their difficult path with all her eyes in amazement. Shu realized he needed to keep the girl busy with something. Otherwise, she would start planning her nightly adventures and practicing. In any case, even if Jiang decides to leave, she is already more familiar with this world. Instead of wandering the streets and scaring people, it's better for her to stay and play computer games. Shu walked over to the girl and turned off the computer game. He said that was enough for today. He had been playing for an hour. Jiang was not satisfied. To distract the girl from her bad thoughts, Qing suggested that she play one of the popular card games called Diju on the computer. Jiang happily agreed to watch, and soon the girl was happily calling out her bets to the entire apartment. The excitement engulfed her completely. Shu yawned and thought it would be a good idea to rest, especially since Jiang was still very enthusiastic and couldn't be pulled away from the computer right now. Jiang really didn't see or hear anything around her. When the door closed behind Qin, she still continued to click her mouse and threaten her opponent on the other side of the screen. Shu stood by the bed and thought that the circumstances were quite fortunate. On the one hand, it was a good thing he hadn't found a job then. The young man collapsed on his bed in exhaustion and thought that he would have to quit his job anyway, even if he passed the interview. Tiredness took its toll, and Qin's eyes began to slowly close. The young man only had time to think that there was no need to rush into anything. He would do everything gradually. After a while, the sun began to set. Its rays penetrated through all the cracks in windows. A few rays illuminated the young man's face and woke him up involuntarily. Shu opened his eyes, stretched, and got out of bed. He walked out into the living room to the girls' room. Jiang was still fighting with virtual opponents. Continuing to yawn as he walked, Qing leisurely strolled across the room and stretched his eyes. The girl didn't even look at him. Melon was also staring at the screen. Shu told the female warrior that she would need to eat dinner soon. He suggested going to the eastern district of the city and buying Jiang something to eat. Shu recommended that the girl change her hair and explained that it would make it harder for people to recognize her that way. Jiang frowned but still agreed to do as he wanted. After all, Qing lives in this world, and he should know the habits of the locals better. The girl retired to her room and changed her clothes. Her light slippers harmonized with her new outfit. At least she thought so. She walked out into the living room wearing a light green dress. In addition, Jiang let her hair down and approached the young man in an embarrassed manner. Shu looked carefully at the girl and blushed a little himself. He was concerned about his guest's appearance. Qing didn't think it was quite decent to stare at Jiang and delicately turned aside. He thought that the character of ancient people needed to be carefully studied. After thinking about the situation for a bit, Shu turned to the girl and frowned, noting that she had better change back. That way, she would be less conspicuous. Jiang frowned, walked away, and soon returned wearing a combat kimono. Her appearance was very aggressive. Jiang squinted her eyes and looked at Qin. Shu sighed and left for the other room, leaving Jiang to make up herself and choose a decent outfit for going out. The girl tried several options. Among them were a pantsuit, a t-shirt and skirt, just one of the dresses. Shu sat down at his laptop and started searching for women's clothing trends with examples. He came to the conclusion that it would be a good idea for Jiang to try other clothing styles. Nevertheless, they settled on pants and a t-shirt. Jiang put on a light-colored jacket over it. The couple walked past Zhao, and the latter told Qin that he had decided to take another walk with his girlfriend. Shu started to deny that they were just friends. Zhao was sitting in his seat smoking a cigarette while holding a thick rod of wood. The young man assumed that this rod was carved from peach wood. Zhao waved the pole in the air and said that the peach rod hadn't been delivered to him yet, and this stick he had just wrapped with various talismans. Zhao squinted his eyes. He wanted to look very formidable and match his fantasies and dreams. For Zhao himself, the rod in his imagination was replacing the sword, and he told Qin that he looked just like the divine gatekeeper Qin Qiang from a New Year's card. The young man didn't want to offend him, so he hastily assured him that he saw some similarities. Shu added that it was getting dark and advised him to be careful. Together with the girl, Qing walked onward. They walked leisurely, but Jiang couldn't get one annoying thought out of her head. It was already late evening. The sun was setting lower and lower, illuminating the buildings and their windows from behind the couple. As they walked, their shadows grew longer and longer. The girl couldn't calm down and kept thinking about the same thing. She turned her head in different directions, as if that would help her. Jiang still couldn't find an answer to her worrying question and turned to the young man. She came to the conclusion that it was still better to ask Qin himself. Jiang dared and quietly asked the young man in her ear what the word girl meant and what Zhao meant. Shu explained that it was the same as friend. Jiang couldn't understand then why say the word girl if she was a friend. Shu never explained anything, and said that she was just a girl. She exclaimed why in that case he was saying that Jiang was not his girlfriend. Shu promised that very soon she would understand all the information she was interested in on her own. It was very difficult for Jiang to understand. Shu, on the other hand, thought that she would leave him as soon as she learned the meaning of the word girl. The young man asked what Jiang thought about the video where the Tang Dynasty fell, and there was a transition from one dynasty to another. The girl had no ideas and shook her head desperately. They were strolling through the evening city. Only one girl was running somewhere. All the others were not in a hurry and were enjoying the fall evening. Jung watched the guy chatting quietly on the phone and was surprised to notice that this world had no curfew and no food stalls on the streets. The girl looked under her feet and noticed another significant difference. This time was characterized by a perfectly smooth road surface. The sidewalks were clean to a shine. Jang looked at the clothing pavilion and thought that this place had an extraordinary atmosphere, and she had never had to be in such a peaceful place. The girl looked at the falling and swirling leaves, and realized she hadn't felt this kind of peacefulness even when Second Miss claimed the world was prosperous. Jung was enjoying the evening. They approached a street lamp, and the girl stopped beside it. Closing one eye, she cocked her head up and stared at the diffused light. Jiang looked at the moonlit sky and the stars twinkling in the distance. She felt like she was still in a dream. So unbelievable was it all. The young man's voice suddenly sounded in the silence, causing her to come down to earth. He asked if Jung wanted a portion of bubble tea. Shu walked over to the tea house and ordered a serving of bubble tea and a serving of kumquat and lemon. He asked for less ice and sugar. Shu handed the girl an oblong transparent glass and explained that the black balls at the bottom were called dough. The young man assured her that neither were edible or sweet. The girl was amazed that people could make a living this way and asked if she could learn such a thing. Ching said that it was also called work, and Jiang could work the same way, but without papers, she wouldn't be able to do it. The girl was upset. Shu said that he was already looking into the matter, but nothing could be done in one day. The young man suggested that she not think about it for now and try the tea. Jiang sucked in as much baubles as she could through the straw. Her cheeks turned pink from the exertion. Shu asked how she liked the drink. The girl couldn't answer. She had a mouthful of those sweet balls, and she couldn't get enough of them. Shu understood the pause in his own way and thought it wasn't tasty. Jiang finally freed her mouth and admitted that this drink looked a little strange. For her, these balls are hard to chew. Shu suddenly laughed and said that geniuses think alike. Jiang didn't understand why the young man bought the drink for her if he knew beforehand that it wasn't good for her. As if justifying himself, Zhu said that usually girls like sweet things. The young man said that his drink was very sour, but she could taste it if she wanted. Ching asked the girl to stick her straw into his glass and drink through it. He explained that Jiang should use her own straw. The girl curiously sucked in the sourish drink. Shu claimed that it was very concentrated, and her palate might not like it. Jiang tasted it and sucked in another portion of kumquat. She realized that the drink was very good, so she took another full straw. The girl's cheeks turned pink, and she exclaimed enthusiastically that this drink was very good for her. Shu suggested that the girl exchange glasses. He said he would gladly finish that drink, especially since they had already paid for the bubble tea. Ching took a sip of tea and turned around. He winked cheerfully at the girl and said that he was very happy to please her with the drink. Jiang looked at the young man in surprise. She still felt like something didn't add up in the situation. Shu said that it was nothing and suggested to forget about it. The girl had calmed down, and they were now walking down the road, tucking into their straws. Jiang happily drank the kumquat with lemon, and she thought it was simply a divine drink. After a while, a guy and a girl came in for a little snack. They ordered a couple of kebabs and greedily pounced on them. Zhu had eaten solidly and was very satisfied with it. He kept stroking his stomach, as if checking to see if his stomach could hold some more food. Ching suggested that the girl go for a little more walk. In this way, the food is better digested and digested faster. Shu and the girl walked leisurely through the square dotted with small lights embedded in the tiles. Even though it was late in the evening, it was very bright. The young man stopped near one of the information boards, put his hands behind his head and stretched. They were standing near the bus stop, and an interesting thought occurred to him. Shu asked the girl to wait for a while, and then he would show Jiang something interesting. The girl looked around curiously. Soon a large bus, running on route number 123, pulled up to the well-lit bus stop. Shu smiled, slipped his hands into his pocket, and motioned for Jiang to follow him inside. He assured that the girl had nothing to worry about. There was a coin receiver built into the first platform of the bus, and the young man dropped the fare into it. Jiang watched over the young man's shoulder with interest. The time was already late, and there weren't many people on the bus. Shu was glad that he could choose any empty seats. There was a beautiful view outside the window, and the young man suggested that Jiang take a seat by the window. He said he could see better from there. The bus slowed down slowly at a stoplight, and the girl could now look at the cityscape more carefully. Jiang looked out the window and noticed the variety of cars. They were all different colors and sizes, and all were going somewhere at this late hour. The girl couldn't tear her eyes away from the window. Everything outside was new and interesting. Shu drew her attention to the fact that the transportation was going very smoothly. The young man was a little disappointed. He had intended to impress Jiang with the ride, but she was acting relatively calm. The girl replied that she had already ridden on a horse-drawn carriage before. The bus stopped, and the conductor announced that they had arrived at Lanjiang's stop. He asked the passengers not to push each other, and to leave the cabin in an orderly manner. The young man and girl also got off at this stop. Jiang's eyes were breathtaking. It was very beautiful here at a time like this. Shu said that this was Lanjiang. The girl couldn't find a place for herself. She ran back and forth, then stopped and ran to the bridge. She wanted to remember it all. Shu said that in her time, everything goes dark when night falls. It is different here, and the city has a different life at night. Jiang stared wistfully at the night city spreading out in the distance. The view from the windows of their apartment was completely different. The girl couldn't believe that she was 1,200 years ahead of her time. It seemed like an unbelievable event. They stood at the bridge and looked into the distance. Shu replied that she had already read about the history of the world, and therefore knew the answer to her question. Qing leaned on the railing of the bridge and told the girl that in the past 1,200 years, the world had undergone some changes. Shu looked wistfully at the sunset and the sky. He liked the view of the city from here, having been here often before. Jiang stood and watched as if mesmerized, and the sunset reflected in her eyes. She could have stood like that and admired it for ages. The young man took out his phone and told Jiang that she was unlikely to be able to return to her own time. Considering that it's quite hard to get documents, this world isn't that bad. Shu pointed his phone's camera at the girl and promised her that they would fly into the sky as soon as the paperwork was done. Jiang was surprised and looked as high into the sky as she could. She didn't believe that the young man was referring to a real flight into the sky. Shu stretched his hand as high as he could, smiled, and said that just about the heavens was what he was talking about. The young man remembered all of mankind's cosmic achievements. He told Jiang that they had gotten a little sidetracked, and in the near future she needed to hide out in the apartment and explore the world better. The girl couldn't wait to return home to her dimension, and she asked the young man what would happen when she explored his world to a greater extent. Shu thought for a while and replied that in that case, she could live on her own and do without his help. Jumping up and stretching her hands up, Qing exclaimed joyfully that one day Jiang would be able to find something that suited her and her lifestyle. Shu added that she could stay here and further familiarize herself with the world that had emerged 1,200 years after her birth. Looking at the phone, the young man suddenly interrupted his speech and said that it was already time. Jiang looked at him in surprise. At the same moment, her eyes reflected a flash that any ancient man would have called nothing less than the flash of 1,000 suns. A guy and a girl witnessed a superb fireworks display. It lit up the city, and everyone around them rejoiced and congratulated each other. Shu thought about how this was the best era in the last 1,000 years, and there would definitely be room for another girl here. He looked at Jiang, who was striving to memorize every moment of this day, and thought that even a girl who happened to come here from the past deserved it. Shu turned to the girl, who had been standing upright the whole time without saying a word. The young man asked Jiang what she was thinking about now. The girl replied that she missed her world and often thought of Second Miss. She would be happy to be in this world. Shu leaned against the railing and leaned over it, folding his arms across his chest. He tried to picture this Second Miss. Qing turned to the girl and pronounced that on behalf of all her superiors, he was commanding Jiang to enjoy this world to the fullest. The fireworks were thundering brighter and brighter. The celebration was in full swing. Shu gave the girl his hand. He symbolically invited Jiang to visit his world. Returning home, a guy and a girl visited a cafe on their way home. There was a flip calendar on an empty table. It was October outside. Jiang had already somehow managed to make the front page of Jiangcheng City's news portal. The site posted a nighttime photo of her on one of the telegraph poles. Qing flipped through the news page to the very end, but there was nothing else worthy of attention there. He took a small bite out of his hamburger and began to read aloud to the girl the news summary that she had prompted many people to stay out after dark. Shu realized that there would now be increased police patrols at night, and taking Jiang out for a walk was too risky. He decided it would be better for her to stay at home. The girl looked out the window and was surprised to see a lot of people flanked by some man in brown clothes. She asked what was going on. Shu nestled against the window, not letting the hamburger out of his mouth. Jiang was standing right there. She opened her eyes wide again in surprise. The young man himself couldn't understand what was going on outside at first. He stared and tried to figure out what it looked like. After thinking for a moment, Shu smiled and said that all these people were watching a priest perform a ritual to exorcise an evil spirit from a person. The guy and the girl sat down on the couch. Jiang also took a hamburger and suggested that everyone in this world lived like a prison. Shu almost choked on his food. He analyzed his own day. Indeed, every day was the same, and in a way you could call it a prison. Shu smiled and told Zhang that it's called being a recluse, and being a recluse is also a lifestyle. Now the girl's mind was all mixed up. She couldn't understand what Qing was trying to say. Zhang asked the young man to explain more. Shu said that he can just choose whether to go outside or not, and since walking outside takes a lot of energy and time, he just stays at home. Qing explained that it was easier for her to imagine him as a landowner. He doesn't have to do anything. Zhang did so and pictured Qin with a smoking pipe in his teeth on the couch. After thinking about it all for a bit, the girl turned to the young man and stated that she would like to go outside and look around a bit. Shu wondered and asked why Zhang had decided to go outside without him and look around. The girl remained silent with her head down. Melon curled up on the couch between them. Qing started pestering the girl with various questions. For example, where she planned to take shelter and get food, since she needed to steal it from someone. Qiang blanched. The young man said that he could give her some amount of money, because Zhang already knows how to buy her own food. But without a steady income, the money might run out. Shu assured him that the girl had nowhere to go. She could become a criminal or fall for another do-gooder. He added that there were no forests around, so Jiang wouldn't be able to hunt. Qing said that as an option, she could go through the trash cans and look for food there. Jiang didn't like that option. She thought it would be best to keep silent. Jiang sank her teeth into the hamburger, thinking about what the young man had said. Jiang couldn't help but recognize that in a foreign time and without documents, she alone really couldn't do anything. Shu tried to comfort her and said that it is very difficult to change one's habits, lifestyle, and view of the world, and he understands that. The young man dipped his hand into his pants pocket and started digging there. Jiang looked at him incredulously. She wanted to learn how to survive on her own and find her way home quickly. Shu assured her to do everything gradually and took out 2 coins from his pocket. The young man said that now she could at least distinguish between different kinds of money and could take the bus. Qing gently placed the girl's hand in his and assured her that Jiang had already learned a lot. Now she wouldn't snatch the sword and could survive for a while if she had money. Shu asked the girl to take her time. When everyone around them had forgotten about the ghost, they could go out more often. Some things she'd better experience for herself to understand. Jiang went to the window and asked if there were really ghosts in that crowd of people. The young man smirked and replied that it was just a priest performing his ritual. Shu said he would demand money from the girl when she could earn it. Jiang stopped eating her hamburger in surprise. Qing assured the girl that he would have to find a way to earn money if she couldn't do it herself. Jiang thanked him warmly and called him a young hero. Shu turned on the computer and reported that business as usual was out of the question now, but they lived in a digital world where things worked differently. After a while, the young man exclaimed happily that he had discovered the activity that would suit Jiang best. Medieval fantasy games were just gaining momentum. In addition, it was possible to chat with other players like her in the chat room and earn some money as well. Shu called Jiang over to the computer and offered to play. He wasn't sure if the girl would succeed right away, because even a game about the Middle Ages was based on the rules of this world. Jiang asked if she could do something similar to his job, like watching other people's videos. The young man replied that she had a lot of things to learn first. Someone knocked on the door, and the boy and girl turned their heads simultaneously at the sound. Jiang was sure that she was already being looked for all over the neighborhood. Shu called out to the knocker on the door who he was and why he had come. Then he turned to the girl and asked her to go to her room. Behind the door, someone demanded to open the door immediately. Jiang was frightened and hid behind the young man's back. Qing said it was someone from the family and asked her to hide as soon as possible. The girl thought it was safe to open the door to strangers, but when it comes to family, she'd really better hide. The knocking at the door continued demandingly. Shu cheerfully responded that he was on his way to open it and almost forcefully pushed the girl in the direction of her room. In just a minute, the young man ran to the door. He pressed the doorknob with trembling hands and let the guest in. A man with glasses stood outside the door. He frowned and glared defiantly at the boy. It was the young man's father and the owner of the apartment. Shu said hello to his dad. The man squinted his eyes. There was no hint of love for his son in his eyes. In a stern voice, the father asked to be called the landlord. He walked over to the computer, looking at what was displayed on the screen. His father looked around and asked if Shu had found a job. The young man smirked and said that his father continued to be interested in his job even as a landlord. He stated that he didn't need a job as long as he could pay the rent. The man grumbled that Shu couldn't find a job even though he had already gotten his diploma. He only knows how to store and do whatever he wants to do. The young man shouted back that he had wired him the rent money and that he had just come to see if the guy was working. Qing assumed he wanted the utility receipts. The man took another look at the online game on the screen and threatened that the young man had better find a job by next month or he would raise his rent. Shu promised that he would find a job and asked if his father had seen the priest on his way to the apartment. He said he had noticed some kind of ritual but didn't know what was going on. Ching said that there were rumors of ghosts in the county and it wasn't safe. The young man suggested that he had better lower the price of the rent. The man shouted that Shu wanted too much and it was better for him to just get a job, and opened the bathroom door. Immediately the man froze on the threshold in surprise. He could not believe his eyes. The man's glasses went up to his forehead at what he saw. He sternly called his son by his full name without turning to him. Shu turned to his father perplexed. Everything was wrong with him. Suddenly Ching realized everything. Zhang's hanging outfits were clearly visible through the open bathroom door. Shu exclaimed that he could explain everything. Angry at his offspring, the man unhappily suggested that on top of everything else, his son had also turned out to be a transvestite. The man turned unhappily to his son. He folded his hands behind his back and looked at his son questioningly. Shu stood across from him. Ching understood the complexity and delicacy of the situation. It didn't matter whether he told the truth or lied, he would still be in trouble. The young man imagined himself dressed as a Chinese schoolgirl and decided to tell him the truth about having a girlfriend living with him. At least it would look less weird, especially since it can't be hidden for so long. Sooner or later, one of the neighbors would tell his father that Chin had been seen with the girl. Shu decided not to tell the full truth and explained that these were his friend's clothes. Father held his head in his hands. This option was beyond his worst fears. Ching smiled and said, "It's a very long story. He has a friend and his sister is temporarily living in this apartment." The man frowned and remained silent. The young man walked to the room where the girl was hiding and knocked. He asked Zhang He to open the door for him. The door creaked open and a frightened Zhang appeared on the threshold. The girl was wearing blue pants and a sweater. She looked at the man with all her eyes. Shu hoped very much that the girl would not give herself away. Turning to his father, he introduced the girl, then told Zhang that this was his father. Zhang marveled and began to consider the man. She had always wondered what kind of parents the young man who had given her temporary shelter had. The girl froze on the threshold. She folded her hands in greeting, but she did not know the rules of etiquette of the modern world. She leaned over to the young man in embarrassment and whispered in his ear that she didn't know what the best way to call his father was. Shu replied that it was best to call him uncle. This did not go unnoticed from the stare of the pushy parent, and he was surprised to think that this strange girl had just wanted to call him daddy. The man frowned. He was absolutely sure of it now. His face became stern and hard in an instant. He studied the girl. Zhang He bowed and said that she was very pleased to meet him. The man replied that he was also pleased to meet them. Shu blushed and said that it was just a situation that had arisen, and in any case, this girl would stay with him for a while. Zhang was not entirely happy about this development, but she knew that nothing better could be thought of at that moment, so she gave in to the young man. The man turned the other way and grabbed his offspring's arm. He demanded to step back with him for a moment and have a little talk. At the door to the room, the man stopped, as if he had forgotten something else to say. He turned around and looked at the girl. The man said that everything was perfectly fine, so Zhang He could go back to the room and continue to go about his business. Their father locked the door tightly behind them and asked Chin to be completely honest about what was going on in that apartment. Shu assured him that he had told him everything. The girl lives here temporarily, and so the young man needs a spare set of keys for her. In fact, Ching realized that he needed to take the keys away from his father to avoid trouble, because one of his parents might have come to the apartment while he was away. The man looked at his son sternly and assumed that Zhang He was his girlfriend. Shu started to refuse and said that it was not like that at all. The man corrected his glasses and said that the girl had almost called him daddy. The young man exclaimed that he had just heard her. They were standing in a small room. Almost all the space was taken up by a double bed. The young man answered his father's question about the girl's age, saying that she was 18. The man shook his head dejectedly, said it was a very great sin, and again adjusted his glasses, which had almost slid down to the tip of his nose. Shu indignantly said that there was no sin in the girl settling here for a short while. Even if they were dating, there would be nothing wrong with it. The man thought he had come to his son's house just for the rent, but ran into a girl who almost called him daddy. He turned to Chin and indignantly said that he didn't even have a job and he was the ultimate brat. Shu assured that as long as he could make money, he did not need a job in the usual sense of the word. After all, he has tried many times to explain who a blogger is. The young man asked how much he would be charged for utilities. His father replied that it was only 238 yuan, and the young man immediately transferred the required amount. Shu showed his father the payment report and demanded the keys to the apartment. He had never heard of a landlord having his own keys. The man squealed that it was his apartment. The young man said that he rents the place and therefore wants all the keys to be in his possession. No landlord just barges in unannounced. The man indignantly reminded him that he had to pay his rent on time. He said that he was now forced to charge him more. He retrieved a set of keys from his pants pocket and stated that Shu could find another place if he wasn't satisfied with something. The young man thought gloatingly that this house would sooner or later become his property anyway. If he rented somewhere else, no one would pay him back. His father took off his glasses to wipe the foggy panes. A little embarrassed, he told the young man that his mother had called him for dinner. The man couldn't calm down. He was worried about this girl. Shu was indignant and once again said that Jiang was just a friend and was not his girlfriend. The man looked at him sternly and said that Shu couldn't fool him. His father was not as naive as the young man imagined. As he hurriedly escorted the guest out, Shu said that he was very busy at the moment. When he was free for a while, he would definitely visit his parents. The man hinted that he wasn't trying to get him at all, but dating such a young person could cause some problems, like that time with Ju. His father said he wasn't going to rehash the past, and advised the young man to find a proper job as soon as possible. Shu said that it would have to be seen. The father had not yet reached the front door and stopped, as if he had forgotten something else to say to his negligent offspring. He turned his head to Qin and told the young man to remember to protect himself. Shu indignantly squealed that they were really just being friends. Suddenly a rather interesting thought occurred to the young man. His father could probably help a little with that. The young man asked his father to wait for a while. The man was surprised. He had just almost pushed his own father out the door, and now he was asking him to wait. Shu retrieved Jiang's recently hidden quality-made straw sandals and showed them to his father. The man asked why he was showing the shoes. The young man replied that they were Tang sandals and asked him to look at them and estimate their value. His father asked what period the young man was referring to. Shu replied that the sandals were from the Tang Dynasty, presumably the reign of Li Lunji. Qin's eyes lit up with excitement, and he asked his father how expensive this antique item could be. The man said he can't evaluate them, but he knows for sure that his son should go to a psychologist and have his head checked. The man was completely disappointed. He felt sorry that it was too late to have another child. Shu was surprised that the antiquarian father had just walked past the pile of money in his hands. The man was simply amazed. He reproached his son for passing off lousy slippers as an ancient relic. The man suggested that Qing take a short walk and rest. The young man sighed sadly and said that he would not be able to get rich quickly, but he really wanted to make money from this. Unfortunately, Shu was forced to admit to deception, because the slippers were actually made quite recently. They are from the Kai Yuan era. Qing thought that no one knew that the line between space and time would be so thin. All you had to do was brush her a little, and the girl appeared out of nowhere. Shu made another attempt and asked his father to take a closer look at the sandals. He asked the antiquarian if they could determine their age themselves. The man replied that it was very difficult to counterfeit antiques, and he would be interested to see how the young man would manage to do it. The father reproached Qin for laziness and said that he should learn from Qin Hao. Father Hao spoke proudly about his work, but he had nothing to say in response. Shu smiled and replied that he was simply self-employed, just in case he repeated this word syllable by syllable so that his father would definitely pay attention to it. The young man thought that he needed to hide Zhang He's slippers, otherwise the girl might decide that he had some grandiose plans for her shoes. The man frowned and repeated the word self-employed. He muttered it again, and he repeated this term again. He quickly turned his head towards his son. The man was indignant. He no longer knew in what words to explain to Qin that he needed to find a job. The father could not restrain himself and called the young man a donkey. He asked if his self-employment meant passing off simple straw slippers as ancient relics. In anger, he grabbed a stick lying on the sofa, swung it, and screamed that he would have taught Qin a good lesson if he had not been a teenager. The young man took a few steps back in fear. In surprise, he even dropped Jiang's straw sandals from his hands. The man stood with the stick raised above the young man's head. That's what he thought then. Shu covered his head with his hands. He thought that something bad might happen. After all, if his father takes the sword, Jiang will definitely be furious because it is her relic. Shu reached for his sword and grinned. He told his father that it was just a cheap toy that he bought at a sale. The man became wary and demanded to let go of the sword. He found his son's behavior strange. Father and son stood opposite each other and continued to pull the scabbard with the sword each in their own direction. Shu matched his father's grip and said that this sword was just a toy and was not an antique. The man continued to stand in place and held the sword tightly. Shu realized that he could not take it by force and resorted to cunning. He suddenly let go of his hands and told his father that he could look at this fake as much as he wanted. There was nothing valuable in it anyway. The man thought that Shu was behaving rather strangely. He doubted that the sword was an antique. The man extended his sword about a distance. Mirror-polished steel flashed in his hands. The antiquarian became interested and pulled the sword out a little more. Shu watched him and hoped that his trick would pass. As his father drew the sword of excellent steel fully, the youth impatiently asked what the man thought of the item. Suddenly, the man wrinkled his face with displeasure and shouted angrily at the young man, spewing curses right in his face. Almost at the same second, he threw his sheathed sword straight at Qin. He barely managed to catch a precious specimen from the Tang era. Shu breathed a sigh of relief. The danger is over. The irritated man said over his back that he himself could not believe it, but he almost fell for this lie. Leaving the apartment, the father told the young man that he had better find a job, and if he cannot do this, let him go and help those in need. Without even saying goodbye, the man angrily slammed the front door. The wall clock at the entrance almost fell off its nail. The young man took out his sword and looked at it himself. It would be strange if an antiquarian recognized this as a relic. There was not a single trace of rust on it. Shu carefully and slowly sheathed the sword. The blade could be admired forever. It sparkled like the sun. If desired, it could be used as a mirror. Shu went to Jiang's door and told her she could come out. He handed her the sword and asked her to hide it away and not take it out without a special reason. Qing asked the girl how she intended to address his father. She explained that she just didn't know how to handle it properly, that's all. Shu said that dad and father are the same. Jiang herself can call him uncle. Qing said that the girl could call his mother aunt. Jiang said that it didn't seem difficult. She would remember that the young man's parents should be called uncle and aunt. The girl turned to Qin and asked if he wanted to practice martial arts. The young man happily agreed, but his efforts only lasted for 5 minutes. He fell to his knees exhausted and asked if there was any more effective method. Jiang was very surprised and told him that there are no loopholes in martial arts. Somehow the young man made it to the sofa and happily sat down on it, lounging comfortably and spreading his arms in different directions. Melon immediately came running and lay down next to him. Shu lay there and thought that in his time there was no need to master combat skills. After all, if he hurts someone, he will have to pay compensation. Qing could not feel his legs and thought that training martial skills required too much strength without getting anything in return. He suggested that Jian better go and play something, and they would have time to return to the issue of martial arts later. The girl agreed. Shu thought that you can learn to live through knowledge of little things. For example, children learn about the world through games, and it doesn't matter how or where to play as long as it brings benefits. Jiang sat down at the computer, and the screensaver of the very online game in which Shu offered her to earn money appeared on the screen. The young man stood nearby and explained the rules of the game. He showed the interactions of objects and suggested what to ignore. Some time has passed. Shu and Jiang were so engrossed in the game that they did not notice that it was late in the evening. The girl was sitting in the kitchen and eating a salad. She asked how she could make money from this thing Shu called a game. The young man explained that Jiang first needed to learn to play herself, and then she can start playing for others. The girl did not understand anything, and the young man explained that this is a form of entertainment for people with huge wallets and free time. They play out of boredom. Shu said the game has hundreds of thousands of users. Not everyone has free time, so they pay someone to play for them. Jiang couldn't understand why they would pay someone to level up their character just because they themselves don't have any free time. Shu also didn't know why spend money on a game and then pay extra for grinding and compared it to cricket. After all, they are adults and having fun with each other. The young man thought that it would be better for Jiang to be a girl addicted to the internet than to run around at night and scare people around the neighborhood. Melon sensed that they were eating in the kitchen without him, pulled his front paws and dragged his body towards the boy and girl. He came into the living room, looked around, sniffed everything and stopped, looking around. Jiang sat playing the game. Shu watched her actions from the sofa. The cat immediately ran to the owner and began to rub against his legs, then rested his head on his leg and stretched out his hind legs. While playing with the cat, Shu stretched his leg slightly in front of him and called to him. Melon immediately rushed to his slipper and hugged him with both paws. Soon the red cat got tired of it, and he rushed further across the room. Having made a semicircle, he rushed towards the girl. Melon ran to the computer desk and stopped. Several times he seemed to measure the distance and tried to jump, but did not dare. Finally, the cat took the courage and threw his huge body onto the table with a powerful leap. From the outside, it might have seemed like he was about to fall. By some miracle, the red-haired monster stayed on the surface of the table and ran a couple of times in front of the monitor, and then got off the table. Not even a minute had passed before Melon was already dozing peacefully on Jiang's lap. She was surprised how he managed to fall asleep so quickly. The girl looked at him warmly and blushed a little. She remembered whose cat it was, and thought that the young man might behave the same way. It was evening in Jiangcheng City. Millions of windows in the metropolis lit up with colorful lights. In one of them, A girl named Jung was surprised by the strange behavior of the cat. Jiangcheng City Police Headquarters. A large gray-blue building. The columns are tiled. The employees sat in the office at their workplaces and did the usual routine work of filling out forms and databases. One of the officers gave up before the others and asked if anyone was hungry. He suggested ordering something edible. The work immediately stopped, and another employee instantly jumped up from his seat and announced that he was also hungry. He suggested ordering food from McDonald's. The first employee said it was a good idea and asked about other suggestions. He asked Hao and asked if he would eat with them. Chin thanked and refused. While the police were waiting for their food delivery, Hao turned to the window out of boredom. Nothing interesting was happening there. Even the sky was gray and boring. Chin looked at the police car that was parked under the control windows and muttered that today was a very boring day, and there was absolutely nothing to do. Immediately, all three employees turned around as if on cue and began to look at him intently. The young man felt uncomfortable from their gazes. Chin Hao asked what happened to them and why they were looking at him so strangely. The police continued to stare at the young officer. The senior officer turned around and explained that Hao's handler should have told him not to say such a thing. Chin Hao still didn't understand anything. He wondered what the officer meant when he said that such things could not be discussed. All three officers held their heads and groaned. They had no idea how it was possible not to understand such elementary hints. The two partners immediately left the department one after another, leaving only Chin Hao and the senior officer in the office. One employee said Hao would now have to work all night. Hao and another officer put on their berets, left the headquarters, and headed to the patrol car. The driver told Hao that from now on he should never say that the day was very boring, and he had absolutely nothing to do if he himself was at the police station. Hao even now could not understand why it was impossible to talk about the lack of work, and asked to explain the reason for the ban. The driver watched the road intently and said that this was just an axiom. In any case, the person who said this will then be terribly busy throughout the working day. Chin Hao put his hands behind his head. The thought occurred to him that Chin Zi calls this situation raise the flag. The officer got out of the car and told Hao that they had arrived at the scene. He checked the address against the one on the tablet. On the 6th floor, it was necessary to find number 14. They hurried along the back street, lighting their way with a tactical flashlight. Hao thought that patrolling the neighborhood was already more like a real job for a policeman. The partners slowly walked up the steps. A man was sitting near the door and holding an alcohol bottle in his hands. There was another empty one lying nearby. The policeman shined a light on the man and asked why he was lying there. Hao was surprised to think that this was a common thing. The man told the officer that he had waited too long for them. He told the police officer that they should ask his wife to open the door. Hao climbed a step higher and realized that a strong smell was coming from the tramp. The second policeman knocked on the door and asked him to open the door. A few moments later, soft footsteps were heard outside the door. The lock clicked and the door began to slowly open with a creak. A frightened woman came out when she knocked. The officer asked who the call came from. The woman was very surprised by this question. Stuttering a little, she replied that she had not called the police. She assumed that they were neighbors, because she and her husband were making a little noise. Suddenly, the man sitting under the door shouted that it was he who called the police, because his wife threw him out of the house and this was not entirely fair. The policeman asked the woman if the man was her husband. The woman replied that this was really her husband, and she would talk to him now. The man got angry and shouted that she had no right to lecture him. And in general, was it worth making a fuss over a couple of bottles of beer? The policeman quickly pulled out a pair of handcuffs and asked the man how he felt about going to the station to sober up a little. The man prayed that there was no need to do this at all because he had already sobered up. The policeman thought that they had completed another case, and that was very good. The partners walked down the steps. The senior officer walked first and illuminated the path for both of them with a flashlight. A new notification appeared on the policeman's communicator. A new call appeared for the police patrol, this time in the 20th microdistrict. The senior officer glanced displeasedly at Chin Hao and reminded him where it all began, because he had been warned not to talk about boredom. Hao bowed his head. Shu woke up in the middle of the night. Some strange sounds were heard in the living room, and the young man became wary and quietly crawled out from under the blanket. Ching lazily stood up and began to guess what could have caused this noise. He threw back the blanket and lowered his feet to the floor. Shu looked out cautiously. He was sure that the warrior again decided to take a walk in the middle of the night, pretending to be an invisible ghost. The sleepy young man had not yet seen anything, and therefore only tried to feel for the switch on the wall. He was about to tell the girl everything he thought about her walks at night. His eyes finally concentrated, and the young man suddenly realized that Zhang was not the cause of the sudden noise. Some night thief in sportswear and a hood on his head was leisurely rummaging under the cushions of the sofa, and he also saw Chin. Shu exclaimed in bewilderment who he was and what he wanted here. Jiang also came out to hear the noise. She was also sleeping and rubbing her eyes with her fists. Finally, Shu realized that this was the thief that Zhao and Chen's neighbors were talking about. His eyes opened wide. The young man did not expect to see a robber in his house. Shu shouted that it was a thief, and the young man began to run away from the room. There were 2 joysticks and a phone and tablet lying on the floor. The young man tried to catch up with him and demanded that the thief stop now. The robber almost managed to escape. Jiang caught up with him in one leap, and with a powerful push pressed his head to the floor. Finally, she could use her fighting skills. She fiercely pressed the night guest and looked at him as if he were a blood enemy in front of her. Jiang squeezed his hood tightly. Now Shu had to worry about the health of the unwanted visitor. He shouted at Jiang and demanded to let the thief go, because she could completely crush him. Jiang stood with her heel on the young man's back and twisted one of her arms behind her back. The girl let him go, and Shu looked at the thief with a frown. He expected to see someone larger under the hood. A red-haired young boy, scared to death, was kneeling in front of them. It was clear that he himself was not happy with this coincidence of circumstances. Shu narrowed his eyes even more. He hoped that the thief himself would start muttering who sent him and what he intended to find in the apartment. Jiang immediately came running. Shu did not catch her movement this time either. She appeared very quickly, as if she had flown from one point to another. The red-haired guy was on his knees and could not understand at all what was happening in this apartment. This couple scared him very much, especially the girl. Shu was simply amazed by Jiang's extraordinary strength. He saw how the girl instantly pinned an adult man to the floor and almost killed him. Qing noticed that the young man even had marks on his hand from Jiang's strong fingers. The young man sat and trembled with fear. Shu remembered how aggressively Jiang attacked the thief. Now he saw that the girl was indeed very strong and dangerous. Qing asked the girl to guard their visitor, while he went and called his friend from the police. The thief begged and begged to spare him. He turned pale with fear. He still missed the police. They won't stand on ceremony. Jiang turned to him and looked at him with a withering gaze. The robber's heart sank and he turned away. He continued to beg Qin and insisted that he was simply mad, but he got what he deserved and vows not to do this again. Shu said that the guy was to blame. He has arms and legs, but he steals. But money doesn't just fall from the sky. It has to be earned. Qing assumed that this was his first attempt, and the boy shouted joyfully that it was so. This was the first time he had done something like this. He again began to beg for forgiveness and thought that he was a big loser because, in fact, he just went to see the ghosts and almost died as a result. The thief looked at Jiang and guessed that the girl might well turn out to be a master of Oriental martial arts. Shu thought for a moment, scratched his chin, and looked at the young man closely. He demanded an immediate apology for the intrusion. The thief immediately hit his head on the carpet on the floor and said that he was asking for forgiveness. Jiang and Shu stood and watched him. Qing said that sounded unconvincing. Therefore, he will call a friend from the police and clarify whether this can be considered self-defense. If the injury is serious, he will be taken to the hospital. The thief immediately grabbed Qin by the shorts and began to prove that everything was fine with him and begged him to let him go. He assured that he hurt himself somewhere by accident. Shu suspected that the young man was too afraid of the police, if we believe that he really went to rob for the first time. The thief shouted that he was telling the truth. He continued to kneel and humbly await his fate. The thief realized that they would not let him go so easily. Shu walked over to the window frame, to which a cat with a cable was attached. He demanded that the boy leave the same way he came. The red-haired guy immediately ran to the window and deftly climbed onto it. He thanked Jiang and Qin warmly. Shu stood nearby and watched him. The young man quickly went downstairs and waved his hand to them as he ran off into the distance. He shouted that good people like them would definitely live a quiet life. Shu was excited that this idiot was yelling loudly in the middle of the night and could wake up all the neighbors. Jiang was surprised that the young man simply let the thief go. Shu explained that the police would definitely ask what the girl did to the thief. Since she is still without documents, it is better for Jiang to keep a low profile. The girl was surprised by the rules of this world. After all, the young man stole and was caught, and she will be punished for hitting him. The young man noticed that Jiang was still in street clothes and assumed that she herself was going to quietly go for a walk. The girl said that it was just convenient for her to sleep in a t-shirt. She just heard rustling noises in the living room and decided to see what Shu was doing here. The young man said that not everyone sneaks around in the middle of the night like owls. In any case, you need to forget about it. It's time to go to bed. Jiang stood perplexed in the middle of the living room. Shu yawned and said that tomorrow he would find a craftsman and repair the window. He went out into the corridor, warned that he was turning off the lights, and flicked the wall switch. The light went out, and the young man wished the girl good night. Jiang answered him with a confused good night. She stood in the dark living room. The moon came out from behind the clouds and illuminated the room a little. The rest of the night passed quietly. It was a sunny morning for the residents of Jiangcheng. The neighborhood began to wake up. Shu went to the bathroom as usual and began his morning routine by washing his face and brushing his teeth. Qing washed himself thoroughly, wiped his face with a blue towel, and slowly left the bathroom. Walking into the living room, Shu noticed Jiang and wished her good morning. The girl looked very tired and did not answer him. Jiang reached for the elastic in her ponytail, and Shu assumed she had just finished her workout. The girl took off the elastic, let her hair down, and shook her head so that it lay normally behind her back. She said she really trained. Shu asked Jiang to leave the door open next time. He really wants to see how the girl works out. Jiang agreed. Qing assured the girl that as a warrior she should not have a complex. The young man clasped his hands and closed his eyes. Shu was very surprised that the girl easily agreed to show him her training. Jiang said that he himself is very strange. Agreeing is bad, disagreeing is also bad. The young man suggested going to have breakfast, and at the same time finding a master glazier. Shu admitted that he thought about Jiang a lot at night, and realized that she would not learn much while locked up. He assured that the best way to learn life is to simply live. See more, hear more, and study more. Shu asked if the girl knew how to study life better. Jiang didn't know the answer. Shu advised her to discard all her old thoughts and ideas. She needs to forget the places she's been before and start all over again. Jiang was surprised. The girl tried to imagine how she could treat everything as completely new. She had a lot to learn. The guy explained to Jiang He about the incident with the thief yesterday. He told the girl that if this happened to her, she could grab the criminal but not use much force. The girl answered him calmly that yesterday she had already limited her strength. Jiang showed her hand clenched into a fist to the guy. Shuqin was delighted by her answer. The guy explained to the girl that there is no need to use excessive force even against bad people. It's better to leave everything to the authorities. He asked her not to kill anyone under any circumstances. Jiang asked how much she could beat a person. After thinking a little, the guy said that it all depends on the situation. He decided to explain when she can beat a person. Jiang asked the guy what if he sneaks into her room in the middle of the night and how she can beat him. Shu thought deeply. He did not expect such a treacherous question from the girl. The guy began to assure passionately that this would never happen. He asked the girl if he looked like the kind of person who would do such a thing. Jiang confidently and innocently answered him that she was very similar. The guy answered confidently that he was not like that. He stood in a fighting pose and told the girl that he was a wonderful hero in the prime of his life, who specialized in good deeds. Jiang sadly told the guy that she would believe him, but only this time. Shu asked her in surprise how the idea came to her that he would climb into her room. The guy remembered to himself that he promised himself that he would not even think about anything shameful. The girl reminded the guy that he had already said this. He did not immediately understand her words. Turning to the side, Jiang told the guy that he had previously said that his name was Deng Tuzi. The guy replied that it was a joke. He told the girl that he himself was very weak. If he wanted to attack her, she would defeat him. There was a long pause. The guy thought to himself about the girl's words. Shu asked the girl what if this really happened. What would she do? Jiang straightforwardly and calmly answered the guy that she would have hit him. The guy was surprised and frightened by this answer. He thought to himself that this girl definitely wanted to kill him. Then, unnoticed, the two of them approached the entrance to the fast food restaurant. The guy turned to the girl and said that they were there. There were a lot of people inside the restaurant. The guy asked the cashier for a standard portion for two. He agreed. Jiang and Shu sat down at the table. There was no one near them. The girl looked around with interest. The guy carefully watched the girl and said that from now on she should begin to study and feel life. He told the girl that she should remember this day. The girl thought about it. Jiang sat silently and looked at her hands. At this time, she remembered her past life. She realized that it was very important for her to remember. Remember the past and her current reality. Jiang looked at her hands and realized that she was in a prosperous world where there was no need to kill anyone with a sword. At that moment, the waiter brought their order. The girl looked at everything in silence. There was modern food on the table in front of her. She studied her carefully. The girl was ready to try food that was new to her and feel its taste. Jiang took a bun from the plate and slowly tasted it with interest. The girl said it tasted good to her. The guy liked this answer. He wondered if the ancient people had as good an appetite as the girl. The guy told her that if she was still hungry, she could take more. He added that the girl called the waiter and said that she would like more buns. The waiter will bring the bill later. The girl thought about it. She wanted to eat more. She asked the guy if the buns were expensive. Shu replied that the buns were the cheapest of the whole breakfast. He told the girl to focus on eating. Food is not expensive. Jiang stood up and went to the cash register. The guy felt as if he had brought a child. Shu thought that letting the girl study on her own was a good idea. The girl said at the checkout that she wanted to add a dozen buns to the bill. The guy was surprised. Shu told the cashier that they needed the buns to take away. The guy asked the girl in surprise if she could eat so much food. The girl excitedly clarified whether she had really ordered a lot. Shu told the girl to focus on her food. He advised her to stick to the standard portion. He offered to take 2 more bowls of oatmeal. Jiang told the guy that as soon as she can earn money in online games, she will immediately repay him. The guy answered cheerfully that he couldn't wait. After that, the guy asked for the bill. The waiter told them to come to them again. After that, the guy and the girl took the pies and went home. They walked down the street until something to the side caught their attention. They stood near the buffet. Shu told the girl that he would take her here someday for a new experience. The guy explained that here you can pay money and take as much food as you want. The girl was surprised that such a place really existed. Shu explained to his friend that this type of buffet is a common type of restaurant. The guy explained to the girl that she should not attract much attention. Until she gets completely used to this world, they should be quiet. Jiang carefully took the pie in the bag. The guy continued to tell her about the peculiarities of nutrition. The guy said that some businessmen opened buffets taking advantage of the fact that people can't sit down much. The girl pays 100 yuan for entry, but actually eats between 30 and 40 yuan, and that's how the restaurant operates. After thinking a little, Jiang said that people who eat a lot can reimburse the cost of food for those who eat little. Shu told her that she was smart. He remembered that as a child he could not believe that the owner of the buffet could allow people to eat whatever they wanted. The girl asked why people with little appetite eat at the buffet. The guy said that the buffet has a lot of different dishes and it's very convenient and pleasant. Jiang, he meets everything new in this world for the first time, but she can learn anything from anywhere. Shu thought that the girl was collecting information everywhere and would be able to achieve some progress. Jiang and Shu walked and walked further down the street. He thought that Zhang He and this world were gradually becoming compatible. 2 days passed quickly. Jiang and Shu were sitting together and relaxing at the guy's house. The guy decided to give the girl a phone. He told her that she could call him if something happened. Jiang thought about it. She looked at the smartphone in the guy's hand for a long time. Then she asked if the phones were expensive. The guy said that the phones are very inexpensive and he received it as a gift. He remembered to himself that he only spent 1,000 yuan on this. The girl picked up the phone and looked at it for a long time. To her, he was mysterious. Jiang thanked the guy and called him a young hero. He was very happy. The guy told the girl to read the instructions and try to call him. The girl agreed with him. She started pressing buttons. Shu was very happy that the girl was interested in his gift. The guy thought about it. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable. Shu decided that it would be convenient for him if the girl learned such things faster. When leaving, the guy told the girl to have dinner alone today and not wait for him. Shu said that he would return late. He suggested that the girl watch some video or study the new phone better. He thought to himself that it was very good that the girl was interested in online games where she could earn money. Jiang looked at the monitor screen. She asked the guy if managing these characters in the game really counts as work. Shu told her that it counts. He added to the girl that he left food on the table. After that, the guy went outside and walked from the house to the car. He got into the car and thought that nothing would be the same since he sheltered Jian He. Shu decided to visit his parents. He opened the door to the apartment and said that he was back. The guy entered the kitchen. There was complete silence around. He decided to move on. The father came out and was glad that the guy had returned. Shu asked his father where his mother was. The father replied that the mother was still playing mahjong. Shu asked his father if he was hungry. The father told his son to call his mother and tell her to come back. He asked the guy why he came today without his girlfriend. Shu told his father irritably that Jiang was simply living with him for a while. The father asked the guy judiciously whether he would allow the girl to stay if she were a guy. The son replied that his friend Qin Hao had already lived with him once. The father told his son that if Qin Hao were a girl, they would have gotten together long ago. Shu thought that he did not want to continue this conversation. The father told his son to call his mother. Shu thought that when a mother starts playing mahjong, she forgets about everything in the world. Shu called his mother and said that he was home. After that, father and son sat down on the sofa, and each of them was busy with their own business. Shu told his father that a thief had recently broken into his apartment. He ended up having to fix the window and install a security system. The father asked his son with interest what he had that could be stolen from him. Shu reminded that he has a computer. At the same time, the guy handed his father a piece of paper for him to read. The father told his son that he hugs the computer every night and how someone could have stolen it. After reading the note on the piece of paper, the father asked if his son had any injuries. Shu cheerfully told his father that the thief got hit on the head and ran away. The father told his son that he was not interested in him, but about the thief. Shu replied that if the thief ran away beaten, what injuries could he have? Then Yuya's mother came into the room. She was surprised that he came to her home. The guy said that he wrote about this in a group chat, but the mother did not even respond to his message. The mother said that she forgot whether she read the message in the chat. She said that she was probably tired. The mother said that she had prepared dinner, and the son and father could watch TV. Shu thought that his mother was in a good mood because she won a lot in the game today. The woman began to prepare dinner. She decided to make a salad. Then the mother asked her son where his girlfriend was. He replied that he did not have a girlfriend. The father reminded his son that he even hung up the girl's things. He added that ordinary friends cannot live together and wash each other's clothes. The mother was surprised that her son and girlfriend lived together. After that, they sat down to dinner. The mother asked her son if there were photographs. The woman remembered that she wanted to come herself and look at the guy's girlfriend, but the father said that nothing was clear yet. The woman recalled that she and her father were waiting for their son to go home and ask for it himself. Shu said that Zhang is an ordinary friend to him and his parents have nothing to see there. The guy thought that given his mother's meticulousness, he would have to show a photo of the girl. He showed her the photo on his smartphone. He once again reminded that Zhang is not his girlfriend. Mother said that Jiang is very beautiful. She asked permission to take a closer look. The mother looked and asked if this photo was taken on the Lanjiang Bridge. The woman was scrolling and looking at photos on her smartphone. As a result, the mother said that she really liked the girl's photographs. Then the woman asked why there were so many photographs if Zhang was only a friend. The guy said that he was taking the phone. The guy thought to himself that his beautiful mother was acting as if she were his wife. The mother looked at the girl's photographs and realized that no matter what Zhang did, the guy was always next to her and photographed her every moment. The woman realized that if a girl spends a lot of time with his son, then they are both interested in each other. The mother asked the guy if the girl was 18 years old and where she was studying. Shu told her that the girl was not studying anywhere. Mother was surprised. She said that such a beautiful girl should study somewhere. The guy replied that Zhang has a fairly rich family. The father said slyly that if Zhang were the best student, she would not be interested in Shu. The mother thought that it was a pity that the girl was young. The guy reminded his parents that he lives on his own bread. The mother asked her son how he met the girl. She clarified whether the girl was from Jiangcheng. The guy was silent in response. Shu asked his parents to talk about the fact that he lives separately. He thought to himself that Jiang needed to find her place in this world. The guy told his parents that it was time for him to go to bed early. He asked his mother to play mahjong all day. The father said that it would be easier to kick the guy out onto the street and somehow force his mother not to play mahjong. The mother asked the guy if it was true that a ghost had been seen in their area. Someone even mentioned that a scream was heard in the middle of the night. Shu slyly replied to his parents that he had also heard about this story. The son told his father to cut his rent in half, and this is all because there are ghosts living in the area. The mother was surprised at this proposal. The guy said that a priest even passed through the area. The mother told the father that it was difficult for the guy even without ghosts, after the girl appeared. After thinking a little, the father recalled that the son himself said that Zhang was not his girlfriend. Shu shouted with all confidence that Zhang was his girlfriend. Night has fallen on the city. At the same time, Zhang was alone at home with the protagonist. The girl was busy playing computer games. At the same time, she did not part with her sword. A guy entered the room. He told the girl that he had returned home. He asked her why she carries a sword with her. Zhang was silent in response. The guy noticed that she could barely hold back her crying. Zhang never looked at the guy. She turned around and said that she was running to the shower. The girl turned around and ran back into the room. She continued to hold the sword in her hands. The guy didn't understand the girl's behavior. He saw her turn around again and run away from him. Shu asked the girl in surprise why she had a sword with her. She answered in fear that she just wanted it that way. The guy asked the girl what happened while he was away. He asked if someone had broken in again. Zhang turned her back to him and said that this did not happen. She still couldn't look at the guy. Shu asked the girl in surprise who she was protecting herself from and really from him. The girl was silent and tears appeared in her eyes. She told the guy that he was good. Then the girl slammed the door with all her might and went into the next room. The guy thought that so far everything was fine if the girl was not defending herself from him. Shu sat down in a chair and thought. He was surprised by the whole current situation. The guy was sitting in a chair, resting. He waited for the girl to calm down and return from the next room. Gradually, the guy's patience was running out. He wondered to himself what Jiang was doing there. Shu thought in his imagination how the girl was now naked taking a shower by herself. The guy decided to drive away such a vision from himself. He decided to focus on something else. The guy kept repeating to himself that he was an honorable and honest hero. Then something caught his attention. He noticed that the laptop on the table was in standby mode. He thought maybe he forgot to turn it off. The guy decided not to touch the laptop. He remembered that the girl had a second computer for work. Shu didn't even notice how Jung returned from the shower to the room. She was still silent. The girl walked and dried her hair, still holding the hairdryer in her hands. She looked tired. The girl looked at the guy and she came close to him. Water was dripping from her hair. Shu asked Jung with interest whether training her fighting skills made her more beautiful. The guy asked the girl that even if her skin was destroyed to atoms, could she still be as pleasant? He asked if she knew any special techniques. Zhao answered him that she wanted to teach him, but he did not want to learn. The guy asked the girl with interest whether it was necessary to start with the basics. The guy thought that in the future the girl might open classes where she could teach people to become more beautiful through martial arts. The guy thought to himself that young people now can only go to the gym once a year and will not practice martial arts. Zhang decided to try using a hairdryer and she plugged it into the outlet. The girl looked in surprise at the working hairdryer. The guy was watching her. The girl asked the guy if the priest was able to exorcise the ghost a couple of days ago. The guy replied that priests in our time only deceive people. The guy told the girl that that night her adventures included passing on a ghost. Zhang, after thinking a little, said in response that she was a person and not a ghost. Shu told the girl that she most likely was not yet used to the new hairdryer. He wanted to help her with this. The guy helped the girl turn on the hairdryer. She still held it in her hands. Zhang handed the working hairdryer into the guy's hands. He decided to help her dry her hair. The guy told the girl that at this time you rarely meet anyone who is good at martial arts. He explained to the girl that everyone perceived her movements in the middle of the night as the movements of a ghost. Zhang asked the guy why people of this generation do not practice martial arts. Shu consistently explained to the girl that her quality of life had improved. People enjoy life. Martial arts are lost in the past. The guy added that everyone wants to enjoy life and no one wants to choose martial arts. Shu recalled the story of Ling Hu, who was able to cover the world with one sword without any martial arts. The guy told the girl that there is no need for martial arts now. People now use technology thanks to which they live in comfort. He invited the girl to pawn her sword. Zhang shouted excitedly to the guy that she saw a ghost and was using the sword to protect herself. The guy added that there was no ghost, and the girl was simply mistaken for him. He added that ghosts do not exist in nature at all. Zhang answered confidently that she had seen a ghost. She wanted to tell the guy the details. After a short pause, Zhang told the guy that when he was not there, she saw a ghost. The girl, with fear, began to tell the guy that when he left, she saw a ghost. Shu was very surprised. He saw that the girl was completely serious. The guy thought that Zhang might have mistaken an ordinary masked man for a ghost. He asked her what the ghost looked like. After a short pause, the girl said that the ghost had long hair and even longer than hers. The girl gestured to show how long the ghost's hair was. Zhang looked at the guy with a frightened look. He was scared too. Shu asked the girl what else she noticed about the ghost. Zhang replied that the ghost had a pale face. The girl added that the ghost was wearing a blue dress with long sleeves. The guy got even more scared. Shu felt that he felt terrified and afraid to sit in his room now. He couldn't understand what exactly Jiang he saw. But the guy still didn't believe that the girl could see a ghost. Shu said as calmly as possible that there are no ghosts from a scientific point of view. The guy explained that the girl was simply worried. He told her to dry her hair and go to bed. Jiang said thoughtfully that in her time ghosts were very feared. She still held the sword in her hand. The guy said thoughtfully that they are still afraid of ghosts. He continued to blow dry the girl's hair. The guy said that the existence of ghosts is impossible. He added that it happens that people think that a ghost was where there was none. The girl turned her head and said confidently that there was a ghost and she saw him. Zhang said that she doesn't know if her sword could hit the ghost. The guy thought that the girl was speaking very plausibly. The guy was surprised that a girl who came from the Tang Dynasty could not understand such things. Shu thought to himself that if there is such a phenomenon as Zhang He, then there might be the possibility of the existence of ghosts. Zhang was still impressed. The guy had already lost his fear from the story about the ghost. The girl folded her hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you" to the guy. He told her that she didn't need to be so polite. The guy told the girl not to worry and to go to bed quickly. She agreed. Having completely calmed down, the guy decided to get ready for bed himself. Shu now decided to take a shower himself before bed to calm down even more. The guy washed himself in the shower very quickly, 3 times faster than usual. Shu thought to himself that there is a big difference between living on your own and living with someone. The guy thought to himself that he got goosebumps after hearing the story from the girl. He decided to prepare a video for tomorrow. Here, the guy was very surprised. What he saw scared and shocked him. At the same time, Zhang was sitting on her bed and she was getting ready to sleep. The girl found new clothes on the bed. Shu bought these clothes for her. Zhang compared the clothes she bought with those she saw on the street. She realized that the guy had purchased the most suitable one. Zhang sat and joyfully looked at the clothes. She thought that Shu was a good person. The girl put her hand under the pillow. Her old clothes were lying there. She took out her old clothes that she had on when she got here. The girl's old clothes were wider at the shoulders and the sleeves were shorter. It was also made of very rough material. The girl thought that if she returned back in time to her village, these clothes would be altered for her. Jiang held her old clothes and remembered her old life and the time she came from. The teacher told her that she should study martial arts without fear of pain. He added that she should not feel sorry for anyone who looks down on her. When Jiang was in her ancient time, a friend told her that it would be difficult for her to get married if she practiced with a sword all the time and did not know how to sew. The memories awakened nostalgia in the girl. She decided to improve her martial arts skills to overcome the ghost. The girl sat thoughtfully on the bed. She was distracted by an unexpected knock on the door. Jiang opened the door and saw a guy standing there. She looked at him in silence and surprise. Shu showed the girl a laptop with a still from the film and asked if she had seen this ghost. The girl shouted loudly that it was that ghost. She wanted to get the sword. The guy thought with relief that he knew so. He thought to himself that he almost believed the girl. Lavushka was still very scared. She held onto her sword. The guy told her that he would explain everything tomorrow. Shu closed the laptop. At the same time, the girl stopped being afraid. The guy answered the girl that everything was fine and he hid the ghost back. Now the girl can sleep peacefully. The night passed quickly, and the sun shone into the house where the girl and her boyfriend lived. Jiang sat on the bed and squinted at the sun. She thought to herself that the ghost never showed up. The girl approached the door to open it. She was preparing to practice with the sword. Jiang remembered that she promised to leave the door open so that the guy could watch her practice with the ball. She thought that Shu was still sleeping, but she still needed to train. She realized that at this time she could only protect herself with the help of martial arts. The guy woke up and, rubbing his eyes, walked out of his room into the corridor. The girl was feeding the cat at this time. The guy greeted her and wished her good morning. The guy walked past the girl and went to the bathroom. She was still sitting with the cat. Shu was glad that if the girl's head had not yet burst from the abundance of information, then she would be able to withstand everything. No one will know that Jiang is a person from ancient times. The guy thought that Jiang's attractive appearance would attract a crowd of guys. The guy thought to himself that if a battle teacher or someone else from that era had been transported from ancient times, the neighbors would immediately tell the authorities about such an alien if they noticed him. Shu was brushing his teeth and asked the girl what her teacher looked like and whether he had a long beard. Jiang said that her teacher is tall and bearded. She asked the guy why he didn't wear a beard. Shu happily told the girl that he was a scientist and not some kind of savage. The girl said that scientists in his time also wore beards. The guy added that he is an ordinary scientist, and he has blades for his beard. Shu told the girl to get ready as they were going to have breakfast. Jiang said that the phone the guy gave her was broken. She decided that it needed to be fixed. The guy told her in response that the battery in the phone was most likely dead. Then the guy and the girl went down the entrance and went to have breakfast. Shu told the girl that it was the weekend, so there was no need to work. He suggests focusing on mastering the phone. He added to the girl that you can spend money using your phone. Shu showed the girl the phone and said that it contained a WeChat wallet. The guy said that her wallet balance is now 0. He told her that he would now transfer 100 yuan. The girl pressed the button and saw that the money had arrived. Shu told the girl that she could consider the money a loan. She can return them when she receives her salary. The guy thought to himself that his friends never borrowed money from him. Shu told the girl to be more careful with her money. She thanked him. At this time, a young policeman arrived on a motor scooter to his home for lunch. A father was sitting on the couch at home, thoughtfully waiting for his son to get home from work. The policeman came home and said that he was home. He's home from his shift and very hungry. The father replied that there was some porridge and flatbread left. When the son began to have dinner, the father asked him how many thieves he caught during the night. The son responded dissatisfiedly that there are not enough thieves to catch them on a regular basis. The father told his son that Qingzi was able to catch the thief even though he himself was not a policeman. My son was very surprised by this news. He asked excitedly when this happened. The father said that a couple of days ago a thief snuck into Qingzu's house, but he was able to neutralize him. The policeman was very angry. He was unhappy that the thief was simply taken and released. The policeman decided to call and express his displeasure that the thief was released. The father told his son that the thief had already been released, so there was no point in lamenting. He also added that Shu was able to find a girlfriend, and she lives with him. The policeman said that the guy has a good appearance, so it's easy for him to find a girl. Then suddenly the policeman took the phone away and asked the father what he had said about the girl. The father repeated that, although Shu is a nice guy, he still makes a lot of efforts to find a girl. He asked his son why he was not looking for a girlfriend. The son replied that he had just found a job and there was no need to rush. He also added that he does not have time since he is at work every day. The son said that Qingzi had already broken up with his girlfriend. The father rudely reminded his son that Qingzi already had 2 girls. He clarified why he rides around in his car all day. The guy told his father that he was traveling to catch thieves and showed him handcuffs. The son asked his father if he had caught at least one thief. The policeman thought about it. The policeman said that he will think about the girl when he becomes a detective. The guy shouted to his father that he was making fun of them. He promised that one day he would go home with the most beautiful girl from the police. The father replied that he would gladly bless his son if he found at least any girl. The son said cheerfully that before the young man achieves his goal, why settle down? The father said to hell with his son's words, and he waved his slipper and told his son not to run away. The policeman ate and thought to himself that his old man did not choose his expression. As a result, he decided to himself that he should dream big and strive for success since he is a man. Then someone called the policeman and suggested they have fun in the evening. He replied that he was on duty. The policeman finished the phone conversation. He fell silent and thought. The policeman decided to himself that his duty was very exhausting and he needed to sleep. He told his son to wake him up at 4 o'clock. Shu sat with Jiang. Then someone called him and asked him to meet. He specified where to meet. The interlocutor told Shu that he had called Qin Hao earlier, and he replied that he was on duty. Shu asked his interlocutor where exactly they were going since he wouldn't go to the bar, but could only do so if he went to dinner. The guy asked his interlocutor if he could take his girlfriend from the village with him. Jiang listened very carefully to what the guy said and ate the pie. The guy told the girl that he would take her out to have fun in the evening. She clarified what she should do. The guy answered her that they would go and walk like modern people. He instructed the girl to understand his hints. Jiang answered the guy that she understood him. Shu decided to pet the cat goodbye. The girl asked the guy if what he told her about films about ghosts was true. She asked why people do such strange things. Shu replied that this is not a strange thing. People are simply looking for adrenaline. He asked the girl if there were books about the supernatural in her time. She replied that she was not sure. Jiang thought to herself that she had never read anything like this. The guy decided to use an example to explain to the girl the needs of people for news. He pointed out that if there is demand, there will be supply. Shu explained that in modern society, people pay each other money to solve their problems. He cited food delivery services and clothing stores as examples. The guy added that solving problems is possible in exchange for a monetary reward. People are looking for someone to solve their problems while they are helping someone else. Shu said that while Jiang upgrades her heroes in games, she can receive money and then spend it. The girl thought that the guy lived like a landowner who didn't have to go to work and had food delivered to his home. Jiang said that as soon as a guy's need meets a horror movie, the problem of boredom will be solved. The company spends money to make a movie, and the guy pays to watch the movie. Shu told her that she was very smart. The guy decided to make the girl happy and gave her a can of carbonated drink. Shu told the girl that this was her reward for the correct answer. She was silent. Jiang, holding the jar in her hand, thought about everything the guy told her. The girl asked the guy that although he was taking her with him now, he wouldn't make any money from it. He does this to fill a psychological need. Shu thought about it. He could not answer the girl because he did not expect such a difficult question. The guy answered the girl that maybe she was right. He added that he doesn't know why he's doing it. He's just doing it. Jiang looked at Shu and thought about the guy that he really was a good person. The girl decided to try the drink from a can. She started to open it. Due to the intense pressure, the drink sprayed out of the can in all directions. The girl was doused with a drink. Shu immediately handed the girl a towel and told her to dry herself. The guy told the girl that they were going to a crowded place and that she should not worry. He added that she could eat and drink whatever she wanted except alcohol. Gradually, they approached a very large building that was illuminated by many lights. The guy told the girl that they should come here. They prepared to go inside together. The girl asked the guy if they were going here. Shu replied that this would be an unusual experience for her. He told the girl to come in. Shu pointed out that today a rich man is paying for them, so she doesn't have to limit herself in food. The two of them walked along a bright and illuminated corridor. This was new for the girl. They gradually moved towards the entrance to a large room. The girl didn't like the loud sound coming from there. Shu and Jiang stood in front of the large doors. The guy said that they need to come here. The door opened and they entered a large room. There were a lot of people there, drinking and having fun. One of the guys present turned around and greeted Shu, calling him Qingzi. Shu stood with Jiang and silently watched the fun going on around them. They noticed that a gambling card game was going on nearby at one table. Shu asked the guys present at the party whether they had already started. The guy on the sofa replied that they were still waiting for Shu to arrive. He asked him to choose a song. Shu said that he wanted to sit for a while. Shu and Jiang sat on the sofa. The girl looked around with caution. Jiang fell silent. She wanted to ask the guy something but didn't know where to start. The surroundings were a novelty for her. Shu looked at his phone to avoid getting bored. The girl sat next to him and felt uncomfortable. Jiang understood to herself that she would be very uncomfortable in this place. The guy noticed that the girl was bored, and he took some treats out of his pocket for her. Shu told the girl that if she was hungry, she could have a little snack for now. He gave her some nuts and seeds for now. The guy said that later they would order normal food. Zhang asked the guy what he said. Shu realized that due to the very loud noise, the girl would not hear him if he spoke quietly. The guy gave the girl a nut and told her to open it and try the contents. The girl asked the guy if she was doing the right thing. She crushed the nut. Shu asked the girl with interest whether she had such nuts in her era. Zhang answered the guy that she had never seen such nuts, but they were very tasty to her. The girl felt that she really liked the taste of the nuts. Zhang added to the guy that she also liked this type of nut. Shu replied that she could eat more. The guy thought that in this karaoke room no one would pay attention to how the girl opened the nuts herself. Shu decided not to just sit and start having fun. He opened a bottle of alcohol. Shu turned to his friend Wang Zi and cheerfully offered him a drink. Wang Zi responded very dissatisfied to the guy that he had just started singing. Shu raised the bottle in his hands and demanded that they bring glasses. Shu and his friend knocked over the bottles of liquor and started drinking them. Jiang looked at the guy with excitement as he knocked over a bottle of alcohol. The girl sat down next to Shu and said decisively that she also wanted to try. Shu Yi replied that girls should take care of their health, and alcohol is harmful to them. Jiang replied that she had already drank alcohol and was not getting drunk. The guy told the girl that the alcohol content in these drinks was more than in the rice wine she tried. The girl replied that she just wanted to try. The guy noticed that the girl's eyes were even glowing with the desire to try. Shu decided that he could no longer resist. He agreed with the girl. He told her that he would only pour a sip. Jiang was very happy about this. Gradually, the girl began to empty the contents of the glass. The guy looked at her. After waiting a little, the guy asked the girl how she liked it. Jiang replied that she felt terrible. The guy was very surprised by what she said. The girl sat down next to Shu and repeated in the guy's ear that she said she felt terrible. Then his friend turned to Shu and asked what they were doing there. He demanded that everything be open and in front of everyone. Shu answered irritably to his friend to leave him behind and sing his songs. Then Shu noticed how his friend got up from his seat and wanted to sit next to him. He asked Shu if his girlfriend was sitting next to him on the sofa. The friend asked Shu why he did not introduce this girl to everyone present. Shu said that this was his friend named Jiang He and she came from the suburbs. Shu told the girl that his friend's name is Wang Zijun. He is a respectable rich man and landowner. The girl was surprised. Wang Zi said slyly that if Shu and Jiang are just friends, then he can also become friends with the girl. Shu replied that he should not even think about it. Shu told his friend that he was not as tall and not as handsome as him. Wang Zi answered completely confidently and joyfully that he had money. Shu asked his friend if they were ready to start. He also added that he was so hungry that he would eat an elephant. Wang Zi suggested warming up since it was okay that not everyone had come. He also clarified why their friend Haozi was still on duty. Shu replied to his friend that Haozi was busy protecting people. At the same time, those present began to cheerfully sing karaoke and dance. Jian asked the guy why there were so many people here. She added that she was very noisy. Shu thought to himself that maybe he shouldn't have taken the girl to karaoke. But all this will help her gain experience in infiltrating society. Out loud, he told the girl to take it all as a holiday. The guy added that it's easier to build relationships with people when everyone is having fun. Shu said that people go to karaoke for different purposes. He asked the girl to help him open the nuts. The girl agreed to the request and she silently crushed the nut and gave it to the guy. He thanked her. Shu asked the girl if she could sing. Jiang said that she had never sung before. The guy answered the girl that he wouldn't let her sing even if she knew how. Shu told the girl that the hero would put on a show today. Shu noticed how the door opened and a guy in a white jacket and glasses walked in. Shu also noticed the guy coming in and was surprised why he was also here. Shu looked at the guy in the white jacket and glasses with great attention and indignation. Shu noticed that the guy with glasses who came to the party stopped. Shu was distracted by hearing the girl next to him constantly cracking nuts. Seeing a pile of shells on the table, Shu asked Jiang how hungry she was. The girl answered him that she was only a little hungry. Shu told her to wait a little as there would be a big birthday cake. The girl asked with great interest whether there would be a big cake at the party. Jiang remembered that nothing she tried tasted bad to her. The worst were the burgers and buns. A friend called Qingzi loudly and extended his hand with a microphone. En suggested that we sing a duet since Hao Tzu was not there. Shu replied, drunk and relaxed, that he only agreed to one song. Suddenly the girl sat close to the guy and was very interested in the microphone. Jiang, pointing at the microphone, asked the guy with interest what it was. Jiang's loud voice rang out from the speakers throughout the hall. She was surprised, scared, and asked why her voice was so loud. Shu told her not to be afraid because it's called a microphone. He promised to explain the details to her later. The guy thought to himself that the next time Jiang heard a loud announcement from the speakers on the street, she would not think that some person had developed the power to speak so loudly. The girl sat and thought to herself in surprise about a new invention called a microphone. Shu thought to himself that he wanted to pinch the girl's cheek. The guy extended his hand to the girl. He decided not to restrain himself. Jiang watched with surprise and incomprehension as he extended his hand to her. The girl didn't want to endure it anymore. She threw the guy's hand away. Shu thought to himself that sooner or later he would pinch her. Shu and his friend were standing near the table, and they were getting ready to start singing together. Then Shu's friend looked around and said that everything was in place. He suggested we start. Then a box with a large cake slowly rolled into the room. She was very tall. Wang Zi thanked everyone for coming and said that they would begin now. He said that today is his girlfriend's birthday. He turned to the side and noticed that the girl was missing. He wondered where she was. One of the girls at the party said that she thought she saw her leave. Shu noticed that Wang Zi was celebrating the girl's birthday, and noticed that she was not there only at the moment of cutting the cake. Wang Zi looked for his girlfriend throughout the building. He even looked into the toilet. Wang Zi returned to the party and said that he had no idea where to take the girl. He added that they would leave the cake until the girl returned. Shu asked Wang Zi how long they had been dating. He replied that it was a couple of months. Shu responded ironically that it was time for them to part ways. Wang Zi replied angrily to the guy that they really loved each other. Jiang listened to these words with great attention. Jiang asked the guy if the word girl means wife. Shu thought about it. Shu explained that girl is a term that means someone who is different from others. The guy pointed to his friend and said that for that girl, this means someone's future wife. Wang Zi thought about the guy's words and thought that it was all true. Jiang asked Shu what the girl meant to him. The guy was surprised. Shu said that for a recluse like him, a girl is everything. Wang Zi asked Shu and Jiang again if they were really just friends. Shu tried to change the topic and suggested chatting over a couple of cocktails. He thought to himself that he didn't need to joke with Jiang He about the definition of the term girl. Then Wang Zi looked at his watch and noticed that it was already very late. Wang Zi said that he would go and call the girl and they would talk to Shu later. After his friend left, Shu exhaled in a relaxed manner. The girl stood next to him. Then Shu suddenly heard someone ask him about his new girlfriend. Without even turning around, Shu answered his interlocutor that it was none of his business. A guy in a white jacket and glasses approached. He asked Shu how he finds such beautiful girls. He clarified why he himself could not find anyone like him. Shu responded by cheerfully asking the guy about his question about the girl. Shu answered joyfully that his interlocutor could not find a girl because he was very scary. Shu stood near the cake and next to him was Jiang and a guy with glasses who came. The guy with glasses turned to Shu and told him not to be so unfriendly. He proposed a toast. Shu called his interlocutor Liang Zi and said that he was not in the mood to argue with him. As a result, Shu told Liang Zi to get away from him. At this time, Wang Zi entered the room. Wang Zi noticed the conflict between Liang Zi and Shu. Wang Zi thought to himself that he invited Liang Zi because he believed that their enmity was over. Wang Zi saw how Shu and Liang Zi looked at each other with hostility. Wang Zi told the guys to disperse and explain the situation. He turned to Liang Zi and told him not to come here again and not to provoke Shu. Liang Zi said that he did not provoke, but simply drank and reminded the guy of the good old days. Shu asked Wang Zi whether he really invited Liang Zi. Wang Zi explained that he was thinking about reconciliation between Shu and Liang Zi. He asked Shu if it was really impossible to solve anything. Shu was surprised by these words. He asked Wang Zi if he really offered to solve something. Shu said cheerfully that he always thought that this topic was familiar. Wang Zi asked Liang Zi very sternly why he came to the party. Liang Zi answered calmly that everything that happened had long ago become commonplace. He explained that he just wanted to chat with Qing and offer him a toast. Liang Zi asked Shu what it meant that he looked down on him. The guy was silent. Shu asked Liang Zi if he didn't punish him enough last time. Jiang stood aside and watched the guys talk. She was excited. The surrounding guests also noticed the conflict between the guys and realized that things were heading towards a fight. Wang Zi was very surprised. He asked Liang Zi and Shu when they had already fought. Wang Zi was angry that he did not understand everything. He asked the guys what was going on between them. Wang Zi angrily asked Liang Zi and Shu why they were acting like children. They were silent in response. Wang Zi suggested forgetting about everything and just celebrating his girlfriend's birthday. Liang Zi said that he just wanted to propose a toast. If Shu had supported the toast, nothing would have happened. Shu rudely and sharply replied that he was not going to do this. The girl looked at him in surprise. Liang Zi told Shu about his little sister. He added that Jiang is very beautiful. Shu said that the girl would not do this either. He pointed out to Liang Zi that Jiang was not his half-sister. Jiang loudly and indignantly said that she was not a sister. The guy told her not to talk to Liang Zi. Wang Zi is tired of listening to the bickering between the guys. He shouted at them to calm down. Wang Zi grabbed Liang Zi by the shoulders and told them to step aside for a while. Shu sat with the girl at the table. He drank the drink in silence. Wang Zi asked Shu when they had time to fight. The guy answered him that recently. Shu would not have come to the party if he knew that Liang Zi would be there. Wang Zi told the guy that he would not have invited Liang Zi if he knew that there was bad relations between them. Jiang sat and ate watermelon. Then she asked Shu why Liang Zi called her sister. Shu responded rudely to the girl that Liang Zi was simply a freak. Shu asked the girl with interest whether Liang Zi was more beautiful than himself. Jiang looked at Liang Zi standing there. She replied to Shu that he looked better. Shu asked the girl if she thought she looked beautiful too. Shu said that if two beautiful people sit next to each other, one can easily think that they are together. Wang Zi said sharply to Shu that from the very beginning he thought that he and the girl were together. Wang Zi became even more angry and told Shu that he was looking for a fight. Jiang asked why if people are good for each other, they must be married. Shu pointed his finger at Wang Zi and said that he did not understand his train of thought. Wang Zi replied sharply that he had a girlfriend. Shu asked Wang Zi where his girlfriend was. Then she entered the room. Wang Zi was very glad that his girlfriend came. He shouted to the waiter to turn off the lights because it was time to cut the cake. Wu Xiang looked at the cake. It was very beautiful, and on top it was decorated with figures of Wang Zi and his girlfriend. Jiang was surprised by the size of the cake. She asked Shu if the cake was edible. He replied that it was edible. Then suddenly Shu had some suspicions. His intuition was telling him something. The guy looked at the cake carefully for a long time. He made a clear conclusion that something was wrong here. Jiang sat and held a saucer in her hands. On it lay a huge piece of delicious cake. The girl watched and saw party guests throwing pieces of cake at each other for fun. A couple of minutes before, Shu approached the girl, took her hand and told her to come with him. The guy put the girl on the floor near the sofa and told her to stay there. Shu told the girl to sit quietly and not make unnecessary movements. He promised to return to her with a big piece of cake. Jiang sat on the floor and thought menacingly to herself that she didn't even know what the cake would taste like. She didn't understand why she needed to hide. Jiang already watched the guests getting ready to cut the cake. She realized that she really wanted him. She saw someone carrying a large piece of cake on a plate. It looked very tasty to her. Then one of the guests threw a piece of cake at another guest with all his might. For fun, people started throwing pieces of a large cake at each other. Jiang looked at what the guests were doing and was very surprised. She didn't understand what they were doing. The girl was very sorry that such a big cake would go to waste, and she stuck her hand out in front of her. Jiang extended her hand towards the cake. She wanted to grab him. At this time, Shu came over. He reminded the girl that he told her to hide. At the same time, Shu was carrying a large piece of delicious cake for the girl. The guy told the girl that there was a crowd of crazy people in the hall, and he was very tired. Shu told the girl that he immediately understood that Wang Zi ordered a large cake so that they could fight. He slipped the girl a piece of cake to try. Jiang silently looked at the cake on the plate. She decided to try it. Gradually, the girl carefully took a piece of cake for herself with a spoon. Jiang put a spoon in her mouth and began to chew it slowly and carefully. Shu asked the girl if the cake was really tasty for her. The girl was still chewing the cake. Then she said that she really liked him. Jiang thought to himself that she really wanted the second miss to try this cake too. The girl thought that if the second miss tried a piece of cake, she would then smile from ear to ear. A guy and a girl sat on the floor and watched as those around them threw cake at each other. Jiang sadly asked the guy why people throw delicious food at each other. Shu answered her that this is one of the options for using food. The guy promised the girl that if she liked the cake, he would buy her the same one. Jiang looked at the people around her with sadness and disappointment. She didn't understand why people throw delicious food instead of eating it. At the same time, they don't even pay attention to the fact that they get dirty. It was difficult for Jiang to understand why even the girls at the party were throwing cake. She thought to herself that this is not a wonderful era. Jiang was silent for a long time. She was alien to such fun of people at the party. Shu and the girl sat in front of the table and looked at the remains of food on it. The bacchanalia with the cake continued in the hall. The girl wondered if this was the golden age. Shu also sat sad. He didn't know how to cheer the girl up and improve her mood. The guy said that the guests had already finished fooling around, and now they could stop hiding. He headed to the bathroom to wash himself off, then they would go home. The girl crawled out from under the table and sat down on the sofa. She was still silent. Then Liang Tzu approached from the side. He asked the girl with interest whether Qing had left her here alone. Liang Zi asked the girl her name. He invited her to get to know each other better. Jiang turned to the guy and said that she would not talk to him. Liang Zi asked the girl if the Qing really taught her to talk to everyone like that. Liang Zi slyly told the girl that she looked quite clean. He asked her if she was part of the fun. Liang Zi smeared a piece of cake on his finger and told the girl that he would treat her now. Jiang jumped away from the guy and asked what he was doing. Liang Zi said that the girl is clean, so she needs to be smeared a little. The girl watched in horror as the guy raised his finger to her with a piece of cake. Jiang realized that she would have to defend herself. She stretched her hands and prepared for a fight. Liang Zi felt like someone grabbed his shoulder from behind with all his might. Shu asked Liang Zi very angrily who allowed him to do such a thing here. As a result, Shu swung and hit Liang Zi in the stomach with all his might. Liang Zi doubled over in pain. Shu told him to show some respect. Shu was very angry. He was ready to completely finish off Liang Zi now. Liang Zi decided to give change. He called Shu a freak and prepared to hit him. Liang Zi quickly swung his fist and hit Shu in the face with all his might. Shu felt that the blow was very strong. He fell as a result of the impact. Shu was lying on the table with food. He prepared to further fight off Liang Zi. The guests watched the fight with great interest. Wang Zi ran in and shouted to the guys that they were fighting again. Liang Zi and Shu continued to fight fiercely on the floor. Someone shouted for the lights to be turned on in the room. Someone shouted at the guys to stop. The guests began to calm the fighters. Jiang quietly approached Shu from behind and grabbed his collar with her hand. The guy still intended to continue fighting with Liang Zi. He still didn't calm down. Jiang pulled the guy towards her and pulled him away from her opponent. Those around were surprised that the girl was very strong. Nearby, several people, along with Wang Zi, restrained the angry Liang Zi. Wang Zi was very angry with himself. He didn't understand why he invited both of these guys. Shu gradually began to come to his senses. He wiped the blood from his face. Shu told Wang Zi that the good party was ruined by a scumbag. He suggested that Wang Zi throw a couple of blows at Liang Zi. As a result, Wang Zi said that he would rather hit Shu. Wang Zi addressed those present and asked for forgiveness for the trouble. Liang Zi told Shu that they would meet again later. Shu stood with Jiang and they both looked at Liang Zi. He was silent. Shu suggested to his opponent that if he didn't have enough, he could continue now. Liang Zi was very angry. He was ready to continue the fight. Wang Zi angrily told the guys to finish. He didn't need the fight at the party to continue. Wang Zi told Shu that his face was swollen like a pig. Shu told him that he was fine and knew when to stop. Shu approached Liang Zi and asked him again if he wanted to continue. He reminded him that he touched his girlfriend's face. Shu told his opponent that if he has questions, now is the time to solve them. Then there was a knock on the door of the room. Wang Zi was very irritated but did not understand who could come in the midst of the fun. The police were standing outside the door. The officer said they received a call that there was a fight. Wang Zi was very surprised when the police arrived, but he was even more struck by the man who stood with the chief officer. Wang Zi was surprised to see that his friend Hao Zi was standing in uniform. The senior officer asked Hao Tzu if he knew the organizer of the party. Hao Tzu said slyly that he often visited here with his friends, so there is a high chance that you can meet one of his acquaintances here. Together, the police entered the room and headed towards the guys. Officers noticed broken bottles around. Liang Zi was sitting on the floor. Shu stuck a piece of tissue into his nose to stop the bleeding and looked at the police. Hao Tzu looked at Liang Tzu sitting on the floor and turned to the guys. Hao Tzu smiled and told them that they had a lot of fun. Wang Zi told the police that he was very passionate about singing and doesn't know who came up with the idea that there was a fight. Shu quietly told Hao Tzu with a smile that he was in good shape. The senior officer sternly addressed Shu and Liang Zi and asked them what had happened. Jiang stood silently next to the guy. Shu told the officers that nothing special had happened. Shu also said that everything here was as Wang Zi had previously told. The officer thought to himself that the guys had a good time. He noticed that if Shu was fine, then Liang Zi was too. The policeman asked the guys to show their documents. Shu answered him that no one will take documents with them when everyone is having fun. The officer asked for his identification number. The policeman looked to the side and saw a broken bottle. He reminded the guys that they said that they didn't fight. Shu continued to deny everything. He said there was no fight and they were just fooling around. Liang Zi unexpectedly told the policeman that they had a fight. He said that Shu hit him. The police officer was confused. He did not know which of them to believe. The policeman asked the guys strictly whether they had fought or not. Liang Zi confirmed that they were fighting and told the officer to look at the chaos around him. Hao Zi asked Shu if they really fought. The guy replied that everything can be discussed at the station. Wang Zi did not want problems with the law. He again told the police that there were no fights here. Hao Tzu strictly told them to go with him to the police station where they could talk. Shu asked Wang Zi to help him take his sister home, and he himself would go to the police station with the guys. Wang Zi noticed that the guy called Jiao first girlfriend and then sister. He replied that he would help Shu. Hao Tzu returned and said that everyone would go to the police station together as witnesses. They will study the situation from all angles there. Shu was very scared. He did not expect such a development of the situation. Shu called Zhang his sister and said that she was still a schoolgirl and needed to do her homework. The policeman replied that the schoolgirl would not go to such places. Wang Zi said that the police could take him away and ask him about everything. He was here the whole time, so he knows better whether there was a fight or not. The policeman sternly told them to stop talking nonsense and walk together. Hao Tzu said that he was new to work and was just following the boss. Shu said that his sister came from the village and she had not been to such places, so there was no need to scare her. Hao Tzu told them to all follow him together. They will figure out the situation later. Hao Tzu remembered that after his father told him that Shu had a girlfriend, he immediately realized that she was with him now. A group of people, accompanied by police, left the building and headed towards the car. Hao Tzu asked Shu where his cousin came from and how old she was. He clarified the girl's name. Shu asked Haozi if he was interested in this information to find out about the girl's past. He said that the girl's name is Jiang and she has no documents because she is in high school. Hao Tzu said that he understood the guy's answer. He then turned to Jiang and told her that she could call him Qin. Shu said that the girl was afraid of strangers and that Hao Tzu should not scare her. Wang Zi said to Haozi that he did not accept his invitation to the party, but he still ended up here. They got into different cars and headed to the police station. After some time, they all drove up to the police station together. The policeman told them to stop arguing and to go and close this case quickly. Shu felt an inexplicable feeling of excitement within himself. He thought it was a feeling of guilt. Shu thought to himself that keeping an eye on someone from another time means keeping an eye on your anger. Jiang was very scared and remained silent. She understood that they would question her at the police station. Shu was silent. He looked at the girl and understood that now they were facing a very difficult interrogation. Shu thought joyfully to himself that they would completely figure it out, and this situation would tell them what could happen in the future. The police officer invited all the participants in the fight into his office. Shu and Liang Zi were sitting at the table. The policeman sternly asked them what really happened and who started the fight. Shu spoke first. He said it was a normal fight. He hit Liang Zi because he insulted him. The policeman said that more details were needed. Shu replied that Liang Zi would be able to add. Liang Zi thought slyly to himself that he would gain nothing from this trip, but he would not lose anything either. He decided that he needed to make more fuss. Liang Zi said calmly that they were just fooling around. Then Shu hit him and he decided to hit back. The police officer was very unhappy and angry with this conversation. The policeman asked the guys if they knew what the word details meant. He asked the guy to tell him what the jokes were. The police officer asked the guys what started the fight and how exactly they hit each other. At the end, the policeman sternly asked if they understood his words. The guys were silent in response. The policeman sternly asked the guys what they were thinking about and that they tell everything in order. The policeman looked sternly at Shu and told him to start. Liang Zi plucked up courage and told the policeman that he would start talking. Liang said that it all started with the fact that he invited Shu to have a drink with him, but he did not want to. At this time, Shu thought that it was too early for Jiang to cooperate with the police. Shu realized that in the next room the girl was now being interrogated by Hao Tzu. He was afraid that Jiang might start acting suspicious. The policeman shouted to Shu that he wanted to hear his version from him now. Shu said that Liang Zi began to insult him with various methods, and then he hit him. The guy thought to himself that now he needs to try to shift the responsibility for the fight to Liang Zi. Liang Zi told the policeman that he was just joking. The officer was surprised that the guys fought because of a joke. The interrogation went on and on. As a result, silence fell in the office. The policeman asked the guys how they wanted to deal with this. He continued to shake their hands. Liang Zi suggested to the policeman that he should arrest Shu. The policeman said that they had a fight with each other, so they both need to be detained. He added that it is possible to remove the beating from the doctor, and thanks to this, you can begin to demand compensation. Liang Zi lifted his t-shirt over his stomach, where Shu hit him earlier. The policeman said that the damage was minor and would not be taken into account. Shu thought to himself that it was unlikely that both of them would be arrested. He invited Liang Zi to shake hands. Liang Zi excitedly told the police officer that Shu hit him first. The policeman said that he could arrest the guys and fine them. He asked Liang Zi whether he wanted a truce or to go to the doctor and describe his wounds. Liang Zi was very annoyed. He didn't like either option. After a long interrogation, Shu went to the toilet to wash his face, and on the way out, he met Hao Tzu. Hao Tzu told the guy that the abrasions on his face would take some time to heal. He offered to take the guy and girl home. Shu asked Hao Tzu if he could leave his post at work now. Suddenly, Hao Tzu covered the guy's mouth with his palm. He didn't understand anything. Hao Tzu told the guy to think about what he was saying. Shu was at a loss. Hao Tzu said in a whisper that secret agents were working here. Shu didn't understand what was wrong with his friend. Hao Tzu told the guy that he would take them. Shu said they could call a taxi. He asked where his sister and everyone else were. The policeman said that the girl was near the main entrance. He asked her to wait at the station, but she refused. Hao Tzu asked Shu why his sister was so strange. Shu answered him that he himself was strange. Wang Zi stood on the street with Jiang. He looked at the time on his smartphone. Wang Zi noticed in surprise that it was almost 1 a.m. The girl sat nearby and was silent. Wang Zi didn't understand why Qingji hadn't come out yet. He noticed that Liang Ji had already left. Shu finally left the station. Wang Zi said that today was some kind of madhouse. Shu replied that he would kick that idiot's ass if he had the chance. Shu asked Wang Zi with interest where his girlfriend was with whom he was dating. Wang Zi replied that she didn't wait and went into the car to sleep. He offered to give the guy and Zhang a ride. Shu told him that they would take a taxi. He thought to himself that it was difficult for him to talk to the girl while there were strangers around. Wang Zi said that he would wait for the taxi with them. The three of them sat on the street at night. It was cool and the wind blew leaves along the road. After a while, Wang Zi sneezed loudly. Shu felt that he was cold. Wang Zi, shaking with chills, said sadly that it was quite cold at night. Suddenly a thought struck Wang Zi. He turned and looked at the guy and the girl. Wang Zi said sternly and reproachfully to the guy that he should have given his jacket to the girl. Shu replied that the girl was not cold. Zhang also said that she was not cold. Wang Zi asked the guy if Zhang was his cousin or girlfriend. Shu replied that it was neither. The taxi brought Shu and his girlfriend home. The guy was glad that they were finally back. They needed to walk a little more. The guy walked in front and Zhang followed him. Shu walked in silence, looking intently in front of him. He knew that he needed to talk to the girl. Jiang also silently followed the guy. She didn't want to be the first to start a conversation. Shu thought to himself about the question of how the girl walked so quietly. The guy told Zhang to speed up and walk next to him. It seems to him that a servant is following him. The girl said that she was not a servant. Shu answered her that she would not be a servant if she walked next to him. Jiang decided not to argue with the guy. She sped up and started walking next to him. Shu told the girl that she was no longer a servant. Jiang told him that she was not a servant. Upon entering the apartment, the guy fell exhausted onto the sofa. Past events took all his strength. The guy was glad that he finally got home. He said he was very tired today. Shu stood up abruptly and asked the girl what she answered during the interrogation to policeman Hao Tzu. Zhang said that she told the police that she was her sister and came to her boyfriend's birthday. The girl added that when others asked her, she was silent. Shu was very happy with this answer. He called her magnificent. Jiang stroked the cat thoughtfully. She said constables in this era don't look scary. Shu told her that constables are not scary. If a person does not show cruelty, then nothing will happen. The guy stretched and thought that they did a good job today. He decided that he had lost nothing because of the fight. As a result, Zhang He came out into the public. The guy liked that the girl reacted correctly in the situation. He asked Zhang if she understood that she was now very dependent on him. He reminded the girl that she recoiled when Liang Zi provoked her at the party. The girl was holding a cat in her hands. She replied that everything happened naturally. Shu asked the girl if she was afraid that he would set her up. She replied that he would not set her up because he was a good person. Jiang recalled that the guy sheltered her and was helping her. She must trust him. While she is not familiar enough with this world, Shu is the only one who can help her. Jiang, remembering the party, said that Liang Zi did not try to touch her face. Shu told her that if Liang had touched her face, she would have hit him hard. The guy continued to recall the events of the previous evening. He felt funny. Remembering his conflict with Liang Tzu, he said that they fought like children. The guy went even further into memories and thoughts. The girl watched him from the side. Jiang was very surprised that the guy just called it a fight. Jiang asked Shu why he hit Liang Zi. The guy simply replied that Liang Zi deserved it himself. Shu added thoughtfully that when you hit a person who got it, the force should be such that the person feels pain but does not get injured. The guy continued to tell the girl specifics about relationships between people at this time. He said that people often cannot stand it when someone knows or can do more than them. Shu told the girl that he treats with contempt those who behave strangely and sycophants. Jiang asked the guy who the sycophants are. Shu answered her that this is what they call ordinary people who deserve to die. The girl realized that she did not understand anything. The relationships between people in the current world were difficult for her to understand. Shu told the girl that it was late and she needed to take a shower. She agreed and went to the bathroom. Shu thought that it was very good for him to have someone to talk to. The guy thought to himself that they could hug after she got out of the shower. Shu caught himself thinking that he was thinking something was wrong. He became worried. Shu wondered to himself where such thoughts could come from. The door creaked. Jiang came out of the shower. The guy looked at her in surprise. Jiang was carrying a hairdryer in her hands. She looked at the guy, meaning that he would help her dry her hair. Shu jumped up abruptly from the sofa, and without looking in the girl's direction, he told her to dry her hair herself. Shu told the girl that he would now go take a shower. She was silent. Shu went to the bathroom. He felt very uneasy because of the thoughts that were bothering him. The guy thought to himself that it was very close. He went to the shower to distract himself. Shu returned to the room after taking a shower. At this time, the girl was sitting by herself and drying her hair. Zhang said that she had seen many girls with short hair. She asked if it was okay to cut her hair. Shu explained to her that hairstyle is a personal choice. The guy turned to the girl and asked her if she wanted to get a haircut. She said it wasn't much. The guy began to persistently dissuade the girl. He said long hair was cool. Shu thought for a moment and imagined what would happen if Jiang started cutting her hair. The guy walked around the room thinking what he needed to do in such a situation. Shu suggested to the girl that he would help her dry her hair. He told her not to even think about cutting her hair for the sake of convenience. Jiang asked if it was normal for guys these days to help girls dry their hair. Shu was delighted at this question. He told the girl that this was normal. Shu carefully and consistently dried the girl's hair using a hairdryer. The guy was silent. He was completely captivated by the process of drying his hair. Shu helped the girl dry her hair and understood that she did not need to cut it. Jiang sat silently. She was pleased and comfortable that the guy was helping her. The guy wanted to say something to the girl but couldn't find the right words. He silently continued to help her dry her hair. In the end, the guy said that everything was ready, turned off the hairdryer and put it on the table. Shu told the girl that he was going to his room, so he turns off the living room light. He advised the girl to go to bed. When leaving, the guy turned off the light using the switch, and the girl remained alone at the table. Shu wished the girl good night. She also wished him good night in response. Jiang was left alone in her room. It was dark all around, and she was looking at her smartphone. The girl was rummaging through her smartphone with great attention. The phrase saying goodnight was still repeating in her mind. Then suddenly she noticed some interesting hieroglyph on the phone. Jiang was surprised what kind of hieroglyphs these were. All her attention was captured. She went to a site with online music. She noticed the power button there. The girl pressed the power button. Loud music came from the smartphone. The girl got scared and jumped under the blanket. The smartphone continued to play music. The girl listened to a very romantic song. She was no longer afraid and crawled out from under the blanket. Jiang liked the music and lyrics of the romantic song. It was especially good to listen to in the dark. For a girl, such music was something unknown and unexplored. Shu woke up the next morning. He opened his eyes and was getting ready to go have breakfast. Coming out of the room, the guy was surprised to notice that the girl was already at the computer. They wished each other good morning. The guy said that he got up late and asked the girl if she wanted to eat. She replied that she was already working. Shu said that he would go and buy breakfast. He thought to himself that living with Jiang He had a great impact on him. The guy slammed the door and remembered that he used to have breakfast and do something afterwards. Jiang was left alone. She was completely engrossed in working on the computer. The girl carefully looked for the necessary information for herself on the internet. She remembered that she wanted to find the answer to the question she needed, and she asked the question in the search engine who the girl was. The search engine gave her a lot of necessary information in response. Jiang read it carefully. The girl was completely captivated. She liked the fact that there she could find the answer to her question. Jiang sat and continued working on the internet. She was interested in the search engine. She carefully read and studied the answer to her query about the meaning of the term girl. Jiang also remembered other questions that interested her. She began entering new information to search. She wanted to get an answer online to the question of whether ghosts exist. Shu entered the room and said that he had returned. He invited the girl to go have breakfast. Jiang told him that she was working. The guy told her that she could take breaks to have breakfast. Jiang turned around and told the guy irritably that she would not have breakfast. Shu told her not to eat too much as lunch was coming soon. He brought her soy milk buns. The girl said that she had been playing for some time and asked if she could now help others. She thought to herself about the amount of her earnings. Shu said that he would find her clients a little later. He thought to himself that games were an activity for the girl so that she would not go anywhere. Jiang told the guy joyfully and cheerfully that she wanted to try. Shu thought that when the girl got to know this world a little better, he would find her something normal. The girl happily devoured the food she brought. The guy told her to take more. Jiang drank a carbonated drink for breakfast. She really liked him. The girl said joyfully and satisfied that the food here is very tasty. Shu told her that this is not the first time she eats here. The girl said that it really tastes very good to her. She even liked yesterday's cake. For her, all the food was delicious. Shu told her that it should be so. He asked the girl when her birthday was. The guy wanted to order her a big cake. The girl was very surprised by this question. She replied that she didn't know. Shu was surprised. After thinking a little, he realized that this was quite possible. Shu suggested that the girl consider her birthday to be the day she ended up here. Jiang was surprised by this proposal. She thought about the guy's words. The girl happily asked the guy if she would be able to eat cake in a year. Shu looked at the girl and liked her frank emotions. The guy thought to himself that Jiang was so happy about the cake. Shu told the girl that she did not need to wait a whole year, and he would buy her a cake now for her past birthday. The girl was delighted and amazed. She warmly thanked the guy. Jiang asked the guy if the cake would be expensive. She said that such delicious things cannot be cheap. The guy had already placed an order on his smartphone. He told Jiang to just relax and eat some cake. The guy was working on a smartphone. The girl silently drank a drink from a glass. The guy asked the girl if she had copper coins from her era with her. He said that they could sell well. Jiang replied that she did not have any copper coins. They were usually worn by the second miss. The girl said that she had shards of silver sewn into the hem of her shirt just in case. Jiang immediately remembered that she was not wearing her personal clothes, but modern ones. The girl fell silent. She realized that she could not help the guy with his request for coins. Jiang thought to herself that no one would stuff money into her clothes while talking. The guy said that he was sorry that she didn't have coins. The girl thought to herself that there was no point in keeping a few copper coins. The guy looked thoughtfully out the window. Jiang thought to herself that small money would have a big price in the future. She realized to herself that this was the power of time. Life in the city on the street went on as usual. The city space was filled with cars and pedestrians. At this time, policeman Hao Tzu was returning home on his scooter. Some woman asked Hao Tzu if he was no longer on shift. He replied that he had already finished and was now free. The guy drove up to the house and was preparing to enter. He thought that being able to protect ordinary people gave him great satisfaction. Hao Tzu opened the door and joyfully told his father from the threshold that he was already home. The policeman noticed a joyful and cheerful puppy in front of him. He asked surprised where the dog came from here. The father replied that this was Old Man Wang's dog. He told Hao Tzu that he could train a service dog and walk with it. The son replied that he did not know how to train dogs. The father asked in surprise how it could be that a policeman could not train dogs. The father took the puppy in his arms and said that if a dog is raised by police officers, it will become a police officer. The son asked his father what the dog's name was. The father replied that he wanted to name her after studying strength and power. Hao Tzu changed the topic of conversation and asked his father if Qing Tzu had a cousin. The father said to his son in surprise that this was the first time he had heard about cousin Qing Ji. He asked Hao Tzu if she was interested in him. Hao Tzu answered his father serenely that he was just asking. He wanted to show that he had no interest. The policeman reflected on his memories and thoughts about his past life. He recalled the long-standing friendship between his family and Shu's parents' family. Hao Tzu recalled that their parents wanted their future children to get married. After boys were born in both families, and they forgot about marriage. The father distracted his son from his memories and asked why he was interested in his cousin. Hao Zi said that yesterday he met a girl who called herself Shu's cousin. She's beautiful, but a little strange. My father was very wary of these words. He even asked his son if this girl was beautiful. The father said that he would try to ask Old Man Qin as much as possible about the girl. Hao Tzu thought to himself that he didn't even have anything to say about the girl. It seemed to him that she did not understand anything. The policeman remembered Qingzi's behavior at karaoke. Based on this, he decided that the girl might not be strange, but simply cautious. The guy and the girl left the house. There was a guard sitting near the entrance. The guy called him Uncle Zhao and asked if he had seen ghosts. The guard said he didn't see any ghosts. He added that this was all thanks to the actions of the exorcist. Zhao said that there are things that cannot be influenced. Because of this, we can only believe in the best. Shu thought to himself that when the guard retires, he will then tell everyone a ghost story. The guy and the girl left the gate of the house and walked down the street in silence. Shu asked the girl if she saw how her actions scared the old man. Jiang replied that she would not do this again. Jiang walked silently next to the guy. She wanted to ask him a very important question. Jiang excitedly told the guy that everyone around her thinks that she is his girlfriend. Shu confirmed to her that everything was exactly like that. Jiang pointed out to him that she was not his girlfriend. The guy agreed with her. He recalled that he had already made it clear that she was his girlfriend, but this does not prevent others from believing him or not. Shu suggested that the girl drink some kumquat tea. She didn't mind. Jiang didn't understand why everyone took her for Shu's girlfriend. They don't cross any boundaries. The guy just helps her dry her hair. They approached the cafe. The girl thought to herself that she knew for sure that everything was right, and everything was in order. Jiang asked the guy what couples do. She said that she would not do such things, and then everyone around them would understand that they were mistaken. Shu didn't know exactly what to answer. He said he wasn't sure that couples go shopping together. The girl listened to him carefully. Shu said that couples also go out and eat together. After waiting a little, the guy said that the couples live together. This surprised the girl. Shu, not noticing the girl's mood, said that couples also drink tea together. The guy realized that he had said too much and wanted to apologize to the girl. Shu told Jiang that she was an exception. He added that in her case, ordinary logic does not work. The girl was surprised by the guy's words. Looking at her drink, she thought why non-couples couldn't drink such a delicious thing. Walking past the trash can, Jiang thought that she needed to throw out a glass of drink there. Jiang walked past the trash can and followed the guy further. She shook her head, driving away unpleasant thoughts. The girl asked the guy if they were calm. Did that mean everything would be fine? Shu answered her calmly so that she would not worry since they had nothing to hide. The guy told the girl that the candy store was right around the corner. She thought about his words. Jiang realized that the guy was telling the truth. If they have nothing to hide, then they don't need to worry about what others think. The guy went into the candy store. The seller gave him his order. Shu thanked. The guy and the girl left the candy store. Shu carefully carried the box of cake in his hands. Jiang looked at the box and decided that even such a cake costs a fortune. She thought that her debt for the guy continued to grow. Jiang asked the guy if he had any problems that needed to be solved. She wanted to help him. The guy looked thoughtfully at the girl. He decided to himself that she really didn't want to pay off her debts. Shu said that he had no problems. Even if they were, he would have decided for himself. The girl asked what problems he had. The guy decided to tease his interlocutor a little. He said that he doesn't have a girlfriend. Jiang thought very hard about these words. Shu was afraid that the girl took his words seriously. The guy looked at the girl and wanted to guess her thoughts. He thought that she might want to agree with his proposal. Shu thought that even if the girl agreed, he would not allow himself anything like that. Jiang perked up. She felt that she fully understood what her boyfriend was asking for. Jiang shouted to the guy that she couldn't kidnap the girl for him. Shu answered her threateningly that this was an inflexible rule established by the leader. Shu and Jiang walked home with a box of cake. They were getting ready to open it and try it. The guy thought that what he liked most about Jiang was her willingness to listen willingly. Shu noted that the girl was interested in learning things that were new to her and reported them. She perceives everything she sees as a whole world view. Suddenly, Jiang grabbed the guy by the jacket. Something surprised her and she wanted to ask about it. She asked Shu if it was normal in this world to do such things openly. The guy didn't understand her right away. Turning around, he noticed a young couple in love passionately kissing. The guy said that this is unacceptable behavior in public places. The girls liked the answer. Shu asked the girl if people in her time weren't just as liberal. As an example, he named the name Li Shimin. Jiang replied that she had heard a little about this name. The guy wanted to know the details. Shu thought that his father devoted his life to historical research. But research does not agree with Jiang Hei's stories. The guy asked the girl if her society was liberal then, if they had anything like that. Jiang looked at the guy and asked what she could have to do with the emperor and his subjects. Shu was very surprised by this answer. He didn't even know what to answer the girl now. The guy said cheerfully and joyfully to the girl that he really understood everything. All historical data reflect the unusual actions of the emperor, scientists, and authorities. But do they have anything in common with ordinary people like Jiang Hei? Shu told the girl that while she was free, let her talk about her life in the Salt Gang. Jiang fell silent. Unpleasant memories came over her that she wanted to forget. He still remembered her past life and the large number of victims that surrounded her then. Jiang remembered how she was constantly surrounded by death and bloodshed. The girl replied that her past life was not so interesting compared to what was happening here. The guy told the girl that he would consider this just a moment of history. They were already approaching their house. When they entered the apartment, Shu opened the box and inside was a large cake. The guy told the girl that there were also personalized candles inside. But he didn't know exactly her age, so he asked the seller to put 18 pieces. Jiang carefully placed the candles on the cake. The guy was watching this. Shu said that he would turn off the light now. The girl asked why. He replied that this was part of the ritual. The guy turned off the light and lit the candles. They silently looked at the cake glowing in the dark. Shu turned to the imaginary guests and told them to greet the star of the evening, warrior Jiang Hei. The girl looked at the candles on the cake. The guy told her that now she needs to make a wish. Shu told the girl to close her eyes and think to herself about what she wants. After making a wish, you need to open your eyes and blow out all the candles. The guy told the girl that everything is very simple. She looked at the cake in fascination. The guy told the girl that it was her first birthday here. Everything she wishes should come true. Shu decided to wait. Jiang was deep in thought at this time. She thought about what to wish for. The girl became thoughtful, and it was difficult for her to understand what was best to choose for herself as a desire. Shu sat down next to the girl and silently looked at her with a question. She didn't answer him. After some time, the guy asked the girl if she had finished. He told her to quickly blow out the candles. After waiting a little, Jiang blew on the candles. She paid them off in one go. The girl told the guy that this ritual was very strange for her. Shu turned on the light in the room. To preserve the memory of the cake, the girl wanted to take a photo of it on her phone. As a result, the guy helped her carefully take a photo of the cake on her phone. Shu told the girl that if she took a photo, then she could cut the cake. He showed her how to use a knife correctly. Gradually, the girl, with the help of the guy, carefully cut the cake into equal pieces. Jiang told the guy that the first piece was his. He told her that she could take everything else and eat as much as she wanted. The girl looked at the cake and was very glad that it would be all for her. Jiang stared at the inscription on her birthday cake. The guy silently ate the cake. He carefully watched her reaction. She still wasn't sure. Shu asked the girl with fear why she didn't eat and whether she really didn't like it. Jiang took and tasted the cake. She told the guy that it tasted very good to her. Shu watched with great attention and interest as the girl consumed the cake. The guy thought to himself that he probably had the same expression on his face when he tried the cream for the first time. He didn't even remember when he stopped loving them. Jiang happily consumed the cake. She was completely absorbed in this process. The guy remembered that he had been enjoying something very tasty for a very long time. Shu was thinking about something of his own. The sight of a happy girl made him happy. The guy took out a can of carbonated drink and handed it to the girl. Shu invited the girl to drink Coca-Cola with him after the cake. The guy was sure that the girl was happy to be here, but for him it was an ordinary day. Jiang thanked him for the cola. Shu thought that life had not passed him by since the moment he received a visitor from the past. It will be a good memory for him in the future. Jiang and Shu hit their drink cans and continued to drink to their meeting. After eating the cake, the guy and the girl were relaxing. Jiang sat at the table and thought about her own things. Jiang recalled how in ancient times the village of Ludi was attacked by locusts. Thanks to the efforts of Lord Tao, the locusts were exterminated. At the same time, the second miss fled into the wasteland and ended up in Gusu. Second miss likes to say that it was the Golden Age. She calls Lord Tiao a saint. There was even an altar in Miss's house to pray for Lord Tao's long life. The guy asked Jiang if they were martial artists, then why did they have an altar dedicated to the long life of the ruler? The girl said that thanks to Lord Tao, the second miss was able to leave Ludi. She added that the second miss said that every day is a gift. Shu asked the girl if it was true that she was from the Kai Yuan era. It was difficult for him to understand what the Golden Age was like. The guy thought to himself how really difficult the dark times were. Jiang said that plague and drought were commonplace in her time. The second miss said that they live in exceptional times. The girl thought to herself, she was still remembering her past era. She thought that if her time was considered exceptional, then what about now? Shu read on the internet about Yandi's famine. This happened in the 16th year of Kai Yuan. The guy told the girl that she came from both a good and a bad time. Shu realized that he was lucky compared to Jiang He. He realized that he was born in an era of abundance. The girl was still sitting thoughtfully. She was holding a plate of cake in her hands. The guy sighed and told her not to think about the past and let her focus on the cake. Jiang thanked him happily. She was distracted from her thoughts. The girl looked at the half-eaten cake and said that she would leave the rest for tomorrow. Shu told the girl that the cake would not be so tasty tomorrow. She told him that it would still be delicious. Jiang carefully held the label from the cake with her happy birthday greetings in her hands. The girl said to herself that at this time people throw food away for fun, and couples in public are not afraid to get closer. Jiang said that second miss was wrong. The Golden Age should be like this. Shu offered the girl another toast. She didn't know why he wanted to drink. The guy offered her a drink to the Golden Age. He picked up his Coke can. Jiang supported the guy in this test. She also drank with him to the Golden Age. The girl looked up at the ceiling. She remembered hers again. Jiang looked at the ceiling in thought, and she remembered her past life and compared it with her current one. The girl looked up and imagined that she was seeing the sky. She thought that she would explore this world on behalf of the second miss. A couple of days later, Shu was in his room working on his computer. He was busy. Jiang looked into the room. She silently looked at the guy. He didn't pay attention to her. Jiang looked at the guy silently. She expressed obvious displeasure. Shu didn't see that the girl was standing behind him. He turned around and asked her what it was. After the guy's question, the girl quickly and silently ran into the bathroom. Jiang timidly and slowly approached the guy. She was still silent. The girl was standing and she was in a very shy state. The guy looked at her questioningly. Shu guessed that the girl had run out of supplies and was too shy to tell him. The guy told the girl what she should have said earlier. He said he would order her a box. Shu was focused on his smartphone. He wanted to transfer money to the girl. The guy told the girl that she could go to the supermarket herself and buy what she needed. Shu asked the girl why she threw away the white ribbon. He added that it is very harmful to rewind yourself too much. The girl looked at the guy very excitedly. He told her that he was very worried about her. He added that it should look appropriate to modern society. Jiang said slowly and with difficulty that these clothes hurt her back. The guy thought to himself that this is knowledge that goes beyond the capabilities of knowledge. Shu told the girl that he would Google it now and come back. He replied that the size simply did not suit her. She agreed. Jiang slowly and silently approached the door to her room. The guy looked after her. The girl walked to the door and grabbed the handle. She wanted to ask the guy something else. Jiang asked the guy seriously if what they were doing was considered normal. Shu replied that everything was absolutely normal since they had nothing to hide. The girl said that she agreed. She opened the door to her room and prepared to enter. She slammed the door behind her. She was in no hurry to sit down and still stood near the door and looked at the floor. Jung thought for a long time about the words she heard from the guy. It stuck in her mind that they had nothing to hide. The next day, the girl decided that she needed to repay her debts to the guy. Shu received a message on his smartphone that he had received 100 yuan to his account. Jung told him that she transferred back 100 yuan. The guy was glad that he now had money. The girl was happy that she was able to pay the guy back what she owed. The guy thought to himself that if the girl could not bear parting with her money, then why was she in such a hurry to return it? Shu thought that he needed to come up with something else for the girl to do. The guy suddenly asked the girl if she knew how to cook. Jung said timidly that she knows how to cook porridge and reheat leftovers. The guy asked her if she wanted to learn. Shu thought that the girl did not have any special skills or other abilities, and only he could help her explore the world of real talents. Jung was very happy. It was incredible for her that she could learn to cook. The guy thought that a girl sitting at home all day would not get a proper understanding of life. Cooking has also changed, but this skill is valued at all times. Shu told the girl that of course she could. He decided to help her right away. The guy told the girl to come up to him and he would teach her how to fry potatoes. Shu said that he doesn't cook often, so he needs to clean up. First, he wanted to teach the girl how to wash dishes. He decided to buy ingredients and seasonings a little later, and the girl would clean the kitchen at that time. She happily agreed. Standing near the front door, the guy thought that he was not a very good cook. He can only make simple dishes. Shu went shopping. He thought that girls could usually learn to cook. The guy went shopping. He had to hurry since Jung was home alone. Jung finished cleaning after a while. She did everything carefully and carefully. After the girl's work, the kitchen shone with cleanliness and beauty. Everything around was sparkling. Jung was very glad that she completed the work efficiently and quickly. The girl felt that she was a little hungry. She imagined a bunch of different foods. The girl gave herself the mindset that she could learn to cook delicious food. At the same time, the guy returned home. He brought with him a bunch of different bags of food and drinks. Jung looked with great interest and studied what the guy brought with him. The girl looked at the food brought and asked the guy what it was. Shu told the girl that he had brought potatoes. He told her that this vegetable looks unappetizing, but it contains a lot of carbohydrates and is cheap. The guy asked the girl to help him bring the groceries into the kitchen because he was tired, and the girl agreed. Shu told the girl that first she should wash the sand from the potatoes and then peel the skins. The guy told the girl that when she learns to cook, she will be able to cook for him. He offered to pay her 5 yuan per meal. The girl answered him that she already lives at the expense of the guy. She won't charge him money to cook food. Shu told her that eating at home is healthier than eating out. He expressed confidence that the girl would be able to learn to cook. The girl thought to herself that the phrase eating at home sounds rather strange to her. The guy told the girl that as soon as she finished peeling the potatoes, she would need to cut them into strips. At this time, Shu's phone rang. He looked and saw that Hao Tzu was calling him. Shu told the girl that after she cut the potatoes, she would need to put them in a bowl and fill them with water. He needed to call. Shu greeted his friend Haozi. He suggested that he go to a barbecue one evening. Shu answered him that it was too late for barbecue since winter was coming. He continued to go out for hot pot sometime. Hao Tzu was sitting at home with his puppy. He said that he still doesn't know exactly when he will be free. Then Hao Tzu thought about it. He realized that he had just heard something unusual from Shu. Very excitedly, Hao Tzu asked Shu if he could cook his own food. Shu said that he didn't buy much food, so there won't be enough food for Hao Tzu. Hao Tzu was very surprised and he wanted to say something else on the phone. Shu told him that he was hanging up. Shu thought that if he had not said that he had little food, Hao Tzu would have come to him with his plate to eat from him. Looking at the girl, Shu thought that it would be better for her not to meet Hao Tzu unnecessarily. Jiang was preparing food at this time. She asked a search engine whether it was normal for a guy and a girl to cook at home together. The girl carefully read all this information that she received on the internet. Shu showed the girl different bottles and boxes and explained where the butter, salt, and sauce were. The guy said, "Where is the sugar?" He clarified that all this is used as seasoning. Shu told the girl to watch and remember how much he adds. The girl recalled that she read on the internet that cooking together allows both to get closer. The guy told the girl not to use too many seasonings, especially flavor enhancers. Shu was preparing the salad. He carefully monitored the girl's behavior. The guy told Jiang that she was behaving strangely. She answered him quietly that her mind was clear. The guy asked the girl what she said. She told him that it smelled delicious to her. Very soon, cooked potatoes appeared on the table. She looked delicious. Jiang shouted cheerfully and joyfully that the food smelled very tasty to her. Shu handed the girl a plate of food and said that it was for her. She thanked him. The guy thought that in 2 months, this was the first time he and his girlfriend cooked food at home. Jiang devoured the food with chopsticks. She was very pleased. The girl said that the food was very tasty. She asked the guy if potatoes grew from the ground. The guy asked the girl if she really thought that potatoes appeared out of thin air. He added that steamed potatoes have an additional flavor. Shu picked up the baked potato and felt that it was very hot. The guy put a cooled potato in the girl's hand. She looked at her in surprise. Shu explained to the girl that it was normal that she had never seen potatoes since they came from the West. He explained that the girl could, in due time, build a large ship and sail to the southeastern region and conquer lands there. Zhang's name would become famous, and Shu would be able to read about her in history books. Zhang said that she had already thought about finding land and settling down in this world. She thought that he would be able to rotate food into his land. Shu was surprised to hear from the girl that she needed land. At this time, she was still looking at the potato. Zhang said that she would work in the fields. She is sure that she could learn this. The guy told her that growing her own food is not the best way to live. Zhang said confidently that she has enough strength to organize her own farm. If she found abandoned land, she could make money. The guy told the girl that she first needed to understand how to live in this time before thinking about making money. Shu imagined that it would take 3 to 4 years to organize his farm. He said that he would not allow this to happen. The girl was very upset by the guy's answer. She realized that nothing would come of her idea. Zhang thought sadly. In her dreams, she was still thinking about how she could work on her land. Shu looked at the girl with interest. He wanted to say something nice to her to cheer her up. The guy told the girl to consider this place her home. He promised to take care of her as much as he could. Zhang was surprised to hear that the guy would take care of her. Shu said that he would take care of her like a melon. The guy thought that he was having fun with the girl and he didn't want to lose her. Zhang told the guy that he couldn't joke like that. She said that she owed him and she would find a way to repay him. Shu was unpleasantly surprised that the girl really had such crazy thoughts. Zhang told the guy that she could not consider this place her home. The guy answered her that they had nothing to hide and their minds were pure. Zhang told Shu that he was a good guy. He asked her to call him young master. The girl agreed to the guy's demand. In the evening they sat in the room, the guy watched TV, and the girl worked at the computer. Zhang looked at the monitor very carefully. She was interested in the information that was new to her. Unexpectedly, the girl found an interesting link. She decided to click on it. She ended up on some website. She decided to continue to navigate the site using links. Zhang was interested in one section of the site. She decided to click on him. The girl was very surprised. She saw something on the site that was absolutely shocking to her. She saw a photo of Shu in a gothic look. She asked the guy if this photo was his. Shu told the girl that it couldn't be him. The person in the photo just looks like him. Shu said that even if a person looks like him in the photo, it is not him. The girl looked at him carefully. Zhang didn't believe the guy. Having looked closely at him, she realized that he was also in the photograph. The guy realized that it was useless to resist, and he confirmed that it was him in the photo. The girl said that in the photo, he looks very strange. The girl saw the therapist pointing to a photo of Shu in the Gothic style and giving an explanation. Shu told the girl that he was young and stupid, and this was his dark past. The guy thought to himself that the girl was somehow able to see the photographs in his personal album. He thought it was very good that he kept the rest of the videos in an invisible folder. Shu and Zhang continued to work together on the computer on the internet. The girl asked him if he had long hair before. Shu replied that she would not understand since it was 2007. Shu said that they were in trend back then. It was difficult for him to remember the fashion of that time. He thought that if he hadn't been a slacker then, his father wouldn't have demanded money from him for rent like he does now. It was difficult for him to understand why he should pay money for rent while he lived in his family's home. The guy told the girl that he would help her create a new account. She will be able to upload a photo of her cake there. She will always have access. Shu told the girl that she could use her name in English letters as a password. The girl watched with great interest as the guy pressed the keys on the keyboard. She was happy when everything worked out. Shu told the girl that she still needed to come up with a nickname. He had a guess about this. The guy decided that the girl's name on the internet would be Aerial Dancer, so he called her. Zhang was surprised that on the internet they would call her an aerial dancer. The guy explained to her that this is all a type of pseudonym to hide his real identity. The guy helped the girl on the internet. He decided to give her different subscriptions. Shu said that he joined several gaming groups on her behalf. He added that she would then be able to join the conversation herself. The guy explained that if a girl doesn't understand something, she can always Google it. Shu sat down tiredly on the sofa. He was exhausted, but was glad that he helped the girl. The guy saw on his smartphone that he had a new friend with the nickname Aerial Dancer. He thought that at this rate, the girl would become an internet addict. Shu thought that it was better for the girl now than when she was mined or lynched. The guy remembered that he had already been living with the girl for 2 months. He had already become accustomed to her asking him questions. Looking at Zhang, he decided that she would someday get used to it and live independently in this time. She can become a real modern girl. The guy was resting. He was watching TV, sometimes looking at the girl. Shu thought that the girl 1,000 years ago was just a grain of sand in the Kaiwan era. In the New World, it became the brick of the Golden Age. In the end, he realized that he had done everything within his capabilities at the moment. Zhang told the guy that she would go and take a shower. Shu told her that she could quickly dry her hair with an absorbent towel. While taking a shower, the girl was on her own, and no one bothered her. She thought about her life. Jia dried her hair, and after thinking a little, came to the conclusion that Shuqing was right. She understood absolutely that everything she saw was created for the entertainment of people. Zhang realized that now is not like before when people did everything possible to survive. The girl looked at herself in the mirror. She noticed that only 2 months had passed, but she already looked completely different than on the first day. Zhang left the bathroom. Shu was already waiting for her with a hairdryer at the ready. The guy told her to come up to him and he would help her dry her hair and then go to the shower himself. Shu thought that if he helped the girl dry her hair, she would not have the thought of cutting it. Shu carefully helped the girl dry her hair. She liked it and sat silently. Zhang told the guy that he could also grow long hair. She would help him dry them. The guy told her that he liked his current hairstyle. Shu continued to dry his hair and said that it was not a burden for Zhang to do this for a girl. The guy said that in salons people dry their hair all day long. He told the girl that someday he would take her to the hairdresser to get her hair cut. Zhang thanked him. She was pleased with the attention from the guy. She wondered if Shu had come to her time, could he have survived there? Zhang decided that if a guy came into her time, she would first defend him, and then brush him off and say that it was just a piece of cake. The girl thought that she had a good time in her golden age, and is also good now. Late autumn had descended on the city and people in warm clothes were walking along the street. Zhang was wearing a winter jacket and hat. The guy told her to stand straight and not move. Shu took a photo of her wearing the clothes as a souvenir through the camera on his phone. The guy looked at the girl's photos on his phone and thought to himself that the girl was turning into a fashionista. Shu looked at his smartphone. He looked through the photographs he had just taken. The guy told the girl that if she went out into the street without anything now, she would freeze. Shu told the girl that he personally thought through everything. He asked the girl if she could resist the cold with the help of martial arts. Jiang answered the guy that she tolerates the cold better than he. Shu asked the girl if her toes were cold in her straw sandals. Such words from the guy surprised and upset the girl. He noticed that she was very angry. Shu told the girl that she could cook something herself if she was hungry. There are tomatoes and eggs in the refrigerator. Coming out of the door, he told the girl not to cook for him and left. The guy was walking down the street. He remembered that it was already mid-November, and he still had not paid his father the rent. Previously, he had planned to simply transfer the money to his father. Shu remembered that his father lowered the fee last year. He decided now to walk and go to his father himself. Otherwise, he might come to him again without warning. Shu thought that others might misunderstand that he was living with Zhang He. It is difficult to explain that they are not in a relationship if they live under the same roof. The guy thought that only an idiot like his pet cat could believe such a thing. Shu remembered his cat. He imagined that the pet would be offended by him for his words. Shu wrote a message to his mother in the messenger that he would visit her today. After some time, the guy came home to his parents and he needed to see his father. The mother asked him if he had come. Shu asked her in surprise who else could come. The mother asked her son where his girlfriend was. He calmly replied that she was at home. The mother asked the guy with interest why her son did not take the girl with him. The guy didn't want to continue this conversation. Silently, he took an orange from the plate. Shu told his mother not to look at him like that because he had no need to take his girlfriend with him. The guy told his mother that his father would not like it if he came with a girl. The mother was silent. Shu calmly peeled an orange. The mother asked where this girl was from and if her son had really picked her up on the street. Shu told his mother that the girl came to the city to work and was left alone in an unfamiliar place. The guy told with imagination how Zhang arrived from the provinces to their city and how hard it was for her. Shu told his mother that the girl was all alone and she worked tirelessly. The guy added in the end that the girl was like a younger sister to him and he took care of her. Now they are together. The mother asked her son incredulously where the girl had come from. She still didn't believe his story. Shu told his mother that the girl came from the mountains. When he first saw her, she was wearing worn-out shoes and clothes. The mother told her son that he might be exaggerating. She couldn't believe that such people existed. The guy replied that he was not exaggerating. The mother did not believe her son. She looked at the photographs. Shu answered her that his girlfriend behaves differently than others. The guy told his mother that Zhang had been taking care of her family since childhood, and that's why she was different from others. Shu began to enjoy it more and more. He was fully prepared to deceive others about Zhang's history. The mother asked her son strictly that if they live together, what are their plans for the future? Shu told his mother that Zhang was sleeping in a separate room. She told him to be more careful. The guy was wiping his hands after eating an orange. He did not understand his mother's words to be more careful. The mother told her son to bring Jiang with him next time. She added that if a guy and a girl are incompatible, they will soon break up. Shu asked his mother that if he and the girl were compatible, his father would stop charging him rent. She told him that it would be seen. The mother asked her son if he had found a job. He replied that he was still looking. Time went by and evening came. The guy was sitting in his parents' house waiting for his father. The time on the clock showed 7 o'clock in the evening. At the same time, my father arrived. Shu said that he was glad that he returned. The father guessed why his son came. The father slyly asked Shu if he had come to pay the rent. Shu calmly and joyfully answered his father that he had come just to have dinner. The mother impatiently shouted to her son to wash his hands and sit down to eat. There was very appetizing food on the table. Shu happily devoured the food. Shu ate his homemade ribs with gusto. This was the best food for him. The guy remembered the girl. He thought how good it would be if Jiang tried the ribs. Shu thought that the girl had probably already had dinner and was working enthusiastically in the game. The father noticed his son's good mood. He asked him why he was smiling. The guy didn't even hear the question. The father thought about his son that he was going crazy. After eating, Shu began to wash the dishes. He was absorbed in this activity and thought about his own things. The guy was washing the dishes and his mother was standing nearby. Then he noticed some plants in a plastic container. Shu asked his mother with interest if she grew ginger in the kitchen. The mother replied to her son that this plant is very good for health. The guy was finishing washing the dishes. He decided to himself that he would take some ginger for himself. The mother asked her son in surprise what he was doing when he reached for the plant. Shu said capriciously for his mother to give him some ginger. He wants to grow it too. The guy was very happy. He was extremely pleased with the ginger sprout he received. The mother looked at her son with confusion. The guy thought that he would give the ginger sprout to the girl. Shu thought dreamily to himself that the girl would like to grow this. He realistically imagined how Jiang would rejoice at the ginger sprout. Shu decided that he would give her the ginger when he returned. The mother told her son that she would wash the rest of the dishes herself. She added that the guy should go home because it was already late. Shu realistically imagined how beautiful and happy Jiang would be after he gave her ginger. It was difficult for the guy to contain his emotions. He turned to his mother. Blushing heavily, Shu said excitedly to his mother that he seemed to have fallen in love. His mother answered him that this is quite understandable since they live together. She asked the guy why he was blushing and whether he had a fever. The guy replied that he was just going home. He wished his mother good night. Shu was walking home at night. In his hands he held a bag of ginger sprouts. The guy was excited. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He stopped to think. The guy couldn't understand how he could fall in love with a girl from the past. He thought to himself if he was preoccupied. The guy thought to himself that he was joking that Jiang was his girlfriend. He remembered how tenderly and caringly he looked at Jiang when she sat next to him. Shu realistically imagined how Jiang would be against him, making her his girlfriend even though she was just living with him temporarily. The guy closed his eyes. He thought to himself that other people have normal girls and he has a girl from the past. It was strange for him. After much thought, Shu returned home. He opened the door and entered the room. The guy shouted to Shu that he had returned home. He noticed that the girl was very excited about something. Shu asked Jiang what happened to her. She answered fearfully that she only wanted to play. The guy gave her the lotus sprout he brought in a container and said that it was for her. Jiang was holding a container in her hands. She was very surprised and pleasantly pleased. The girl asked the guy with great interest what he brought her. Shu told the girl that he brought her ordinary sprouted ginger. He added that a girl can find a place for the plant in her room or kitchen. Jiang ran and joyfully shouted that she would put ginger in the kitchen. Shu watched the girl's actions. He watched as she carefully carried the sprout into the kitchen. The guy looked at the girl with great and intent attention. Shu asked the girl if she still wanted to play. She was surprised. She said that she would play tomorrow and now she needs to go to bed. The guy told the girl not to forget to wrap herself up as it would be cold at night. He called the girl to come to him. The two of them were sitting on the sofa. The girl didn't know what the guy wanted from her. She was worried. After a long pause, Jiang turned her head to the guy and asked him what it was. Shu extended his palm to her and told her to give him her hand. The girl was scared. The guy said that he just wanted to know if the girl's hands were cold. She told him that her hands were not cold. Jiang slowly gave him her hand and said that he could touch them if he didn't believe it. The guy noticed that the girl's hands felt different to the touch due to the fact that she was getting more difficult with the sword every day. Jiang asked the guy with great fear and surprise what he was doing. Shu replied that he just wanted to know whether martial arts disfigured hands. He thought to himself that the girl's hands would freeze if she worked at the computer. He decided to buy her hand warmers. Jiang felt extremely awkward. To distract herself, she shouted to the guy that she was going to the shower. Shu was very surprised at how quickly the girl ran to the bathroom. The guy was left alone in the room. He was thoughtful. He was waiting for the girl to return. Shu looked to the side. He remembered that the girl felt awkward when he returned home. The guy quickly ran to the computer. He realized that the girl was hiding something, and he wanted to see what she was doing. The guy began looking through the search history on the computer the girl was using. Shu noticed all the details about the requests that the girl asked. He realized that she was a professional seeker. The guy sat down near the computer and thought. He was surprised by such strange things in the girl's head. After a while, Jung returned to the room. She told the guy that she was done. Shu turned around and looked at her with interest. For a while, he even forgot that he had helped her dry her hair before. Shu came to his senses and told the girl that he would dry her hair. She got up from the couch to grab a hairdryer. The girl thought to herself why the guy was behaving so strangely. It wasn't like him. Jung noticed that the guy had been acting strangely for the whole evening. She began to suspect something. The guy told the girl that the search engine on the computer is not omnipotent. It's as if someone else is answering questions through the screen. Shu told the girl that people make mistakes. Therefore, you do not need to assume that all search results are true. The girl was very surprised. The guy told the girl instructively that some people professionally deceive others. For this reason, you can't believe everything she sees. Shu began to dry the girl's hair as always. She sat calmly on a chair. After a while, Jung asked the guy with interest why he told her that. Shu replied that he just thought so. He told the girl that he didn't even know what she was looking for. It was late at night. The guy couldn't sleep. He was tormented by various thoughts and reflections. Shu lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He continued to constantly think about the girl. The guy realized that at this rate, Jung-hee would very soon be completely ready to join society. The guy was wondering what to do then. It was difficult for him to imagine that this would ever happen. Shu was wondering whether he should continue to deceive himself that Jiang was his girlfriend. The guy realized that another solution might be to let Jiang be with someone else. Shu realized that he was deceiving himself. He needed to decide how to become Jiang's boyfriend. The next morning, the girl woke up and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Jiang was thinking about her own thoughts. She made plans for herself for the current day. Suddenly, Shu opened the bathroom door. The girl asked him what he was doing. Shu replied absolutely calmly that he was simply brushing his teeth. The girl was silent. The guy thought to himself that the more he looks at Jiang, the more she seems ideal to him. The girl was finishing her water treatments. The guy said that if she was free, they could go to his parents. The guy reminded the girl that his father passed away last month. Then the father asked Shu why he lived with the girl. He told Jiang to pretend to be his girlfriend during dinner. Jiang timidly told him that then they would have to sleep together. Shu calmed her down and told her that she would not have to do anything except enjoy the food. The guy explained to her that in this case she would not have to strain herself. You'll just have to pretend. Jiang happily told the guy that she was ready to pretend that she was his girlfriend. The guy suggested that the girl should practice now. Jiang asked why he was training because they would just have dinner. The guy said that they would practice eating. He continued to go to the buffet where you can pay once and eat as much as you want. He previously promised the girl that they would go there. Shu felt important and correct. He realized that a man must keep his word. Jiang asked the guy if she could eat whatever she wanted and as much as she wanted. The guy told her that she could even overeat with spicy food. A guy and a girl were walking around the city. There were a lot of people and high-rise buildings around. The guy turned around and looked at the girl breathing on her palms. He asked if she was cold. Jiang joyfully and cheerfully answered the guy that she was very warm in these clothes. Shu told the girl that if she had the opportunity to return to her time, a warm jacket would not hurt her. The girl asked if she could take her computer with her. The guy told her that it would be pointless to take a computer with her. Jiang will be mistaken for a madwoman in her time. Jiang thought to herself that after dinner she would need to find information on how to grow potatoes. She remembered that she still did not have her own home. The guy saw a woman pulling a huge bag of rice behind her. Shu called the woman Aunt Chung and asked where she was taking such a large package of rice. He also asked her where Uncle Van was. The woman replied that Uncle Van had problems with blood pressure. She asked the guy to help her carry the bag home. Shu asked Jiang to help him lift the bag over his shoulder. The guy told the woman that she was very lucky that they met. He said that he was now going to dinner with his girlfriend Jiang. Shu told the woman the girl's name. Jiang, he sounds like a ginger sprout. Aunt Chung said that this name suits the girl very well. The guy helped the woman. He carried the bag of rice directly to her at her apartment. Shu told the woman that she must have met Jiang. She replied that she didn't remember anything about the girl. The woman knocked on the front door and told her husband to open it for her. Shu stood next to Jiang and told the woman that when he entered university 5 years ago, his girlfriend was not that tall and had a round face. The woman doubted. At this time, her husband opened the door for her. Shu explained to the woman that she did not recognize the girl because she had changed in appearance. Aunt said that she is very old and he has a bad memory. The woman invited the guy and girl to come over for a cup of tea. Shu answered the woman that they were going to eat. He also said that he and his girlfriend play video games at home. Shu and the girl were walking down the street. They walked in silence and each thought about his own. Jung asked the guy if she had been here for 5 years already. The guy answered her that otherwise, she would have been hiding in some mountain cave to survive the winter. The guy asked the girl if no one except him knows about her. Then we can assume that she does not exist. Jang was surprised by his question. The guy explained to her that she does not exist for society. Ishu said that if a person has no past, then there is no future either. The girl will have to adapt to start living to the fullest. The guy told the girl that Aunt Chen, whom they met, was spreading gossip about everyone. After a woman starts gossiping about Jiang, everyone will know about the girl. Shu said happily that as a result of gossip, everyone will think that they have been together for a long time. Jiang thought about the information she heard from the guy. She said that it seemed to her that she understood everything. Passing by the house, they noticed a security guard. He sat and drank coffee from a thermos. Shu called the guard Uncle Zhao and asked if he was cold. He replied that it was cool today. The guy suggested that the guard go where it was warmer. Uncle Zhao replied that it was very stuffy inside. He would smoke and come back. The guy took Jiang's hand and told the guard that he was going to eat with the girl. Then the two of them walked out past the gate. Jiang and Shu walked together to the buffet. Shu happily and silently walked next to the girl. He was pleased to lead her by the hand. Then the guy felt that he no longer felt the girl's hand. He simply held onto the sleeve of her jacket. Shu felt awkward. He wanted to explain everything to the girl. The guy told Jiang that he took her hand so that people would know about her. The girl was surprised by this explanation. It wasn't very clear to her. She stuck the sleeve of her jacket through to the guy, and he explained to her that this was no longer necessary since there was no one around. Shu thought that holding Jiang's sleeve was like being alone. He realized that making her his girlfriend would not be easy. The guy and the girl were in the very center of the city. They passed an intersection. When they walked along the passage, Shu told the girl that the restaurant was already very close and they would soon be there. Suddenly Shu perked up. He stopped and wanted to step aside. The guy noticed his friend Hao Tzu in a police uniform. He couldn't understand what he was doing here. Hao Tzu turned his head and saw Jiang and the guy, and he decided to approach them. The guy realized that it would be suspicious if they turned around and left now. He greeted Hao Tzu joyfully. Hao Tzu very quickly ran up to the guy and the girl. It was clear that he was excited. Hao Tzu asked the guy sternly what they were doing here. Shu replied that they just came to eat hot pot. Hao told them that he was at work. Hao Tzu became especially interested in the girl. He asked Shu if this was his high school cousin. Hao Tzu asked the sly girl if she could tell the cosine theorem. Jiang was very surprised. Then the guy intervened. He answered unequivocally that Jiang is his girlfriend. Hao Tzu was full of suspicion. He couldn't understand why Shu initially imagined the girl as his high school cousin. After all, there's nothing wrong with her being his girlfriend. Hao Tzu told the guy sternly that something had happened to him. Shu answered him sometime later. He will explain everything to him, but now he is hungry. Shu moved his hands towards the policeman and suggested that Hao Tzu arrest him. Hao Tzu replied that he would let the guy go this time, the next time the policeman complains to his father. Shu told the girl not to pay attention. It was time for them to go get some food. The guy and the girl approached the doors of the cafe. They prepared to go inside. Inside the cafe, the guy found a table and told the girl to sit there because there was better light. Jiang sat down at the table silently. She was still deeply impressed by the events that had taken place. Jiang asked the guy with fear if it would be better if she did not leave the house. Shu told her that everything was fine. He asked the girl if she really wanted to stay at home all the time. The guy said that the girl would not have learned anything if she had stayed at home for a whole year. She needs to gain experience and interact with society. Jiang saw police outside the window. She pointed her finger at them in fear. The guy said that the police would not touch her if she did not break the law. Shu told the girl that while he does not have documents, she can even say that she lives on the street. Jiang was unhappy and told the guy that he had said something wrong before. Shu answered her that times are different now. He invited her to start eating. They approached a table laden with various very tasty foods, and they prepared to sit down. Jiang thanked the guy for the wonderful food. Shu told her to take off her hat and jacket. The two of them sat down at the table on high chairs. The guy was adding seasonings to the soup. Shu asked the girl with interest whether there was a hot pot dish in her time. The girl told him that they had a similar cooking method, but she had never tried it. The guy remembered that there was a poem about this dish. He invited the girl to take the meat. She thanked him. Shu looked at the girl. He was pleased to see her happiness. He recalled the words of the poem to himself. Jiang answered the guy that it was very tasty for her. At that time, he was peeling a shrimp. Shu watched how happy the girl was. The guy gave the girl a dish with shrimp. She thanked him joyfully. The girl consumed shrimp with great appetite using chopsticks. She really liked them. Jiang looked at Shu and asked the guy in surprise why he wasn't eating. The guy looked at his interlocutor and realized that she fascinated him. Shu replied to the girl that he was full. He suggested to her that he would peel the shrimp and she would eat them. He added that friends should help each other. The girl said that she agreed with the guy. She remembered that at this time we need to help each other. Jiang finished eating, and there was a whole bunch of empty plates in front of her. Shu asked the girl with interest if she was full. With great effort, she replied that she had eaten too much. The guy suggested that the girl take a walk home so that the food could be digested. She happily agreed. Before leaving, the guy helped the girl put a hat on her head. The two of them went out into the street from the buffet. There were crowds of people around. Jiang and Shu were still standing at the door. They were in the viewing range of the surveillance video camera. The guy pointed to the side with his hand and invited the girl to take a walk along the road. Shu Qing asked her if she could walk on water, adding that once there was a monk who walked on water with the help of a reed. Jiang. He looked at him in surprise and sadly replied that she couldn't, thinking to herself that modern people are quite strange. Then Shu found a stone and asked if she had the strength to break it with her hand. Jiang, again in bewilderment, looked into his eyes and replied that his hand could not be stronger than stone. Shaking his head, Qing didn't understand what else to offer. He got a little angry. Then he grabbed her hand and abruptly dragged her along in an unknown direction. Dragging him to the tree, Shu pointed at it and asked whether he could break it. She prepared for the blow but understood that life-threatening actions could not be repeated. Jiang literally repeated this phrase to herself, and at the moment she swung, she struck a strong blow at the tree post. Discouraged by such power, Shu looked at the tree that was broken in half, and the lower part was also torn out by the roots. Suddenly he shouted that this was damaging private property and urged her to quickly hide. She could not understand him, because he himself suggested that she break the tree. At that moment, he grabbed her hand to run away. After some time, having finally left the scene of the incident, they were already walking along the avenue. Shu Qing still held her hand tightly, completely forgetting about it. Only when Jiang asked him to let go of her hand did he seem to come to his senses and open his palm. Having gone a little ahead, Qing called her to go play at his house. She looked after him in surprise, and within a few minutes they were home. He was sitting on the couch with his cat. While appeasing Shu, Jiang called out to him. He slowly turned his head and looked at her. Sitting at the computer, she also turned to him and asked what the word seduce means. Shu was shocked by this question. He did not know what to answer, and did not understand how to explain it to her. Jiang observed his inappropriate behavior. He abruptly jumped off the sofa, after which, throwing his slippers aside, he angrily jumped on the spot. Jiang still could not understand his reaction. Shu then walked up to her with a menacing face and leaned over, looking closely at the computer monitor. Jiang he indicated that it was he who told her. Shu continued to be nervous. He firmly and sharply clicked on the EF2 button to talk to him, after which, in a rather arrogant manner, he asked him if he was sure that he wanted to seduce. Then a notification came that the user of the small ginger sprout had left. Shu asked her to prepare dinner while he sorted it out. He sat down at the computer while Jiang pinned up her hair and headed to the kitchen to cook. Qing wanted to put an end to this so-called seducer as quickly as possible. He was again overcome by a feeling of jealousy, and he nervously tapped the buttons on his computer mouse, after which he blocked this user, adding him to the blacklist. He was offended that he had not even tried to court her yet, and someone had already begun to pester her. After the work had been done, he began to shine again, realizing that he would not bother her again. Suddenly, someone knocked on the front door of their apartment. It was Qing's father. In turn, Shu was surprised by his appearance, since it seemed too early to pay the rent. The father said that he was on his way home and decided to stop by to check on him and find out if the heater was working. And he, as a landlord, must make sure that everything is in order and there are no problems. At this moment, Jiang He came out wearing an apron, holding dinner in her hands, and greeted Qing's dad. In response, adjusting his glasses, he thought that everything had not gone quite according to plan. Heading home from work, he wanted to take his son by surprise and thereby put him in his place, but this did not happen. Shu's father thought that due to lack of money, he would start looking for at least some kind of work. He briefly looked around the apartment and was surprised, because the bathroom and restroom were simply sparkling with cleanliness. Everything was in its place: clean toothbrushes, bottles, and various accessories neatly stacked on the shelves. The shoes were also cleaned in the hallway and neatly displayed. My father caught himself thinking that last time there was just a pigsty here, but now everything is perfect. He told the young lady that he would send a repairman if the heater malfunctioned, to which she replied that it was working. In turn, he hurried to the exit and said that his mother would swear, so it was time for him to leave. He opened the front door, already standing on the threshold, turning to her with a smile. A few seconds later, he invited her to come and visit them one day, after which Dad left, closing the door behind him. Jiang turned to Qing and said that she would go finish preparing dinner. She headed towards the kitchen while Shu followed her with his eyes. Jiang was cooking while he leaned on the doorway and looked at her from behind. Straightening her beautiful hair, she seemed to know that he was looking at her. As if she felt his gaze on her, Shu admired her and continued to watch. He felt a pleasant feeling. At dinner, he suddenly asked Jung if she had thought about the future, and what she was going to do next. She asked again. Then she lowered her sad eyes and said languidly that the future would most likely be the same. Shu, smiling, suggested that in the future everything might remain the same. No one can know for sure. Jung abruptly interrupted him, saying that she would not inconvenience him all the time. Considering that they are strangers to each other, she is uncomfortable with Ju helping her with everything, and she cannot ask for more. One day, the second miss said that no one owes anything to anyone, and you can't take advantage of someone's kindness. Stunned, Shu did not know what to answer or how to cover this quote. He tried to express himself more correctly, but did not choose his words very well, saying that they may not be strangers to each other. He added that since they are not yet married, perhaps their meeting is fateful. In response, Jung Hee confidently and quite decisively said that this was not fate. He added that he patronizes her, and she cannot afford this, because she does not even know how to thank him. Shu literally felt a heaviness inside. He began to imagine everything as in a good movie, where she answered him a little differently, offering her body in return since she had no money. And he, like a valiant knight, answered her that he was not asking for this, but wanted them to be in a relationship of their own free will, after which Jung reciprocated Shu's feelings, and they held hands and looked at each other with loving eyes. His inner voice literally screamed that this was exactly how it was supposed to be. Ching said that marriage was considered payment. Jung replied that it was shameless, and second miss said that all debts must be paid. With this answer, Jung seemed to destroy all his hopes and did not allow their nascent relationship to develop. In Ching's imagination, he, under the guise of an agent from the future, cut the red thread, thereby putting an end to their relationship. Anger drove Shu crazy. He tried to control his emotions, but it was difficult for him to do so. He told Jung that she should not consider him her benefactor. She abruptly interrupted, answering that she should not be pitied, adding that he will do everything possible to earn money, and not complicate his life anymore. Shu could not even imagine that his help to her would become an obstacle to their relationship. He sat thoughtfully on the sofa. Jung continued to play the video game. Where the prices for raising the level of the character were high, he realized that this would take years. He continued to imagine in his head like in a game where he's a gray wolf, and she is a defenseless bunny. But Shu understood that she was quite strong, and if something happened, he would rather play the role of a hare. To Ching, who was worried and wandering in his thoughts, a cat suddenly jumped onto the sofa. Fluffy, he immediately began to create a soft place for himself on the pillow. Shu hurried to drive him off the sofa and throw him towards Jung, saying that he should go to her. The cat jumped on her feet. Shu understood that she would try to feed herself, and she needed to get used to modern life. Otherwise, Jung will never be able to adapt to this time. After some time, namely at the beginning of December, when the snow enveloped the city and the roofs of houses in its snow-white feather beds, in one of the city restaurants where Shu was sitting in the company of Qin Hao and Wang Zi, Hao asked him where this girl came from. Ching replied that she had no relatives in this city, and therefore he felt sorry and took her to his home. Envy surged in Wang Zi, and he shouted that this was not normal. Shu replied that if people want, they should be together. Hao asked why he introduced her as his cousin that time. Ching replied that he hid her identity because she was homeless, adding that if he had not taken her to him, Zhang would have been sent to some rehabilitation center or somewhere else. Shu specifically teased the guys and asked them to solve the problem with the documents of Hao's future daughter-in-law. Van, opening a bottle of wine, said that he would stop talking nonsense, urging them to finally drink. He poured alcohol into glasses and they began to drink, leaving all conversations for later. After a certain time, Hao said that it was time for him to go home. Since he had to go to work tomorrow, the others saluted and thanked him, teasingly. Shu and Wang Zi got into the car, and he asked if he had a job in mind where documents were not required. Zi said it was commendable that he was looking for a job for her, adding that Zhang would easily help. Shu understood that she needed a job that even a teenager could handle, and this would be for a while until she received the documents. Wang Zi said that he would need to figure out how to organize everything, adding that Shu could count on him. Ching returned home after partying with friends and carefully opened the door to the room. Seeing Zhang still playing a computer game, he said that he was already home and asked if she had eaten anything. She turned to him and replied that she had eaten and left some for him in the kitchen. Shu collapsed on the sofa, disturbing the cat who was resting calmly, and replied that he would eat when he was hungry. After which, taking Taikov in his arms, he noticed that he had recovered quite well. The cat meowed in response. Zhang approached him and leaned over. Shu already thought that she was reaching out to kiss him. At that moment she stated that he was drinking alcohol again. Ching, smiling, replied that he was also in a brothel. Angry, Shu threw the cat aside and then hurried to ask Zhang, why did she even think that he was drinking? She calmly answered because of the smell of his body. He began to sniff himself, realizing that most likely it was because he was sitting in Zijun's car, convincing himself that he is an exemplary citizen who does not go to such places and does not get involved in illegal activities. Shu explained to her that brothels are illegal and don't exist anymore, and prostitution is illegal, so she doesn't have to worry. Jiang looked at him in surprise, saying that there are too many different rules in this world. Qing replied that if there were no these rules, trade would have gone too far, and despite the laws, there is still good and evil. Noticing that even though they live in peacetime, there is no point in relaxing, his imagination ran wild at that moment. Shu leaned on the back of the sofa and looked into her eyes casually. He then said that she must have noticed how relaxed she has been lately, urging Jiang to be on guard. She looked somewhere to the side. It seemed that he was not listening to Qing at all. He was trying to understand what was in her head. Hungry, Shu got up from the sofa to go to the kitchen and see what Jiang had left for him. He left the room and headed to the kitchen looking for food. Shu Qing saw something in a bag on the table, and was delighted and hurried to find out what was inside. He came closer and leaned towards the bag with something tasty, greedily inhaling the aroma. Shu picked up the bag and thought that it was good when someone left food for him. He was not particularly hungry, but still ate with pleasure. He thought that perhaps this was a rare case when she left food and then conscientiously washed the dirty dishes after herself. After washing all the plates, a slightly tired Qing returned to the room. He walked towards the sofa. Jiang was still sitting at the computer without looking up. Sitting down on a soft sofa, Shu watched as she was engrossed in a video game. He wanted to go to Jiang and hug her, but he was scared by her martial arts power. Suddenly, Shu asked what his impressions were of meeting his father. Taking a break from the game for a while, she turned to Shu and replied that she didn't know. Qing said that he was jealous of his friends in terms of relationships with their fathers, because they were like friends and had fun together. And his father is always doing some kind of interrogation with a straight face. Jiang didn't know what to tell her. Shu continued to talk sadly about how he was little and his father never hugged or supported him. Qing understood that it sounded stupid, but he just wanted his father's sincere support, which, unfortunately, according to his words, was not there. He raised his head and looked at Jiang and asked her to hug him because he had never felt a hug, while he tried to understand how she could get into such a situation. After which he finally said limply that she might not do this, because she was not the father, hinting that this was a stupid idea. Adding that if he wants, this does not mean that she must also want a hug. Then Shu fell silent for a while and simply looked down somewhere. Jiang was sincerely sorry for him. She was moved by such a sad story. He sat and thought about what she should do. Maybe she could still help him, especially since it didn't seem difficult. After which she finally made up her mind and said that she would help him with such a small thing. Jiang came closer to Qing, who was sitting on the sofa, and he looked up at her. And she extended her tender and beautiful hands to him. The upset Shu looked at he in surprise. She sat down on the sofa with him. Qing suddenly extended his hands to her in response, and holding her tightly by the shoulders, Jiang surrendered to the moment out of surprise. Shu did not let go of her for a long time, and squeezed her with his hands more and more tightly. She became emotional, although she understood that he was hugging her for quite a long time. Jiang also grabbed his sweater and continued to endure his such strong embrace. The cat watched what was happening in bewilderment. Shu still did not let go of Jiang. At a certain moment she asked him if the hugs were enough. Shu asked to give him a few more seconds. He closed her eyes and thought that she was just showing the young master what a hug is. Her mind was clear, and Qing felt Jiang's warmth and inhaled the pleasant aroma of shampoo emanating from her hair. He wanted to hug her even tighter, but he was afraid of scaring Jiang He away. After a few seconds, they stopped hugging. She asked if she could help him. With blush on his cheeks, Shu replied that now he knows what a hug is, and thanked her, calling her a warrior. Jiang reacted sharply and said that there was no need to thank her, and this was nothing to her. After which Qing said that he was still a little stormy from alcohol, and therefore he would go take a shower. The cunning cat took advantage of the moment and jumped on her feet. Shu headed to the bathroom. While stroking the red-haired Taikov, she realized that the gentleman was not as relaxed as he might have seemed at first glance. The next morning, Jiang was practicing in the room, swinging her sword. She wielded it quite deftly, and looked harmonious with it in her hands. At that moment, Shu entered the room and hurried to capture her training with his phone camera. He continued to film he. Suddenly she turned around after performing another trick and noticed that he was filming everything on camera. Qing wished her good morning. She reciprocated and stopped waving her blade. He asked how effective this martial art was and whether it was good for health. He replied that this was a very interesting matter, hinting that she was much stronger than him. Shu searched the internet for information about martial arts. He tried to understand why the masters of this art are so brave. He looked at her intently, realizing that Jiang was indeed very strong. In response, she looked at Qing in surprise. He was still thinking about how to start a conversation. After several seconds of silence, Shu finally made up his mind and approached her with a request. He fell to his knees desperately and said that he wanted to learn martial arts. Zhang was sincerely surprised by his decision and did not know what to answer. Without waiting for an answer, Shu said that he understood the importance of traditions, and he could not allow them to sink into oblivion. Then, getting into a pose and asking if he stood correctly, he added that he would become the best martial artist and would study conscientiously. But literally 10 minutes later, his zeal was no longer so decisive. Shu stood on his hands and knees and said that martial arts are wonderful, but it seems that he is not quite ready for them. Zhang replied that he should get up and train further because martial arts require practice and perseverance. And if he really wants to become the best master, then he must continue to train. Qing interrupted her and said that he didn't want to anymore. Adding that she just wanted to strengthen her body, Zhang replied that after he held the stand for an hour, she would teach him various techniques. Following the stereotypes, Shu asked if he could then practice half-naked in the snow. He turned around in surprise and asked if it was really so important for him to train half-naked in the snow. He replied that he just asked. On the day that Shu Qin took up martial arts seriously, it was also the first snowfall for Zhangcheng. They dressed warmly, appropriate for the weather, and went for a walk outside. Cheerful Jiang ran forward and, sliding through the crowd, noticed that the street was very slippery. Shu looked at her and could not understand when so much life appeared in her, because at the moment of their first meeting, he was cold to everyone. And now she has become so radiant and cheerful like a child it was a pleasure to watch her. Jiang ran around saying that she was having fun and continued to slide on the ice. Suddenly Qing took her hand and said that they needed to hurry. Since they were already waiting for them, he agreed just as happily. They called and got into a taxi. Shu looked out the window while Zhang turned her attention to the driver. She noticed that he was relaxed, and he did not need to endure the cold, because he had a means of transportation. All he needed to do was turn the steering wheel. He asked Qing if she could drive too. He replied that for this she needed to learn a lot, and if she knocks someone down, there will be problems, so for now he can't teach her everything. Having reached the right place, they got out of the taxi, and Zhang asked him why he doesn't drive a car since he can. Shu replied that he is poor. He urged her not to worry in front of his parents. He also asked he to say that she came from the mountains in search of work. She agreed. In the man passing by them, Shu recognized his uncle Qin. He called out to him and asked Zhang to quickly take his hand. In response, she grabbed his pocket with her mitten, into which Shu placed his hand. Hai began to get nervous and say to herself that her mind was clear, and they were just pretending. Uncle Qin, who was walking his dog, turned to them and asked what they were doing here. Shu proudly replied that he had brought his girlfriend to meet his parents. Zhang greeted her uncle. At that moment, the dog began to bark. Shu asked his uncle where he got it from, and he replied that he had had it for a couple of months, and his name was Tyrant. Suddenly, Uncle Qin called Shu over while Zhang was distracted by the dog. He asked him to teach Hao Zi seductive techniques with girls, adding that he had never met anyone. Shu Qing smiled proudly and arrogantly in response. He liked that his uncle had such a high opinion of him. After which he said that Hao Zi is too decent and he should start with regular dates. Jiang played with the dog and they said goodbye and headed to visit their parents. Shu confidently hugged her and behaved accordingly. He thought that he had again committed an act of altruism. He told her that it was necessary to play the role to the end, even when the so-called spectators were not around. He held her wrist, but Jiang did not reciprocate and did not hold his hand. He noted this point, saying that young couples hold hands and this is normal. He urged her not to worry. Shu told her to agree when his mother asked Zhang a difficult question to which she would not know the answer. This was the so-called first lesson from Shu Qing that he asked Zhang. If she asks if he is from here, then she needs to answer that she is from another place, and not nod her head and confirm what her mother will say. Zhang sincerely did not understand what the difference was, which is what Qina asked. He replied that if he gives a detailed answer, then she will seem more sincere than if she just silently agrees with her. Shu hurried to teach Zhang the second lesson. It was quite easy. When asked what she does, under no circumstances should the answer be that Zhang plays video games. It is imperative to say that she works for herself, that is, she is self-employed. Zhang asked him again. He, in turn, repeated once again that it should be said that she is self-employed, and that's all. He still stopped to understand more specifically what she was talking about. Shu replied that this means she is minding her own business, after which he asked her again whether she understood exactly how to behave. Zhang replied that she seemed to understand, but, in fact, not really. Qing added that she just needs to adapt and play the role of an ordinary girl. The rest is up to him. Finally, they came home to their parents. Shu called his mother and said that they had already arrived. She joyfully jumped into the room. Shu introduced Jiang He to his mother as his girlfriend, whom he brought to meet them. He turned to He and introduced his mother, saying that she could just call her auntie. Zhang greeted her. Mom greeted back and said that the food was not ready yet, so she invited them to sit down and wait. Shu hurried into the room, dragging Zhang with him. The mother was sincerely happy for her son. He said that the house was warm, so she could take off her hat and jacket, and helped her undress. At that moment, the father came into the room, who was extremely surprised that they still came to visit. Shu turned to him and said that he had brought his girlfriend to introduce him to them, introducing her as Jiang He, with whom they had already met when he visited Qing. The father adjusted his glasses and remained silent in response. While Shu was hanging up their clothes, Dad caught himself thinking that they had matching sweaters. He found it funny. Qing had a happy expression on his face as never before. He literally showed his joy with all his appearance. The father asked why he was so happy. Shu proudly answered that he had a girlfriend. Jiang, at the time of their dialogue, looked around and noticed that the old man had devoted his life to historical research. Although Shu understood that she was not his real girlfriend, he still felt a very pleasant feeling. They all sat down on the sofa together waiting for dinner. The father was reading a book, and Jiang didn't know how to behave, and in general she didn't like this situation. Shu began to very carefully and scrupulously peel one of the oranges lying on the plate. Then he turned to Jiang and offered her a sweet orange, urging her to feel at home. He saw that she was shy and tried to somehow loosen her up. Shu told his father that he forgot to buy fruit or something else. His father replied that they had enough of everything. At that moment, from the kitchen, the mother called everyone to sit down at the table after washing their hands, and called her son to bring the food. He took Jiang to the bathroom so she could wash her hands and return to the table while he helped her mother. She washed her hands and still moved shyly from the bath to the room. Her mother called out to her, asking her to sit down at the table without any embarrassment. Jiang was very worried. It was visible in her eyes, but she still pulled herself together, and she hurried to join the others at the dinner table. She sat down on a chair and Shu politely gave her lunch and chopsticks. He thanked him in response. He smiled at her and also sat down at the table. At the table, she was completely worried. Jiang began to understand that this was not just a dinner and everything was not exactly as she had imagined. Meanwhile, Shu gave her more pork ribs, saying that his mother cooks the best ribs and she doesn't try this anywhere else. The mother was happy to see them together, but the father behaved somewhat differently, as if he was guessing about something. After some time, her parents were discouraged by her good appetite. Jiang was already eating her second bowl of rice and delicious pork ribs. They noticed that she had more than all of them combined. After a delicious lunch, Zhu was washing the dishes in the kitchen. At that moment, his father approached him and asked him to come into his office. Meanwhile, Shu's mother tended to Jiang, bringing her a glass of water, to which he replied that she shouldn't have bothered so much. The mother sat down on the sofa and asked Jiang to also sit down and talk, hinting that she shouldn't worry so much. She said that her son should not have kept silent about such a girl, and asked if they were together. Blushing with embarrassment, Jiang nodded her head, thinking that together it sounded kind of right. Mom asked her when they met and where her family was from. Jiang replied that she had known Qing for a long time. He thought for a moment, remembering how and what Shu said, and then answered that she was from another place not from Zhangchen. The mother asked where exactly she was from. Jiang replied that she was from the mountains. Meanwhile, in his father's office, he asked Shu what he was going to do since they lived together. He replied that Jiang just lives with him, they have lunch together, and nothing like that. My father said that he shouldn't be considered a fool, and he understands that young people are different now, but if something irreparable happens. Hinting about pregnancy, Shu asked him not to worry and cancel the rent and they would discuss the rest later. Dad, on the contrary, said that we would talk about renting later. But now we need to discuss their cohabitation. He literally insisted to talk about it now. Shu tried his best to avoid this topic. After which he said that he had much more experience than his father in these matters. The angry father shouted at him to get out and immediately kicked him out the door. Qing saw his mother communicating with Jiang and realized that the longer she questions her, the more likely it is that their venture will turn out to be a failure. Shu abruptly interrupted their dialogue and said that it was too late and it was time for them to go home. The mother was upset at their quick departure. Qing, in turn, hurried to get dressed and help Jiang with the gathering. He told his mother that it was very cold today, and therefore it was necessary to return home as soon as possible. Mom urged them to be careful on the roads. Zhu replied that everything would be fine, and he said goodbye to her aunt. The front door slammed, and at that moment an angry father came into the hallway. He asked his wife how she liked this girl. She replied that Jiang was quite nice. He asked what she was doing. The wife replied that she didn't really understand, since the girl said that she worked for herself. Adjusting his glasses, he asked her what this meant. She said that Jiang He was self-employed. After which, he sighed heavily and asked where she was from. His wife replied that he was from the Zhejiang Mountains. He asked from which mountains, she replied, located close to Zhejiang. They both thought that the details of their son's girlfriend were rather vague. The father nervously hurried to the window, noticing that they quickly ate, got away from paying the rent, and they never found out anything about her. He looked out the window and saw them walking along the sidewalk, also noticing that they had not brought anything with them. Shu asked Jiang if she was full and offered to boil some noodles. When she came home, she replied that she was no longer hungry. Ching noticed that her appetite has decreased due to the fact that she moves little, and accordingly spends less energy, and that here, with all the variety and harmony of varieties between food, it is easier to enjoy eating it. He added that she should eat less so as not to gain weight and lose her skills. He answered offendedly that she would eat less. Shu said that he would buy scales so that he could make adjustments at the right time while she was training. He asked what scales were. He replied that they are usually used for weighing pigs, and they will also weigh her periodically. Zhang was shocked. Shu smiled in time and noticed that he was joking, and she would see everything herself later. At this moment, he said that they had already arrived. He was furious at this kind of joke. A few minutes later, they were at home. By that time, it was already getting dark outside. Zhang sat thoughtfully and looked at one point. She wanted to quickly reach the moment when she could provide for herself. Shu was sitting on the sofa eating oranges. He asked him if there were any other ways to make money. He began to think, but could not remember a suitable job for making money, at least online. Shu replied that for now she can play her games, because it is never too late to understand what she will be interested in doing, adding that life is short and Zhang is here to enjoy it. He sadly realized that she had nothing, after which she looked at him with the same sad eyes and asked a question. Does the cat Taikov also live to enjoy life? Shu replied with a smile that he was not a cat, so he didn't know what was in his head and what he thought about it. After petting the red furry, he added that he envied her because she was not constrained by public opinion. Zhang asked how she was constrained. Shu tried to start explaining, but suddenly he simply said that she would not understand and urged her not to worry about it. He looked at him angrily and said that she couldn't understand because he couldn't explain anything to her. In response, Shu said that in the future she would understand everything, but now he needed to take a shower. He walked to the door to the bathroom, Zhang looking after him angrily. He said that she hates two types of people. The first is those who do not say anything. After which she fell silent, then Shu asked about the second type of people. And without waiting for her answer, he hastily closed the door on the other side. Zhang, who was beside herself, thought that someday she would definitely trample him into the mud. Coming from the shower, Shu said that there are two types of traders in the game. The first is monopolists who, with the help of wealth, take everything. The second type are those who enjoy an information advantage. For example, if he knows something that she does not know. For example, they have information about an imminent disaster. They sell the necessary supplies at an inflated price, strengthening their position. Shu Qing made fun of her and encouraged Zhang to become his concubine, to which she reacted extremely violently, saying that she would never become his concubine. She angrily jumped up and attacked him with her fists. He immediately said that he was just joking. Shu understood that he was now like a blank slate, and she needed to learn everything, but without a common understanding, she would not understand his explanation. Zhang continued to wave her hands in front of his face, at which point he suddenly had an epiphany. Rising abruptly from the sofa, he told her to urgently search for humanities on the internet. A few moments later, they were already looking for what they needed on the internet together. Having found the necessary article on the topic, they began to read about the evolution and foundations of human society and their culture. Shu assured Jing that this was exactly what she needed at the moment. Literature, art, music, theater, cinema, and so on. Shu said all this is the pinnacle of humanity. He wanted to find suitable films and books that he could devote a little time to every day. He asked if she studied all this. Would the information advantage between them be reduced? Qing replied that this is why they found this information, noting that she would even begin to understand his jokes. Shu also added that there were enough video games for today, so it was time to shower and sleep. Zhang asked him if he wanted to take advantage of the information to make her his girlfriend. From the surprise of such a question, Qing choked and coughed violently. After which, looking surprised, Zhang asked why she decided so. In response, he said that she saw how he felt guilty at the moment, which means she was right. Shi Yu said that this was slander, and demanded proof of her words, then hurried her to take a shower. Zhang went to the bathroom, and Qing stared thoughtfully at the monitor screen. He didn't understand what was happening to her, but he definitely saw that something was wrong with her. And I looked at her search requests, where there were questions about him and that he wants to make her his girlfriend. Xiu came to the conclusion that Zhang was playing with him because she behaved like an obedient child, but the requests said otherwise. She even wanted to run away, because it's normal that feelings arise between roommates in the form of a guy and a girl. After a certain time, Zhang slowly left the bathroom. Drying her hair with a towel, he suddenly stopped on the threshold and looked at him, playing with Tikov. But there was something strange in the expression on his face. She asked him what was wrong with his face. He replied that everything was as usual. Xiu offered to help her dry her hair. She kindly agreed and sat down on the bed. Zhang kept trying to understand why he so quickly wanted to reduce the information advantage between them. Afterwards, he caught herself thinking that maybe he sincerely wants to help her. But she's screwing herself over. After drying her hair, they went to their rooms to sleep, and suddenly the phone rang. Sleepy Shu reached out with his hand for the phone that was lying on the chest of drawers near the lamp. He slowly picked up the phone. Hao Zi nervously asked Qin what he said to his father when they met. Xiu calmly replied that the name Tyrant was appropriate for the dog. Tsu told him not to pretend and demanded an explanation about the dating. The already smiling Qing said that his uncle was simply worried about him because he saw Shu in the company of his girlfriend. Hao continued to scream. Shu said that his girlfriend made him breakfast and he could no longer talk, and then hung up. Satisfied with himself, Qing got out of bed, got dressed, and, whistling, being in a good mood, went into the room. He was met by training Zhang, who noticed that he got up early today. He replied that he wanted to train his body, so he would exercise. During the training, Zhang hit his legs and arms with her sheathed sword, urging him to move faster. Tired Shu asked her if there was a certain technique that allowed one to obtain a large amount of energy in a short time. For example, the evil technique increases skill through castration or pair cultivation. He asked if he wanted to castrate himself. He screamed that he wanted to use dual cultivation or something like that. Jiang was sincerely surprised and asked him about paired cultivation, after which she immediately replied that there is no such technique in martial arts. And very suspiciously, she looked away somewhere to the side, while behaving strangely. Xiu said smilingly, "It seems that there is such a technique after all." He angrily replied that she would not have mastered it even if it existed. Zhang was very annoyed by Qin's behavior but tried to control herself. Xiu diligently continued to train, imagining that he was in the game. Supposedly his physical strength and level increased by 1 point. After long exercises, he hurried to appear in front of the mirror. But there were no significant changes, which made him upset. Xiu imagined himself as the main character after he picked up a warrior from the Tang Dynasty. He began to imagine that they were like a pair of Robin Hoods who fought evil and lived in the wild. However, at that moment he remembered his parents, and realized that the wild nature would not suit him. Having finally realized that he was a mere mortal who would live an ordinary life, he was a little upset. The saddened Shu sat silently on the sofa next to Zhang, Tikov getting under his feet. Then the cat reached out with its paw for the books lying on the sofa near Qin. Shu did not pay attention to anything. He seemed to be immersed in prostration. Looking at his laptop, but still seeing with his peripheral vision that he was reading a book, he noticed that she would soon become myopic, adding that it is better to read while sitting upright, and not lying down as she does. Zhang asked what it meant to be nearsighted. He replied that it meant that she would have difficulty seeing without glasses. And he remembered that he had glasses without prescriptions somewhere, saying that he would look for them. Having found the glasses, Shu presented them to Jiang and asked her to try them on. He asked if she remembered his father wearing his glasses over his eyes, while showing him how to put them on. Zhang began trying on glasses, at which point Qing took a photo of her with his phone camera. After which he showed her so that she could see what she looked like from the outside. He noticed that glasses suited her, but she said that it was a little unusual. Xiu looked at he again. Without taking his eyes off her, he admired her. She really looked very beautiful, both with and without glasses. He caught himself thinking that he really wanted to hug her again, and said out loud that he remembered his father. Zhang asked him in surprise why he remembered his father. Is something wrong? Xiu stammered and asked her if she had experienced the feeling of hugging the second miss, trying to hint. He replied that she often hugged her, especially on winter days. It was very warm and comfortable. He said that he understood and crossed his arms over his chest. At that moment the phone rang. Xiu looked at who was calling him. It turned out it was that rich guy Wang Zijun. Soon after picking up the phone, Wang, who was sitting in the car, asked him if he was at home. Qing replied that he was at home. Zi said that he had resolved the issue of Zhang's employment, and could come to them to sign several documents. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the front door of Qing and He. Shu assumed it was Wang. Zhang hurried to open the door. Jumping up from the sofa, she rushed to the door and stared through the door peephole. Shu thought that Wang was a pretty fast guy, but he couldn't understand why he was peering through the peephole for a long time. She noticed that this was a brilliant invention, because if there was someone bad standing outside the door, Zhang would have pierced him with a sword. He looked closely and saw a young guy whom she soon remembered. It was the same rich man. She opened the door and Van tried to go inside, saying that it was freezing outside. He asked her to let him enter the apartment and looked into her eyes. Beautiful Jiang stood in the doorway. Z literally peered at her. Thinking that he was in the wrong place, Van hurried to leave, while Shu dragged him into the apartment. Z said that he did not recognize his house. Qing replied that he and Zhang had already met, suggesting that he had memory problems due to alcohol. Finally, they went into the room and sat down on the sofa, while Zhang sat down at the computer. Van moved towards him and said almost in a whisper, "It's not surprising that they haven't seen each other for a long time, since Shu is hiding his lady." Qing urged him to joke less and asked if it was all safe. Wang replied that everything was quite safe, because he personally dealt with it. Zai offered him work experience records as it would be useful for the promoter position. He took documents out of the folder and said that he needed to write down how much liquor was sold at the end of the day, and a summary of discounts by the end of the week, assuring that everything is safe, and if they want to check the documents, then everything is in the system. Xiu said that this is exactly what is needed, and the more inconspicuously the better, and the main thing is that you don't have to regret it later. At this moment, Qing called Zhang He, who was sitting at the computer and was engrossed in her video game. She turned around and Xiu showed the documents and said that she needed to sign them. Zhang picked up the documents and, trying to read them, asked what they were. Qing calmed down, saying that he was not trying to sell her. This document only confirms that he has been working here for the last 2 years. Meanwhile, Xiu wrote Zhang's name on her phone in case she didn't know how to spell her name. After which he showed it to He and said that she would simply copy it into a document. This would be her signature. Surprised, Van asked if he really didn't know how to spell his own name. Qing held his head and said that this is a very long story. Zhang wandered the streets for about 10 years, and by luck, Xiu picked her up and brought her to his home. He signed the document. He continued to come up with the fact that she only knew how to smile and was very compassionate. Wang did not believe him. Zhang could not tolerate this lie, and wanted to beat Qin for the circus that he organized. But she silently signed the papers. Zi was about to leave when Xiu invited him to stay for dinner, saying that it was difficult to move in such cold weather. He approached He and asked her to cook more today, since Wang would be late for dinner. She kindly agreed. Zhang put on an apron and conscientiously began preparing dinner for everyone. Tsu was surprised that she would do everything herself, because he thought that they were going somewhere for dinner. He began to say that he also wanted such an independent and beautiful girl. Xiu walked to the computer desk and, pushing back his chair, turned to Wang Zi. He wanted to buy a new computer, and asked him to make a list of all the components for the new model when he had time. Wang sat down at the table and said that he had a good friend who could collect and send him a new one. Qing would just need to pay. Tsu noticed that he had traditional Chinese turned on his computer. Xiu, who sat down on the sofa, said that he liked it better this way and treated him to an orange. Van noticed that he was strange, adding that the traditional one is more difficult to understand and that he is an incredible person who knows everything. Xiu was quick to answer, saying that poor people use their time to benefit their brains, while rich people like Wang buy the time of beggars. At that moment, Qing realized that he had not said exactly what he had intended, but time could not be turned back. Zi's orange fell out of his hands at such an unexpected answer he was shocked. The embittered Wang said that Xiu seemed to have taken the wrong pills today, since he was saying such things. Grabbing his face, he added that Qing would have sent him in his place for such words. Xiu, removing his hand from his face, said that he took the wrong pills. He added that too much had happened in 6 months, thinking to himself that no one had experience in raising a girl from the Tang Dynasty. Van replied that he did not work and stayed at home, and a relationship with a girl could not affect him that way, since he also had girlfriends. But this did not happen to him. Xiu interrupted him and asked if he had watched the film, My Love from the Star. For several seconds, Van could not understand what he was talking about and simply remained silent. Then he asked Qin if his girlfriend looked like an alien, or if he had a mad scientist. Xiu said he meant that it was pointless to explain anything to him, because Wang's level of IQ was too low. Tsu finally fell into a stupor and could not find anything to answer to this statement. He sat down near the sofa and stroked the cat, at which time Xiu said that he would go and see if his girlfriend needed help. Entering the kitchen, Qing stood on the threshold and watched her without making a sound. He did not stop admiring her while Zhang was completely concentrated on preparing dinner. Xiu found her every movement fascinating and extraordinary. Then he nevertheless came closer to Zhang and said that she was very sweet, just like his wife. In response, she did not know what to say. But just a few seconds later, he declared that he was Den Tu Zi, which meant that he was a pervert. Xiu said that he just came to see if she needed help. Zhang grabbed the knife. Having finally realized that she did not need his help, Qing headed to Wang's room. Hai continued to cook and wondered if he had just come to compliment her. She could not understand what he wanted from her while continuing to chop the pepper. After a certain time, they all sat at the table together and had dinner. Wang Zi happily enjoyed the excellent dinner prepared by Zhang. He noticed that it was all extremely tasty, and he had never tried anything like this before. The smiling Xiu invited him to eat another portion, since he liked everything so much. At some point, Qing and Wang began fooling around at the table like little children. Zhang ate her rice and thought that it was the husband's responsibility to entertain the guests, while his wife prepared the food. They saw Wang off. Xiu reminded him about the computer. He in turn said that he would take care of it and said goodbye. At home, Qing continued to watch Zhang, who wanted to go wash the dirty dishes. He hurried to take away the mountain of dishes, saying that he could handle everything himself, since she was clearly tired from cooking. He added that he was taking the opportunity to talk to her about something. While washing the dishes, he said that he was no longer an ancient person who had appeared out of nowhere, urging her to reveal her identity. Soon Xiu began to tell a fictional version of her past. As a child, Zhang lost her parents and wandered around the Jiecheng Mountains. A friend brought her to Jiangcheng when she was 16 years old and left her to do very hard work. One day he met a very kind and sympathetic man named Xu Qin. They quickly became friends and began to spend a lot of time together. While they were communicating, they developed sincere and bright feelings for each other, which is not surprising. As a result, after some time they fell very much and irrevocably in love. They spent all their free time only together, just the two of them. After they became a couple, Xu tried to help Jiang find her parents, but all attempts were in vain. Qin then invited he to live together in his apartment. She kindly agreed. He said that this is how their story of great and sincere love ends. Smiling and wiping a clean plate, Xu said that it would be more believable for the others, adding that if he were not his girlfriend, then he would have no reason to spend so much time on her and help her. And all this is only because of their great and deep feelings for each other. Xu asked if she understood everything. Jiang replied that she understood, and repeated after him the legend about their sincere feelings for each other, after which he slowly reached out with his hand to straighten her beautiful hair. From surprise, Jiang was confused and did not know how to react to this action on his part. Xu continued to say that when she gets used to modern life, they will go to government agencies, and telling them that they thought about the issue with her documents only after they started getting married looks so convincing. In the meantime, they will stick to this legend about their pure love. Jiang was annoyed by Xu's behavior. He looked at him angrily and then asked if it was a hit on her. On his part, her heart was pounding more and more. Qin hastened to deny, assuring that he had no intention of being attracted to her. He noticed that they were a couple, although not a real one, and it was normal that he straightened her hair. Jiang responded by saying that he cannot touch her whenever he wants, even if he provides for her. He said that he will not touch her anymore. They sat down on the sofa and exhaled. Xu understood that he needed to keep his hands to himself, even if he wanted to. He sat silently for several seconds, staring at one point somewhere. After which, Jiang decided to confess everything that was bothering him so much. Xu said that he actually has an ulterior motive towards He. She stared at him in surprise. He said that after several months of living together, he began to feel strong sympathy for her. Time passed and feelings only gained momentum, which Xu did not know how to cope with. And so gradually he finally lost his head and fell in love with Jiang. Qin tried to convince her that this was normal. Confused, he asked him again. He confirmed that he liked her. She thought for a moment and then nervously asked if he could stop loving her. Xu looked at her in bewilderment. He continued to say that their minds are clear and they have nothing to hide. He asked if she had ever been married. She replied that she had never been married. Xu continued to press, saying that they were both not married, and even more so, he openly stated that he liked her, and that in their world that's what they call it. Lick shoes. If you help with unrequited love. He stated that he wanted to lick her shoes, asking her to let him take care of her. Jiang snapped and said that there would be no licking, and if he touched her, she would hit him. Rising from the sofa, he said that she was leaving his apartment for good now. But stopping for a second, Jiang said that the sense of duty haunts her. Xu replied that she does not owe him anything, adding that he was just helping her get used to it, and she was teaching him martial arts. And if Jiang really wants, he can leave. However, he asked her to also teach him martial arts, assuring that it would be an equal exchange, and they would both get what they wanted. Turning away from him, he asked why Xu was doing this. He answered without hesitation because he liked her, adding that feelings cannot be controlled and have nothing to do with duty. Xu continued to speak, that she may not like him, but to deny it because he helps her is not fair to him or to her. Jiang tried to say something to him, but Xu interrupted her and said that the second miss said that she could repay the debt with marriage, but this assumes that there are no feelings. Telling her that Jiang had to spend the rest of her life with someone, so why did she exclude Xu from the list? She said that she did not exclude him. He asked why she was leaving him then. He answered because he wanted to lick her. Xu hurried to explain everything to Jiang that this was just an expression. He only wanted to take care of her, not actually lick her, because he was still wary of Jiang hitting him. Exhaling, Xu calmly sat down on the sofa and asked Jiang to also sit next to him. To explain everything to her again, he replied that she didn't want anything else. Jiang thought about it. Even if everything that Xu Qin said makes sense, then everything should be wrong, because it turns out somehow strange. In the morning, Jiang sat on the bed and thought, looking for a solution to what to do next. She tried to understand whether her desire to leave this place was because her mind was not clear, or whether there was some other reason. But he understood one thing for sure. In relation to Xu, she had those thoughts that should not have been, and he was definitely her patron. And the nagging thought that this was all wrong haunted her. Meanwhile, Qin, sitting on the sofa in bitter despair, thought of only one thing. Whether Jiang would stay or leave was a question that had been tormenting him for a long time. He didn't leave her room all evening, which means she most likely decided to leave. Otherwise, she would have already come out to him. Suddenly, the door to her room opened, and Jiang walked into the living room in a not very friendly mood. Xiuqing saw her. His heart beat faster. He could not understand what she decided. He slowly walked somewhere past Qin, her expression speaking for her. She didn't greet him at all and was obviously still angry. Jiang turned away from him as if deliberately demonstrating her resentment. After which, having decided on her destination, she headed towards the kitchen. Shu, taken aback by this behavior, Jiang jumped up from the sofa, throwing the cat onto the floor. He rushed to catch up with her in anticipation of the answer he had been waiting for so long. He then slowly walked into the kitchen where Jiang was washing tomatoes and asked her what she had decided. She continued washing the tomatoes for several seconds and said nothing, as if she had not heard his question. After a short silence, she still said that what he said yesterday was reasonable. Duty and love are two different things. At this moment, Jiang turned around and looked at him, her expression impossible to count. After which she added that Shu can feel whatever he wants for her, but under no circumstances can he lick her. And you can't cross the line like you did last time, hinting at the way he straightened her hair. Having spoken out all the conditions, Jiang carefully straightened her beautiful hair. Shu promised that this would never happen again, and she didn't have to worry about it anymore. He said that leaving him now would be a betrayal of his kindness, but as soon as she pays him back, then they will discuss their further actions regarding living together. Shu asked when they would talk later. Jiang insisted on her own, saying that after she paid him. A satisfied Tykov ran between them. She continued cutting tomatoes. She felt his gaze behind her, and there was no characteristic sound of shuffling slippers. And after a while she asked why he was still here because they had already discussed everything. Shu replied that he did not understand whether she distinguished between gratitude and sympathy. He looked at him in surprise, and Qin in turn said that he seemed to have confused her. Perhaps she still confuses gratitude with sympathy. He abruptly interrupted that she had no sympathy for him. He was literally furious. Shu said that it was good if there was no sympathy, but he himself understood perfectly well that this was an example of not a pure mind. At this moment, Jiang began to think seriously and was silent for a while, after which she asked how to distinguish between sympathy and gratitude. Shu said that there was one effective way. He asked her to stand still and he would check, warning her not to threaten to leave and not to throw her fists at him, after which he extended his hand to her, expecting an appropriate reaction in return. Jiang reached out to him and they squeezed each other in a tight hug. They seemed to merge into a single whole and greedily inhaled the smells of their skin. At a certain moment, he hugged Jiang even tighter, wrapping his arms around her. Suddenly she felt something she clearly did not want to experience. After a few seconds, he let go of he and stood in front of her and said, "If this is still sympathy, then the heart should beat faster than usual," adding that it is now pounding. Jiang didn't know what to say or how to react to this experiment, and turned away from him. Then she asked him to leave and not come back until she finished dinner. Shu replied that he would not bother her anymore, and hurried away from the kitchen. As he left, he turned around and looked at her again, because he could not deny himself admiring her. Then he nevertheless went into the room, thinking that if she had no feelings, she would simply push him away. Jiang listened to his steps to understand how far Shu was from her. Then she rushed into panic, because she felt exactly the rapid heartbeat he was talking about. While the restless cat was playing with a ball of thread, he brought dinner and put it on the table, saying that everything was ready, and she immediately headed to the kitchen. Leaving the room, Shu looked after her. He understood that their feelings needed to be put aside, since Jiang needed to teach them culture. After all, she was still definitely missing something, and this gap needed to be eliminated. She did not know how to smile, or rather, he smiled only when she was faced with something incomprehensible to her. Shu recalled how she carefreely rejoiced in the snow and slid on the ice. Jiang was still unable to accept various forms of entertainment. He came up with the idea of watching a comedy together, which would make it easier for he to learn. He hurried to connect the home theater and invited Jiang to watch the movie he found. She agreed. After some time, while having dinner, they watched a comedy film, at which Shu burst out laughing heartily. Jiang, with a straight face, simply ate her rice, not understanding what was funny in the film she was watching. He naturally noticed that she looked without any emotion and did not understand anything. Shu sadly realized the depth of this problem. Jiang still silently watched the film. He thought that it was not so easy to introduce someone from the distant past into modern society. After a while, Jiang played her video game where she mercilessly killed various monsters. She got so used to it that it was as if she was automatically clicking on the keyboard buttons. At this time, Qin was still watching her, sitting on his phone. He found it very harmonious that a girl from the Tang Dynasty was playing games on the computer. After a while, he got up from the sofa, pulled himself up and said that he was going to bed, wishing her good night. Taking a break from her game for a second, she turned and reciprocated his feelings. Jiang He looked after Shu Qing as he left for his room. She understood that her head was a complete mess because she still didn't know how to communicate with him. Jiang continued to learn traditional Chinese characters, and I took notes on everything for better understanding in the future, in order to speed up the learning process. Meanwhile, Shu was sleeping peacefully, wrapped in a blanket on his bed. At this moment, the door to his room slowly opened, revealing Jiang. She rushed towards him with lightning speed, but at the same time carefully and without making noise. He then leaned over to the sleeping Chin and peered at him for several seconds. He looked quite funny in that blanket and slept like a baby. For some time, Jung watched him sleep soundly. Then she left his room, carefully closing the door behind her. Meanwhile, morning gradually came and dawn broke in the beautiful sky. In Chin's apartment, the door to his room suddenly opened. Jung was just nearby. Sleepy Shu went out into the corridor and greeted her good morning. He was still in her pajamas. He noticed that she looked extremely tired, and therefore assumed that he had not slept well. Jung replied that she didn't get enough sleep, but in fact she didn't sleep all night. The wall clock showed almost 7:30 in the morning, which was quite early. Then they had a good and hearty breakfast. He went to wash the dirty dishes, after which Shu suggested they go for a walk, as he wanted to show her some places. After a while, they got dressed and went for a walk outside, holding hands as a couple. A few moments later, Jung asked him if this was one of the beautiful things, hinting that he took her hand. Shu replied that holding hands is very beautiful, and besides, she can feel his rapid pulse. He then asked her if she felt a little different. Jung-hee rather coldly told him that she didn't feel anything, after which Shu tickled her tender and velvety palm with his little finger. Jung's reaction was not long in coming. He immediately pulled her hand out of his palm, and she looked at him in bewilderment. Shu, in turn, could not find anything better than to simply smile. He asked her to give him her hand again, saying that he was just joking that way. They held hands again and leisurely strolled through the beautiful city and its attractions. On the snowy street, it was not as cold as it might initially seem. His plans included holding hands, telling her about the relationship, and at the same time showing her beautiful places. After a short walk, Shu took her to the bus stop. Chin and Jung got into the transport. She asked where they were going. He jokingly answered to the pier for French fries. There was a misunderstanding on her face, which he soon dispelled by saying that he was joking and asking her to trust him completely. Getting off at the bus stop, they headed in an unknown direction, still holding hands. Jung caught herself thinking that she should try to relax and not think about anything, and Shu should take care of everything. Slightly behind him and thinking, she paused. Soon he again took her hand and dragged her along with him. Suddenly Jung realized that for the first time she was overcome by a feeling unknown to her. Meanwhile, they headed to the subway. Shu wanted to impress her as much as possible. Chin and he rode up the excavator. For her it was a whole journey, since she had never been to such a place. She suggested that you could buy a computer here. He replied that it was, and besides that, you could sell it or repair it. They were heading exactly to such a workshop where his friend Galbo worked. Approaching him, Shu greeted him, and he, in turn, asked in surprise what he was doing here. Chin told the essence of the problem, saying that he needed to build a computer with a spectacular case, in the region of 20,000 yuan. Subsequently, they agreed, and Shu left him his contact number. He noted that the sooner the better, and if he can assemble a computer today, then let him call this number. Galbo said that he would do everything in the best possible way, calming down Shu Qing. After which he hurried to say goodbye to him. In response, Bo was surprised because they didn't even talk, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Shu replied that they had little time, since he was walking with his girlfriend, and pointedly took her hand. Galbo was perplexed. He had never seen Shu Qing like this. After going to the store, Shu Qin took the girl to walk to the park. Zhangchen Square was located near it. There were several multi-story buildings here. The young man pointed his finger in the direction of the plaster monument on the pedestal. He asked me to remember this place as a landmark. Shu Qin was walking so fast along the pedestrian markings that Jiang He could barely keep up with him. As he walked along, the guy was telling her how to get home. Walking a little along the sidewalk, the young man stopped near a 2-story building. The first floor had been restored, but the second floor said that the building was at least 100 years old. Pointing to a large signboard to her companion, Shu Qin told her that she had sold alcohol in this place 2 years ago. The girl looked perplexedly at the elite store. Right now, Jiang. He couldn't remember anything that connected her to this place. The young man had to remind his companion of her childhood. She gasped in surprise. Her memory had no recollection of her slave labor. Shu Qin asked if she had memorized the road and would be able to return on her own. Jiang He readily nodded. She understood everything. The girl wondered if she could remember her job at this place if she went inside and looked at everything. She asked if she could visit her former workplace. Shu Qin immediately became serious. He replied with a firm refusal. Jiang. He didn't understand why the young man answered like that. The guy took the girl away with a quick step. He said that it was not a good idea to be curious in places like this. Trying to catch up with her companion, Jiang He followed him with small steps. The place where she used to work kept her mind on her former job. She kept looking back at the building. The young people walked briskly along the sidewalk along the street. The young man was showing her the local sights. Realizing that they had been walking for quite some time, Shu Qin suggested that they have a little snack at the barbecue buffet. The girl happily agreed. The cafe tables were fitted with grates for roasting meat. He took the tongs and carefully placed a slice of meat on the grate. Jiang He carefully watched the slices of meat that were quickly roasting, exuding a delicate fragrance. Taking a whiff of the smell, the girl admitted that she liked the Hogo buffet better. You could just leave the food there and not have to watch it being cooked. Shu Qin hooked the cooked piece of meat with his tongs. He explained with a smile that it was different here. You could add different ingredients. The first scrap went into Jiang He's plate. The young man advised to savor the food rather than eating just to fill his stomach. The girl brought the hot food to her mouth. Shu Qin reminded her that they could enjoy her favorite food in the warmth, even though it was very cold outside. The brunette had to admit that it was delicious. When the meat was finished, Jiang He carefully placed the chopsticks on the plate with the sauce. To the left stood a plate of lettuce leaves. Shu Qin smiled and asked if she was full. The girl clasped her hands to her chest, hesitant to make a request. Blushing and raising her index finger up, Jiang He hesitantly asked if she could order more cake. The guy was only too happy to favor his girlfriend. A little embarrassed, Sui Qin jumped out from the table and exclaimed that he would do anything. The girl worriedly said that she could have ordered a piece of cake herself, but her companion was already gone, Jiang He's hand hovering in the air. Not 2 minutes later, the young man returned. Blushing with pleasure, he carried 2 small portions of cake with the proud gait of a waiter. The boy ate his portion virtually at once. The girl scooped up a spoonful. It looked more like a pink-colored jelly with yellow berries on top. The cake was so delicious that Jiang He licked the teaspoon. She thought that such portions obviously couldn't be satiated. In order not to embarrass his companion, Shu Qin turned aside, lazily looking at the surroundings of the small cafe. Suddenly he saw a yellow teddy bear on the counter. He looked at the toys with interest. In addition to the bear, you could get a pink dinosaur or a large chicken in the shape of a big ball. Shu Qin told the girl that you could get one of the toys here if you brought back a clean plate. The brunette's hand with the spoon froze in midair. Her eyes lit up with delight. Jiang He couldn't believe that this was even possible. The young man pictured his companion in the arms of a full-length teddy bear. He was sure that girls were always crazy about teddy bears. The young people approached a counter with toys. Smiling, the guy offered his companion to choose any toy. He couldn't know that in his heart, Jiang He was angry. She couldn't take the item for free. Only because the young man insisted, the girl chose the bear. She explained her choice by the fact that in size and color the bear is very similar to his lazy cat Pumpkin. The cafe owner approved of the young people's choice and invited them to visit him again. The boy and the girl left the cafe. Jiang He perplexedly twirled the teddy bear in her hands. She wondered what use it could possibly be. Gaping with pleasure, Shu Qin said that it was nice to fall asleep with a soft toy. Besides, instead of a teddy bear, you can imagine him. The girl looked angrily at her companion and muttered that it wasn't a bad idea. The young man was so frightened that he began to stammer. Shu Qin figured that from the list of activities planned for today, the only thing left was going to the movie theater. He immediately admitted that the movie theater was far away. In order to save money, they could walk. Jiang He agreed. Forgetting himself, the young man muttered that a rich man's girl would have been cranky long ago and said he couldn't go. The brunette suggested that they were having trouble with their legs. Shui Qin realized that Jiang He simply didn't know the meaning of the word. He would be happy if it stayed like this forever. As luck would have it, a woman in high heels was behind them. Barely moving her wobbly legs, she mumbled that she couldn't walk anymore. Jiang He looked at the stranger perplexedly. She was behaving the way her companion described. It was quite strange. Shrugging his shoulders and folding his arms on his chest, Shu Qin told the girl that she'd now seen everything with her own eyes. This is exactly what it looks like. A little embarrassed, the young man slyly asked his interlocutor if she would like to try to behave in the same way. Jiang He only gave him a cold, hateful glare in response. Her eyes would have incinerated her interlocutor if they could. The boy's body trembled with fear. He took a couple steps aside just in case, wishing he could run away at all. There was still plenty of time before the show. There was no line at the ticket dispensers, so Shu Qin bought 2 tickets. All the while, the girl was looking at the foyer of the movie theater with interest. She had learned a lot of new things today and continued to absorb the information. Going to the movie theater itself seemed strange to Jiang He. She asked in surprise why they couldn't watch the same movie at home. Putting up 2 fingers, the young man reminded her that they had a date tonight, so things were a little different. Besides, it wasn't like home. She'd see for herself. Watching a movie at home becomes a serious activity, but it should be enjoyable. Shu Qin told me before the movie that they would be sitting in a dark room where they should be quiet. Therefore, it's better to discuss everything after the movie. Looking sternly at his companion, the young man said he had something else to say. He asked if he could hold her hand while she watched. Jiang. He frowned at the guy in response. She didn't understand why he kept trying to take her hand. The girl looked at her fingers perplexed. Her hands seemed rough and ugly. There was no reason to touch them. Cradling the teddy bear in her arms, Jiang He remembered Den Tuzi's ugly wife. She had many physical flaws, but her husband still loved the woman. Suddenly, the girl realized everything. Her guess was so scary that she had a vapor on her face. This guy was Den Tuzi. Jiang He visualized herself next to that woman. She knew perfectly well that no one but Den Tuzi could like her rough hands. That thought was so tightly planted in the girl's head that she nervously slapped the teddy bear on the head, venting her anger on it. Jiang. He angrily asked the young man what he said. Seeing her mocking the teddy bear, Shu Qin raised his hands and hastily said that she had heard what she had heard. He timidly asked if the girl could hit him. Jiang. He stared at him hatefully, but admitted that she wouldn't do it. She looked thoughtfully at her interlocutor. When she met the boy's gaze, the girl blushed. A good idea had occurred to her. Jiang He happily exclaimed that he just needed to learn martial arts quickly. Then they would be able to fight each other. Taking the opportunity to avoid the conversation, the young man dragged the girl into the hall. He said it was time to take seats. Jiang He followed her companion in a bewildered manner. He was carrying a huge bucket of popcorn in his hand and humming a song under his breath, happy that everything was fine. There weren't many people in the hall, but the girl had to be brought indoors as early as possible and everything told to her. Placing the pail on the armrest between the seats, Shu Qin explained that this food is called popcorn. People usually eat this kind of food in movie theaters. An image of some modern city with many signs appeared on the screen. Jiang He watched the beginning of the movie with interest. She even forgot that she was holding a bear in her hand. The girl's eyes now reflected only the movie screen. She thought she could use the movie to understand the world better. Shu Qin couldn't resist the temptation and gently placed his palm on top of Jiang He's hand. The girl reacted instantly. Blushing, she immediately pulled her hand away and clung fearfully to the opposite armrest. The young man couldn't understand what had gotten into her. He bewilderedly whispered to his neighbor, asking her why they couldn't hold hands at least a little. It's very pleasant after all. Jiang He was still in a state of shock and didn't reply anything. She couldn't understand how he could enjoy touching his calloused hands. She was even more convinced now that it was Den Tuzi's husband. Despite the woman's many physical disabilities, the couple had 5 children. The girl felt as if she was in a purple vortex that was spinning faster and faster. Shu Qin realized that she was thinking about something of her own. Meanwhile, the movie was over. The lights turned on in the hall and people one by one quickly left their seats. For a while, the young people walked in silence. The girl kept thinking about the young man and what made him do that. Turning to her interlocutor, Jiang He asked embarrassedly if he really enjoyed holding her hands. The guy at that moment tried to touch the girl's hand with the back of his hand as if by accident, but she noticed and took her hand away. This question caught the young man off guard. He blushed and replied, stammering that he really liked it very much. Jiang He turned red with anger and clenched her teeth. She turned away, and for a few minutes, the young men walked in silence again. Suddenly, the girl herself held out an open palm to her companion. She graciously allowed herself to take his hand, since he liked it so much. Shu Qin noticed that the girl wasn't even looking at him. He realized that it was a difficult decision and thanked her. The pair held hands tightly. Jiang He tried her best not to think about the fact that her hands were rough and tried to smile. The young man asked how she had enjoyed the session in the movie theater. Recalling the few frames she remembered, the brunette said that the movie was interesting. Shu Qin said that watching movies would replenish her knowledge of the modern world the fastest. The young man looked thoughtfully at the birds in the sky. He added that the girl's way of thinking would inevitably change after a while. It turned out that Shu Qin had more than once wondered how the girl could adapt faster in a world that was foreign to her. She listened attentively to her interlocutor. Sighing, the man thought about his own thoughts and looked away embarrassed. All he said was that it would be a very long process. The young man clenched his fist and exclaimed that they couldn't spend their entire lives sitting around waiting for Jiang He to figure out everything that was going on around them. He looked slyly at the girl and admitted that he would be acting not quite fair to her to speed up the process. Therefore, he asks in advance not to beat him when the ruse is unraveled. Jiang. He blushed as red as a boiled crayfish. She was so indignant that she couldn't say a word. The girl didn't know what to say to that. Meanwhile, Shu Qin took the initiative, gently wrapping his hand around her fingers. The young people walked around the city for quite a while that day, and only began to return when the sun began to set, flooding the windows of the buildings with light. Jiang. He was already starting to get used to the young man holding her hand. Shu Qin said that she had been acting frivolous lately. The girl questioned her companion in surprise. The warrior didn't see herself that way. The man said he would explain everything. Smiling, she recalled that in the beginning, Jiang He was wary and constantly drew her sword. After a few months, her suspicion subsided a little. but the girl still turned around at every rustle. After imagining his interlocutor in the form of a child, Shu-chin revealed that she now believed every word he said. He laughed embarrassedly, pulling his companion to him and suggesting that she was now very easily tricked into kissing him. The girl instantly burst into flames and ducked her face into the teddy bear with shame. Her thoughts were jumbled in her head, and she couldn't say a word. Jiang He's hands were trembling. She realized that things had gone too far, but she couldn't remember at what point the situation changed. The young man laughed, noticing her confusion. It was the nature of lovers to behave in this way. The girl exclaimed that she had had enough. She was so angry that she squeezed her interlocutor's hand too hard. Shu-chin cried out in pain, and tears appeared in his eyes. Jiang Hai immediately released her hand. To her surprise, the guy wasn't faking it. His body was shuddering from the intense pain in his arm. When the pain subsided a little, the young man said that he did not rush his companion. She could confess her feelings at any convenient time. Gently groping his injured arm, Shu-chin suggested that this behavior might be due to Jiang He's dependence on him. The girl walked thoughtfully along the road, pondering the words of her interlocutor. She said quietly that it seemed quite logical. Already at the bus stop, the young man stated that one must distinguish between feelings of sympathy and gratitude, otherwise she would be easily seduced. Such frankness caused Jiang He to blush deeply and jump aside. She was almost hit by an approaching bus. Shu-chin was blushing himself. The guy stated that he was falling more and more in love with the woman he was talking to. One day, he wouldn't hold back and eat her for breakfast. Jiang. He couldn't believe that in this world people were warned before being deceived. She cried out in surprise, wondering why the young man was saying this. The faces of the young people were illuminated by the evening rays of the sun. At the front doors of the bus, the guy confessed that he couldn't otherwise. He liked her. Shu-chin faintly smiled. He had finally told the girl how he felt. This was an important step for him. Jiang. He stared in front of her in surprise. Today she had learned a lot of new things about this world, but the young man kept confusing her. The doors opened. Shu-chin took the girl's hand and led her into the bus. Jiang He obediently walked to the end of the empty cabin. As soon as they were seated, the brunette immediately turned away to the window. The young man put his hands behind his head and leaned back, relaxed. Jiang turned to her companion after a few minutes, worriedly asking if his arm was hurting. He asked with a smile to be a little more polite next time. Taikov had been waiting for his master for a long time and was dozing peacefully under the door. As soon as the door opened, the cat woke up immediately. He began to purr happily and roll over in the young man's legs, expressing his boundless joy. Hugging the guy's leg with his paws, Taikov rumbled, looking ingratiatingly into his eyes. Shu-chin said that he wasn't that hungry. It had only been a couple hours. Taking off his shoes, the young man went straight to the kitchen and pulled a large package of cat food from the cabinet. The boy knelt down and rattled the box, saying that Taikov should meow if he was hungry. He started meowing at once, trying to jump to the box in his master's hands. When he got what he wanted, the cat rushed to the litter box and began greedily crunching the food. Looking at Taikov, one would have thought he hadn't been fed for a week. Looking wistfully at the pet, the young man dejectedly propped his head up with his hand, thinking that Jiang He didn't understand anything about romance. Shu-chin recalled his bad experience as a child. He was walking with a ball back then, and a girl who had a crush on him gave him a gift from the heart. It was a small transparent flask that contained many colorful plastic stars. Unfortunately, the boy then bluntly said it doesn't interest him. He collects stickers from cereal boxes. The girl's feelings immediately faded away. Shu-chin bowed his head tiredly. Even now, it was hard for him to remember that day. However, the young man had learned a lesson back then. Now he knew what needed to be done. The boy headed for the computer desk. He had a small collection of movies. You can start by showing a couple of romantic stories, and then the girl will watch a martial arts movie and be able to compare it to her former world. Shu-chin smugly licked his lips. He liked the idea. This way the girl would more quickly understand what kind of world this was. The young man was so engrossed that he didn't pay attention to the time. He was editing the footage non-stop to finish it as quickly as possible. After finishing the project, Shu-chin yawned and stretched sweetly. His hands were shaking after working for so long. In addition, his stomach was rumbling. Shu-chin thought frustratedly that he had gotten too involved in the montage and had not kept track of time at all. Suddenly, the young man remembered something. He sat down at the computer right after his walk and forgot about dinner. Besides, Jiang He had disappeared somewhere and was not in the living room. Shu-chin perplexedly approached the girl's room. The door was locked. The young man knocked loudly several times. The door didn't open right away. Jiang He looked somewhat sluggish and stood in the doorway with her arms folded across her chest. She looked at the young man in surprise. He wondered what he needed since it was already quite late. The girl wiped her eyes with her fist, so Shu-chin assumed that she had been sleeping the whole time. The brunette admitted that she had dozed off a bit. The young man stated that she looked very tired, and reached his hand towards the girl's head. Jang-hee glanced at him glumly. Shu-chin affectionately touched his girlfriend's forehead. He assumed that she was hypothermic and sick. Feeling the guy's hand on her head, Jang-hee blushed and hurriedly said that it was fine. She would make dinner. Shu-chin looked at the girl thoughtfully. She was holding her stomach. At first he thought the brunette had a fever, but her forehead turned out to be cold. The young man ran to the kitchen, exclaiming that it would be fine. She just needed to rest for a while. Jang-hee looked at him with a puzzled expression. Heating some water in the electric kettle, Shu-chin ran back and brought the glass to the girl. She was a little surprised. The young man sat her down on the couch in the living room and handed her water, saying it should help. Blushing, the girl thanked her host. Shu-chin asked if she wanted to taste some noodles. He could quickly boil 2 servings at once. Jang-hee readily agreed. Together with the salad leaves and scrambled eggs, the chowder noodles looked amazing. The girl couldn't wait to start eating it. The young man suggested adding some garlic to the food. Jang-hee happily held out the plate. It would taste much better this way. Throwing the garlic into his girlfriend's plate, Shu-chin squeezed his eyes shut with pleasure. He couldn't get enough of the wonderful girl eating both onions and garlic. He enjoyed the wonderful home-cooked food. She drank the hot chowder with obvious pleasure and ate her portion. The girl squeezed her eyes shut in pleasure as she held the empty plate in her hands. The noodles were delicious, and she had enough to eat. Shu-chin continued to surprise his girlfriend. He stated that he would wash the dishes himself. She should rest better. Suddenly, the phone rang. It turned out to be Shu-chin's acquaintance calling. He was very happy with the new computer that Gao Bo had built for him. The young man was talking passionately with the person he was talking to. Jang-hee furtively watched him while sitting at his laptop. She quickly swiped the stylus across the laptop's touch field, hoping to finish her work faster than the conversation would end. 2 months had passed. After several snowfalls, a frosty winter came, and the young people no longer walked around the city as often. Shu-chin's parents were preparing for his arrival. The man grudgingly told his wife that he was constantly short of money and should look for a job. The woman only sighed sadly. She remembered that she never got to talk to Jang-hee last time. Perhaps they could get to know each other better today. At that moment, the lock of the front doors clicked. The young people greeted each other cheerfully. The girl had a large white bag in her hands. Taking off his jacket, Shu-chin asked what they were having for dinner. He stated that Jang-hee was an excellent cook and could help with the cooking. The man looked at his son angrily through his glasses. It's the same every time. The boy's always bragging about something, but he's not much use. The woman said she could manage on her own. Shu-chin helped the girl take off her jacket and said that in that case, they would watch TV. To whet their appetite, the young people ate tangerines and laughed merrily. The man looked at his son unhappily. He asked glumly what Jang-hee was doing in general. The guy and girl didn't expect such a direct question and stopped laughing. He remembered that the young man had anticipated the tricky question and thought of an answer beforehand. She only needed to memorize it. The girl blurted out that thanks to the use of microchips, she exchanges information with other users of the online service. These were all terms that were completely new to the man. He adjusted his glasses, looking at his guest with completely different eyes. The host didn't understand a word of the guest's speech, but decided not to let it show. Rubbing his forehead, the man said that it was much better than his son's occupation. Shu-chin winked at his slightly blushing girlfriend and said that it was actually a very hard and responsible job. The young man was not glad he had said those words himself. The man asked what the difficulty of her job was. Jang-hee quickly revealed that she uses a set of number and letter keys to interact with other users. Shu Wenbing didn't understand anything this time either. With a heavy sigh, the man decided that he was aging too fast, so he didn't understand the new processes. The guest was now presenting herself to him in the form of a scholarly master. Wenbing thanked fate that such a girl had appeared on his son's path. Angrily looking at the young man, the man began to angrily rebuke him for being lazy. Shu-chin asked what had come over him. Shu Wenbing angrily muttered that his videos could only keep him afloat. It would not be enough to provide for his family. The guy leaned back on the back of the couch relaxedly, lazily asking why this should provide for him. The man angrily inquired about his plans for life. Shu-chin exclaimed happily that he would start his own company and enter the big market. Thanks to that, they would become famous. Shu Wenbing looked at his son unhappily. He couldn't understand his big scheme, so the speech sounded like a spit in his face. The man shouted that he was being made a fool of. He slammed the book he was holding in his hand and swung it at the boy. The book turned out to be an encyclopedia on child rearing. The master's face was very aggressive. His eyes were filled with open hatred. It was clear that the old man had been looking for a reason to quarrel for a long time. Jiang He didn't understand where he was getting so much anger from. She knew that Shu Qin had said the truth. There was nothing wrong with striving for perfection. The young man blocked the punch by adopting a boxing stance as a joke. He exclaimed that everything should stay in the family. The man turned away unhappily. Breaking the tangerine in half, Shu Qin said thoughtfully, "Everyone chooses their own path. His father might have realized this long ago." Suddenly, the young man remembered something. He quickly jumped off the couch and said that he had to show one thing. On the way to his room, Shu Qin mumbled that his mother had taken him to a fortune-telling session when he was a child. He still had those notes. He proudly showed the text to his father. The prophecy said that the boy would not become an official. He has a lot of energy and the temperament of a tiger. Shu Qin laughed. He said that he couldn't go against what fate had ordained. Working in the company was not suitable for him. Shu Qin put his prophecy on the table and smoothed it out nicely, then took a picture with his phone camera. Shu Wenbing was perplexed and asked why he wanted the picture. The young man said that he would take this copy with him when he took the girl to the fortune-telling, as she liked that kind of thing. The man explained that it was quackery. Those people just wrote a suitable prediction because they saw his behavior. Jiang He angrily shouted that she didn't believe in fortune-telling. Shu Wenbing said glumly that he was still responsible for his son. The young man remembered his father beating him with a belt for looking inappropriate and said that he was responsible for himself. The relationship between them had become so heated that the old man got up from the couch. They stood opposite each other. Each of them glared at the other. At that moment, the landlady appeared in the living room. She waved her kitchen spatula threateningly and demanded that they stop arguing. The woman sat up to her husband and whispered to him not to make a scene while the girl was still in their house. The man angrily grabbed the book under his arm and left for his room. He puffed loudly on the way out. The hostess smiled at her guest and seated the young people at the table. She said that dinner would be ready soon. The girl shrank back with her hands between her knees. Hearing Shu Qin intending to say something to her, Jiang He turned to her friend in surprise. The young man took a tangerine slice and brought it to her lips. The embarrassed girl had to accept the treat from the young man's hands. Shu Qin praised Jiang He. She did an excellent job and was able to deceive his father. The girl remained silent. First of all, she didn't know what to say. Secondly, the tangerine was very tasty and she didn't want to be distracted. Not even a few minutes later, only the peel remained on the dish full of tangerines. The young man was bored. He pulled up the girl's hand and began to examine it. Shu Qin couldn't understand how she had so much strength. She looked ordinary. Jiang. He wasn't quite used to it yet and sat there, looking away embarrassed. She didn't understand why the guy was attracted to her hands. The girl blushed harder and harder, barely containing herself. The brunette's lips were tightly pressed together, and she was staring straight ahead. Suddenly, Jiang He grabbed the young man's hand. Turning around, he asked in surprise what happened. It turned out that the girl had decided to look at the guy's hands. She immediately noticed that the young man's hand is slightly larger. His palm was also much softer. Gazing intently at Shu Qin's fingers, Jiang He kept wondering why the young man was so attracted to her hands. The young man saw her looking at the palm of her hand and assumed she was practicing chiromancy. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. She immediately released her hand and moved farther away, angrily exclaiming that she wasn't doing anything like that. Shu Qin couldn't understand what had happened. He had a new idea. He jumped off the couch and ran to his mother's kitchen. He had an important conversation to have. Shu Qin admitted that he would like to invite Jiang He to celebrate the new year. The woman said in surprise that everyone was going home. Scratching the back of his head, the young man reminded himself that the girl had no family left. He had mentioned it once before. The mother did not say a word, stirring the food in the frying pan and thinking about the young man's words. She remembered that she had already had such a conversation. The woman surprisingly said that she remembered his words, but was sure that her son was joking. Shu Qin said that it was true. Her mother turned back to the stove and continued to stir the vegetables and meat. The food was almost ready, so she turned down the burner temperature. Turning off the electric stove, the woman said that in that case, it was worth inviting Jiang He to join them. She had nothing against it. She took the boy's empty plate from him and asked him if he had enough money. The mother was worried that new expenses had now been added. Shu Qin stated that he was fine with money. His mother and father had better take care of their lives. The woman said it was time to set the table. Taking the dish, the young man theatrically put his hand to his temple and said that he would do everything in the best way. The dinner was a great success. Shu Wenbing was still a little angry, but the fragrant rice made him forget about the quarrel for a while. At the front door, the young man turned around and waved to his parents, thanking them for their welcome. Jiang. He adjusted his warm fur earphones. Unfortunately, the potato in the pocket of her jacket was too big and extended a bit during the girl's movements. The boy's parents froze with amazement as they watched the potato fall to the floor, bounce, and move again. As it fell, the large vegetable gained enough speed and rolled right under the homeowner's feet. Wen Bing adjusted his glasses in surprise. The woman asked the young man perplexedly why his companion had a potato in her pocket. Shu Qin hurriedly took the item back. Scratching the back of his head, the young man smiled and said that it was a talisman binding the girl to the earth element. Jiang. He obediently put her hands up, while the guy put the vegetable in his pocket. He explained that potatoes grow in the ground, and that's what binds them together. In fact, the potato served as a guarantee to get back through the 1,000-year portal, but the young man couldn't tell. Smiling, the woman exclaimed that she would cook more potatoes next time. It worked more efficiently in her stomach. Shu Qin stated that it was an excellent idea. Jiang, he was just crazy about potatoes. The girl looked at him suspiciously. The emotions on her face were changing each other. The brunette didn't immediately understand what the woman meant and what this strange conversation was about. Suddenly, Jiang He realized everything. Apparently, she was starting to be treated as a family member and trusted more. The girl bowed to her mistress up to her knees. She stammered and thanked the woman profusely for her warm treatment. Jiang. He had a lot of things she wanted to say. Suddenly, the hood covered her face. Qin's mother laughed, remembering that she had behaved the same way years ago. Shu Qin helped the girl take off her hood and laughed. The girl almost stomped her feet in anger. She didn't like this joke. On the landing, the young men waved to their parents. The woman asked them to be careful. It was already dark outside. Xu Wenbing looked thoughtfully at the young couple after him. The man thought that he had really overreacted a bit today. The woman had already turned toward the door. She didn't look at the young couple, but she thought that they were very suitable for each other. Smiling faintly to herself, the hostess thought it would be nice if the pair didn't have any disagreements. The young men walked slowly down the snow-covered street, leaving 2 pairs of footprints on the crunchy muck. Shu Qin saw that the girl was immersed in herself, so he walked beside her, not daring to break the evening silence. Jiang He exhaled and thoughtfully asked the young man to explain the meaning of the word. She doesn't understand what it means to be liked by others. The guy said that people who like each other subconsciously try to get closer to each other. As an example, he gave a cake that one wants to buy. The girl imagined her drooling near the cake display. She asked what to do if there was no money for a cake. Shu Qin shrugged his shoulders. In that case, you have to work hard and hard. People get paid for their work. Jiang. He imagined herself with a wheelbarrow at a construction site. The young man told the main secret. People in love are ready to give absolutely everything to a person. It is impossible to win another person's trust without effort. The man said that sometimes things don't work out, but you can't steal, Jiang. He immediately pictured herself in an empty store at the counter. Shu Qin sighed heavily. He didn't want to start a conversation, but he would have to since they had broached the topic of unfair methods. The young man sadly said that he didn't want to lie and would appreciate any decision Jiang He made. She could either leave or stay with him. He added thoughtfully that the desire to consider the girl's opinion and respect her choices could also be considered sympathy. Shu Qin guessed that he could be misunderstood. He hastily explained that love and sympathy were very different from each other. The girl said angrily that he was just deceiving her. She realized at once that the young man would not have touched her hand if he did not want to stay with her. The guy happily exclaimed that cheating could also be considered sympathy. Jiang He angrily shouted that she didn't feel any sympathy. Seeing that the girl was angry, Shu Qin took a step to the side just in case. He explained that he was talking about sympathy in general and did not imply their feelings. Jiang He looked angrily at her interlocutor, pressing her lips together and blushing slightly. It seemed to the young man that even the hair on her earpiece frowned. The girl was not going to argue with her companion any longer. She turned away unhappily. It suddenly occurred to the brunette that the guy liked her hands. She asked herself why she was attracted to Shu Qin. The girl remembered that the young man helps her a lot both in cooking and in learning about the world. He answers all her questions patiently and thoroughly. It seemed like it was all completely different. A terrible guess pierced Jiang He's brain. She blushed even more. The brunette caught herself thinking that she actually really liked it when Shu Qin held her hands in his. As they approached the black and yellow fence set up on the sidewalk, the girl forgot herself and wondered aloud if it was love. Stopping, Shu Qin was slightly surprised. The female warrior hadn't asked so many questions like this before. He turned to his companion and told her that lovers take time to understand each other, their hearts beating in the same rhythm. Jiang. He bowed her head in embarrassment, gazing intently at her palms. She quietly asked what the young man himself thought. The guy playfully set his cheek, offering to kiss him and find out for himself. The girl shouted angrily that she would not let herself be so easily led away. A car stopped near the sidewalk. Shrugging her shoulders, Shu Qin said that it all depended on whether she wanted to be cheated. Jiang He grudgingly muttered that there was no time to talk. It was time for them to get into a cab and go home. Back in the apartment, the young man first turned on the lights so that the girl could comfortably remove her shoes and not step on the cat. Shu Qin unbuttoned his jacket and took off his scarf. He remembered that he hadn't finished editing the video. He needed to do it today. He took out his laptop and made himself comfortable on the sofa. Jiang. He didn't hurry to take off her jacket either. She only put on her slippers. The girl sat down on the couch as well and dropped her hands on it. The brunette was silent for a while, gathering her thoughts. She took a potato out of her pocket and looked at it thoughtfully, holding it carefully with both hands. Memories of home came flooding back to her. Jiang. He quietly asked if the young man had thought about her returning home one day. Shu Qin looked at his girlfriend in surprise. He said with a smile that at home she could become a very famous and rich girl by growing potatoes. The brunette perplexedly explained that she was actually talking about him. It was pointless to have a lover that was separated from you by 1,000 years. The young man thoughtfully replied that he couldn't fall out of love with Jiang He for the sole reason that she would one day return to her world. Smiling shamefully, Shu Qin told the girl that there was no contradiction here. His love for her and returning home had nothing to do with each other. The guy fixed her hair affectionately, asking her not to think about what might happen, just to enjoy the current moment. Jiang He was embarrassed and pondered, then wondered if his speech could be called deception or coercion. Shu Qin turned his head and replied to the girl that the situation could be understood in different ways as long as she didn't beat him. Grabbing a teddy bear and covering herself with it as a shield, the youngster exclaimed that she could hit the bear if she wanted to. The boy gently handed the toy to his girlfriend. Their fingers touched for a few seconds. Jiang He blushed. The girl admitted that she no longer distinguished between truth and deceit. If it had happened at the beginning of their acquaintance, she would have hit him. Shu Qin said that she really could have pinched him earlier or even broken his finger. The brunette quietly said that she didn't want to pinch him. Jiang He blushed even harder. She decided to admit that she didn't feel any negative emotions. She felt good right now. Showing her 2 fingers, the young man stated that it could either mean she was good to him or she was just tired or sick. He admitted that he feels sympathy for her and subconsciously tries to get closer to her. Besides, they see each other every day. Shu Qin introduced himself as a peacock. He said that he wanted to show his best qualities and get some recognition as a sign that he was being nice to Jiang He. The girl flared up and angrily stretched the bear's head so that it looked like a rugby ball. She shouted that he was just shameless. The boy nodded obediently. The brunette got even more angry and covered the bear's cheeks with his own nose. She shouted angrily that the young man was Den Tuzi. He obediently agreed this time, too. Jiang. He didn't have any more words. She tilted her head down tiredly. Her entire body was shaking from an overabundance of emotions. The brunette couldn't leave the situation like this, her soul hungry for revenge. Her eyes lit up greedily with bloodthirsty fires. Jumping off the sofa, the girl silently kicked Shu Qin in the solar plexus. He only had time to grunt in pain before he was bent in half. Yukov ran over to his master's lifeless body lying on the sofa and gently touched his arm. Jiang He smugly hummed and left. The girl was very angry. She slammed the door of her room so hard that it nearly flew off its hinges. Shu Qin began to slowly regain consciousness. He sat down tiredly on the sofa, holding his chest. Faithful Yukov was next to him. The young man couldn't understand what had happened. He decided that he was lucky. Jiang. He just didn't have perfect martial arts skills. After waking up in the morning, Jiang He immediately began her daily training, taking turns doing blade and scabbard lunges. After completing the warm-up, the girl performed a few more circular movements, striking an invisible opponent. Looking at her watch, the brunette stashed her sword in its scabbard. She decided that that was enough for today. It was time for breakfast. Seeing the young man watching the training session, Jiang He stared at him predatorily. Today she would take revenge for yesterday. The girl quickly ran up to the watcher and struck him with her scabbard just above the knee. The boy grimaced in pain. Without giving him a second thought, Jiang He poked the young man in the neck with her scabbard, demanding that he stand still. Shu Qin froze in fear. The girl scowled as she demonstrated how to take the stance. She made the boy keep his hands at chest level and didn't move. Smiling maliciously, Jiang He caustically reminded her master that he himself wanted to strengthen his body. She was willing to teach him martial arts. Shu Qin suspected that this would not end well. Stammering, the guy replied that he had changed his mind. He didn't need this. He explained it by saying that just practicing the stance was enough. It would strengthen his body sufficiently. The girl began to persuade Shu Qin. If he learned martial skills, he could hit her and not be afraid of getting a response. The young man replied that he wouldn't be able to hit her. As he continued to stand in the right position, the guy was surprised to notice that Jiang He crouched down and placed his sword on the floor. After taking a stance, the brunette showed one of the techniques called the Tang hand. Her hand with curled fingers resembled the paw of an angry animal with claws. Jung. He quickly rotated her hand at the elbow. At the same time, her fingers straightened out, revealing the girl's palm. It didn't take a second for his fingers to clench tightly, forming a fist. The fist stopped in front of the young man's face. All of this happened very quickly. Realizing that the brunette could easily knock him out, Shuqin said in a trembling voice that he understood everything. He declared that he would certainly learn the trick, and knelt down on his knees. The girl made him bend low and touch his forehead to the floor. The guy pleadingly raised his hands and asked to continue practicing tomorrow. His chest was still sore after yesterday's blow. Jiang. He generously allowed the training session to be postponed. She stated that she had to go make breakfast. Walking out into the kitchen, the girl involuntarily thought about the young man's potential. He wasn't too bad for a beginner. The brunette saw that with proper effort, Shuqin could surpass even herself in terms of martial skills. The girl imagined an ocean wave. Before, she could not convince the young man and had to indulge his desires. Shuqin was also thinking about the change in their relationship. He recalled with a sigh that Zhang He had already learned how to threaten others. Looking into the room, the girl saw that he wasn't doing anything and shouted that he needed to study more. The young man flinched. Zhang. He finished with her chores in the kitchen and came to play her favorite role-playing video game. Looking at the screen, she noticed some changes in the game. Shuqin approached the girl before leaving, warning her that he would be home late. He reminded her not to open the door to strangers. The young man couldn't resist and leaned towards his girlfriend, gently squeezing her wrist. Jiang He instantly burst into flames. He sensed the storm coming and ran to the door, waving goodbye. The girl called out that he was Dentu Zi. The first thing Shuqin did was to stop by the posh 3-story mansion of a friend for whom he had recently assembled a powerful computer. The owner met him with a cigarette in his teeth. He was a little surprised by the visit and asked why the young man had come to him. Shuqin defiantly showed the correspondence on his phone, reminding him that there was a reunion scheduled for today. The man led him inside and asked him to wait while he changed his clothes. The young man looked inside and asked if he would come across any racy items. The host was brushing his teeth at that moment, so all his answers sounded as if he was whispering heavily. He explained that the girl had left a long time ago. If the guest was watching the stories, he would know about it. Shuqin grudgingly replied that no one watches them at all. As he left the house, the man put an elbow on his guest's shoulder and confessed that everything happened like a hurricane. That girl had suddenly burst into the house. The young man rudely interrupted the narrator and asked where his car had gone. He did not want to admit that he had come just for that. The owner calmly admitted that it had been confiscated because of a family dispute, so he was now a beggar, like Shuqin. The young man turned angrily in the other direction. He gritted his teeth and said it didn't matter. They could take the subway. The young men were lucky. Just as they descended to the platform, a subway train pulled up. Shuqin walked into the salon and grabbed the handrail. He grudgingly thought that there were a lot more people today than usual. The young man noticed that his classmate had turned his back to him. The boy didn't notice anything unusual. He asked his companion what was the matter. He replied in a whisper that he was looking at the girl with the yellow bag at the door. Shuqin took a closer look. There was indeed a tall girl standing at the door. There were some painting brushes sticking out of a yellow bag. The man whispered that she looked familiar, like one of her exes. The stranger heard it and turned around. She angrily shouted that the man had not mixed up anything. She is indeed his ex-girlfriend. The boy froze in place. Shuqin immediately moved farther away from his classmate, pretending not to know him at all. Scratching the back of his head, the man tried to smile and said she looked familiar. The girl got angry and asked if she was really just an acquaintance. The last thing he wanted to do right now was to get into an argument. But if he didn't calm her down now, there would be a fight. Tilting his head down, the man suddenly had an answer to his question. She had a drawing album in her hand and brushes in her bag. He exclaimed that he remembered, "She likes to draw." When asked how she was feeling, the girl dryly replied that she was fine. But he himself didn't look so good. The guy admitted that he really didn't feel well. The girl asked him in a normal voice where he was going. Shuqin had been furtively watching them all this time. It seemed to him that the couple could still return to their previous relationship. The young man knew very well that he was really just jealous. It seemed to him that his whole life was imbued with the spirit of loneliness. The guy remembered that his guest hadn't let him know for half a day either. He took out his phone and made sure that there were no messages from Dancer. Shuqin decided to send a text message by himself, saying that there were 3 constant things. They were loneliness, memories, and his love for her. Jiang. He had no time to think about the young man. She had been playing computer games all this time, and now there was an important battle looming. The girl stared intently at the screen, figuring out which of the enemies she would kill first. She called up the item menu to heal her character. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the bottom row, obscuring the most important part of the screen. The brunette was angry. Shu Qin was signed at her place as Tunia Dean, with a blue cat hanging as her avatar. The text of the message itself made the girl turn purple with anger. Jiang He angrily looked at the smiling cat with a gold medal around its neck. This had become the final straw. Clenching her fists, the girl angrily started pounding on the table. The stupid avatar annoyed her as much as the owner. After a while, Jiang He's anger subsided a little. She thought that she shouldn't have been so nervous. After picking up her phone, the girl texted Shu Qingyu a reply. She said that she would do the laundry and offered to wash his clothes at the same time. The brunette looked a little embarrassed as she sent the message. She was embarrassed to ask about it. The young man immediately replied in agreement. After finishing her gaming session, Jiang He headed towards the young man's door. She caught herself thinking that she didn't even know where to look for the dirty clothes. Opening the door, the girl looked around curiously. She hadn't been in this room since they'd met. Suddenly, the brunette saw straw slippers very similar to her own on the bedside table. She perplexedly walked closer. Jiang He remembered very well that the young man had thrown away her slippers. He had told her about it then. There was no doubt about it. It was her shoe. This sole with its characteristic defect could not be confused with another pair of shoes. A frightening hunch flashed through the girl's mind. She suddenly realized that the young man liked not only her hands, but also her legs. After sending an affirmative reply, Shu Qin smiled. For the first time in his life, the stern female warrior herself had offered to help with the laundry. Suddenly, Wang Zi flew over to him. With a lustful smile, he whispered that he would only be able to come over for a meeting in the evening. An important matter had come up. Frowning his eyebrows resentfully, Shu Qin walked out of the carriage. Everything was stacking up against him. Even his classmate had gone with his ex. The young man was so upset that he almost cried. He sadly told himself that he had finally met the darkness. It was his only friend. Everything was already ready in the cafe, and there were 16 packs of beer bottles on the tables. The guys were surprised that Wang Zi still hadn't arrived. After pouring himself a glass of beer, Shu Qin said that the man had bumped into his ex-girlfriend on the way, and they had gone to have a little chat. One of his classmates asked what he was doing. The young man picked up his glass and laughed. He was sitting at home now. Someone said enviously that he had no free time at all. Another guy laughed. He had to work overtime yesterday for this meeting. Everyone around was happily laughing. Only Shu Qin alone felt like an extra at the party, even though they were trying to cheer him up. The young man was tired of all this fun. He took his beer and went to the opposite wall. There was a rack of dishes there. Turning away from his classmates, the boy sighed sadly. Now he just didn't understand why he had come to the meeting in the first place. Shu Qin furtively looked at the satisfied and intoxicated audience. They were clearly enjoying getting together. Looking at the guy and girl talking to each other, the young man caught himself thinking that he missed Jiang He. He collected the empty plates and set them on the table, continuing to think absent-mindedly about his girlfriend and their complicated relationship. A classmate noticed that Shu Qin didn't look like himself at all. The boy lied that he was very tired lately. He was offered a trip to karaoke, which would immediately lift his mood. The young man politely declined, arguing that he had too much to drink. The classmates did not argue. One by one they got dressed and left the cafe to continue the party elsewhere. Raising his head, Shu Qin looked at his classmates thoughtfully. Not long ago, the young man had fun with them, but now he didn't care where they would go. One of the guys asked an empty beer bottle on the floor and kicked it carelessly with his heel somewhere behind his back. 4 classmates stood next to bottles of beer, foam pouring into the room with such force as if they had opened champagne. Shu Qin could no longer look at this calmly and headed towards the door. He couldn't understand what this was all for. The classmates continued to walk merrily, not even noticing his departure. The young man wondered why he used to enjoy such events. Stopping at the entrance of the cafe, the guy came to the conclusion that it was all about Jiang He. She was able to influence him. Shu Qin subconsciously reached out his hand towards the evening sun that illuminated the city. The girl seemed like a ray of light in his lonely life. Jiang He swiftly entered his life like a meteorite, disrupting his life overnight. The young man's musings were interrupted by a sudden phone call from Wang Zi. It was quite strange. The meeting was already over. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard the pleading cry of a classmate. The man asked to come as soon as possible. It took the guy half an hour to stop at the store for shopping and get to the inn Wang Zi had mentioned. After shifting the bags of belongings into his left hand, Shu Qin knocked loudly on the room door. The stomping of bare feet could be heard outside the door. The young man immediately noticed the open closet door. Except for the hanger, it was completely empty. Wang Zi was wrapped in a towel. After looking around, he whispered to the young man to hurry up and enter the room. The guest handed over the packages, perplexed, wondering what had happened. He began to suspect that it was all about that girl. Pulling on a green t-shirt, Wang Zi confessed that he had hoped to rekindle his former passion, but he had just been tricked. When he came out of the shower in just a towel, it turned out that the ex had disappeared along with his clothes, generously leaving his phone and wallet behind. Shu Qin frustratedly stretched out that this was the whole story. Wang Zi angrily shouted that that woman embodied evil. The young man admitted that he thought the worst. The man screamed as if he had been kidnapped. Wang Zi glumly suggested going out for some fun at karaoke. Shu Qin remembered the meeting at the cafe. He didn't want to go out to have fun. It all seemed completely pointless now. The guy plopped down on the bed and suggested to his rescued classmate to go have fun on his own. He wasn't in the mood to have fun. Sighing, the young man admitted that he no longer liked noisy companies. He hadn't been out of the house for 6 months. Wang Zi pulled him by the arm. He decided that the sad thoughts came from the alcohol. Just singing a couple songs was enough. Shu Qin firmly said that he really didn't want to go anywhere. He realized that he hadn't spent much time with his loved ones lately. Remembering Jiang He, the young man blushed. Instead of drinking and going out, he could have bought the girl her favorite pork ribs. Shu Qin suddenly realized that he no longer wanted to party like the others. It was time to finally form a family. After waving goodbye, the young man suggested Wang Zi to go have fun. He would rather enjoy the silence. The man looked at him perplexed. He slammed the room door irritably, wishing he'd sobered up sooner. The room was booked until tonight, so there was time. Shu Qin thought that just lying on the couch was much better than drinking and walking around all day long. He had lately often imagined that WSU would spend the rest of his life together with his beloved Jiang He. The young man admitted to himself that in reality it was not that simple. He had wanted to marry a girl for a long time, but he wasn't sure he was ready for it. The alcohol had taken its toll, and his eyelids felt leaden. Shu Qin had already closed his eyes and thought that marriage meant a lot to him. When the young man arrived home, his feet were still braided and nearly tangled in the small mat at the doorstep. He handed his lover a bag of groceries and muttered drunkenly that his entire fate depended on Jiang He. The girl raised her head and sighed. It was clear enough the guy was drunk again and he couldn't think straight. Suddenly, Shu Qin reached out and turned her head toward him, lifting her chin with his index finger. Jiang He shrieked and pushed the young man away. Shu Qin had never tried to be this close to her before. The boy was no longer in the mood to resist. Giggling, the owner fell on the sofa, so the girl had to unbutton his jacket herself. She worriedly asked how much he had drunk this time. He admitted that he had taken a little more alcohol than usual, but that wasn't the point. He wasn't drunk anymore. Reaching for the bag he brought, Shu Qin proudly placed it on the table. There were some briquettes shining through the polyethylene. Zhang. He looked inside the package with interest, asking the young man what it was. He told her that he had specially bought pork ribs. The girl grabbed the bag admiringly and promised she'd get to work on them tomorrow, but today she'd hide them in the fridge. The brunette lingered at the door, noticing the guy still sitting on the couch. She assumed he'd better go get some rest. Shu Qin hugged the satisfied Yukov and said that everything was fine. He'll lie here and everything will be back to normal in a couple of hours. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, but none of the young men were asleep. The young man was in no condition to go to bed. Jiang He had been playing video games all day, so she didn't fulfill all the points on the self-development compiled by the guy. Shu Qin tiredly looked at the girl, trying to sleep. Suddenly, the brunette asked interestedly what the Golden Lotus meant. Shu Qin immediately perked up. He realized that it was about the movie he had forgotten to delete from his search history. Without explaining anything, the young man ran to the table and snatched up a computer mouse. The girl's hand with a stylus froze over the graphic tablet. The man instantly cleared his search history, telling the girl she could think no more about it. Zhang. He asked why he had removed the file. Turning away, Shu Qin stated that that movie was no good for her. He couldn't even imagine that the girl would go through the download history. The brunette kept asking why he had deleted that movie. It was enough just to tell him not to watch it. Scratching the back of his head, the young man lied that he had just hidden the movie. He would easily retrieve it if they wanted to watch it. Jiang He nodded understandingly. Shu Qin returned to the sofa, leaning back tiredly on the cushion and closing his eyes. He regretfully thought that the girl was getting harder and harder to deceive. After an hour, Jiang He couldn't stand it and turned on the living room lights to check if the young man had gone to his room to sleep. It turned out that Shu Qin had no intention of going to his room. He had fallen asleep on the sofa in the living room. Yukov had crawled between his master's arm and ribs and was now sleeping peacefully beside him. The girl carefully covered the young man with a plaid to keep him warm. Shu Qin was sound asleep and didn't notice it. Zhang. He remembered that strange scene when he suddenly pulled her to him and scared her badly with it. Taking advantage of the guy being sound asleep, the brunette leaned over him and timidly touched his chin. Apparently at that moment the young man was dreaming something very good. He smiled faintly and murmured something. Jiang He immediately pulled her hand away and looked at Shu-Chin carefully. The guy sniffed measuredly while continuing to smile. Blushing with shame, the girl ran out into the kitchen. She decided to make dinner while the boy slept. After a while, the man finally woke up. He turned his head, surprised to think that he had fallen asleep after all. Sitting down on the sofa, Shu-Chin puzzledly held his head. After that horrible drunkenness, his head was simply splitting. Zhang, I turned around. She said that she had prepared oatmeal especially for such an occasion, so you could go to the kitchen and eat. The boy smiled. He only now noticed that the girl had taken care of him and covered him with a blanket and had also prepared food. Walking over with a plaid in his hand, Shu-Chin looked to see what his lover was busy doing. Zhang. He stared intently at the screen. The movie's splash screen showed a tall woman holding a sword. The jewelry on her head made it clear that she was not from an ordinary background. The girl was so engrossed in watching the movie that she forgot about the noodle sticks in her hand. That woman reminded her of her personal fate. Shu-Chin said that that movie reflects the history of the era. It was a long time ago, but the people and culture of that time are more understandable to her than the modern world. The young man said thoughtfully that time doesn't just pass away, many things stay in their era. Jiang He nodded. When the guy left for the kitchen, she continued to ponder his words, leaning over the table. Times had indeed changed. The girl finished her noodles and piled the chopsticks on her plate. It occurred to her that in that case, the second lady's words made no sense. Jiang He took the empty plate to the kitchen and told the young man that she would take a shower. Originally, she didn't intend to stay for long, but it was so warm in the shower room that the girl didn't come out for a long time. She realized that something important had happened today. Meanwhile, Shu-Chin walked over to the vacated computer. Yukov was snoozing peacefully on the cushioned chair. The young man unceremoniously grabbed his pet and lowered it to the floor, asking to make room for him for formality. Shu-Chin requested the search history. To his surprise, the list was completely empty. It turned out that Jiang He had learned how to delete the search history in the browser. The door of the shower room opened. Jiang He walked out of there unsuspecting of anything. She threw a towel over her head. After wiping her head, the girl walked into the living room and announced that she had already arrived. There were still droplets of water on her wet hair. Shu-Chin sat on the sofa with Pumpkin curled up in a ball. The young man didn't say a word, only raised his head. By then, the brunette had already passed his corner of the couch, so the guy had to turn the other way to see her. Jiang. He silently sat down at a table by the opposite wall. A black hairdryer was lying on it. Shu-Chin was still watching her the same way. He said thoughtfully, throwing his head back, that he might have committed the crime now if he hadn't known that the girl would kill him with one blow. The brunette was drying her hair with a hairdryer, so she didn't even turn to the young man. His strange words made the girl think. She slowly asked while continuing to dry her hair, what would Shu-Chin have done in their first meeting if she were weak and helpless? The guy remembered that aggressive girl who had smashed the TV. Shrugging, he replied that he would have called security and sent her home. Shu-Chin sighed, bowing his head. If anyone had thought that day that they would become a couple, they would have greatly mistaken their assumptions. While the young man himself was leaning towards a romantic relationship, Jiang He was completely oblivious to his actions or simply didn't understand. For a while, they both fell silent. The guy was silently thinking about their relationship, and the brunette was drying her hair. Suddenly, Shu-Chin inquired about the girl's feelings for him. Jiang. He raised her eyebrows in surprise. The question caught her off guard. The girl turned off the hairdryer and put it aside. After a little thought, she said honestly that she didn't know. The young man laughed. He was afraid to hear another answer and was sure that Jiang He didn't feel anything. Shu-Chin turned around to the brunette and reminded her of her past nomadic life. He suggested that it was much better to live in the modern world. The girl smiled thoughtfully. She had to admit that life seemed marvelous in this era. Closing his eyes, the young man assumed that he was not the best option for Jiang He. She still had a lot to learn about the modern world. When she becomes a more modern person and comprehends all the wisdom of civilization, she will realize that the world has become even better, and he himself does not stand out from the crowd. He was silent for a while, giving his companion time to think it over. The girl remained silent for a suspiciously long time, as if she had no intention of answering. Shu-Chin angrily asked why she wasn't answering anything. The brunette wondered in surprise what exactly she was supposed to say. The young man turned away and threw his head back. He admitted that his current life might seem good, but he had nothing more to offer. Jiang. He surprisingly replied that she was very grateful to him. She was in another world all alone, and the young man had been very helpful. Shu-Chin didn't answer anything. The girl perplexedly turned towards the sofa and noticed that her interlocutor was leaning his head on his knees. Burning with embarrassment, The guy confessed that he felt very uncomfortable at the mere thought of getting close to Jiang He, even though he liked her a lot. All this time, Shu Qin could not decide whether to win the heart of the beauty slowly or try to get her by deception. The girl's slippers came into his field of vision. The man couldn't bring himself to take his eyes off her feet. The warrior was standing with her back to him, but she realized it all at once. Her ears burned with shame only because the young man had looked at her slippers again. She subconsciously placed one foot on top of the other, as if trying to hide the stained slippers. Shu Qin pretended to be in a lot of pain. He said that the place where Jiang He had hit him often hurt now. The young man asked if she could come over and rub that spot. The brunette flared up and asked incredulously if it really hurt that much. The boy said confidently that it hurt a lot. He pressed his hand to the very spot on his chest to make sure. Jiang He took a seat on the sofa next to her and moved over. Their knees were almost touching, causing the young people to blush even more. The girl gingerly touched the boy's chest. She quietly asked him where it hurt. Shu Qin said that it hurt in that exact spot. The brunette began to slowly rub the bruised area. At first she suspected that the young man was deceiving her, but then she believed it. The young man closed his eyes in pleasure. The hand, which the girl herself called rough, was soft and gentle to the touch. Yukov woke up at this moment and started purring. Shu Qin turned around to the pet, turning his attention back to him. He reminded the surprised brunette of the age-old adage that all meetings in life are actually overdue reunions. The young man said thoughtfully that it makes no difference who a person meets in life. Everything has long been predetermined. He remembered their meeting on the landing. Back then, Jiang He, crouched down with a sword in her hand, looked like one of the cosplayers. The guy himself was very confused to learn that the girl had come from the distant past. In his world, it seemed unbelievable. Oh, and Jiang. He herself at that moment was more like a frightened animal trapped in a corner and was just protecting herself. Shu Qin remembered the girl's question about how their meeting could have gone, if she had been weak and defenseless. He said that it could have been different. The brunette stared dazedly at her interlocutor for a few seconds, trying to figure out what exactly he meant. Turning away, Jiang He thoughtfully asked if his words could be understood to mean that now he would no longer deceive her. The girl felt restless and didn't know where to put her hands. She squeezed her fingers nervously one by one. Seeing the perplexed look on her interlocutor's face, the brunette suggested that she had been too direct with him and promised to work on it. Shu Qin tiredly held his head. He had been thinking about the girl's problems all day, but she was only interested in deception. The man said that this was not the case at all. In fact, his soul was tormented by doubts. The young man closed his eyes and thought. They had come too far together to give up. Fumbling for the brunette's shoulder, he put his arm around her and pulled her to him. Jiang He flinched in surprise. The guy had never done this before. But what was stranger was that the young man's hand was trembling, and this vibration was transmitted to the girl's body. Jiang. He stared at the young man and tried to move away, asking what was wrong. Shu Qin was silent, a sweat appearing on his face. This was not what happened at all. It was as if the girl didn't notice Shu Qin's romantic mood and moved away. Yukov looked at his master perplexedly. The silence was driving the young man crazy. He jumped off the couch, telling the surprised girl that he was going to take a shower. Hearing Shu Qin slam the door loudly, Jiang He suspected that the guy was offended by her for some reason. Blushing, she scrolled through the entire conversation from beginning to end. She thought she might have let him snuggle closer. It was very hot in the shower room. Shu Qin stood in front of the mirror, dousing himself with sweat. He was beginning to regret that he had even decided to do this. It occurred to the young man that it wasn't that bad. Jiang He wouldn't have allowed it if she wasn't interested in him. Coming out of the shower, the guy noticed the brunette was still sitting at the computer. He said it was 11 o'clock, time to go to bed. The girl didn't even turn around. She was busy playing. Jiang. He explained that she had to finish her daily tasks. Shu Qin decided to take care of business himself as well. Tikov was quietly dozing beside his laptop on the sofa as if he was guarding it. The young man remembered the movie that Jiang He watched yesterday. You can try to write a review on it and write movie reviews in the future. At the mere thought of his beloved, Shu Qin dreamily closed his eyes and smiled. He wished he could live with her forever. The young man continued to contemplate their possible marriage as he suddenly felt the presence of a girl behind him, her hair exuding a unique scent. Jiang He perplexedly asked why he was doing this. The guy patiently explained that he earns money this way. The brunette's eyes lit up. As she wondered whether it really made money and whether she could do the same. Shu Qin thoughtfully said that it wouldn't work right away. It would require a basic education. Besides, she wouldn't be able to express her feelings. Smiling wryly, the young man asked what Jiang He had to say about that movie. He himself replied that all she could see was that times had changed. The man recalled the holiday parade from the movie. He said the movie makes you look at life from a different angle. Shu-chin assumed that the girl was unable to understand the main character. For this reason, the true intent remained hidden. Opening her mouth in surprise, Jung-hee heard that the young man had advised him to read more books and watch movies for a reason. It gives one a deeper understanding of oneself. The man asked if she liked looking at books. The girl beckoned the cat to her, uncertainly answering that she liked it. Shu-chin put a finger on her cheek and offered a guess as to who liked to look at her. Jung. He was wary. Even Yukov didn't understand anything. The lingering silence weighed on the young man, and he blushed again. He thought regretfully that everything had gone wrong again. Putting his palms forward, Shu-chin timidly asked if he could hug the female warrior. He saw that all attempts to get closer were hitting a solid wall. Jung-hae pulled back, grudgingly asking why she would do this. The young man admitted that it would bring him pleasure. Taking the girl's silence as a sign of agreement, the man hugged the stunned girl tightly, resting her head against his shoulder. As a result, Tykov was squeezed tightly between the young men. He meowed viciously, trying to get away. Jung. He let the cat out, and it immediately ran away. Shu-chin recalled that he had already mentioned that he liked the girl a lot. Closing his eyes, the young man declared that for her sake, he was willing to be a solid man who would provide for his family. As he spoke, he gently stroked the brunette's silky hair. It made the girl blush even more. Even when Shu-chin released her lover from his embrace, she still continued to sit with her head bowed. The young man reluctantly let go of her hand, squeezing her finger gently. The time was late, so he could only say goodnight. Jung. He was very shocked by what was happening, so she stared dazedly at the guy's back for a few seconds. Involuntarily clasping her hands to her chest and squeezing her fingers together, the girl quietly wished the man goodnight in return. The next day, Shu-chin thoughtfully laid out the 4 credit cards on the table in front of him and calculated his options. He had some savings left over from his university days. Now the amount had grown to 4,000 yuan. Apart from that, the young man was lucky enough to sell his shares on the stock exchange and only lost a couple thousand in the process. Shu-chin absent-mindedly scribbled characters, thinking about earning money through movie reviews. He realized that he needed to expand his audience. The young man remembered that Xu Wenbing was angry that his son was still sitting without a job. He had to admit that his father was right. Tikov had just woken up and was yawning sweetly behind him. The boy thought that it was easy to get lazy if no one was hungry. Jung. He has mastered household appliances and electronic equipment quite quickly. She is already accustomed to the modern kitchen, and in less than 3 years, she will fit into this world. Shu-chin stretched, almost falling off the chair. He thought that he really should take his advice and look for a job. The girl was a little surprised to see the boy in such a good mood. She asked the young man to set the table. Shu-chin suggested inviting his parents over for dinner sometime. Suddenly, Jung. He noticed bank cards spread out on the table. She hadn't seen them before and asked what they were. The young man chose one and held it out to the girl. He explained that these cards held money. As long as she didn't have her own card, she could use this one. The brunette surprisingly reminded that she already had a wallet in WeChat. Shu-chin said that it was not enough and linked a card to pay via WeChat. Grabbing the credit card, Jung-hee almost jumped for joy. She was satisfied that she had gotten a piece of modern man's equipment. After lunch, the girl put the dishes in the sink and filled them with water, then rinsed them and set them to dry. Shu-chin suggested taking a little walk in the fresh air. By 2 o'clock, the young men were ready to go out. Tikov came running to the door and meowed pitifully. The young man realized that he also wanted to go outside, so he went to get his leash. The cat obediently allowed himself to be fitted with a soft red collar with a brace, to which his master attached a small leash with a carabiner. Jung. He asked the young man for a leash and happily led Tikov through the snow. She liked to feel a part of this world. Shukin noticed that red New Year lanterns and colorful flags were already hanging all over the city. Tikov suddenly stopped and sat down in the snow. The young man almost stepped on him. The boy and the girl couldn't understand what was the matter. Jung. He asked what had happened. The cat was indeed behaving strangely. He just slumped down on the snow and pressed his muzzle against his paws. Shu-chin crouched next to him, taking away the leash. He petted Tykov. The cat immediately purred. The young man reminded him that he had found him nearby by the garbage cans. Tykov was very pleased with the attention and even closed his eyes, enjoying being stroked. The owner suggested that the cat was afraid of being left here. The girl now understood why Tykov was stubborn and wouldn't go anywhere. Seeing that the pet had calmed down a bit, Jung-hee asked her to give Pumpkin to her. The cat meowed happily. Shu-chin threw his pet cat into her hands. The surprised girl barely caught it in time. The cat looked at its master perplexedly. The young man with a strange smile headed towards the trash cans. Jung-hee asked him not to go there. They were just taking a walk. The young men held hands as they strolled down the main street. The girl again asked for a leash and walked Tyke off. She angrily asked how a young man could enjoy walking around and picking up everything. Shu Qin replied that he only picked up things he liked. Nearby, some kids with identical colorful weather vanes were running after each other. Zhang He involuntarily glanced at them. The kids were clearly having fun playing together. The girl in the yellow coat was running carefree with the boys. The warrior couldn't take her eyes off them. Nothing in this era reminded her of the world where she'd never set foot without a fight. Everything here seemed too calm and peaceful. Sometimes the girl caught herself thinking that it was all a dream. And so it was now. Shu Qin came so close to her that he almost pushed her in the back. The reason was that the girl seemed familiar to him. After looking at her closely, the guy recognized Shi Yan. He exclaimed that the girl in the coat was Aunt Cheng's granddaughter. The young man called out to little Yan and waved cheerfully. The little girl turned around in surprise at the familiar voice. Recognizing the man, Yan smiled embarrassedly and ran towards him. She was very happy to see an old friend. Shu Qin crouched down so that the little girl could hug him. Yan happily threw herself on his neck. The young man said that she had grown a lot. Suddenly, he realized that Zhang He needed to introduce little Yan. That way it would be much clearer to her what was going on. When the girls met, Yan noticed the ginger cat and immediately guessed that it was the same pumpkin. She remembered him as a small and skinny kitten. In the meantime, Taikov had grown into a big bun. Shu Qin laughed. A girl should eat a little more. Tukao can teach it. Yan got angry. She doesn't want to be fat. After giving the cat to the little girl, the young people sat down on a bench. They were interested in watching the children playing with it. The young man said that the neighbors in this house are great. For example, Aunt Cheng likes to gossip, but she's a very kind person. As a child, his parents were away from home for long periods of time. His neighbor used to bring him to her house so that the boy would not stand in the street. They moved after a while, but after going to college, the boyfriend returned to the house to live separately. He remembered running down the street all day in his school uniform amongst similar boys. They had fun together. From time to time, the guys would push each other, and then everyone would laugh amicably. Shu Qin said sadly that everything here reminded him of his childhood. Zhang He turned to her interlocutor. She wondered why the young man had introduced her to this little Yan girl. Instead of a direct answer, the guy stated that the little girl looked just wonderful. The girl was a little embarrassed and nodded. Still, it didn't explain anything. Shu Qin said that he wanted her to meet more people, otherwise life would seem monotonous. The girl looked at her companion in surprise. She was beginning to suspect that he had some ulterior motives. Xiao Yan ran over to the young people with her cat and asked, a little embarrassed, if Zhang He was her friend Qin's girlfriend. The young man leaned over to the little girl and laughed that she knew the meaning of the word at such a young age. Yan stomped her foot and said angrily that she knew a lot of things. Continuing to laugh, Shu Qin asked to tell them about it. The little girl stammered and blushed thickly, her body beginning to tremble. Unexpectedly, Yan blurted out that a girl is a girl they are friends with. The young men's eyes went to their foreheads. The young man stroked the little girl's head, stating that she was very cute. Yan became angry. Zhang. He also looked at the boy unhappily. She remembered that when she met Shu Qin, he had explained it completely differently and said that it was just a girlfriend. He had deceived her again. Yan frowned angrily. The embarrassed girl didn't like that the young man was affectionately rubbing her hair. Shu Qin suggested that she should come over more often. She would have more time to play with Pumpkin, and Zhang He would have more fun with her. Forgetting all her grievances, Xiao Yan happily exclaimed that she agreed. She missed the ginger cat a lot and was happy to go out with him. After taking Teakoff, the little girl went out with him again. The young people sat on the bench in silence for a while. When they held hands, the young man confessed that he really liked holding hands. The young man confessed that he liked holding hands a lot. Shu Qin said that he liked her hands. The girl unhappily stated, blushing, that he originally liked her hands. The man promised that he would tell everything later. He imagined himself to be the formidable Den Tu-Zi the girl had spoken of. After the walk, Zhang He vindictively practiced strikes on the young man under the guise of training. His cries could be heard throughout the house. After calming down a bit, the girl showed him how to make a proper stance. The young man absent-mindedly followed her instructions. The next day at 10 o'clock, someone knocked on the door. The young men looked at each other. They had not invited anyone. Shu Qin was perplexed as to who had come and opened the door. I haven't had a visitor in years. Yan joyfully announced that she had come to walk with Pumpkin. The little girl was holding school notebooks in her hands. The young man asked why she needed her textbooks. It turned out that she had told her grandmother that she was going to do her homework. Yan happily said hello to Zhang He. Stammering, the girl said hello to her guest. She didn't expect to see the girl again so soon. Yan asked where Teakoff had gone. She found him on the sofa in the living room. The cat took advantage of the moment to lie down on the sofa. The girl grabbed him unceremoniously, telling him that he shouldn't sleep so much. He was fat, and it was time to lose some weight. The young man, meanwhile, opened the guest's notebook. He wondered how little Yan was doing in school. To his surprise, the assignment workbook was clean. Even on the first page, the girl hadn't even started it. The man offered to do her homework, since she had brought him along. Pumpkin would help her. Yan said angrily that the cat wasn't good at it. Shu Qin slyly offered to teach him. Evening came, and the little girl was still sitting at her lessons. The young men were also sitting in the living room, minding their own business. Hearing the guest's monotonous muttering, the surprised Zhang He broke away from the game and turned to the table. Tikov was dozing peacefully in the girl's arms. Yan thoughtfully read the problem aloud to herself, trying to understand it. Shu Qin suggested the girl to look at her Chinese homework. She could learn new words for herself. The little girl exclaimed happily, waving her hand that she had done all the tasks she could. The young man promised to help with the rest. Jiang. He looked at the girl unhappily. She didn't like that Yan, even at this age, knew a lot more. Walking over to the table, the brunette opened the blue-covered notebook. Many of the concepts seemed familiar, but not everything made sense. She was staring intently into the workbook, trying to find a pattern. Shu Qin realized what she was thinking. Smiling, he began to explain the rules of reading and spelling. The girl listened patiently. It reminded her of her childhood in her home village. The elder stood beside Zhang He and explained the rules of reading in the same way. Blushing slightly, the brunette thought that Shu Qin knew much more than the old man, and he was better at explaining things. Shu Qin looked at the phone screen and realized that it was quite late. The girl needed to be escorted home. He asked the little girl if she wanted to eat dinner before leaving. Yan didn't look at the clock herself. The time flew by very quickly. Jiang. He was just getting into the wisdom of the language. When the young man asked to escort the guest, she was a little surprised. The little girl happily ate her portion of rice. She was indeed a little hungry, but she didn't notice it. After eating a dense dinner, Yan opened the front door and turned to say goodbye to the young men. She said she could get home on her own. It was only a couple of floors away. The young man silently pushed the little girl toward the exit, taking Jiang. His hand by the wrist, he pulled her closer to the guest. Shu Qin sternly ordered a better grip on the girl's hand. A minute later, they were already standing at the door of Grandma's apartment. Yan knocked demandingly on the door and shouted that she had already returned. Mrs. Chung opened the door. Seeing a familiar girl beside her granddaughter, she was a little surprised. Zhang He blushed a little and blurted out that she had come to walk the little girl home. Yan looked very satisfied. She immediately boasted that she had done all her homework. Mrs. Chung apologized for bothering the girl. She demanded to thank Zhang He for helping her with the task. Yan immediately complied with the demand and said that she would visit again. When the girl went down to her apartment, it turned out that Shu Qin had already managed to take a shower in the meantime. Wiping his head with a towel, the young man smiled and said that tomorrow was a big day. They would go out to buy presents for New Year's Eve. Jiang, he wanted to ask him more, but the guy told her to take a shower and go to bed early. That hurt her. The girl was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks in anger. Her whole body shook with indignation. Trying not to show her resentment, the brunette grabbed her robe and grudgingly took a quick step into the shower room. Shu Qin shouted out that he was going to cook some rib noodles. Zhang He reasonably remarked that they had recently had dinner. The young man admitted that he was getting hungry too fast. He needed something to eat. The brunette looked at him in amazement and suddenly realized that she was hungry herself. When the girl came out of the shower, a flavorful dinner was already waiting for her on the table. The noodles and fried eggs looked appetizing. Seeing his girlfriend's admiring eyes, Shu Qin smiled and declared that she had yet to taste the rib broth. Jiang. He was about to grab some noodles with her chopsticks when the young man threw some garlic onto her plate. He said, "You shouldn't forget about it." The girl threaded some noodles onto the sticks and stretched them out in front of her, staring intently. The boy only smiled. After eating a plate of broth, the brunette set the empty container on the table and sighed. She didn't think it would be enough. Jiang. He unabashedly confessed to the young man that she was still not full. She felt that there was still something more to eat. Shu Qin explained that eating too much at night would make you fat. The girl shouted that she would never be fat. The young man offered to touch his stomach. A well-fed person's stomach sticks out. The boy promised to make a portion if he was wrong. Zhang He embarrassedly touched her stomach. She had to admit that her stomach felt full and her stomach was just popping out. The girl embarrassedly exclaimed that her stomach wasn't sticking out, but she changed her mind about eating. Shu Qin stated that he had to personally check. The brunette became angry. She exclaimed that her master was just looking for a way to touch her body. The young man only smiled. After quickly washing the dishes and putting them to dry, Shu Qin cheerfully said that in that case, they were done with dinner. He waved good-naturedly at the girl, reminding her that tomorrow was an important day. They said goodnight to each other. Remembering something else, the young man looked out from behind the door and recalled the saying. It says that a full belly leads to crazy thoughts. Shu-Qin forbade his interlocutor from sneaking into his room and doing inappropriate things, then slammed the door shut. Jiang. He stood in the living room. She was overcome with mixed emotions. She didn't understand what he meant, so she was even more angry. The next day, the sun was shining very brightly. Shu-Qin said happily that the weather was just fine. While walking down the alley, the young men saw the security guard of the apartment complex sitting under an awning enjoying a cigarette. The young man walked closer and cheerfully said hello to Zhao. The man said, "It's very beneficial to take a walk." Zhang He raised her head in surprise. The guard looked thoughtfully at the couple as they left. He remembered that when he was younger, he used to go out with his girlfriend. Turning to the man, Shu-Qin worriedly remarked that he should take care of his health and smoke less. Zhao only smiled, taking another puff. He explained that it was too late to think about his health. He was already an old man. When the young people were passing by the confectionery, they met a girl wearing a skirt and thin, flesh-colored pantyhose. The young man involuntarily glanced at her clothes. It occurred to him that he could update Zhang Hei's closet. His girlfriend had thick wool pants. Shu-Qin thought that they weren't very comfortable to walk around in. He furtively pointed at the stranger's outfit, asking the girl if she wanted to try the same comfortable tights. The brunette angrily replied that she didn't want to. It was enough for her that there were warm woolen pants. Besides, it must be very cold in those tights the stranger is wearing. She should be wearing warmer clothes. The young man laughed. He explained that the tights looked thin, but they were very warm. Shu-Qin tightly squeezed his companion's hand. The boyfriend said they still have a lot to do. New Year's Eve is coming very soon, so they need to deal with her hair. At the barber shop, they were met by a perky young man. Jiang He immediately noticed that his jeans were cut in many places. The man sat the visitor in a chair and covered her shoulders with a light blue cape. The girl tried to tolerate his occasional touch. She wanted the same hairstyle as Qin's mother, but the young man asked the hairdresser to trim her bangs and the hair at the back of her head. He nodded understandingly and got down to business. He promised to make the girl not recognize herself in the mirror. The man tried on the girl's bangs, gripping them with his fingers. He touched her forehead with the back of his hand. Zhang. He wrinkled her nose unhappily. She didn't like feeling other people's hands on her, but she had to bear it for the sake of her new life. In a few minutes, the transformation was complete. There was an even stack of her hair beside the girl's chair. Shu-Qin took a closer look at his girlfriend. He was right. After the haircut, her hair looked much neater. Zhang He gingerly touched her new hairstyle. The young man smiled. The girl started to look even better. Shu-Qin helped his companion get dressed. She asked interestedly where they would go now. The guy silently took her hand. The man walked forward so fast that Zhang He could barely keep up with him. He said that he needed to completely renew his clothes before the new year. Suddenly, a large brown dog appeared in front of them. Saliva dripped from its muzzle. The animal grinned and growled menacingly. Shu-Qin thought unhappily that the dog didn't have a collar. Apparently, it either had an irresponsible owner or no owner at all. Trying to shield the girl, Shu-Qin suggested to stay away from the strange dog. It was better to go around it. Zhang. He surprisingly stated that she could have gotten rid of it with one punch. The young man angrily exclaimed that there was no need for that. Rolling up her sleeves, the brunette motioned at the dog. She frowned, saying that dogs shouldn't scare ordinary people. The girl stopped a meter away from the dog and closed her eyes, instilling fear in him. She knew that the animal would not dare to touch her. For a few seconds, the dog growled unhappily, showing hostile intentions. Everything changed when Zhang He opened her eyes. With his tail tucked, the dog ran away. The young man puzzledly assumed that the animal was frightened because it felt threatened. The brunette didn't understand what he was saying and explained in her own way. The dog realized he couldn't win, so he ran away. Shu-Qin asked his companion not to do that again. Here, you don't have to fight all the time. You have to enjoy life. The young man asked if she missed her Tang era, when everything around her was stained with blood. The girl looked thoughtfully into the distance. In those days, it was quite common for any man to make his way with a sword. Rubbing her bangs, she said that their time could have been peaceful too. If things had been good, no one would have fought. Shu-Qin looked into her eyes. Zhang. He was also staring pensively into the distance. The memories made her sigh heavily. Smiling, the young man exclaimed that she was absolutely right. We should just live in peace. The brunette was angry. He had trapped her again. The young men had been shopping all day and came home in the evening. Tykov sniffed with interest at the packages they had brought. The girl wanted to open one of the packages, but Shu-Qin said it was for the new year. He asked for help finding glue. The young man climbed on a chair and taped a red blessing sign over the entrance. saying that without it there would be no festive atmosphere. On either side of the front door, similar red signs were already flaunting, fixed in a vertical position. Getting off the chair, Shu-chin smiled smugly, happy with the result. He asked how she liked the holiday blessings. Jung-hee replied thoughtfully that these signs looked smaller than the ones they had seen in the city. Besides, there are only 6 characters here. The brunette confidently stated that the longer the better. Shu-chin exclaimed authoritatively that she couldn't find a better expert than him in this matter. This phrase was incomprehensible to the girl. She froze perplexed, trying to understand what Shu-chin meant. At that time, Mrs. Chung and her granddaughter came down from upstairs. She said it was too early to hang up the couplets. The young man said they still had a lot of work to do, and asked the neighbor to take a picture of him with the girl. The woman readily agreed and pointed her cell phone camera, asking the young men not to move. The photo turned out well enough. However, Jung Heng looked gloomy, so the neighbor took a few more shots. The woman handed the cell phone to the owner, wondering if they would celebrate New Year's Eve here. The young man laughed. They had nowhere else to celebrate the holidays. Mrs. Cheng immediately whispered to little Yan that these two would soon get married since they were celebrating the New Year together. With a giggle, she said she needed to go for a walk. The girl politely said goodbye to her new friends. The young men went into the apartment. They still had some shopping to do. Tykov sat on the table, his tail wagging merrily. He had long ago smelled the odor of defrosted fish in the hand basin, and was now impatiently walking in circles from the kitchen to the living room. When the food and gifts were finished, Shu-chin collapsed on the sofa, sighing tiredly. The girl sat down next to him. The young man looked thoughtfully ahead of him. He couldn't stop thinking that they would make a good couple. Taking out his phone from his pocket, the man silently showed Jung Hee their photo together. The girl stared at the screen in surprise. They were as if they were alive. Noticing that the brunette kept chewing on peanuts, Shu-chin asked if he could have some too. He blushed and playfully opened his mouth, expecting the girl to feed him from her hands. Jiang He immediately understood his hint. Her eyes narrowed unkindly. Instead of handing over the nut, the girl threw it. Shu-chin was happy at first. This kind of food was also fine with him. A peanut flew straight into his mouth. Even though Jiang He tried to control her strength, the nut caused a hell of a lot of pain. The young man's entire body trembled, and he bent in half. When the guy felt a little better, he looked angrily at his lover. Unfortunately, there was no one to blame. He realized that he had asked for it. After a bit of silence, Shu-chin said that the picture turned out to be an antique. The girl immediately criticized his silly smile. The young man explained that she was wrong. Photographs usually try to capture the best moments from life. There is no need to try to be serious. He promised to fix it with Photoshop and filters. Jiang He angrily said that she didn't understand anything at all. Shu-chin sent his mother a message and warned her that he would come along with the girl today. She needed to be taught how to make dumplings. It was unusual for the brunette to roll the dough with a rolling pin. The woman laughed at her awkward movements. A conversation ensued between the two, during which Jiang He revealed that they usually ate at least 3 meals a day, with the occasional snack. The boy's mother gasped in surprise. The young man used to sleep until lunchtime, and asked not to be woken up, but now he got up for breakfast. She looked closely at the confused brunette, and thought that things really do change a lot when young people live together. Xu Wenbing and Shu-chin were sitting on the couch, synchronously gnawing on sunflower seeds in front of the TV while waiting for more suitable food. When there was a loud knock on the door, both of them turned around in surprise at the knock. It turned out that Xiao Hao, their relative, had come in. The young man said that they had been given a lot of food at the station, so he had brought some for them too. He was holding a red gift bag and a bag of food. Shu-chin laughed merrily and rushed towards the guest, saying that Hao Zi was talking too much. He tried to look into the bag. The young man angrily turned away, asking to be left alone. Xu Wenbing watched the guy's conversation with interest. The man was saddened to think that his nephew even had extra food while his son still sat unemployed. Placing the tangerines on the table, Shu-chin said with interest that Hao had found a girl on a dating app. The latter embarrassedly suggested that we postpone the conversation until the new year. The woman was pleased. They had plenty of food. She invited the young man to stay. Tonight there would be dumplings for dinner. Xiao Hao started to say no need. His father had also prepared a lot of food. Suddenly the young man saw a stranger and hesitated. The lady immediately understood his perplexed look and laughed. Jiang. He didn't understand anything as she continued to make dumplings. Shu-chin was just about to break off a slice of orange for himself when a disgruntled cousin swooped down on him and grabbed him from behind. He angrily suggested that the young man's girlfriend was molding dumplings in the kitchen. Shu-chin perplexedly asked what was so strange about it. The interlocutor got even more angry. He had a hard time finding a girl in real life. The young man put a sour tangerine slice in his mouth. Xiao Hao was very angry. He still didn't have a girlfriend, and Shu Qin had already managed to bring her home and send her to the kitchen to cook. When he saw his cousin leaving, the young man asked why he would not stay for dinner. He said angrily that he did not want to look at another man's girl. Hao angrily muttered that he would celebrate New Year's Eve on duty, and asked to drink to him with his father. Shu Qin smirked. He promised to stop by his uncle's house. When all the dumplings were cooked, all four of them sat down at the table. The woman asked with a smile if the dumplings were tasty. Zhang He looked greedily at the plate of dumplings with a slide in front of her. She delightedly said that the food was very delicious. The girl was very surprised. Today she had tasted dumplings for the first time in her life. It was so delicious that she blushed with pleasure. When she saw how much the guest was enjoying the food she had prepared, the woman smiled and offered more. She thought about Zhang He's plight. One could only feel sorry for the girl who had to wade through Jiangcheng's mountains back in the day. Dipping the dumpling into the gravy, Shu Qin sank his teeth into it with relish. The dumplings were really delicious. Zhang He was very satisfied with the food. She tried to keep up with her boyfriend and followed his example. At the end of the dinner, it appeared that everyone had an empty plate in front of them, and only the girl had an even stack of 5 plates in front of her. The woman admired the sincere girl. Without shyness, she ate as much as she wanted. The father of the family was very displeased. He angrily thought that Shu Qin had only brought her to them so that they could enjoy a free meal. When the young people returned to their home, the first thing the young man asked was whether Zhang He had figured out how to mold the dumplings. Unbuttoning her jacket, the girl thoughtfully admitted that she understood the principle, but she would need more practice. The guy said that in northern China, molding dumplings is an obligatory part of New Year celebrations. It is also very important to understand the difference between cultures. The north and south of China are very different in this respect. Jiang He turned around in surprise. In her time, no one had even thought about it. People were mostly busy fighting wars. Shu Qin narrated the main differences in cultures and asked what else she would like to know. Yukov looked at his host in surprise. The girl was a little puzzled by the young man's behavior. Usually he talked a lot in order to hold her hand afterwards, but now he was sitting quietly with the cat. Shu Qin noticed that the female warrior was somewhat pensive. He blamed it on the overabundance of information and his boundless wisdom. Taking advantage of Zhang He being busy with the computer, the man jumped off the couch and exclaimed that he would be the first to go to the shower in that case. The girl meanwhile logged into his account and looked at the story. It turned out that the young man had recently uploaded a selection of how people kissed in ancient times. The brunette grudgingly looked at the description to the videos and hesitated, but still curiosity took over. Jiang He started up the built-in player. The screen flashed with images from a movie she had recently watched. After a few seconds, what she saw on the screen made the girl blush. The brunette was surprised. She had never seen anything like this before. What happened next was even worse. Burning with shame, Zhang He bowed her head down. Her entire body was shaking. This was simply unacceptable. Crimson with anger, the girl angrily slammed her fist on the table and shouted that there should be no such thing. It was too vulgar. Shu Qin had just gotten out of the shower and noticed that Zhang He was shivering all over. He walked over to the computer with interest, wiping his head with a towel and staring at the screen. The young man said he was done with the shower, so the girl could go. The brunette realized the young man was standing right behind her and blushed. Stammering, she said she'd go later. He noticed that the warrior was blushing more and more. She bowed her head down like a schoolgirl who had gotten a bad grade. There was something rather strange about this situation. Zhang He usually spent all her free time playing video games, but right now the screen was broadcasting the evening news. Shu Qin couldn't recall a girl who liked to watch the news. After a bit of silence, the brunette announced that she would not wash her hair today. The young man said that in that case he would go to work. The video editing took a little longer. When Shu Qin closed the lid of the laptop, it was already 11:30. The young man yawned sweetly, stretching. The man only now realized that his neck and shoulders were stiff from the work. He left for his room, wishing his girlfriend a good night. Zhang He absent-mindedly replied the same, keeping her eyes on the news feed. When the door slammed behind the guy, the brunette stared at her thoughtfully. The evening hadn't gone quite as usual. She caught herself thinking that something was missing. Today, Shu Qin hadn't even touched her hand before drifting off to sleep. At that moment, a young man looked out from behind the door. He stated that it was late. It was time to go take a shower. Zhang He jumped up like a scalded woman. The girl was uncomfortable at being caught off guard. The girl was embarrassed to be caught unawares, and she said quietly that she had decided to wash her hair. Shu Qin was next to her at the same moment and offered to dry her hair. The brunette said that it was not necessary. The young man was not going to listen to her. When the girl came out of the shower, he was already waiting for his girlfriend with a hairdryer in his hand. The man laughed merrily. Zhang He felt embarrassed. She bowed her head down and walked to the table in the living room. Turning on the hairdryer, Shu-chin adjusted the optimal temperature and directed a warm jet of air at the girl's hair. The buzzing of the hairdryer woke up the sleeping Taikov. He looked at his master and began scratching his ear fiercely. The girl couldn't understand what had happened to the young man today. She realized that she couldn't guess what was wrong. Jiang had puzzledly recalled that normally the man would talk non-stop, but today something had gotten on him. He was constantly silent. The young man replied in surprise that he only talks a lot when he has something to say, but right now there was absolutely nothing to say. As he continued drying the girl's hair, he laughed and said that she could ask for it next time. Jiang, he became angry. She imagined beating the teddy bear to tears, angrily screaming words that weren't at all what she wanted to hear. But now she tried not to show that she was angry. The girl decided to watch her interlocutor's words more carefully so as not to get caught. The next day, Jiang had busied herself with preparing the fish from the morning and made a few neat cuts. Immediately afterward, she poured the required amount of sauce into the pan, checking the recipe from time to time. It turned out that you could get recipes from the internet. She still had her phone next to the frying pan with an open page with a picture of a fish with seasonings on it. The girl stated that she was beginning to feel like a modern person. She had almost learned to hide her real self. Shu-chin worriedly asked what this meant. He began to suspect that Jiang He was preparing to escape to his world. Embarrassed, the brunette admitted that his parents turned out to be nice. She really enjoyed having dinner with them. There was less and less time left until New Year's Eve. Shu-chin was scurrying around the apartment, removing unnecessary boxes and dusting the shelves. Half a day later, the apartment was as shiny as new. The young man was satisfied with his work and furtively looked at Jiang He. She had been sitting at her computer since morning. The man thought that things were shaping up rather symbolically. For the girl, this is the first New Year's Eve in this era. In a way, she is being reborn. She was now innocently watching various videos. The young man was curious as to what she was really looking for on the internet. Clicking on the link below one of the videos, Jiang He was taken to a live broadcast of his favorite game. She poked her finger at the streamer's video image in surprise and asked what it meant. The young man realized that the girl hadn't gotten to that yet. He patiently explained that streamers get money from watching their broadcasts. The brunette asked if she could do the same. Stuttering, Shu-chin started to say why she wouldn't be able to do that. Jiang He herself realized that she was living illegally. The brunette admitted that she had already searched for information on the internet and learned that fake documents could be purchased on the web. Young stated that it is best not to do this kind of thing. They can do the paperwork the legal way. Jiang He inquired if there was a legal way for her. Shu-chin explained that the solution would appear on its own once she got used to the world. The young man took the red-haired pet in his arms and asked what he thought about it. The girl was not in the mood for jokes. She continued to look for information. Seeing the requirements for the live broadcast, Jiang He only silently groaned. She really wouldn't be able to make a living from this for the time being. Shu-chin looked at her girlfriend with pride. She used to have to ask a lot of questions before, but now they were talking as equals. After the evening walk, Jiang He put on an apron and said she would make lamb and onion dumplings. The young man was excited. It must be delicious. Besides, cooking would take a certain amount of time. Shu-chin observed the girl and made sure that she was busy cooking. He rushed to the computer at full speed, hoping that his beloved had forgotten to clean up her search history for today at least. Requesting a search history, the young man froze with horror. Instead of a history, it said that he had decided to peep. Not realizing what was happening, Shu-chin jumped away from the computer as if there was a source of radiation there. The frightened young man furtively looked at Jiang He. She was standing with her back to him, cooking dumplings as if nothing had happened. Looking more closely, the young man realized his mistake. What he thought was a warning was exactly the story of the search. Shu-chin walked into the kitchen as if casually asking how the dumplings were made. Sweat was streaming down his face. The girl replied that she was still kneading the dough. The young man heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Jiang He was only testing him. He promised to help with the cooking. The brunette watched incredulously as Shu-chin kneaded the dough with the ingredients, taking the bowl from her hands. At such moments, she felt a trembling sensation. She wished she could go on like this for the rest of her life. On New Year's Eve, young people were strolling along a smart alley. On the way, they met a man walking his dog. The unshaven dog handler immediately noticed his nephew walking with an unfamiliar girl and smiled at him. As they talked, the dog wagged his tail good-naturedly and ran in circles around his master. The boy said that they would come to dinner a little later. The uncle reminded him that Hao was staying on duty today, so he wouldn't be able to come to dinner. The man waved goodbye to his nephew. All this time, Jiang He kept her eyes on the well-groomed brown dog on the leash. He didn't behave like the dog from yesterday. This dog looked with devoted eyes. She had never met such a calm and well-mannered dog before. The men said their goodbyes and parted ways. The brunette involuntarily turned back to look at the pet once more. Shu Qin caught the girl's gaze and asked if she liked dogs. They could easily get a dog for themselves. Jiang. He thoughtfully replied that dogs of this size consumed a lot of food, so it would be an unreasonable purchase. The young man said that people have animals for their own sake. The brunette reasonably remarked that they already had pumpkin. The man said in surprise that he had completely forgotten about it. Suddenly it came to him. Shu Qin didn't know if the girl had misspoken, but she had said that the cat was not his, but a shared cat. Just thinking about it made the young man blush thickly. With a single phrase, Jiang He lifted his mood for the whole day. When they arrived at his parents' house, he was over the moon. Xu Wenbing and the girl were sitting on the sofa. Shu Qin wondered why they still hadn't opened the fruit box Hao had brought. The man said nothing. The young man decided to catch up and exclaimed joyfully that there was a passion fruit inside. After washing the 4 fruits, the boy spread them out on the cutting board and cut one of them in half. Inside was a juicy pulp with bones. Shu Qin took half a passion fruit and handed it to his father, saying that it was very good for beauty. The man resented it. He didn't need beauty. Taking advantage of his parents' confusion, the young man handed the other half to his mother. He stated that there was enough fruit for everyone. Jiang. He looked at the passion fruit and the young man incredulously, but still took a taste of half of the fruit. All 3 of them hesitantly tasted the exotic fruit unknown to them. It was impossible to tell from their faces what the passion fruit tasted like. Shu Qin impatiently asked how they liked it. The woman evasively replied that he should try it himself. The young man froze. He realized from his parents' reaction that the fruit was not particularly tasty, and it was better not to taste it at all. The fellow declared that he wished them well. For the sake of their beauty, he sacrifices the 4th fruit. They can share it. All 3 of them stared at Shu Qin so viciously that he understood everything. If he didn't eat the 4th fruit, the dinner would be ruined. With tears in his eyes, the young man said he would try it himself. In his heart, he cursed himself for opening that box. The festive table shone with splendor. Mrs. Qin told the girl that on New Year's Eve it was customary to get rid of the old and dress up in new clothes as one grew up. Jiang had pondered over her words. The woman cheerfully shouted to her husband and son that the table was set and it was time to sit down for dinner. Xu Wenbing was opening a bottle of wine with a corkscrew. The young man got a bottle of champagne. There were 2 glasses in front of each of them. Pulling the cork out of the bottle, the man poured the red wine into glasses. Shu Qin did the same with his bottle. Raising his glass with the clear liquid, the head of the household said that another year had passed in their family. He added that Shu Qin had matured a bit during this year. The woman smiled. She had high hopes for the future. Hearing the wish that the best was just ahead, the young people looked at each other with confusion. Mrs. Qin was happy. She increasingly saw the girl in her thoughts as her daughter-in-law, and wished the young couple happiness. All 4 of them simultaneously raised their glasses of alcohol and wished each other happiness in the coming new year. The woman said that when she was a child, the young man had stolen a piece of meat from the kitchen, but the dog had taken it away. Shu Qin blushed thickly and exclaimed that he shouldn't have brought it up. The mother asked why they couldn't talk about it. The young man reminded her that it was already New Year's Eve. Those events had happened a long time ago. Mrs. Qin continued the story further. The guy asked not to tell it in front of the girl. Jiang. He smiled bashfully. The dinner was a success, and everyone was satisfied with the food. However, Shu Qin had a few more temper tantrums and broke a couple of chopsticks in anger. Jiang He stayed in the kitchen to help the woman with the dishes. The girl thoughtfully gathered the plates. She was welcoming the new year for the first time today. Shu Qin was pondering what he should do. Xu Wenbing beckoned the surprised fellow with his hand and quietly asked him to come over. Without a word, the father walked out of the kitchen. The boy had no choice but to follow him. Once in his father's office, Shu Qin looked at the man in surprise and asked what was the reason for such secrecy. Xu Wenbing asked to stretch out his hand and open it, then put some object in there and asked to keep it. In the palm of his hand was a small blue case. The man urged him to open it only when the young man was at home. The boy tried to guess what it was, but got no answer. He closed the door of the office and ran to the girl. The parents said goodbye to the young people. Just like last time, Mrs. Qin asked them to be careful on the slippery road. On the way home, Shu Qin suggested going to visit Uncle Qin. You can say anything in front of him, and after a couple of drinks, he won't remember anything. The girl blushed a little and hesitated. She didn't quite know if she could act relaxed, but she promised to try. Her behavior seemed suspicious to the young man. He first wrote it off as alcohol, but then he remembered that Jiang He had only had a few drinks. Burning with curiosity, Shu Qin took out a blue case. He invited the girl to see what his father had given him. To the young man's disappointment, the box contained only a condom. He thought angrily that the relationship hadn't gone that far yet. Blushing slightly, the brunette looked at the rubber object with interest. She asked in surprise what the thing was. Shu Qin turned away, stammering. He said that it was a useless ball for now. Jiang. He asked if it would be of use in the future. The young man felt his ears begin to burn. He sighed heavily and said that anything was possible in the future. Knocking on Uncle Ching's door, the boy cheerfully said he had come to visit and wished him happiness. The man invited the guests into the apartment. Untying the scarf, Shu Qin reminded that Hao works at the station almost every day. It is possible to find a tenant. The man sat in front of a table with a modest meal. He sighed and admitted that he was old. No one would want to live with him. Smiling, the young man stated that time was not yet lost. One could look for worthy candidates among the old men dancing in the square. The master laughed. He looked at Zhang He and assumed that she was bored sitting in the company of an old man. The girl blushed and exclaimed that she was not. Uncle Qin drained his glass to the bottom with obvious enjoyment and looked at his guests thoughtfully. He asked when the couple would finally get married. Shu Qin said that they hadn't talked to the girl about it yet. The old man assumed that the girl was from Jiangcheng. After stuttering, the young man looked at his companion meaningfully. The brunette remembered that she had to practice talking. Blushing a little, Zhang He said that her birthplace was not defined correctly. She came from Jicheng. The old man remembered that he had been there once. He liked it. The man assumed that she had come to study, but the brunette replied that she was interested in work. Qin gave his interlocutor a surprised look. He said that the girl looked young. Zhang. He admitted that she didn't go to school. The old man nodded understandingly. The young man offered another drink and filled the man's next glass. After drinking a volley of a glass of alcohol, Uncle Qin said that there was nothing wrong with it. Shu Qin would be able to take care of her. Jiang. He smiled bashfully. She herself didn't mind the young man taking care of her all the time. The old man said wistfully that time flew too fast. Before he knew it, his nephew was already starting a family. Taking his glass, Shu Qin reminded him that Hao also had a girlfriend, so he would soon have a family of his own as well. The uncle admitted that he had only seen her in pictures. Before that, he thought that his son was dating a ghost. Hearing this, Jiang He involuntarily blushed. She could also be considered a spirit. The celebration in the square was broadcast on television. The city fathers blessed all the residents and guests of the city. The girl absent-mindedly listened to the congratulations. She felt that her life was beginning to change, but she couldn't understand what was happening. After talking some more, the young men said goodbye to their host and went home. The young man raised his head, breathing in the frosty air. He was in an elevated mood. Smiling, Shu Qin asked if she paid attention to the atmosphere. The young man explained that he was referring to the difference between her and modern people. Jiang He blushed and asked how exactly she was different from modern girls. Shu Qin was slightly embarrassed, but he didn't reply anything. He only sighed heavily and smiled strangely as he closed his eyes. The man reached for the girl's hand. The brunette blushed thickly, but didn't resist, and pulled her hand away. The young man suggested that his girlfriend think about it herself. He can't explain everything she doesn't understand every time. The young men's hands clasped together in a lock. This time the brunette didn't even remember that her hands were rough and calloused. Jiang. He blushed even more. She realized that she was really used to relying on the young man for everything. After unbuttoning his jacket, Shu Qin immediately ran to the living room and turned on the TV. He wanted to watch the concert. Tikov walked rankly around the back of the couch. The young man exclaimed that they were in time for the final part of the New Year's show. The girl sat quietly with her head bowed. The man reminded her that tomorrow was the first day of the new year. They would need to dress in all new clothes. Jiang? He didn't care about that. Everything was jumbled up in her mind. Blushing, she realized that she felt a strong affection for the young man and would like to live a new life with him. Shu Qin couldn't know what was going on in the brunette's mind. When he asked what was wrong, the girl only cast a fleeting glance at him. Without saying a word, Jiang He jumped off the sofa and ran away. The young man couldn't understand what was happening to her at all. There was such a rumble in the kitchen that the boy involuntarily turned his head. He wondered what the girl was looking for in the kitchen. Shu Qin perplexedly shouted to his girlfriend that he wanted to know what she was doing in the kitchen. The girl didn't answer anything, but the empty bottle in her hand spoke eloquently of what had happened. The cork was not fully screwed on, drops of wine falling to the floor. Furthermore, Jiang He walked out of the kitchen with a flushed face, wiping her lips with the back of her palm as she walked. The young man shouted worriedly that cooking wine was not meant to be drunk and took the empty bottle away. The girl noticed that Shu Qin was still holding her wrist. Because of this, her thoughts were even more jumbled together. Jiang, he made a decision to take the guy's side in all matters. She asked embarrassedly if their minds were clear. Placing the empty bottle on the table, the man absent-mindedly replied that the two of them had the purest minds one could find. Suddenly, the master's eyes went wide with surprise. He felt the girl firmly grasp his wrist. In the next instant, his back was pressed against the back of the sofa. Jiang. He grabbed his arm so the guy couldn't even move. The girl stood very close to the boy, her heart pounding more than ever. The girl stood very close to the boy, her heart pounding more than ever. A confused Shu Qin looked at the brunette worriedly. He was reminded of the same words of his uncle. Behind the young people's backs, the concert manager cheerfully said that there were 3 seconds left until New Year's Eve. No one heard him, and Jiang Hei's hands shook. Just at the moment when the announcer for the whole country joyfully announced the advent of the new year, the young people's lips touched. The girl was behaving completely differently now. She tried to satiate herself with the unknown feeling and kept kissing the young man. In a burst of passion, Jiang Hei lightly bit her partner's lip. Shu Qin felt so helpless for the first time in his life. He liked kissing the girl, but the brunette held the young man so tightly that he couldn't reciprocate her. A slight shiver ran through Jiang Hei's body. Shu Qin felt it himself. He still continued to hold her wrist. When she had had enough of kissing, the girl moved away from her partner a little. A rivulet of blood slowly trickled down the young man's lip. The confused brunette stared into the guy's eyes and wondered what he could say about his consciousness now. Closing his eyes, Shu Qin admitted that his consciousness was no longer clear. Moreover, it couldn't even stay that way after her attack. Jiang Hei now appeared to him as a terrifying demon attacking a defenseless boy. The man realized that everything had happened under the influence of alcohol. Shu Qin asked, releasing his hand. Smiling, he said that it was fine to continue what he had started if the girl didn't mind. The brunette immediately let the young man go. The man realized from the frown on her face that the jokes were over. She had turned back into a warrior. Clenching her fists, Jiang Hei quickly walked out of the living room. The guy looked at the girl with a puzzled look. His hands remained hanging in the air. Rubbing his injured wrist, the young man absent-mindedly thought that he still didn't understand why the brunette was acting so strangely. Opening his eyes, the man was surprised to realize that Jiang Hei was standing right in front of him and handing over his prehistoric sandals. Trying not to look at the young man, the warrior embarrassedly said that he could have those shoes for himself if he wanted. Leaving the sandals in the guy's hands, the girl walked away. He asked in surprise why he needed the sandals and what it all meant. The man couldn't know what was going on in the girl's mind. Jiang. He was thinking every second about what else she could do for him. Remembering that he wanted to learn how to fight, she ran up to the young man and offered to resume their training. Shu Qin referred to the fact that it was already quite late. Besides, they had already had a busy day. The girl looked at him sadly. Quickly turning her back, she sullenly muttered that she was willing to reschedule their training for later. The young man looked at the warrior woman perplexed. She quickly left the room without explaining what was going on. Before slamming the door of her room, the girl angrily wished the man good night. Shu Qin looked at Jiang Hei's feet in surprise. Something strange was happening today. She was acting overly determined. The young man was angry. No matter how much he tried to understand the girl, nothing worked. Her actions simply defied logic. Suddenly, the lock of the girl's door clicked. Jiang. He walked to the door of the living room and peered out from behind the doorway. Shu Qin became even angrier. He thought that the brunette had already said good night. There was no reason to come again. Seeing the girl slowly enter the living room, the young man warned that something might happen that they would regret tomorrow. Jiang. He didn't even think of stopping. Blushing, she held out her hand and reminded her that the young man hadn't touched them yet today. Shu Qin couldn't believe that the warrior girl had left the room just for this. She was behaving rather strangely. From the girl's point of view, everything was normal. When the guy touched her hand, Jiang Hei smiled and went to her place. The man realized that what they had done today was not quite right. Tomorrow she might regret what had happened. Shu Qin was afraid that the girl would run away in the middle of the night, so he shut all the windows and the front door tightly before going to bed. When he went into the kitchen in the morning, the young man noticed that Jiang Hei had dressed up in new clothes, just as he had asked. The brunette opened the refrigerator thoughtfully. Barely visibly opening the kitchen door, Shu Qin watched his girlfriend through the narrow slit between the door and the jamb. The girl felt his presence and turned around. There was no point in hiding any longer. The man opened the door. He asked the warrior if she remembered what had happened between them last night. Jiang Hei looked at him perplexed. There was silence for a few seconds, broken only by the ticking of the clock. Blushing, the girl replied that their minds were no longer clear. The man was simply speechless. After everything that had happened, he had tossed and turned half the night before and could hardly sleep. Shu Qin said that they would need to talk about something a little later, but right now, he needed to go take a shower. The shower room door slammed so loudly that Jiang Hei flinched in surprise. She shrugged her shoulders perplexedly. The young man was acting very strangely. The warrior had only one explanation. When she remembered Den Tuzi, she blushed deeply. 20 minutes later, Shu Qin came out of the shower. He sat on the sofa and asked the girl why she kissed him yesterday after drinking wine. Jiang Hei blushed. Trying to hide her hands, she hesitated and quietly replied that she just wanted to rely on him for everything. The young man was surprised to ask why she gave her shoes away then. It symbolizes the breakup of the relationship between the lovers after all. The girl looked angrily at her interlocutor. What he was saying didn't fit well with some of his actions. She remembered how surprised she was when she found her sandals in his room. Jiang He exclaimed that he liked the shoes she wore. The young man asked why the warrior thought he liked the shoes. He turned so quickly that he startled Taikov. The girl admitted that she had already looked up the information on the internet. Stammering, she embarrassedly said that this was not yet an indicator of deviance. Shu Qin finally realized what the matter was. The guy got angry and shouted that it wasn't his case. He didn't have a shoe point. Another guess arose in his mind. Worse than the previous one. All the girl's suspicions might have come from her sandals. The man cautiously asked her if she knew that he had kept her old shoes. The brunette glanced at him angrily. She thoughtfully said that she wouldn't be looked down upon for this. Shu Qin angrily shouted that he had only left them to sell them expensively to an antique dealer. Jiang He indignantly squealed back that only a complete idiot would buy footstools that had just been taken off her feet. The young man suspected that she had stumbled upon the wrong forum on the internet and asked what exactly she was looking for on the web. The girl didn't want to hear any explanations. She quietly said that he could keep the flippers, but he couldn't sell them. Shu Qin realized that he was just abnormal to her. The man obediently agreed not to sell shoes and suggested that we move on to another topic. Jiang. He softened a little. The young man gently felt his wrist. A purple bruise had appeared on it after yesterday. Fortunately, the bones were intact. Shu Qin recalled that the girl had pinned him to the sofa yesterday and only bit him because she decided to rely on the young man. Jiang He blushed thickly. She quietly replied that their minds would not remain clear after the kiss. After all, she was his girlfriend now. The man embarrassedly said that in that case, his girlfriend could come closer and hug her boyfriend tightly. Shu Qin reached out to the warrior, but she only bowed her head, blushing even more. The young man gently touched her shoulder. For the first time ever, Jiang He didn't resist his touch and let himself be hugged. The man thought happily that he had waited too long for this day. He told the girl that they had been talking a lot about pure consciousness lately, but had different understandings of it. Shu Qin admitted that he would like to be in a romantic relationship with Jiang He and asked how she understood it. It turned out to be just a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship for her. The young man nodded satisfactorily and asked what would happen next. The warrior suggested uncertainly that they would marry. The man revealed that it's not just about marriage. People love each other for the inner world and for the body, but they are different things. Jiang He said thoughtfully that she really liked living like this. She wished it could last for ages. Shu Qin stated that he would like to marry the modern Jiang He who understood the foreign world. He kissed his girlfriend gently on the forehead. The girl shamefully covered her eyes. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. The man expressed the hope that the warrior girl would someday learn to smile. The girl grinned in a way that made him fearful. Shu Qin gently turned his girlfriend around. They were now sitting side by side on the sofa. He said that it takes time. Everything will come by itself. The young man recalled that the moment Jiang He first saw Snow, her smile was cute and natural. It was the same when she was enjoying the cake. In time, she would learn to smile without forcing herself to do so. The man said that during her time here, the girl has realized that she makes people smile, but she's not ready to do it herself yet. He assumed that was why Uncle Qin didn't particularly want to talk to them yesterday. Shu Qin gently stroked the girl's fingers. The young man said that she still had a lot to learn, so he was willing to wait as long as it took. He said it's not like that. She doesn't force herself. Smiling, the man set her cheek and asked for a kiss. The warrior blushed thickly, gathering her thoughts. She closed her eyes, but still pressed her lips to the surprised boy's cheek. Jiang. He felt ashamed. She turned aside and muttered that she shouldn't have done that and could give all her shoes away. The young man laughed. He confessed that he liked kisses very much, and he was not interested in other people's shoes. The boy was very happy. The beginning of the year was a good one. Uncle Qin decided to give the young people each a red envelope of money for the new year, and chose a design with cooing birds. When he saw that the girl couldn't take her eyes off them, the old man smiled. The young man exclaimed that they liked the gift very much. Jiang He blushed deeply, clutching the precious envelope in her hand. She thanked the man profusely for his congratulations. The envelope was quite puffy to the touch. The girl remembered that the boy's parents had also given him a large envelope. She then also looked on with admiring eyes, while Xu Wenbing angrily glared at his son who had gotten some easy money. As they were leaving the house, the young men ran into Hao. A young man on a scooter had just stopped in front of the entrance. Shu Qin affably assumed that the guy had just finished his shift. The guy mumbled something while getting off the scooter. The young man couldn't miss the opportunity and bragged to his cousin that they had been given red envelopes with lovebirds on them. Hao was silent. His cousin waved the envelopes in front of his nose and asked snidely when he would introduce the girl to his parents. Hao cursed. He suspected that Shuqin had guessed everything long ago and might tell his father that there was actually no girl. Hao angrily said he was going home. He didn't want to waste his nerves. The young man caustically wished the officer a happy new year. Jiang He asked if he could help with the paperwork. It turned out that the guy's rank was low, and he was unlikely to be able to do anything. Shuqin explained that it wasn't about rank. She needed to make more acquaintances so that she would be more likely to get help. The girl raised her head in surprise, thinking over the words of her interlocutor. Perhaps it made sense. She nodded. When the young people held hands and continued moving, Jiang He suddenly exclaimed that this was excellent. The young man asked in surprise what exactly she meant. The brunette smiled and said that for the last 6 months they had been working towards the same goal. Closing her eyes, the girl dreamily hummed a few lines that could be used to describe their relationship. Blushing, the young man stared at his interlocutor perplexed. He had never heard these lines before, but it all seemed quite familiar. Jiang He was a little embarrassed, explaining that as of today, she didn't know anything else about how to behave. Shuqin blushed even harder and quickly turned away. The female warrior looked at her companion in surprise, trying to figure out what was wrong. Turning to his girlfriend, the young man kissed her cheek so quickly that the excited girl did not have time to say a word. The man laughed. He stated that today really wasn't a bad day. Jiang He pressed her hand to her cheek, her body trembling. The girl shouted her hated name Den2Z so loudly that snow sprinkled to the ground from the nearby trees. Hao had already forgotten about his cousin and his girlfriend. A hot dumpling was held tightly between his chopsticks. The young man had a plate with a small portion in his hand and a full pot of dumplings waiting on the table. The boy praised his father's culinary skills. Home-cooked food is always the best. The old man didn't answer anything. He was busy with the dog. The man looked trustingly into the eyes of Tyrant's pet and stated that he would have to try to find a girlfriend. The dog barked softly. Hao glumly interrupted his father and reminded him that Tyrant was actually a girl. The old man replied that he wasn't talking to him and asked him to come over to congratulate his uncle. Shuqin's parents welcomed their nephew warmly. It turned out that they were just discussing the hard work of a policeman on New Year's Eve. Mrs. Qin waved the red envelope. They wanted to give the money as a gift when a guy came with a girl, but they decided to make an exception. Taking a step back, the young man waved his hands, trying to refuse the gift. He said he could not accept it. Smiling, the woman slipped the envelope into his pocket. She admitted that she wouldn't have given it to him if he didn't have a girlfriend. Poor Hao didn't know where to go. Everyone he had met today had been talking all day about how he should have a girlfriend by now. He knew it would be enough to bring a girlfriend just once, as everyone around him would start pestering for them to get married as soon as possible. Trying to hide his tears, which appeared because of the strong resentment, the boy turned to the door. The hosts looked at him suspiciously. Xu Wenbing lastly asked his nephew if he knew what Shuqin was doing. He looked at the man in surprise. After thinking for a bit, Hao remembered that the young man uploads videos to the internet and asked his uncle to give him his phone. The guy found his cousin's hosting account and bookmarked it, then said it was the young man's work, seeing that Shuqin had also taken on the nickname Idol. The man was furious. This was no good at all. Hao explained that this is just the homepage. To see the uploaded clips, you have to scroll down the page below. Xu Wenbing confessed to his nephew that he would like to see how to make money by uploading videos. As luck would have it, there was a movie clip of the art of kissing in ancient times. All the characters in the shot were just hugging and kissing. All 3 of them were very much surprised by such materials. The head of the family was the most astonished, his eyes bulging so much that his glasses cracked. The man angrily threw the phone on the table, saying that the young man was just idling. Hao grinned. He realized that his cousin was now dead. Seeing Mrs. Chung on the street, Shuqin wished her a happy new year, and the girl embarrassedly handed over a red envelope. Jiang. He bowed politely to her neighbor. The woman said that the girl had a lot of energy and congratulated her in return. Shuqin felt his nose itch, so much so that the young man couldn't help but sneeze loudly. He looked away embarrassed and wiped his nose. The boy had a premonition that clouds were beginning to gather over him at this point. Mrs. Chung invited the young people to come over to her house and sit for a while. She prepared hot tea for the guests. The young man asked when little Yan would be back. The woman slyly replied that they could have children themselves. Jiang He froze and almost dropped the glass. Shuqin laughed. This proposal pleased him. He promised to send a wedding invitation. The girl could barely contain herself. Unable to bear it, she squealed that the young man was Deng2Z. Mrs. Chung smiled and asked her to remind her how they met. The young man blushed thickly. Shuqin realized that he urgently had to come up with some plausible story. The boy and girl looked at each other. The young man winked at Jiang He, signaling that she should play along and not be surprised. The brunette began her story and narrated that they met in the mountains of Jiangcheng. After interrupting her friend, the guy exclaimed that he had been chasing her for 3 years. Mr. Wang walked into the living room with a tray with sliced oranges on it. The young man said that they didn't need that much food. The man didn't want to listen to the guests. He put the tray on the table, saying that they were tired of talking. Now it was time for a little snack. At 9:30, the young men came home. Taking off his shoes, Shu Qin asked if Jiang He knew what dating websites were. The girl reached for the cat food. She was short enough to reach it. She replied that she knew about it. The brunette told me that one day she turned on her computer. The brunette said that she had turned on her computer one day. The young man watched thoughtfully as his girlfriend fed Pumpkin. Now he didn't know if he should have taught her how to use the web. Shu Qin tiredly held his head. He had thought all this time that he was living with an innocent soul, but it turned out that she had lost her way. The man didn't even feel like talking to the brunette now. He walked angrily back into the living room. Sitting down on the couch, the young man closed his eyes tiredly and sighed. It was much easier for him to communicate with the warrior when she didn't know anything about the world yet. Suddenly, a marvelous idea popped into his head. Shu Qin exclaimed that he was actually much more interested in his socks than his slippers. After a little silence, he added that the socks should be very long, thin, and dark without any designs. Jiang He turned to the man in surprise. She couldn't understand why Shu Qin was even talking about this. The young man didn't say anything else, so the brunette turned to the cat again. She liked to watch Pumpkin. The confused boy scratched his chin, smiling slyly. He assumed from his girlfriend's reaction that she understood what he was talking about. She shouted angrily that she understood. They were the ones he had been staring at in the street. Pale, the young man bowed his head. By dinner time, their quarrel had subsided a little, with a large container of rice and a huge plate of fresh salad on the table. Grabbing a piece of meat with his chopsticks, Shu Qin solemnly swore that he would never look at other girls again. He stated that he had no intention of looking at the long-legged girl, but it was part of his nature. The brunette silently enjoyed the food. She admitted that she herself sometimes looked at long-legged beauties in stockings. The young man froze, his hand in the air. John. He blushed thickly and quietly added that those long socks look very beautiful. She sometimes can't take her eyes off. Shu Qin cautiously asked, reaching for a piece of meat, if she wanted to wear the same. He thought that he would love to see the warrior woman in stockings. The brunette replied that it wasn't really like that. She just wanted to touch them. The young man almost let the bowl out of his hands in surprise. Right after dinner, the man went to an online store where he could find any kind of women's clothing. Jiang. He sat next to her on the sofa and played with Pumpkin. Shu Qin suspected that she just wanted to touch her stockings. He furtively glanced at his pet, who was lazily stretching lazily with his paws outstretched toward the girl's face. The man turned to his girlfriend and asked excitedly if she could buy 2 pairs at once. She could wear them alternately. Tikov had already played and was snoozing peacefully on the girl's lap. She interrupted her interlocutor and said that she was not going to wear stockings. Shu Qin confusedly said that she might not wear them. It was quite normal. He decided to still buy stockings in case Jiang He changed his mind. The payment was made instantly. I received a notification on my phone that the order was already in stock and would be delivered soon. The man got up and said he wanted to go take a shower first. Then they could see how much money they had been given. He offered to take a shower together to save water. The girl blushed like a boiled cancer and squealed that she didn't want to do that. The brunette started throwing couch cushions, so the young man had to retreat, covering his head. The brunette started throwing couch cushions, so the young man had to retreat, covering his head. Right after his shower, Shu Qin proudly came into the living room with the envelopes in his hands and declared that it was time to unpack them. When the girl's envelope was opened, she looked shocked at the stack of identical banknotes. It was about 3,000 yuan. Jiang He rushed forward and pressed the wad of money against the young man's chest. She exclaimed that she couldn't accept the money that belonged to him. The man smiled warmly. The warrior was learning things quickly, but greed had yet to take hold of her heart. He carefully returned the money to the brunette, reminding her that the money was handed to his girlfriend. Therefore, Jiang He should take it. Blushing, the girl stared at the money. 3,000 seemed like a fortune to her. The man hugged her and explained that now they had a common budget. The young man suggested treating the money as a backup. She could hide them and use them if necessary. Jiang. He sadly bowed her head down while holding the money in her hands. She said that she still hadn't returned her monetary debt to him. The man suggested that, in that case, the money issue should be postponed until later. He put the envelopes on his laptop. Shu Qin slyly asked that he was willing to forget about it, but he was interested in another matter. He would like to teach her how to kiss. The girl blushed even harder this time than last time. The thought of it was simply unacceptable, and her fingers clenched into fists. Taking her girlfriend by the sleeves, the man gently pulled her towards him. Jiang. He couldn't resist. Shu Qin gently put his arm around her shoulders, at the same time leaning even closer. When the young man kissed the girl, she was embarrassed and closed her eyes. The brunette opened her eyes. They were no longer cold. The girl studied the modern world with curiosity. Right now, Jiang. He was so pleased to be in the young man's embrace that she exhaustedly closed her eyes. But after a few seconds her eyes opened again, the pleasant feelings giving way to slight bewilderment. The warrior thought at first that she had imagined it, but when she tilted her head downward, the bad guess was confirmed. It turned out that Shu Qin had gotten too carried away. His hand slipped from her shoulder to the girl's chest. The brunette asked in surprise what it meant. The young man turned pale. He wouldn't have noticed if his girlfriend hadn't told him, and he would have kept kissing her. The man immediately let go of Jiang He and put his hands up. Trying to smile, he said that it happened by accident. It was better to start over again. The girl became furious and shouted that she had had enough. Clenching her fists, she took a quick step toward her room. At the very door, the brunette turned around and wailed that she didn't believe a word the young man said. He was trying to force her to have the baby. Shu Qin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Of course, no one had ever told the warrior about boyfriend-girlfriend relationships. Embarrassed, he stated that there was no connection between hugging and pregnancy. The young man asked to come up and kiss him. Jiang He's face darkened. Stamping every word, she loudly exclaimed that she didn't want to continue playing his games. She shouted that she was going to bed and quickly turned around and went back to her room. The boy stared in surprise, hoping she would change her mind. The warrior slammed her door loudly, not forgetting to angrily say goodnight before doing so. Shu Qin froze, his hand hovering in the air. The touch of her lips could still be felt on his cheek. The young man suspected that the brunette had learned to kiss after all. Since he didn't feel like sleeping anymore, the man decided to see how his account was doing and opened his laptop. There were many comments under the last video, but one of them made the young man think. Those words sounded very familiar. Shu Qin decided not to bicker with the user, and simply blocked him. Shu Wenbing stared at the phone screen in surprise while sitting on the bed in the bedroom. Mrs. Qin wondered why he was sitting with the phone. The man guiltily said that he would go to bed soon. In fact, there was one thought that was bothering him. What Shu Wenbing wanted to know most of all right now was whether someone had responded to his comment. Seeing that now he couldn't even see the content of the channel, the man began to resent it. He did not understand all this at all. The woman had already put on her evening mask. She looked at her husband in surprise, who was stubbornly pointing at the phone screen and resenting the fact that he couldn't see anything. On the 6th day of the new year, Hao and Wang Zi came to see the boy and girl. Wang Zi was talking very loudly, and Hao asked him not to wake the neighbors. After opening the door for the guests, Shu Qin brought them slippers. He invited them to make themselves at home. The food would be ready soon. The young man asked not to touch his computer. There is a video being downloaded. If necessary, the laptop can be used. Wang Zi famously put his hand on his master's shoulder. He wanted to snidely ask where the guy was in such a hurry. At this moment, Jiang. He walked into the living room with a salad in his hands. Seeing such a beautiful girl, Wang Zi was speechless. The girl looked at him in surprise. The young man immediately turned away. The brunette stared suspiciously at the guest. Leaving the guests behind, Shu Qin went to the kitchen to help the girl. It was the same potato talisman that caught their eye. Hao sat silently on the sofa with no sign of life. Wang Zi complained into the void that he couldn't watch his friend enter a new stage of life. No one answered him. Tikov came to the couch and the young man happily grabbed the cat. Tikov meowed pitifully. Without paying attention to his meow, Wang Zi told Hao that there was something wrong here. Shu Qin is a real slacker. He couldn't have changed like this. The young man was still sitting dumbfounded. Wang Zi angrily shouted that he was talking to him. Hao immediately perked up, blinking in surprise. He didn't immediately realize what was going on. He whispered that Shu Qin was just a clone of the young man. Cloning was very advanced in their days. It was easy to obtain a clone. Wang Zi thoughtfully recalled that he really hadn't seen the guy for months. In that time, he might have switched places with the clone. Hao whispered that it was easy to distinguish a clone from a human. They usually have some kind of marking on their wrist. All the while, Tikov was trying to free himself. Shu Qin walked into the living room with a bottle of beer and salads. He asked his friends in surprise what they were whispering about. The young man angrily kicked Wang Zi, demanding that he make room for him and let the cat go at the same time. The boy was indignant. It was rude. Shu Qin seated the guests at the table. He exclaimed that Jiang He had prepared a couple of specialties in honor of the new year. While cooking, The young man got a little burned in the kitchen. He rolled up his sleeve to see how bad it was. When they saw the red bracelet-shaped burn on the landlord's wrist, both young men cried out in fright. The assumption was correct. Wang Zi pointed at the young man with a trembling hand. He exclaimed in surprise that there was indeed a mark on Shu Qin's wrist. The man could not understand what had frightened the young men. He looked perplexedly at one and another guest. Wang Zi still couldn't calm down and stared at his master suspiciously. He was sure that the real Shu Qin was already far away. The young man demanded that his host show his other arm. The man calmly rolled up his sleeve and looked with horror at the bruise left by the girl. Seeing a mark on the second wrist very similar to the first, Hao became involved and demanded to come out from behind the table. Shu Qin obediently put his hands out so that the guests could examine the marks on his wrists. The two guys leaned over him. Smiling slyly, Wang Zi asked to see the bruise on the other side. He demanded an explanation of what it was. The young man put the sleeves of his raglan back in place. He asked the guest what else the bruise might look like, and explained that he had strained himself during the game. Wang Zi cried out in surprise, wondering what this meant. His imagination drew various obscene pictures. The young man jumped away from his master as if he had been scalded with boiling water. Turning his back, he shouted that he hadn't thought so badly of him before. The second guest still didn't understand what the matter was. Wang Zi whispered something in his ear. Hao mumbled something about masochism in surprise. Hearing the suspicions against him, Shu Qin angrily waved his hands and shouted that there was no need to make up nonsense. Both young men looked at their friend in silence. He was gesticulating faster and faster, trying to prove his point. The guests looked at each other and authoritatively declared with one voice that Shu Qin had definitely lost his mind. He needed help. The young man realized at once what help they were implying. He waved his hands in a frightened manner, exclaiming that he had been misunderstood. When the young men's suspicions had subsided a little, all three of them returned to their seats at the table. They were silent for a while. Wang Zi was the first to dare to start the conversation and raised a toast to Jiang He. Taking advantage of the moment, he scrutinized the beautiful woman. Shu Qin asked to remove the glass of alcohol. He explained that the girl didn't drink at all. The young man became a little dejected. In fact, the man remembered perfectly well what had happened last time. He didn't want to suffer any more of her drunken antics. Wang Zi turned his attention to Hao and asked him how he liked working in the police force. He replied that there was something new every day. The young man said he was jealous. He has nothing going on. And Shu Qin is living a full life in general. The man froze. He whispered to Jiang He that there was no need to pay attention to the chatter. Wang Zi angrily continued that the guy has both a girlfriend and a cat. At the same time, he finds free time. After a little silence, Shu Qin told the guest that he was not seeing the whole picture. In fact, everyone has their own problems. He sadly remembered that he had never solved the issue of legalizing the girl. It was quite difficult due to the lack of the right connections. The host put the glass on the table with a clatter, drawing the attention of the whole company to himself. A thought occurred to him. Jiang, he didn't understand what was on his mind. She absent-mindedly ate the rice, so one grain remained on the girl's cheek. The young man gently removed a grain of rice. The brunette blushed. Wang Zi angrily shouted that he shouldn't flirt in front of them. The girl blushed even more. She exclaimed that she was just gobbling. Shu Qin sullenly said that Wang Zi was being impolite. The warrior woman did not share his opinion. She asked the guests with interest how long they had known each other. Wang Zi laughed. He and Shu Qing met when they were in their 4th year, and Hao has known him since he was a baby. Jiang. He remembered that strange picture of the young man. She assumed that it was the time when Shu Qin had dyed his hair red. Wang Zi laughed until tears, remembering the picture. Hao revealed that it was even earlier. Back then, the guy thought he looked stylish. Wang Zi thought about it, remembering the old days. There were indeed many things that happened back then, so there was a lot to remember. He jumped out from behind the table, almost scaring the girl. The guest promised that he would show Jiang He everything now. He had many pictures of the guy in his phone. He showed a picture of a monkey bullying a young boy with Hao sitting on the sidelines. It was after their graduation. Wang Zi said that he had already noticed the young man's oddities at that time. Hal came running with his phone. He also has a lot of pictures. Shu Qin wasn't worried about the warrior woman finding out about his dark past. They were already a full-fledged couple. It didn't matter. Before Wang Zi left, he asked for the computer technician's contacts. The young man told him where to find Li Gaobo in the mall. Hao angrily headed towards the door, dragging Wang Zi behind him. He said that it was time for them to leave. They could meet up later. Shu Qin asked in surprise if they wanted to stay a little longer. The man turned around and said that they didn't have time. The young man froze in place. He felt as if his consciousness were about to split in two, pressed from all sides. In the eyes of his friends, everything he said was interpreted in a completely different way. They thought he was a masochist who liked to be humiliated. Shu Qin leaned over the sofa tiredly, remembering that the girl didn't have the best opinion of him. To her, he is a fetishist who likes worn shoes. In this world, you can only rely on faithful Tykov. Now, smelling his master's mood, the cat curled up next to him in a cuddle. It occurred to the young man that the holidays were coming to an end. It was worthwhile to get to his work little by little and keep posting videos. He remembered that he had once promised himself not to chase a quick buck or edit second-rate videos. Practice has shown that this is how most bloggers earn money. No one needs serious videos nowadays. Shu Qin sighed tiredly, bowing his head. He realized that reaching the next level would be difficult. It didn't take long for the evening to arrive. At exactly 8 o'clock, Zhang He walked into the living room and found the young man sitting on the sofa the same way. Noticing her presence, Shu Qin turned his head and smiled welcomingly at his girlfriend. His good mood was returning to him. The girl was immediately embarrassed. To divert the young man's attention, she asked if he could get some water from the kitchen. The man jumped off the couch and gave the warrior a quick hug. He stated that he didn't want water but needed her embrace. Shu Qin himself blushed as he hugged the girl. Closing his eyes in pleasure, the guy admitted that Zhang He really liked him. When the man said he really liked her scent, the brunette warily raised her head and pulled away. Shu Qin pressed her harder. The girl wondered if the man really liked her scent. Not noticing that Zhang He was starting to get angry, the young man calmly replied that everyone could smell another person. Smiling broadly, the man declared that he could only smell his girlfriend and asked for a kiss. He slowly pulled the girl to him. The lips of the young people were very close and were ready to touch each other. Shu Qin closed his eyes in anticipation of pleasure. He could feel the girl's hot breath against his face. At the last moment, Zhang He blushed thickly. The thought crossed her mind that this was all wrong. She shouldn't do this. The girl shrieked and backed away. She didn't even want to think about how this might end. The man looked worriedly at his partner. He advised to think about good things and just relax. It would be easier that way. The warrior woman did it her way. She tossed the young man onto the couch with a single tug, hands clasped together, and leaned over him. Shu Qin blushed thickly and begged to let go of him. Just like last time, the brunette was pressing so hard that he couldn't even move. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. The blushing young men got up from the sofa. Zhang He said she would open the door. A little girl named Yan Yan appeared outside the door. When she saw the mistress smiling, the little girl assumed that something good had happened. The brunette groped her lips, perplexed. She didn't even realize she was smiling. The guest asked where Tykov was now. Finding the cat under the chair, the girl grabbed him in her arms and yelled that sleeping all day was not good for them. It was time for them to get to homework. For a while, the young people watched in silence as the young guest amused herself with their ginger pet. Taking a glass of water, the girl embarrassedly stated that she had changed lately. Now she didn't recognize herself. Shu Qin rubbed his injured wrist and winked at the girl, noticing that this was indeed the case. She had learned how to express her love. Little Yan didn't care about them at all. She sat down at the table and started writing an essay about how she wanted to become a superstar. Turning the cat's face toward the monitor, the girl promised Tykov that pretty soon he would be able to watch her on TV. Zhang. He obediently held her hand as the young man slowly curled her fingers and called out their names syllabically. By a strange coincidence, it turned out that both names contained 14 lines each. A little embarrassed, Shu Qin said that it was fate. The warrior looked at the young man in surprise, raising her head. His words made the girl blush deeply. Hearing their conversation, Yan asked how many lines were in her name. The young man laughed. He wouldn't want to be in her shoes if he had to write his name as a punishment. Zhang He smiled enigmatically to herself. She was pleased to see two people she cared about having a nice conversation. The girl asked what it takes to become a superstar. The young man thoughtfully replied that it takes a lot of things. He asked first if Yan could sing. Hugging Tikov, she sadly replied that she could not. When asked if the girl could dance, Yan proudly exclaimed that she was good at jumping. Shu Qin laughed. He embarrassedly said that Zhang He could do it too. The brunette's cheeks flared up. She shouted that she didn't know how to do it. When the girl left, the young man sat down at his laptop. He didn't even notice that Zhang He had taken the laundry out of the room. As the warrior passed the man, she happened to notice her straw sandals on the windowsill and decided to wash them. She furtively put them with the rest of her things. Shu Qin was so busy that he didn't see anything around him. Humming a song under her breath, Zhang He tossed her slippers on the floor and began to vigorously scrub away the dirt with soapy foam. Suddenly, a young man appeared behind the brunette's back and asked what she was doing. The girl jumped with surprise and blushed. Burning with shame, Zhang. He turned her head and quietly said that she was washing her shoes. Soapy lather dripped onto the floor on her hands. Shu Qin folded his arms on his chest and asked why she was washing her shoes. The brunette surprisingly said that she would wash the sandals and give them back. The man turned red with anger. He shouted angrily that the girl had given him the lap tie herself, so it was already his property. It was the truth. Jung. He now remembered how she'd given away her shoes after hearing about the guy's genuine interest in her. The girl was angry with herself for that act, her fingers involuntarily clenched into fists. She began to shout that the young man was bothering her here. Shu Qin smiled smugly. He said that the stockings would be arriving soon, so all that was left was to choose shoes with heels to match them. Smiling embarrassedly, the man confessed that he liked red-soled shoes and showed an assortment of one of the online stores. Jung. He said resentfully that she didn't like any of them at all. The young man promised to buy one with white soles and one with black soles. Cleaning the sandals with foam, the girl fretted that things had gotten worse. One pair of shoes wasn't enough. He needed more and more. Winter flew by very quickly. In March, it got a little warmer, and many fishermen went to the embankment to do their favorite business. Jang Hee also expressed her desire to try it. On one such day, she was sitting on a stool on the riverbank, and the young man behind her was practicing. He was so engrossed in practicing his moves that he was exhaling louder and louder, although the young men had agreed that the boy would be quiet. Hearing the loud sound once again, the brunette turned around unhappily and whispered for silence. You could scare all the fish that way. The man continued to train hard. After the exercises, he felt so strong that he could kill a bull with his bare hands. Shu Qin sighed heavily. Unfortunately, even this strength wouldn't be enough to subdue Jung He. The girl seemed to have read his thoughts and turned around. Standing up with the rod in her hands and pulling it towards her, the brunette exclaimed proudly that she had managed to catch a fish. A moment later, a fish came out of the water. The warrioress was pleased with herself and shook the fish, holding it by the line. Her cheeks flushed with joy. The girl declared that she would cook the soup. The man did not share her joy. He reminded her glumly that martial arts were only studied to strengthen the body and mind. The young man had a slap on his cheek. He said resentfully that he could not use his knowledge to oppress the weak. Jung Hee silently ran her finger over the water in the fish bucket. Shu Qin asked if she understood what he was getting at. The girl sadly replayed the unfortunate episode in her mind. If she thought about it, she'd use the force for defense, not offense. A fish in the clear water swam up to her finger. The brunette thought that earlier she would have just broken her interlocutor in half without even listening to him. After talking some more, the young people gathered their fishing gear and headed home. Jang Hee carried a folding stool. The girl was very happy that she had caught a fish. She kept talking about the fish soup. The young man realized that he was hungry himself. Near the drink dispenser, Shu Qin asked, pointing at it with his hand, if she wanted a Coke. The girl turned around in surprise. The machine was stocked with all sorts of drinks. All you had to do was choose the right one and take it with you. The man couldn't resist making a joke. He said that the vendor sits downstairs and dispenses drinks. Jung. He stared at him suspiciously. She perplexedly assumed that there were people inside the ATMs too, dispensing money. The young man nodded, smiling. The warrior girl turned away. She thought sadly that the boy continued to deceive her. It was better to just stay home. Shu Qin selected a can of Coke from the vending machine and held up his phone to read the code. The girl watched the action intently. A little embarrassed, she asked if after buying one of the cans, she could return the money to her card so she wouldn't have to spend anything. The man explained that you have to pay for each item. Jung. He said she didn't want anything. One of the jars slid closer to the display case. Instead of going into the dispensing tray, the can of Coke was stuck intentionally between the shelf and the display case. The young men looked perplexed at the unreceived goods. The girl herself saw that the payment had gone through. The jar should have dropped off. Shu Qin unhappily tapped his finger on the glass of the display case. He couldn't understand how the jar could not fall out. It had never happened before. The girl had to pick up a bucket of fish because the man ran up to the drink machine and started shaking it. The machine was so heavy that the young man could not move it even a millimeter. He admitted in a tired voice that he couldn't do anything. Shu Qin said, "We need to buy another jar. When it falls, it will hit the first one. Then both colas will fall out." Jung Hee worriedly asked what to do if the second jar got stuck too. Smiling, the young man scanned the payment code. As soon as he said that this happens very rarely, the second jar fell on top of the first and got stuck too. The first jar didn't even move. The man couldn't believe he was so unlucky. The whites of his eyes were red veins of anger. Shu Qin pressed the payment button for the goods and tapped on the display case. He exclaimed irritably that this shouldn't have happened. As luck would have it, the third can came down between the first two and got stuck too. It seemed unbelievable. The man began to boil with anger. Jang Hee recalled that he had already spent 7.5 yuan on the unreturned goods. Shu Qin irritably shouted that he would simply destroy this automaton. The girl cautiously looked around. Fortunately, there was no one around. She kicked the unfortunate mechanism with all her might. Something crackled inside, and the young man's eyes almost popped out of his head. Now it worked properly. 3 cans of Coke rolled into the dispensing tray. The man shouted that they'd better run far away. Without waiting for his girlfriend, Shu-chin ran first, and only stopped to catch his breath around the corner. The girl slowly approached him. She explained that she had checked everything. There were no security cameras in the neighborhood. The man astonishedly suggested that she had specifically checked for cameras. Jiang. He held all 3 Coke cans in her hands. She angrily exclaimed that there was no need to think she was stupid. She had known about the video cameras for a long time. As the young people each drank a can of Coke and walked home, the girl wistfully asked what the next 100 years would be like. Shu-chin confidently replied that in 2,000 years, she wouldn't have met humans and would have to fight robots. The young man promised that once the legalization issue was resolved, they could take a trip to the ocean. Jiang He asked if there were any fish there that could be eaten for a long time. The man laughed. She's only been talking about food lately, but she's already gained 5 pounds of weight. The brunette shouted that she wasn't fat. After arriving home, the young men went straight to work on the fish. Huge pieces of fish were boiling in a pot, exuding a delicate flavor. The girl couldn't move away from the stove. The smell was driving her crazy. Shu-chin looked into the pot and declared that he already wanted to eat it. Jiang He offered to give the rest of the fish to her parents. The man explained that there was very little left. It would be better to give it to Tikov. The cat in his arms meowed happily. One afternoon, Shu-chin was sitting on the couch editing a video. Yukov had eaten to his heart's content and was now lying on his back. Jiang He walked into the living room. She showed the young man the receipt and confessed that she had exchanged everything she had accumulated over several months for gold, but did not know how to sell it. The sum impressed the man immediately. He rushed to the computer, promising the brunette to find the information quickly. Shu-chin checked the exchange rate. Many online exchanges had the same exchange rate, so one didn't even have to choose. He looked through a few transactions, still not believing that an ordinary girl from the ancient era was able to accumulate capital in 6 months. Jiang He flipped through the checkbook. Her eyes shone with pleasure. The brunette stated that gold had recently increased in value, and if she sold all the gold she had accumulated, she could pay off the young man. In fact, the warrior resisted marriage with all her might. The young man thoughtfully replied that the money could be used not only to pay back the debt, but also to buy new clothes and shoes. He hesitated and corrected himself, adding that he would buy shoes himself. The man found a buyer and called out to Jiang He. She had yet to learn how to bargain. Seeing how focused the girl was studying the material, Shu-chin smiled and walked out. For a while, the young men sat silently, minding their own business. The young man continued to edit the video. After finishing her work, Jiang He put the stylus aside and turned off the computer. Now she knew what to do next. The female warrior turned to the young man in embarrassment. A little nervous, she asked if Shu-chin wanted to kiss her. The man looked up in surprise. It didn't look like a brunette. He thought he'd misheard her at first. Jiang He sat next to her on the sofa, bowing her head. The young man figured she was just pleased with herself and wanted to celebrate the deal. He leaned toward the girl, trying not to think about her goals. If the warrior girl wanted a kiss, she would get it. They both blushed. Leaning a little closer, Shu-chin gently took his partner's hands and kissed her. The girl closed her eyes. The young man noticed one strange thing. The brunette held his hand tightly this time too, but not against the couch. It was also as if she was avoiding looking at her partner. Her gaze was directed somewhere downward. The man didn't immediately realize what was wrong. Jiang Heng gently touched his chest. Shu-chin wondered why she even did that. He couldn't understand why the brunette would want to touch a man's chest. She angrily replied that she was doing what he was doing. It didn't feel like much. The warrior couldn't understand why he was touching her breasts then. She reminded herself embarrassedly that she still had to thank her partner. Shu-chin let go of the girl and sat up straight. He asked why she had decided to do this. The brunette smiled embarrassedly. The young man had taught her how to survive in the other world. The man smiled widely. That day, Jiang He was helped by chance. She should thank nature for her beauty. The warrioress frowned. This type can't be without his jokes again. What's most amazing is that he's still alive. The young man explained that he would have called the police immediately if her long-bearded mentor had been around the corner. Then it would have ended with their arrest. The brunette reminded her glumly that his life hung in the balance as well. She would chop him up right away if he acted suspiciously. Jiang He smiled embarrassedly. She acknowledged that it was only by chance that helped them survive that day, and she wanted to repay her debt. Shu-chin looked at his interlocutor and involuntarily smiled. He liked the good-natured and cheerful brunette better. The young man flicked the girl lightly on the nose, asking her to smile more often. The warrior frowned again. She didn't like it. The man continued working. Jiang He settled down on the sofa, doing the counting and resting her feet on the young man. Yukov slept on her stomach. The girl stated authoritatively that she had calculated everything. After she paid the cost of the TV set, there would be enough for a rainy day. Shu Qin decided that his interlocutor was too serious. He needed to tickle her. He reached for her pink socks. The warrior didn't notice anything. She was concentrating on calculating her capital. The young man took off his sock with a jerk. Trying to hide her bare foot, the thickly blushing girl cried out and asked why he did that. Shu Qin surprisingly replied that he just wanted to look. After a short persuasion, Zhang He reluctantly put her foot back in place, allowing her interlocutor to take a closer look. After touching the foot and heel, the young man declared that the girl's feet were not as hard and calloused as her hands. The man was so engrossed in looking at the smooth skin that he didn't pay attention to the brunette's condition. She was trembling. Shu Qin barely forced himself to pull himself away from his girlfriend's legs. He felt that just a little more, and she would definitely call him a pervert. The man realized that he needed to distract himself with something else. The way out was quickly found. He quickly took off the second sock. The female warrior tucked her bare feet under her. To her surprise, Shu Qing jumped off the sofa and left with her socks. The girl ran after him into the shower room. The young man was leaning over a blue basin. The brunette asked worriedly why he had taken his socks. Holding the socks in his hands, the man turned around with a smile. Shu Qin admitted that there was nothing to do, so he decided to wash them. The warrior pressed her hands to her chest pleadingly. She exclaimed that she could wash her own clothes. She didn't need to do that. The guy wasn't going to listen to her. Soaking his socks, he said that soap was bad for her hands. She should think about that. Zhang He blushed. She didn't know what to do. She wanted to kill the young man, but he didn't deserve it. For a few seconds, the girl hesitated. The man realized that there was nothing the brunette could do. He reminded that Zhang He was still his girlfriend and turned away. Hearing that Shu Qin would still be washing her socks, the warrior blushed thickly and held her head. Her body was shaking with indignation. The next day, the young man's parents came to visit the young people. Mrs. Qin stood with a bag in her hands. The young man was just crunching a cucumber. He said he shouldn't have brought anything with him. The woman replied angrily that it was not for him, but for the girl. Shu Qin shouted to his girlfriend that his parents had come. He bragged that his mother had a present for Jiang He. The brunette looked out of the kitchen in surprise. She was flattered that the boy's parents were so nice to her. Mrs. Qin waved her hand cheerfully at the girl. Shu Qin showed a box with a picture of a cat and exclaimed that there was a hand cream inside. After finishing preparing the food, Jiang He set the table. Using ordinary ingredients, she managed to create several different salads. Mrs. Qin tasted the boiled rice and surprisingly confessed that this food was simply divine. She couldn't do this. The brunette smiled embarrassedly. She was pleased to hear this. Shu Qin proudly declared that the girl had a culinary talent. The warrior remembered her past life. No one here needed a sword. Fortunately, she had found a new calling and was content with it. After lunch, Shu Qin collected all the dishes and wiped the table. He decided to take more care of his girlfriend's hands now. Zhang, he was just in the kitchen when the young man came in with a stack of cups and plates. She had already put on her apron. To her surprise, the guy walked by and silently started washing the dishes. She said she could do it herself. Shu Qin smiled as he poured the detergent onto the sponge. He asked to sit with his parents and reminded them that soap was harmful to the skin on their hands. The young man thoughtfully said that his mom had seen the calluses on Zhang He's hands. Perhaps that was why she had bought the cream. A man told me that you should not be embarrassed to use it. Many women use cosmetics for their skin. As it turned out, the warrior had only learned today that her hands needed to be taken care of as well. She was used to caring only for her weapons. After finishing with the plates, Shu Qin said that swords were not needed in their era. One should take care of oneself first. He asked putting the battle sword away. If she wanted to train, they could easily buy another sword. Zhang He turned aside, feeling her face turn red. It appeared that the young man wanted to make her skin smooth and soft so that he could stroke her hands later. The boy's parents sat on the sofa in the living room and remained silent. Mrs. Qin looked around curiously. Petting Tikov, she whispered to her husband that the boy and girl had exceeded her expectations. The man silently leafed through the newspaper. Mrs. Qin said their apartment was clean. The doors in the rooms are shiny, and there is not a crumb near the cat's bowl, not even a speck of dust near the TV and computer. Any health inspectorate wouldn't find anything to complain about. The woman stroked the chin of the contented cat. She said that the young people suited each other, so it was worth it for the boy to hand over the house. Xu Wenbing angrily replied, tearing himself away from the newspaper, saying that he wanted to see the young man get his first job first. At this moment, the young couple had just entered the living room. Mrs. Qin looked at the boy and girl in surprise. They had arrived just in time. Xu Wenbing got up from the sofa and handed the newspaper to his wife. He asked the young man to go to his room for an important conversation. Shu Qin turned to his girlfriend and asked her to stay with her mom. The girl nodded a little anxiously. Zhang He sat down on the sofa next to the woman. After stroking Tikoff, Madame Qin asked what the young man was doing. The girl talked about editing the video. The girl recalled that Hao had talked about it. She asked what else Shu Qin was doing. The brunette remembered that the boy had strictly ordered her not to talk about their training. Then their parents would have them committed to a mental institution. Zhang He exclaimed as she remembered something else. A young man is using a computer to play casino games. The woman shuddered and asked back fearfully. It was the worst thing imaginable. Tykov was frightened too and ran away. The brunette realized she had said something wrong. She corrected herself and said that she was talking about the trading floor. Madame Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Wrapping both arms around the girl's arm, the woman confidingly asked to keep a better eye on the young man. She said that she shouldn't be allowed to spend too much at that site. Zhang He remarked in surprise that Shu Qin was making money from it. Mrs. Qin instructively told him that there was a chance of losing in the moment. The brunette exclaimed that she would watch him closely. The woman perplexedly thought that wasn't quite right. Aloud, she told the girl that watching the guy wouldn't be unreasonable either. Once inside his son's room, Xu Wenbing looked around. On the windowsill were the very sandals he thought were fake. But what was more surprising was that the guy's made-up bed was only designed for one person. The man assumed that they did not sleep in the same room. Scratching the back of his head, Shu Qin glumly replied that the girl lived in the next room. The father frowned and turned away. The man perplexedly stated that it doesn't work that way. When young people come together under one roof, they share absolutely everything. His brain refused to realize that nothing had happened between his son and the girl. No sane person would believe that. Xu Wenbing assumed that they had just had a fight. The young man shouted that he had already answered the question. Nothing had happened between them. The man realized that it was useless to argue. He took off his glasses and said that his mother had asked him to give the apartment if he and the girl got married. The young man's eyes lit up. Shu Qin excitedly exclaimed that he was ready to get married even now, and asked when to sign the papers. Xu Wenbing cooled his ardor and admitted that he had refused. He made an example of Hao and Gaobo. Both guys are working and earning. Shu Qin reached for his straw sandals. He softly said that it was a different time now. The young man admitted that he didn't have much life experience. Thoughtfully turning the pawpaw in his hands, the guy added that all time periods are very different from each other. Xu Wenbing listened to his son attentively, but he still didn't understand why such an introduction was necessary. All that is required of the boy is to find a job. Shu Qin said that he understands everything. There is no such thing as a blogging profession, but he is not going to wait until retirement to start doing it. The man looked intently at his son. For the first time, there was no open hostility in his eyes. The head of the family had to admit that his son was right. With nothing more to say, Xu Wenbing turned to the door and adjusted his glasses. The young man straightened his back and stretched. The man looked at the women chatting sweetly in the living room and motioned for them to follow him. The topic could be considered closed. The parents left the apartment asking not to see them off. The young people waved goodbye to them. Shu Qin wished to get home without any adventures. The door slammed shut behind the guests. The boy and the girl stood silent for a while. They both had a lot to think about. The young man confessed that his parents were pushing him to get married. As soon as she heard about the marriage, the brunette shuddered and blushed. Shu Qin turned away. He sadly reminded that the matter of the documents had not been resolved yet, so they could not get married. Closing her eyes, the girl sighed in relief. She didn't have any money, so a wedding was out of the question. In addition, the young man admitted that he did not have his own place. The apartment they live in is rented by his father. The boy thought sadly that everything had changed. He had been happy with everything before, but now there was someone he wanted to live a peaceful life with. Shu Qin told the brunette that something was bothering him. Zhang He excitedly asked what exactly was bothering him, clasping his hands to his chest. The man looked at her gravely and admitted, raising his index finger, that he hesitated whether to kiss her cheek or her hand. The girl shook with anger. Her fingers involuntarily clenched into fists. She was really starting to think the guy was in trouble, and he was up to his old tricks again. To make it up to him, Shu Qin promised to cook something unusual and put a vegetable salad on the table for dinner. The girl ate the rice thoughtfully, looking at the salad strangely. She admitted that in her era, she had sometimes eaten something like this. The man understood how hard it was for her to remember this. After a bit of silence, he asked if Zhang He missed home. The warrior put the rice on the table and piled the chopsticks on the bowl. She replied thoughtfully that it wasn't that at all. The girl's eyes were filled with sadness. Shu Qin himself would have felt the same way if he were 1,000 years away from his home. He promised to bring the interlocutor to Gusu in a couple of years, when the documents were ready. The brunette said that she had looked for this place on the web, This area looks completely different in her mind. Nothing here evokes memories and homesickness. After a little silence, the girl added quietly that there was no longer any need to go to that place. She rested her hand on the table tiredly, suggesting to herself that everything had changed. Now all that remained was to accept the present and let go of the past. Shu Qin looked at his girlfriend thoughtfully. He was sure that she would be interested to see how the terrain had changed. The girl sat with an impenetrable expression. The man returned to his food, saying it was her decision. After lunch, Jiang He left to do her chores, and the young man busied himself with washing the dishes, pondering about the warrior's past. Suddenly he heard his cell phone ringtone. The brunette came into the kitchen and said that someone was calling. It turned out that Hao had somehow found out that the girl had no papers. He suggested going to the household registration office. Shu Qin asked incredulously, could one really just walk into the office and get a Chinese citizen's passport? Jiang! He heard every word. When Hao explained that things were getting complicated without relatives, her eyes became sad. Having finished with the dishes, the young man took his time wiping his hand with a towel. The girl had been holding the phone to his ear the whole time. The man turned to the warrior and snatched the phone out of her hands so suddenly that her hand remained hanging in the air. Shu Qin suggested we meet and discuss. He asked when Hao would have time for a kebab. The officer replied that they would arrange it later. The young man put the plates on the drying rack and stated that he would wait. It wasn't urgent. Hao was angry. He shouted that he couldn't delay. The matter was about his girlfriend. The man thoughtfully explained that he wasn't sure how long the relationship would last. If they broke up, it would no longer be relevant. Hao shouted that he didn't want to talk anymore. He was fed up. The officer ended the call. The young men stood silently at the kitchen sink. Jiang He angrily skewered the young man, repeating exactly what he said about their unstable relationship. Her face was darker than a cloud. The young man claimed he was joking and patted the brunette on the head. He said it was too early to register. The girl snorted contemptuously. He wouldn't dare break off the relationship. Seeing the man leaving the kitchen, Jiang He followed him. She had already stopped being angry, and a new thought appeared in her mind. The female warrior confessed that she had thought of something. She needed to get on television. Turning her head, Shu Qin asked what she meant. Jiang, he revealed what she wanted. Players will watch the live broadcasts with her. This will generate income. The girl admitted that many people might find out that she is illegal. On the other hand, it would serve as proof of her existence. Shu Qin pondered for a moment. The warrior woman's words made a certain amount of sense. The man warned that streaming was not easy. You have to keep the audience interested. The brunette exclaimed that she had been thinking about it for a long time. She wanted to try it. The young man asked for time to think about it. He immediately sat down at his desk and began to compile a list of possible positives and negatives to what Jiang He would discover, in the form of an essay. The brunette dejectedly assumed that Shu Qin actually didn't really want to help her and was just stalling for time. The man raised his head. When he met her assertive gaze, he faltered and turned back to the letter. Resting his fist on his chin, Shu Qin looked over the essay. He quietly admitted that he really didn't want to do this. The young man stated that this required clarity. He asked the surprised Jiang He to elaborate on his plans. The girl unabashedly revealed that she plays games daily anyway, so the decision to stream came naturally. Shu Qin asked how she felt about starting a business. Jiang He confidently replied that it requires startup capital. Remembering his morning conversation with his father about work and his business, the young man exclaimed excitedly that he could help with that. The warrior woman thought for a moment. Until this day, she'd really wanted to stream and finally start earning, but the offer was quite tempting. She didn't realize that she'd turned her body toward the young man, nearly bumping into his knee. Both of them fell silent in embarrassed silence. The brunette's eyes no longer held the excitement with which she'd started talking about streaming platforms. Running a finger over her fist, Jiang He quietly said that she agreed to think about other activities if Shu Qin didn't want her to stream. The man was surprised to notice that she didn't even inquire about the reason for the refusal. The brunette replied that she trusted him. He wouldn't harm her. The young man didn't answer anything. The warrior began to blush after her words. She realized that her words could be interpreted as a declaration of love. Suddenly, without warning, the girl firmly grabbed the young man's wrist and pinned him to the sofa. Shu Qin didn't even have time to react. Laying her companion back on the couch, the warrioress herself leaned over him and pressed her other arm. The young man immediately remembered what happened on New Year's Day. He asked fearfully what Jiang He was going to do to him. Blushing even more, the girl surprisingly admitted that she would kiss him first, and then leave to play video games. When Jiang He sat down at the computer, the guy angrily stated that he would have been more satisfied if his hands had remained free. The female warrior flared up. Stammering, she indignantly recalled that Shu Qin had once again started touching her where she shouldn't. The young man almost cried with emotion. He said that it was perfectly normal, that sometimes animal instincts kicked in. The man sighed heavily. He had to admit that Jiang He was too good at martial arts. She couldn't be defeated. When he imagined his companion crawling on her knees and begging for forgiveness, he shouted that he would become strong and show her what cruelty was. Shu Qin calmed down a bit and sat down on the sofa again. He remembered that he had helped the girl in many ways, but he was driven by personal motives. The warrior's desire to take up streaming is almost the only activity she's come to do on her own. But there are too many competitors out there. Not everyone manages to keep releasing new content, so they blame others for their failures. Zhang He didn't even turn towards him. Her first attempt was successful. She collected nearly 800 yuan from the audience in a couple of minutes. Shu Qin angrily looked at the screen. He never understood those who tried to flirt with beautiful streamers knowing that it was someone else's girlfriend. Suddenly, the young man realized everything. His imagination pictured a self-satisfied warrior in expensive clothes, covered with red roses. The man turned pale. This was what he was most afraid of. If Jiang He made a lot of money and paid him off, he would become redundant. Putting his arm around Taikov, the young man unhesitatingly began that he was a little afraid she might take a wrong turn. The brunette replied that any work is hard. Shu Qin admitted that he was very afraid of their separation. One day the warrior might leave. She turned around in surprise. Looking at his jacket, the girl reminded him that they had been together for quite some time, and it was unlikely that such a thing would happen. The young man explained that he meant only himself. He petted Tikov and said that he was not worried about him at all. The cat is not going anywhere. He was picked up on the street and is being taken care of. After petting the red-haired pet, Zhang He said that there was no need to worry. She's not going to stream to leave the house. Now he saw the girl again as a richly dressed, independent lady. The young man mumbled that she was invaluable to him. He couldn't bring himself to put the whole truth out there. All the time he was making commercials and considered it a decent income. But a streamer can reach another level of income. The man hesitantly muttered that he simply couldn't take care of the girl. It would be easy for her to lose her way. Zhang. He seemed like a child looking around. The young man asked if the warrior realized the relationship between them. The brunette blushed deeply. From what she had seen on the web, it was safe to say that they were living together as boyfriend and girlfriend. Zhang He blushed even more. Continuing to play, the warrior added that they will get married and kiss in the future. In addition, the young man is obsessed with her shoes. Shu Qin frowned. They are very different from each other. When people live together, they need to stipulate their goals and vision for the future. As an example, he cited a girl's desire to become a streamer. If she had listened, it would have led to the resolution of the issue. Zhang. He realized that this conversation was taking too long. She paused the stream. All the viewers now saw was a splash screen that suggested they watch another broadcast. The girl remembered sitting down on the couch. The young man had told her then that the gulf between them would only widen if decisions were not agreed upon by the partners. Looking at the bird floating freely in the clouds, the man stated that sooner or later the warrior's emotions would come out. The brunette angrily shouted that she didn't have to listen to him at all. Shu Qin flinched. He felt like she was about to hit him. The man remembered that conversation too. He said dejectedly that Zhang He would leave him when he made money, and that was what he feared the most. The emotions on the face of the interlocutor changed rapidly. At first, she seemed a little confused and then thoughtful. After a few seconds, a lively light appeared in Zhang He's eyes, as if something had occurred to her. Almost immediately afterward, the girl looked perplexed. The warrior finally realized why she was being told all this. If she wanted to be treated well, she had to behave the same way. The brunette only now noticed that Shu Qin was standing and arrogantly looking down at her, as if there was indeed a great distance separating them. Zhang He embarrassedly suggested that she had pressed the young man against the sofa too hard. The man angrily exclaimed that she was right, it was very offensive. The brunette said that in that case, they were even. When he heard these words, the young man let the cat out of his arms. His life with the girl flashed before his eyes. Shu Qin angrily asked what the female warrior even thought about it. Without taking her eyes off the monitor, she inquired what the young man wanted to hear. The man sighed and began to explain that he respected the girl, and therefore asked her not to pin him to the couch next time. Remembering how tightly he squeezed his hands, the young man said that this kind of relationship was called flirting. It didn't suit him. The warrior asked not to be disturbed. She was playing. The warrior asked her to stay out of the way, but she was playing. Leaning toward his interlocutor, Shu Qin told the girl curtly that instead of playing games, they'd better discuss moving to his room. Zhang. His eyes darkened. Zhang. His eyes darkened as he asked her why she needed to change rooms. She was fine on her own. The young man reminded her that the couple usually lived together. The warrior imagined him carrying her in his arms and cried out that she didn't want to get pregnant. The man looked at her perplexed and asked if she knew how babies came into the world. Zhang. He imagined 3 dolls under a toy blanket. She confidently replied that sleeping together was enough for that. Shu Qin laughed. This way it wouldn't work. The female warrior turned purple and angrily shouted that she would not fall into his trap. March flew by unnoticed. In April, the first green leaves appeared on the trees. Jiang He looked at them from the window with joy. Now the girl was sitting on the couch, staring frustratedly at the screen of her phone. She wanted to tear it apart. What had recently seemed like a good income was now starting to get annoying. The game gold was depreciating faster and faster. The reality turned out to be very harsh. The warrior grudgingly declared that it was impossible to make much money from video games. Shu Qin didn't even turn towards her. Jiang. He sank down, even her partner not paying any attention to her. In fact, the man was writing down on a sheet of paper the possible ways of earning money on the internet. So far, he had counted only 4 ways. The young man turned to his girlfriend and asked if she thought of anything else. We could talk things over. The girl immediately imagined salads, cakes, and fried chicken. Jiang He jumped off the sofa and exclaimed that she would like to cook. The man groaned. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about the warrior's talent? A cook's profession had been added to the list. After thinking for a while, Shu Qin stated that it was not suitable. Without documents, it would be very difficult to become a chef and improve his skills. Jiang He asked why she couldn't work at the diner on wheels. There, everyone is their own boss. The young man imagined how she would be alerted to the raid every time. He said it would get more complicated without a permit. In addition, she will be constantly hunted by the police. Illegal business will be added to passport violations. The girl was perplexed and said that it would still generate income. The man explained that it would only be enough for food. When Jiang He said that it would be enough, Shu Qin involuntarily hesitated. Their opinions on living together were at odds. For the young man, stability meant always being fed. The warrior noticed the change of mood and asked what was wrong. It occurred to the guy that not long ago the same conversation had taken place between him and his father. He was beginning to think in the same categories. Shu Qin was so deep in thought that he only heard his name the 3rd time. He turned around and asked the girl to prepare dinner. With his head cocked upwards, the young man jammed the pencil between his nose and upper lip. He still couldn't find a suitable job for Jiang He. It occurred to the man that it made no difference to the girl herself. She would wear the stones for a decent fee, too. The warrior placed plates of soup and salads on the table. She walked into the living room and waved her hand, announcing that dinner was ready. Taking the bowl of rice in his hands, Shu Qin said, Jiang, he's been here long enough. She could ask for advice, but leave the last word to herself. The brunette looked up in surprise and bewilderedly admitted that she just hadn't thought about it until now. The man said there was no need to hurry. She still had a lot of time ahead of her. Jiang He continued to eat the rice thoughtfully. After dinner, a courier delivered a new sword. The warrior was so enthusiastic that she practiced with it for almost 2 hours. Finished with her exercises, Jiang He straightened up and slowly put the beautiful sword into the colored scabbard. The young man had purposely picked a light and unsharpened sword so that it could only be used for training. Shu Qin sat with a battle sword in his hands. He asked how she liked the new sword. The girl enthusiastically said that she liked the purchase. The man said that this sword was perfect for training. He looked thoughtfully at the sword he was holding. Shu Qin slowly pulled out the deadly weapon from its sheath. The blade glistened predatorily in the room light. He remembered that he had almost died that night. The warrior did not hesitate to point her sharp sword at him. Shu Qin suggested throwing away the battle blade altogether. In a modern city, they wouldn't be able to use it. The girl approached the boy. He held the sword lovingly, the scabbard of the dangerous weapon resting on his lap. Jiang He silently swiped the hilt of her sword. Her eyes were brimming with sadness. The young man only now realized that it was all she had left. Stroking the sharp blade, the brunette said quietly that she was used to the sword. It had broken more than once, but each time it had been repaired. The man sighed. The warrior woman's nostalgic mood was transmitted to him. Shu Qin realized that he had no right to say that. Hiding the battle sword in its scabbard, the young man smiled and asked to forget his words. He would just hide the sword away. Shu Qin sat cross-legged on the floor and began to rewind his sword with a sturdy white ribbon. Yukov was also happy to play with the ribbon. The young man was pleased with the result. Now this sword could only kill because of its weight. The point was safely hidden. The man carefully placed the sword in his room behind the door, making sure it was securely fastened. He left the room rubbing his wrist and said that Jiang He could take it whenever he wanted. The girl concentratedly rummaged through the dresser. Taking out the nail clippers, she absent-mindedly thanked the guy. Shu Qin looked at the brunette with interest. She sat pensively on the couch and tucked her legs under her to make it easier to use the nail clippers. The young man involuntarily admired how quickly the girl learns modern things. Now she was trimming her toenails quietly. Shu Qin was satisfied. He liked this version of Jiang He better. Smiling embarrassedly, he asked the girl if she needed help cutting her nails. The warrior flared up and screamed that she didn't need anything. She slumped into the couch, balling her fists forward. The young man laughed and walked out. After an hour, Shuqin returned and locked the front door with a key. The girl saw the box under his arm and asked what he brought. The young man started to open the package. He said that it contained clothes for Zhang He that they had ordered quite a while ago. The man laughed and opened the lid, inviting his girlfriend to see what was inside. The warrior looked in curiously. As soon as she saw the pink bra, the girl burst out in shame and jumped forward, nearly knocking the young man to the ground. The warrior woman grabbed the package with both hands and landed, pinning it with her body. The man couldn't understand what had gotten into her. Zhang He shouted that her clothes belonged only to her. Guys weren't allowed to touch them. A small tag with a QR code fell out of the package. The girl looked at the label in surprise. It turned out that you could leave a positive 5-star review on a product and get 20 yuan back. The brunette exclaimed enthusiastically that it was just luck. She'd have to sit in a game for half a day to earn that much. The young man frowned, muttering to himself that even he himself had not seen a beauty in just her underwear. Shuqin showed an obscene gesture. He explained to the girl that under the terms of the campaign, she would have to take a picture in lingerie and post the photo on the web. The warrior's face immediately turned gray. She absent-mindedly repeated his words about the picture and the clothes he had brought, and looked perplexed at the label. The aggression in her soul was growing stronger and stronger. Zhang He turned purple and shouted irritably that she didn't want that 20 yuan anymore. The girl angrily tossed the unfortunate label. This piece of paper made her lose her mood. Shuqin deftly caught it. Smiling, the young man stated that he needed such a discount. He asked the girl for clothes and promised that he would return them washed. Zhang He perplexedly agreed. She didn't understand why the guy wanted this piece of paper, but she decided to just trust him. Tikov had been present during their conversation all this time. He had long ago learned his master's habits, but the last words made even him think and stop catching flies. After a while, Shuqin proudly showed the notification on his phone. They had been refunded 30 yuan. The girl exclaimed delightedly that they had indeed gotten their money back. Moreover, not 20, but as much as 30 yuan. When the brunette's enthusiasm faded a little, she asked how the man had done it. He only laughed wryly. It turned out that Shuqin had taken some hot selfies in that underwear. He was paid an extra 10 yuan on top to have the photos removed. The warrior couldn't help herself and jumped into her fist. The man's prank had lifted her spirits and made her money. Zhang He could barely contain herself from laughing again. She could barely say that it was very funny. Yukov was sleeping peacefully on her lap. Shuqin smiled smugly. Slightly embarrassed, he exclaimed that it was the kind of actions that allowed one to experience life to the fullest. The man asked to buy more pork for dinner next time. It turned out very tasty. Zhang He nodded happily. She held Tikov in her arms as if he were a small child and pressed her face into the cat's side. The girl was mumbling happily to herself the whole time. The young man smiled involuntarily. It was quite amusing to watch the warrior. He said he sometimes felt like her father, and asked if she felt the same way. The strange question caught Zhang He off guard. In addition, Yukov woke up and started stretching, touching her cheeks. The girl frowned. She replied that she felt nothing of the sort and began to play with Pumpkin. The young man sighed. He got the idea to look at the comments under the latest edited video. Nothing to do anyway. To his surprise, the type was once again leaving his strange comments. Shuqin clearly remembered that he had immediately blocked the user. What was more strange was that the guy was stating his thoughts exactly like Shu Wenbing. After a few seconds, the new user was added to the blacklist. The next day, the young people came to visit the boyfriend's parents. Shu Wenbing frowned and remained silent the whole time. Shuqin laughed and asked why his father was still angry. The man angrily replied that there was no reason for him to be angry with the young man. The guy recalled that he had blocked all of his father's accounts. The man shouted that it was several times. He even used a new number. The young man thoughtfully took an apple from a basket on the table and asked to write to private messages in the future, rather than leaving comments under the video. Shu Wenbing turned to his son and perplexedly asked if he was reading the messages. Shuqin took a small bite of the apple. When he admitted that he didn't read the messages either, the man shook with anger. It was impossible to have a serious conversation with the guy. The young man said that short clips are in trend now. You can watch a couple of them. If it's not clear, he will help you figure it out. The man looked at his son incredulously. Shuqin added that he was willing to help as long as he wasn't left 1-minute-long voice messages. Shu Wenbing squinted his eyes. He didn't understand half of what was being said. The young man said that it was important to stay on trend. The man got up from the sofa and grudgingly mumbled that he would go get his phone. Shuqin gave him a puzzled look. The door of the study slammed shut with a clatter and did not open for a long time. He thought he and his father had misunderstood each other again. He asked Zhang He if he could peel an apple for her. The girl replied in surprise that she could do it herself. She picked an apple from the basket. After taking a small bite, Shu Qin noticed with the corner of his eye that the brunette was carefully peeling the skin of her apple. She had such a happy look on her face that the young man decided to film the whole process on his phone's video camera. Hearing the click of the camera, the warrior stopped smiling and turned around perplexed, then continued peeling the apple. She held out a peeled apple on a knife to the young man. Smiling, Jiang He embarrassedly suggested that Shu Qin was still afraid of her leaving, and therefore often filmed her. The young man pointed her to the wall with the painting, and explained that both that and the one taken on the camera could be called a photograph. He obediently reached for the piece of peeled apple on the knife and took it with his teeth. Jiang He was a little embarrassed. After chewing the apple, Shu Qin said that he wanted to capture all the processes of the girl becoming a modern person. He confessed that he was really very worried about Jiang He leaving one day and not coming back. The brunette looked thoughtfully at her companion. He was looking at her with such sad eyes that she felt sad herself. The warrior remembered how good they were together and blushed deeply. She didn't know what was happening to her. Both were silent for a while. The girl's hand involuntarily crept closer to her interlocutor and ended up on his arm. The young man raised his head and turned to the girl in bewilderment. Her eyes and embarrassed smile made it clear without words. Their lips reached for each other. As luck would have it, the door creaked open at that moment. Xu Wenbing appeared in the doorway. When the man entered the room with the phone, the young people were already sitting on the sofa, turning away from each other. Jiang. He was quietly peeling an apple. Xu Wenbing sat down beside his son. He admitted that he didn't understand anything at all about those short videos. The young man explained that they were automads. The man muttered that the name itself already sounded obscene. They make garbage like himself. Shu Qin asked not to be judged by the name. He explained that the name was borrowed from Japanese. Biting into the apple, Jiang He was surprised to realize that the young man knew a lot. No matter what the conversation swings, he could explain in detail. It occurred to the warrior that the guy was even more useful than a search page on the web. She blushed. Mrs. Qin looked into the living room. She was very surprised to see that for the first time in many years, father and son were not quarreling but talking passionately. There was no irritation on Xu Wenbin's face. The woman wondered what they had talked about before. After lunch, Shu Qin suggested that the girl visit Uncle Qin. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had already stayed at their parents' house. The brown dog welcomed the guests with a ringing bark and immediately ran up to the girl. The master laughed. Jiang He crouched beside the pet. Tyrant wagged his tail happily. The man handed the young man a glass with an alcoholic beverage. Sighing heavily, the old man asked to be told when Hao would already follow his brother's example and bring the girl into the house. Qin complained that every time the guy postpones the visit, he doesn't even know if his son is lying to him or not. The guest laughed. He said there was nothing to lie about. It was clear to everyone that Hao didn't really have a girlfriend. The guy himself was at work at the time, and he had a strange feeling. The man said that Hao tries to be like his cousin, but often misbehaves. The officer felt as if someone was poking around in his head and grabbed his head. Shu Qin said that the master was not quite right. Hao had become like him to some extent, and the young man thought he was good. As proof, he pointed at Jiang He. This cute girl would never get together with a bad person in her life. The brunette frowned at him. Old man Qin laughed and asked the female warrior what attracted her to the guy. He warned that Shu Qin was a thick-skinned guy. He could easily deceive. Jiang He hesitated for a moment. As luck would have it, nothing came to mind. She became nervous and started biting her nails. Suddenly, the girl blurted out that she liked the young man's thick-skinnedness. The old man laughed. He liked the joke. Shu Qin was pleased with his girlfriend. Just a month ago, she had been frowning at questions. But now she could even respond to jokes. The man said thoughtfully that Shu Qin was not like his father. The young man said that they also have common hobbies. They both love antiquities. The old man laughed. He assumed that the young man was interested in artifacts because of the high cost. The boy said that was not the case. The girl listened to the conversation. Shu Qin's palm rested gently on the girl's hand, pressing her against the sofa. The young man informed her that he also enjoyed studying antiquities. Jiang He blushed. She immediately realized what antiquities the guy had mentioned. Of course, it was about herself. The brunette was so angry that she released her hand and pressed down on her partner's arm, squeezing his bones. Shu Qin yelped in pain. When the young people went outside, he decided to clear things up right away and angrily said that she wasn't ancient in any way. The young man was a little embarrassed and cheerfully asked who the girl thought she was, if not an antiquity. Jiang He flared up. Angrily looking at her interlocutor, the brunette blurted out, stammering a little, that she was a modern girl now. Shu Qin only laughed in response. Jiang He looked at him unhappily and pouted, but she didn't let go of the guy's hand. The man at this time thought that actually the difference in eras was not really a barrier to the relationship. Jiang He was still Jiang He. The young man laughed merrily and gave a peck on the cheek, saying that the girl had done an excellent job and could kiss him as a reward. The brunette immediately blushed thickly and pulled her hand out, quickly looking around. Luckily, there was no one around. Stammering, the warrior frightenedly asked again if Shu Qing really wanted her to kiss him right there. Her mind couldn't take this. They hadn't even reached the house yet. The brunette thought angrily that Den Tu Zi had woken up in him again. She shouted angrily that she didn't want to do it and ran away. The man looked at her confused, his hand still hanging in the air. A few days later, Shu Qin brought the girl to the train station. The young people stopped on the trestle over the road. Jiang He was thoughtfully sipping lemonade. The young man told her that she could buy a ticket at the train station. After legalization, she would be able to explore everything. The girl smiled embarrassedly and nodded understandingly. She would be happy to start today, if she had her passport in hand. The young men slowly walked down the steps to the wide sidewalk. Shu Qin turned his attention to the building on the right. After tossing the empty cup into a trash can, the man told me that that store sold used books and suggested we stop by. The vendor politely asked if he could give them a hint. Shu Qin replied that they would just take a look for now. The young man went straight to the far corner. He had once found some interesting books here. Jiang He was examining the top shelf nearby. Taking one of the books, the man told his companion that she could choose anything she liked. They would take the books with them. The girl turned around thoughtfully. Her gaze lingered on the shelf in the middle. One of the books had its cover turned toward the visitors. It was a book about the history of the Earth. The authors promised to reveal all the mysteries from ancient calendars to light years. Shu Qin warned that it would be difficult for her to understand this vast work. Jiang He admitted that she liked the word time in the title of the book. The young man decided that the book could at least be put on a shelf for appearance. He brought 4 more books and asked them to be counted. At first, the man cheerfully grabbed and carried the bag of books. After a while, he felt that it was getting heavier and heavier. Shu Qin couldn't stand it and set the bag on the sidewalk. 3 kilograms of knowledge was too heavy. Jiang He looked at him perplexedly. She grabbed the bag and said she would carry it herself. The young man looked at her with grateful eyes and said she was very bossy. The girl asked where they would go now. The man suggested they go home. It was not convenient to walk with books. Shu Qin hesitated. He saw a familiar silhouette in front of them. The guy in front of him looked like Hao Zi. In addition, he was with a girl. When he heard his name, he turned around in surprise. He hadn't expected to see his brother here. His companion stopped too. Hao Zi asked what they were doing here. Shu Qin replied that they were just taking a walk and asked to introduce his companion. A pretty girl in a black pantsuit and a long brown coat looked thoughtfully at her interlocutors. Hao replied that it was Liu Jingfang. He stammered, not knowing how to describe her status. The brown-haired girl came to the rescue and said that she was his girlfriend. The young man blushed and bowed his head. He reluctantly admitted that this was actually their first date. Shu Qin introduced himself and Jiang He to the girl. The warrior girl smiled embarrassedly and said hello to the stranger. The young man said that they were going to go to the movies and offered to go with them. Hao Zi declined, and Shu Qin said goodbye to the couple. The girl remarked in surprise that they were going to go home. The man explained that he had said the first thing that came to mind. He was more interested in Hao Zi now. The young man thought that his brother was acting a little strange when they met. Previously, the officer would have calmly lied that it was his girlfriend, but today, he acted as if Jing Fan was pushing him hard. Jiang He perplexedly replied that the guy seemed the same to her as always. Shu Qin reached out and replied that Nona just didn't know him well. Jiang. He asked why they all called themselves with the prefix Z. She suggested that she should be called He-Zi as well. The young man explained that back in college they called each other that in analogy with the great sage Lao Tzu. It was irrelevant to the girl. The brunette thought that the names He-Zi and Jiang-Zi really sounded bad. Jiang He sounded much better. She smiled to herself. Half an hour later, the young people reached home. The warrior put the bag with her books on the table. The young man immediately started hugging Tikov. Taking out the books, Jiang He said thoughtfully that she actually didn't mind watching the movie. Shu Qin said in surprise that they could have stopped by the movie theater on the way home, but it was much better to watch in the apartment. The girl remembered that the movie theater is dark and you can't talk to each other. The girl remembered that the movie theater was dark and you couldn't talk to each other. After weighing the pros of watching in a home atmosphere, including pumpkin and coke, the brunette said it was still better to watch movies at home. The young man decided not to argue with a stronger opponent and agreed to arrange a semblance of a home theater. The pumpkin in his master's arms glanced at her unhappily. Shu Qin pulled the curtains tightly first. The room immediately became a little darker, so he could start watching. Letting the cat go on the couch, the man instructively told his girlfriend that it was very important to have a sense of tact. You can't make spontaneous decisions. He angrily asked if it would be interesting for their future son to listen to different stories about house-sitting instead of fascinating stories. Shooting her eyes angrily, Jiang He asked which son Shu Qing had said about. She figured that he had revealed his intentions after all. The young man shouted that this was not the case at all. After calming down a bit, the man opened his laptop and invited Jiang He to watch a movie. She brought a bowl of roasted seeds with her. When the credits rolled and the movie started, the young man heard the warrior chewing on seeds. He decided to ignore it. The girl didn't even think it could disturb anyone. It seemed to the boy that the sound of snapping seeds came from all corners. He tried to focus on the movie. The main character had just appeared on the screen. Jiang. He seemed to have little interest in the movie itself. The warrior kept gnawing on seeds, staring absent-mindedly at the screen. From the outside, it looked as if she had just come to eat. After the girl chewed another seed, Shu Qin couldn't stand it and turned to his girlfriend. Their eyes met for a few seconds. Jiang. He even stopped flicking seeds. The man blushed. Suddenly the guy noticed that the warrior girl's hand slowly reached for him. Shu Qin blushed even more. He already understood what was going to happen next. But instead of molestation, the brunette pulled a yogurt from the table. The man thought dejectedly that he was overthinking things. Tearing off the lid on the package, the girl was surprised to see that there was a lot of yogurt left on the back. You can't throw away that much. Jiang. He didn't suspect that the young man was watching her. She brought the yogurt to her mouth and stuck out her tongue, intending to lick the precious product. This picture made the man blush again. It seemed to him that this was the warrior's way of flirting. The girl brought the package even closer to her mouth. Licking the yogurt, she noticed the trace and turned around in surprise. A white substance remained on the edge of her tongue. The brunette asked if the young man wanted yogurt. Blushing, Shu Qin turned away and said that he didn't want any right now. He furtively watched his girlfriend licking the yogurt off the lid. Jiang. He understood this perfectly, and was also embarrassed. When she turned to the boy, he immediately turned away. The girl thought angrily that he definitely wanted to, but wouldn't admit it. She held out a whole package to her partner, and irritatedly stated that there was no need to look at her like that. He could just take it if he wanted to. Fortunately, at that moment, the phone rang. Recognizing Hao Zi's voice, the man got up from the sofa and asked what was wrong. A cousin sat at an empty table in a cafe. He asked for help in a trembling voice. It happened that he was in trouble. The boy hinted that it was all about Liu Jingfang. Taking his chopsticks, he asked him not to tell anyone, especially his father. Hao Zi said that he brought the girl to the cafe and offered her a choice of something to eat. Jingfan silently looked at the menu. They ordered 2 servings of the waiter's specialty fried rice and looked at each other carefully. The most usual dialogue took place between them. The girl asked her new acquaintance about his job. After finishing her meal, Liu Jingfang carefully wiped her lips with a napkin. The young man realized that she was already full. The officer felt a little uncomfortable. He still had plenty of rice left in his bowl, and he didn't want to leave it behind. Hao Zi greedily began to eat the rice, grains falling onto his clothes. After finishing as quickly as possible, the man stacked the sticks on top. On the other hand, he couldn't leave a 200-coin lunch in the cafe almost untouched. The officer took his time wiping his hands. The conversation wasn't going well. He couldn't think of anything better to do than to assume that the girl hadn't willingly logged onto the app either. The question seemed rather strange to the girl. She raised her head and wondered why he thought so. The man closed his eyes. He realized that he had messed up again. To his surprise, Jingfang stated that he actually had. Hao Zi became animated and exclaimed that it was a marvelous coincidence. The girl calmly agreed that it was indeed a coincidence. The officer admitted that he had another appointment in a couple of days. The interlocutor remarked that this was annoying. She drank her water from the glass and looked intently at the young man. It was impossible not to fall in love with her ruby eyes. Besides, they seemed to hypnotize the boy. He couldn't bring himself to take his eyes off the girl while she was looking at him. Hao Zi said that after dinner they shook hands firmly and agreed to behave as a couple from then on. Barely crying, the officer continued the story. He knew the meeting was going nowhere and suggested looking for partners next. Liu Jingfang refused. Shu Qin asked in surprise what this meant. Jiang He, behind his back, continued to watch the movie without even pausing it. It turned out that the girl decided to continue the relationship, so now requires the advice of a friend. Meanwhile, the brunette finished her yogurt and hesitantly looked at the young man's yogurt. The boys' conversation dragged on. The warrior was proving to herself that she had no right to touch someone else's yogurt. The young people were still discussing the pros and cons of continuing the relationship. Jiang He was irresistibly drawn to the yogurt. Finally, the conversation with his cousin was over. He remembered that he had some yogurt left and smiled. A snack would be nice. To his surprise, there was no yogurt on the table. When Shu-chin asked the girl where his yogurt was, she shamefully turned away. The warrior blushed and admitted that the seeds were too salty. She was thirsty, so she drank it. The young man angrily said that Jiang He gave him the yogurt by himself. He was just answering the phone. The brunette flared up and shouted that she would buy the same one later. The man silently leaned toward his companion and took her hand. He asked the blushing girl to show her tongue. Shu-chin explained that he wanted to check if there was any yogurt left. The warrior blushed even more and angrily pressed her lips together. She realized that it was just a ploy. The warrior's body was shaking with indignation. Jiang He pressed her lips tightly together. The young man wouldn't even be able to open his mouth by force. The girl decided to tease him. Her lips parted and began to slowly turn into a sly grin. The brunette stuck out her tongue slightly, writhing a disdainful expression on her face. Shu-chin looked at the girl thoughtfully. She closed her eyes and leaned closer to her companion, embarrassed. The man couldn't look at it. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. There was no longer any yogurt on his tongue, but his absence could be compensated for. The man quickly grabbed Jiang He by the shoulders and kissed him. It was May. Street vendors selling seasonal clothes came out. Mrs. Chung was interested in summer t-shirts. A guy and a girl were just strolling nearby and noticed a neighbor with a pair of motley shirts. Shu-chin said that the yellow t-shirt looked good. Jiang He tried to examine the clothes while looking out from behind his back. The salesman was pleased with the occasional helper. He pulled out a full-length mirror in a flash and assured me that the shirt fit the woman perfectly. The young men looked at the merchant's assortment in silence. There were summer t-shirts for every taste. Mrs. Chung laughed. She decided to take the yellow t-shirt. The young man bent down and picked up a couple of t-shirts. Jiang. He watched perplexedly as Shu-chin bought and folded the t-shirts for herself into a separate bag. They walked in silence for a while. This time the young men were not holding hands. Each was preoccupied with his own thoughts. The girl looked at the young man in surprise, but he didn't even notice that his companion was starting to get bored without talking. Jiang. He dejectedly bowed her head. She wanted to talk about something. The girl put her index fingers together in acknowledgement. The female warrior said unabashedly that those jerseys were even cheaper than the store. It would be possible to still come in. Shu-chin turned his head. He replied carelessly that he wouldn't buy anything else here. Since he was a man, he didn't care at all what he wore. The young man arrogantly declared that he would look uniquely handsome even in a potato sack. When the man took Jiang He's hand, his voice immediately became warmer. Shu-chin explained that a girl in a good outfit becomes even more beautiful. The brunette looked at her companion with hope in her eyes. The evening sun illuminated their faces. The young man said that this was not a case where it was worth saving money. When the young people got home, it was discovered that Jiang He's new outfits took up 3 whole bags. Shu-chin remembered how they had stopped to pick up some groceries at the vegetable shop on their way home. He asked if the brunette wanted to work here. The girl looked around puzzled, estimating the amount of work involved. She frowned. It was too complicated. Jiang? He admitted in a whisper that she had thought about it once herself, but realized that it wasn't right for her. The man asked why she had decided that. The warrior sighed. The women here are good bargainers. If you don't give her a discount on potatoes, she'll demand onions for free. The brunette tearfully declared that she would go bankrupt if she sold vegetables at the local market. The young man looked at his companion in surprise. It was getting close to dinner time. They ran out of the store and raced home. Both of them were hungry for fried rice. After gaining strength, Shu-chin worked on himself for half an hour and practiced the techniques that the female warrior had shown. He waved his hand carelessly and proudly suggested that his current athletic form allowed him to overpower the 3 himself from last year. Jiang He frowned, saying that the fight would be very difficult if he didn't deal with 2 opponents at once. The female warrior said that last year's version of the guy wouldn't even dodge a palm strike. Shu-chin said that he would knock out his opponent with a single blow if he hit his head. The girl smiled. She recognized that the young man had become somewhat stronger. If he was lucky, he could break his opponent's neck. The man pictured 4 of himself with broken faces, ready for a fight. He realized he wasn't strong enough. Shu-chin exclaimed that he had thought of something. Jiang. He was just standing in a fighting stance. She perplexedly turned towards the young man. It seemed to the man that an enlightenment of royal power had descended upon him. He felt an incredible power in his hands. Shu-chin was illuminated by a yellow aura. He saw himself as a berserker and screamed that he couldn't control his strength. The girl couldn't understand what had gotten into him. The young man went to the kitchen to get a wooden chair and placed it in the center of the room. Jiang. He waited with interest to see what would happen next. When the man placed 2 soft cushions on the seat, The brunette stopped understanding his train of thought altogether. Shuqin fancied himself a trained fighter and decided to test what he could do. The cushions were needed to avoid hurting his arm. Howling with a ferocious expression on his face, the young man brought the full power of his berserker down on the wooden chair. He was sure he would break it. The sound was so quiet that Zhang He looked at the guy with pity in his eyes, and the faithful Yukov didn't even move. The female warrior asked what was the point of this. Shuqin saw himself as a muscular athlete now. He proudly said that he was getting stronger. In fact, the chair didn't even crack. The man remembered all the martial arts movies and training. He inhaled, letting in the power of the berserker. A little embarrassed, the young man asked not to be distracted for a while. He wanted to continue his training. The next strike was also to no avail. Shuqin's cushion was slightly damaged, but his confidence immediately disappeared. Jiang. He noticed that the young man continued practicing, despite the apparent failure with the chair. The girl realized that sooner or later, Shuqin would become strong enough to coerce her by force. At the thought of this, she blushed. After a while, the man got tired of training. He sat down on the couch and started working. The brunette also sat down at the computer. After training, the guy discovered the YouTuber's breathing technique. Now he was typing at least 8 times faster. He thought sadly that he couldn't write a proper movie review yet. The young man told himself that everything would work out. He should try harder. Raising his head, the man noticed that Zhang He had also broken away from the display and was furtively looking at him. Shuqin was slightly embarrassed and extended his index finger upwards. Using special techniques, he materialized a virtual pink heart on his finger. Seeing this, the girl blushed thickly. After a deft move, the heart flew straight towards her. It was now red and had a hole in the middle. After playing on the computer to her heart's content, Zhang He moved to the couch and brought out one of the books she had recently bought. The young man pretended to be diligently engaged in composing a review of the movie, but he himself was furtively looking at his neighbor. The expression on the girl's face suggested that she didn't understand everything in the book. Shuqin said that it was very useful to read. The brunette asked what was good about it. The man explained that reading makes a person more educated. Later, she would be able to read books on her own. Smiling embarrassedly, the young man reminded him that he could be considered a teacher and offered to show him something. Zhang He quickly drew a logical chain in her mind, from which it appeared that the teacher was the future husband. She asked in horror if teachers and students could marry. Shuqin laughed. He wasn't actually hinting at anything, but the warrior's train of thought had delighted him. The man said he was just kidding. Shamefully closing his eyes and lowering his head, he added that some couples use the term daddy. The last phrase so startled the girl that the opened book flew out of her weakened hands to the floor. Stammering Zhang. He fearfully asked for an explanation of what kind of strange era this was in general, where fetishes were found at every turn. The man said thoughtfully, "That might sound strange. She should know such things existed. It's fine as long as people aren't bothering anyone." The girl blushed even more. She didn't understand why she allowed herself to discuss such things with her boyfriend. Covering her face with the book in shame, Zhang He embarrassedly exclaimed that there was no need to disturb her. She wanted to read. The young man thought she was very cute. For a while, the young people went about their business. The warrior girl turned the pages with concentration. Suddenly, she slammed the book noisily shut with a disgruntled look, and laid her hand tiredly on the couch between them. Shuqin turned to look at his girlfriend. He perplexedly assumed that the girl had read the entire book so quickly. Zhang He hesitated for a moment. With her head bowed, she quietly admitted that she couldn't finish it. The book was very complicated. The man said that that book was really hard for her. The girl got angry and exclaimed that she shouldn't think so badly of it. Shuqin stated that it was true. Blushing, Zhang. He shouted that she wasn't dumb at all. The brunette tried to tell what she was really like, but she stammered. The young man came to the rescue. He said in a calm tone that she was really just not used to this. The girl looked at her interlocutor incredulously. The warrior blushed. In her heart, the brunette herself realized that Shuqin was right. She really didn't know a lot of things. Wanting to move the conversation to another topic as quickly as possible, the girl asked what he was looking at. The man turned around in surprise. In the footage was a woman in a fighting stance. Shuqin revealed that he was watching a spin-off of the movie Journey to the West. He stated that the heroine is similar to Zhang He. She is just as strong and can easily beat up those who disagree with her. The girl shouted angrily that she hadn't hit anyone. The young man recalled how she had pinned down the thief in the street and didn't let him breathe. Looking at his girlfriend, the guy blushed involuntarily. She leaned too close to him. He couldn't work quietly. Zhang He didn't suspect that at this very moment, the interlocutor was awe-inspiringly enjoying her body odor. When the young man asked if he could touch her feet, the warrior blushed thickly and quickly pulled back. She turned an angry face in embarrassment and looked at the man thoughtfully, trying to figure out why he would do this. Turning away, the girl muttered that there was no need to do so. Shu-chin admitted that he just wanted to make her feel good. He stared insistently straight at his girlfriend. The warrior realized this and blushed even more. The man admonished that relationships need progression. If they acted like brother and sister, there would be no point in dating. He grabbed the frightened girl's hands and offered to light incense in the temple. They could worship each other there and become related. Blushing even more, Zhang He angrily threw up her hands and indignantly shouted that such a thing would never happen. She was embarrassed to think that a brother and sister wouldn't allow themselves to be kissed so much, and took the slipper off her left foot. Stammering, the girl quietly said that she would allow her leg to be touched a little. As an excuse, she thought it seemed normal after kissing. The warrior made herself comfortable on the couch and put her legs in the young man's lap. Tykov settled on her lap. The man was very pleased. He declared that it was like a normal relationship. Jung. He quietly said that it wasn't true and covered her embarrassed face with a Dale Carnegie book. She recalled that a guy asks permission every time before he does something. The girl linked this to the fear of being beaten up. Shu-chin explained that she was just starting to enter a new world and could easily get confused. Therefore, he tries to behave honestly towards her. Jiang. He put the book down slightly and perplexedly suggested that it was difficult for a modern person to encounter. The man laughed. He admitted that it wasn't quite like that. He liked the warrior exactly as she was now. His fingers slipped under the girl's toe. She shouted angrily that she didn't like it that way, and called him Dentu-zi again. The man promised he wouldn't do it again and put the laptop at her feet. The character's lines were heard from the speakers. After watching the movie for 6 minutes, Shu-chin paused it, and then re-watched it from the beginning, trying to get into the role of the characters. Jiang. He absent-mindedly said that this was the 3rd time the young man was reviewing the same passage. That guy should have already died. Shu-chin thoughtfully replied, analyzing their conversation. From the looks of it, those people are very ignorant. Besides, there is too much black humor here. After pausing the movie, the young man noticed that the director used only 3 frames to show hatred. It's just unbelievable. The girl reminded that it's just a movie. You shouldn't get so hung up on the most common phrases. The man smiled. He said there was a certain logic to it, but he thought thinking was better than having one twist in the brain. Running the passage again, Shu-chin stated that it is a thinking exercise. It helps to understand why people think one way or another. Jiang He asked in surprise what this was all for. The young man looked condescendingly at the ancient man who didn't know a lot of things yet. He explained that she could be tricked into becoming someone's wife if she didn't think with her head. The warrior girl shouted angrily that she was not stupid. The girl was shaking with anger. She remembered the conversation about moving into his room. Then she'd figured out the ruse and refused. Shu-chin smiled and asked her to tell him if Jiang He knew why he liked her. She immediately replied that he liked her shoes and hands. The young man laughed. He explained that she actually thought so. At the same time, he squeezed her leg. The girl angrily demanded not to do that. The boy's words made her think. Pretending to read a book, the warrior tried to understand what really attracted her interlocutor. It occurred to Zhang He that she was agreeing to a lot of the guy's tricks. She sadly thought that she really did look stupid. She looked up and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 10 o'clock and she'd been up too late. The female warrior angrily yelled out that she was going to take a shower. Shu-chin raised his hands with his laptop in surprise, releasing her from the couch. The shower door slammed shut with such a thud that the young man realized it. It was really just an excuse to be alone with his thoughts. Tykov almost immediately ran to the sofa and jumped on the seat, warmed by the girl. The owner looked at the pet in surprise. Trying to copy the girl's movements, Tykov stretched out his front paws and placed them on the man's lap. The cat was extremely surprised when, instead of caressing him, his owner angrily pushed him away and didn't even look at him. Yukov looked at his master angrily. Shu-chin was also displeased with the cat trying to fight with the girl for attention. He imagined a red-haired cat girl with a fluffy tail and thought it would be nice if Tykov turned into such a singer in a blue dress. In an amazing coincidence, Zhang He came out of the shower room wearing a blue negligee. On her head was a towel of the same color. The man offered to sit with him a little longer. The brunette angrily shouted that she didn't want to. She angrily thought she wouldn't let herself be fooled. The warrior realized she was becoming a more accessible target in the negligee. This guy's levity would drive anyone crazy. Shu-chin didn't reply anything. He furtively shifted his gaze a little lower and immediately blushed thickly. Zhang He angrily stood in front of him, clenching her fists. The girl leaned slightly, revealing the cleavage of her negligee. The warrior couldn't understand at first why her interlocutor looked so quickly. When she followed his gaze, she blushed. The brunette immediately jumped back, covering her breasts with her arms and turning her body sideways. The young man continued to stare at her lustfully. Shouting the name Dentu-zi, which she remembered in case of extreme indignation, The girl slammed the door of her room. Shu Qin himself was now not happy about the situation. It was difficult for him to concentrate on his work. There was only one thing left to do. The man followed his girlfriend's example and went to the shower room, first washing himself with ice water. It helped a little. It occurred to the young man that he needed to practice more often so that he wouldn't look like Wang Tzu with a padded face. At the door of his room, Shu Qin involuntarily looked at the neighboring door. There was light streaming through the gap between the door and the jamb. The girl had not gone to bed yet. He collapsed blissfully back on his bed, his face in the bright light. The day had been too long. The images of Zhang He in various negligees kept coming to mind. The man realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to fall asleep right away. The adored warrior seemed so real that for a few seconds the boy himself believed in his vision. He turned angrily on his side, trying to prove to himself that now was not the time to be thinking about the beautiful warrior. The brunette was sitting on the bed in her room. The confused girl couldn't sleep either, but for different reasons. She had taken a pair of dark stockings out of the package and was now examining them closely, marveling at their lightness. She knew from the young man's description that the item was called stockings. They were very nice and slippery to the touch. Zhang. He remembered that Shu Qin had given them along with the shoes 2 months ago. For a long time, she didn't dare to wear them. Besides, the girl had no idea what to do with them at all, and resolutely reached for her cell phone. In the search bar, one by one, queries on how to wear stockings and how to handle them quickly appeared. After carefully studying the instructions and pictures, the warrior decided that the process was actually not that complicated. She straightened the stockings and began to put them on. They really did seem almost imperceptible to the touch and fit well on the leg. Zhang. He looked at her legs in her stockings. They looked quite unusual, as if she had been heavily tanned. The girl turned on her side to get a better look at what the toes looked like. The stockings were silky to the touch. The warrioress couldn't resist stroking her leg through her stockings. The sensation was pleasant. Now Zhang He understood why the young man had insisted that she wear them. She was too embarrassed to wear them in public. But she decided that she would wear them only in her room. The warrior blushed deeply, remembering how partial Shu Qin was to her socks. It was best not to wear stockings in front of him. The girl had gotten a pretty quick sleep, so she woke up as soon as it started to dawn. The first thing she did was to take off her stockings. When she entered the living room, the young man was nowhere to be found. Zhang He furtively looked around. The shower door was open, so the warrior woman peeked inside, holding her stockings in her hands. The man was here too. He was washing something, leaning over a basin in the corner. The brunette was surprised that Shu Qin was also up early. Hearing the warrior's voice, the young man quickly turned around, at the same time hiding some cloth behind his back. The man seemed a little worried. He asked Zhang He playfully cheerfully why she was up so early. The girl asked what he was washing. Stammering, the owner mumbled that it was nothing serious. It was just socks. He asked if she needed anything. The warrior hid her stockings behind her back and said embarrassedly that she didn't need anything. The young man smiled understandingly. They were silent for a while, remaining in their seats. Neither of them wanted to accidentally give away their secret to the other. They stared at each other for so long that the boy's legs went stiff. He put his knee to the floor but didn't move. Changing his pose slightly, Shu Qin smiled and winked at the girl. He assumed that the brunette had something to say. Zhang. He thought that the young man was acting too suspicious. There's nothing wrong with someone seeing you washing socks. The warrior girl suddenly blushed, assuming the worst. The guy could have gotten up early to wash his stockings. The girl was shaking with indignation. Shu Qin noticed that there was something wrong with her, and assumed that the brunette was thinking of obscenities. Zhang. He immediately ran out of the shower room, shouting that it wasn't like that. She didn't know anything. In fact, she had a lot of things to do. After breakfast, the young people came into the living room. The girl sat down at the computer. The young man bowed his head thoughtfully, sitting down on the sofa. The warrior turned perplexedly to her partner. He had been sitting like that for several minutes, as if he were thinking about something important. In response to the girl's question, Shu Qin absent-mindedly replied that he was recalling today's dream. Tikov hesitantly touched his slipper. The girl asked with interest what he had dreamed about. The young man blushed. He answered that it was nothing special. All sorts of silly things. The warrior immediately pictured him in stockings and grudgingly asked if the young man had dreamed that he had turned into a girl. The man took the cat in his arms. He replied with surprise that this dream would be strange. The young man could not understand where she was getting such thoughts. Zhang. He sighed heavily. In a therapist's voice, she declared that the matter was not good at all. Shu Qin didn't understand what the brunette had gotten into her head. Luckily, the girl herself had had enough of it. She went to the kitchen to prepare dinner so the man could finally sit in silence. All the ingredients for the shawarma were laid out on a plate. All that was left was to put them all together. The warrior woman stacked the vegetables and chunks of meat on a sheet of edible dough so that the ingredients were in an envelope. Shu Qin asked the girl what she would like to do and offered to open a store using his credentials. Jiang He took her portion. She thought for a while and quietly replied that she didn't want to engage in trading. The man smiled and said that there was no need to hurry. It was important to find something she liked to do. He added that he had faith in the girl. The brunette sighed, bowing her head. She admitted that she didn't believe in herself. Shu Qin moved on to the soup. He explained that it was normal. Many people themselves didn't know what they wanted to do in the future. Stating that Ultraman fights small monsters, the young man said that it is not necessary to think about high earnings. It is important to do what one likes to do. The girl was so surprised by the first half of the sentence that she listened to the rest. She asked who Ultraman was. Shu Qin laughed. He said that he had lost the transforming device. If not for that, he would have revealed everything. The warrior once again understood his words in her own way. The image of Qin looking like a girl immediately appeared in her mind. A cat slowly crept up behind them. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to his presence, Tikov quickly jumped onto the table. He warily stared at the pieces of meat spread out on the plate. Jiang. He looked at the pet in surprise. The smell was so tempting that the cat couldn't resist and snatched a chunk of meat off the plate. The brunette didn't even have time to gasp. She grudgingly yanked it off the table and set it gently on the floor, declaring that cats weren't allowed to eat such things. After going out for a walk the next day, the young people went to Zhao's guard. The old man was sitting in his favorite seat. Suddenly, the young man saw some sort of notice, sealed with a red seal, and went over to take a closer look. It turned out that due to the increased security of the neighborhood, the police had warned of a pest control system. Shu Qin asked in surprise if their small and ancient neighborhood would also be equipped with modern turnstiles. The old man told me it was all because of that ghost incident on the camera. They were lucky to have increased funding for the turnstiles. The boy laughed, suggesting that a guard wouldn't be needed now. Zhao stated that he would still guard the gate. After talking for a bit longer, Shu Qin said that they didn't want to disturb and would move on. The old man said goodbye to his neighbor. The young people walked through the flowery park and came to the embankment. The warrior admired the river. She remembered how she used to fish. The young man closed his eyes in pleasure. He liked to feel a strong gust of wind on his hair. He imagined it was a sea breeze. Leaning over the paving stones, the man did some digging between the tiles. When he found what he was looking for, he straightened up. Shu Qin picked up a flat pebble for himself. He liked to launch them across the surface of the water and watch them bounce off. The man threw the stone as close to the water as possible. The boulder flew a few dozen meters and fell into the water with a splash. The young man praised himself joyfully. He proudly boasted that his strength had increased significantly. The girl looked at her companion perplexed. Smiling, she crunched her fingers and suggested a little sparring using all the techniques he had learned. Shu Qin imagined the arena where Jiang He appeared. He said that he didn't agree. He wanted to live at least a couple more years. The young man realized that he couldn't stand against the girl's level. To survive, he would have to flee. He had an idea. The man demanded that the warrior woman not move her arms or legs. Then he would agree. Jiang He turned purple. She realized that under such circumstances it would no longer be called a sparring match but a massacre. Suddenly, she realized everything. Shu Qin had no intention of fighting her. He just decided to use sparring as an excuse to kiss her. With a sigh, the warrior said she was ready to fight. She closed her eyes, watching her opponent furtively. The man clenched his fists and adopted a fighting stance. His only fear was that Jiang He would hit him with his internal energy. Shu Qin decided that it wasn't that important. Even if he flew away, he would be able to experience the legendary power in action. The young man made a menacing appearance, waving his hands in a convincing manner. He reminded her that the girl should not defend herself. Continuing to portray a high level of skill, the man walked closer and closer to the warrior. He felt like a berserker again. Jiang He frowned. She could not be fooled in the field of martial arts. The girl knew that he was no match for her. The man moved a few steps closer in a half-crouch. The brunette stood meekly still and watched. For a while, Jiang. He thought she was mistaken. The girl asked why he wasn't attacking. The young man stated that he was looking for weaknesses. Squinting his eyes, Shu Qin estimated the distance to his girlfriend. He decided that this was the time to attack. Then it would be too late. The man rushed forward, thrusting his arm forward in the tiger claw technique. The warrior waited calmly to see how it would end. It wasn't until the guy's palm almost touched the girl's chest that she suspected it was all just a clever ruse. Jiang He was angry. The partner had completely lost his mind. No one is allowed to reach out their hands to her. The touch didn't happen. At the last moment, the girl ducked under his arm and slammed her head into his chest. He only yelped in pain. The young man was very hurt and offended. He immediately accused the warrior of cheating. She hit his head. Jiang, He angrily shouted that she wasn't cheating. She didn't budge, so he lost by his own rules. The girl shamefully thought to herself that it was because of his hand. If the guy had behaved honestly, she might have lost. Shu-chin bowed to his girlfriend and said that he recognized her skill. The girl grudgingly said that she was glad to hear that. The man didn't want to give up so easily and asked for a rematch. He demanded to use only his internal energy this time. Jang-hee shouted that he didn't want to fight anymore. After calming down a bit, she said he was very lucky. The other lady would have beaten him to a pulp long ago. Shu-chin looked at his interlocutor perplexedly. The girl could see that she was barely restraining herself from hitting him. The young man cautiously asked how old the second lady was. Jang-hee almost attacked him. She squealed that the guy was always thinking about the wrong thing. The man hugged his companion's cheeks. He embarrassedly stated that he really liked to watch the girl get angry. It suited her. Jang? He didn't even smile. The young man promised to teach her how to throw stones into the water. He assured that it was a lot of fun. The warrior gave him an angry look and gritted her teeth that she didn't like this kind of activity. Shu-chin taught her how to choose flat pebbles and showed her how to throw it correctly. Jang-hee's stone bounced off the surface 5 times. The man laughed and smiled at his girlfriend. He said it was fun. She stated without a shadow of a smile that she didn't like it. The young man noticed that Jang-hee had turned away to the side. Leaning back, he saw that there were many people gathered in that direction. The warrior girl whispered fearfully that there was a policeman there and hid behind the young man's back. He explained that no one would touch the girl as long as she did not disturb the order. Taking his girlfriend's hand imperiously, Shu-chin dragged her straight towards the crowd. He wanted to know what was going on there. Jiang-hee puzzledly suggested that she might be asked for her documents. The guy said it was unlikely. They had enough problems of their own. The girl imagined giving a statement to the officer. She would say that she had always been loitering and had no documents at all. The warrior excitedly admitted that she understood everything. She was just subconsciously trying to stay away. There was a man in a straw hat kneeling in a puddle of water near the fence. There were 2 policemen and a few onlookers near him. Shu-chin raised his eyebrows in surprise. In one of the officers, he recognized Hao Zi. The girl looked out from behind the young man's back with interest. She saw the officer show the man who had come upstairs his service ID. The policeman looked a lot like Hao.